Reborn in Naruto as an uchiha defeating Sannin in beginning. Konoha 21st Year, Ninja Academy. The first ninja war has just ceased, but the cruelty of the war seems to have been far away from people for a long time. The whole class was filled with the joyful laughter of children playing and the noise of running around. Sitting in the seat above the class was a young man who was out of tune with the noisy atmosphere around him. He has black hair and a pair of deep black eyes under his messy bangs. Although he looks a little childish, his handsome face indicates that he will be a handsome man when he grows up. This person is our protagonist, the current Uchiha Kagura. Of course, he wasn't called this name a few years ago, he was just an ordinary otaku on Blue Star. He only remembered that as a Hokage enthusiast, he was playing a Hokage mobile game at home that night. Suddenly a white light flashed and he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had become a 3-year-old child. The scene of waking up is still vivid in my mind. At that time, I was soaked all over, and there was a group of people around me shouting something at me. After being stunned for a long time, I finally understood what happened from the words of the people around me. It turned out that the original owner of the 3-year-old body accidentally fell into the river. Fortunately, someone discovered it at the time and quickly rescued him. Are you really lucky? Only he understands in his heart. The original owner of this body may have died in the accident, but his soul passed through and took over his body. Looking at the dazed child in front of them, everyone said they were just scared of the unexpected incident, shook their heads and took him home. After following the adults home in a daze, he didn't know his current name until the next day, Uchiha. Kagura. Uchiha? I actually traveled to the Uchiha clan in the Hokage world? When he knew this fact, it should be said that Kagura felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Yes, he liked Uchiha very much in the original world. The handsome Sharingan and the high-definition settings make him the most popular group in Hokage. But being familiar with the plot of Hokage, he naturally knew that it would not be wonderful if he traveled through time and became one of them. Let's not talk about Uchiha Madara, who is the big boss behind the scenes, let's talk about the near future. A little monster named Uchiha Itachi will appear in the Uchiha clan. For the so-called righteousness, this clan will be exterminated. What is genocide? That means your life is at risk. Back to the present, Kagura, who was looking out the window in a daze with his chin in his hand, couldn't help but sigh. A few children not far away were talking quietly. Hey, what is that Uchiha monster doing again? Keep your voice down, do you want to be beaten by him again? Humph, what are you afraid of? A few of us can't defeat him? You said the same thing last time, and we were all beaten up by him. Please stay away from me this time. Kagura-sama looks so handsome even when she is in a daze. Naturally, Kagura overheard the discussions of the little beanbags on the side. But at this time, he was not in the mood to pay attention to these children. It has been 5 years since I traveled through time. In order to change the fate of being killed in the future, he forced himself to practice continuously. Unknowingly, due to his strength far exceeding that of his peers, he gradually gained the title of Monster from Uchiha. As a time traveler, he naturally has a system. But unlike the protagonists in other novels, this system did not give him tasks or rewards. It just displays his abilities in data. Every improvement in ability can only be achieved through one's own efforts. Fortunately, this numerical ability also allows him to clearly see the results of each practice. After 5 years of training, he is now 8 years old and has the following abilities: Eye Technique, Single Megatama Sharingan, Progress 93.5%. Physical Skills, 4th Gate, Gate of Pain, Progress 86.5%. Chakra, Chunin Level, Progress 32.5%. I don't know if it's because this body is truly gifted, or if it's the benefits brought by the internal system. His cultivation speed is obviously faster than others. When Kagura was 5 years old, he was able to activate the Single Megatama Sharingan. Just to keep a low profile, I never showed it in front of others. After all, according to the records of the Uchiha clan, anyone who can open a single Megatama before the age of 10 is considered a genius. As for physical skills, he compared the plot of Hokage in his memory. He should be able to surpass Rock Lee, a physical skills genius of the same age. Just as he looked out the window and sighed again, a slightly arrogant girl's voice sounded beside him. Hello, little fool, what are you sighing about? There was no need to look back, he knew who was coming just by listening to the voice. Leave him alone. Tsunade, come on a date with me after school. I found a good bookstore this time, and there are some books in it that we can't usually buy. Jiraiya, if you really dare to take Tsunade to buy that kind of book, I think Saratobi-sensei might twist your head off. Kagura turned around helplessly, and sure enough, it was the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Of course, they are still far from reaching the strength of the Sannin title. In fact, Kagura, who entered the Ninja Academy at the age of 5, has been their classmate for 3 years. Compared with the giant man in the future, the current Tsunade is just an overbearing princess typing. I don't know if it's because of the influence of her second grandfather, Senju Tobirama. Ever since Kagura entered school, she has been dissatisfied with her being from the Uchiha clan and often comes to provoke him for no reason. With the idea of not being as knowledgeable as these little brats, Kagura initially adopted a strategy of ignoring Tsunade's provocation. It's not that he is cold, you think of a person with a 20-year-old soul being stuffed into the body of a child. Naturally, he has no interest in the society of these peers. However, due to Tsunade's special life experience, she developed a slightly arrogant character. After a verbal provocation failed, she couldn't help but take action against Kagura. Kagura naturally couldn't bear this and beat her up hard. As Tsunade's best friends, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were also involved in the battle, but not surprisingly, all three of them were beaten up by him. Unexpectedly, this move was like poking a hornet's nest. After learning about this incident, other boys in the class actually challenged Kagura. But even a person with the qualifications of Sunin can't win, so naturally these little brats can't please him either. After almost all the boys in the class were beaten by Kagura, gradually these people no longer dared to challenge him, and Kagura's reputation as a monster was confirmed because of this. As for the girls in the class, most of them are Kagura's beauty fans, so sometimes people who are handsome can really do whatever they want. In the end, only the Sunin headed by Tsunade still had the courage to challenge Kagura after many failures. As time went by, the two of them slowly developed an alternative friendship. Seeing Tsunade and the others walking towards Kagura to speak, the students around them started talking in low voices, as expected of Princess Tsunade. She is the only one who dares to approach that monster. Yes, but why is that guy Jiraiya so familiar with that monster? Ah, what a monster! Of course you won't understand the attraction of someone like Kagura-sama. Looking at the three people in front of him, Kagura couldn't help but start to have a headache again. Speaking of which, the reason why he is so sad now actually has something to do with the three people in front of him. It has been 5 years since the system issued a task to itself for the first time. Just this morning, the system's mission information appeared in his mind. But no matter how he looked at the task content, he felt that the system was playing tricks on him. Ding. Please complete the task, kiss one of the Sunin. Mission, kiss any one of the Sunin to complete the mission. Mission rewards: 1. You can increase the progress by 10% from any one of the 3 attributes. 2. You can randomly draw a ninjutsu and understand it. Looking at the mission information that appeared in his mind, Kagura was excited but also angry. Naturally, I was excited because this broken system finally issued a task to me. You must know that since time travel, apart from being able to check your ability progress, this so-called system has not been helpful to you at all. Compared with those colleagues who brought their own 9 tails or something as soon as they traveled through time, I was simply weak. Especially the sense of crisis brought about by being reincarnated into the Uchiha clan made him even more dissatisfied. But today's mission message made him feel once again that he was also a man with cheats. As for the anger, it was naturally directed at the content of this mission. What does it mean to kiss one of the Sunin? Brother, one of these 3 people is a woman. Although Tsunade is still a washboard now, Kagura certainly knows the future development of this woman. The nickname Juhao is not for nothing, and he also has the secret technique of keeping youthful and youthful. It can be said that if you have to find a wife, the one in front of you is the best candidate. However, anyone can pursue her, but I can't. If I had to say why, it would naturally be because of my Uchiha name. He had been deliberately keeping a distance from Tsunade and others before, not only because he didn't want to take the children to play, but also because of the family relationship between the two parties. This was last year when Tsunade and her second uncle Senju Tobirama went to Kumagakure to sign a peace agreement. He was ambushed and died. Otherwise, given the second Hokage's character, if he and Tsunade had a few more words, he might be caught by Umbu for interrogation at night. Thinking about these, Kagura unconsciously looked at Tsunade in front of her. Seeing the strange look Kagura gave her, Tsunade crossed her arms warily and took a step back, and said a little shyly, "You, what are you looking at?" Realizing her presumption, Kagura immediately changed her eyes. He rubbed his forehead with his right hand and said, "What can you show me? Why did you come to see me? You want to fight with me again?" After hearing Kagura's first words, Tsunade's chest kept rising and falling with anger. But as he said, Tsunade, who was still a washboard, cannot arouse anyone's interest at this time. Except for a certain little colored embryo with white hair and a red line under each eye. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade finally suppressed the anger in her heart and stated the purpose of her coming. "Idiot, tomorrow isn't the school graduation day. I think you don't have anywhere to go. Would you like to have dinner with us to celebrate tomorrow night?" But as soon as she finished speaking, Kagura's replying voice came over, "No, no need. Thank you." Hearing this, Tsunade was also stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Kagura to refuse so simply. Before she could get angry, Jiraiya, who was at the side, rushed forward first. Since the aisle was only 1 person wide, Tsunade was standing in front. Jiraiya jumped directly onto the table, squatted down and looked down at Kagura, and said unhappily, "I told you, kid, don't just refuse other people's kindness. We invited you as a friend." Looking at Jiraiya, whose face was almost close to his, Kagura was about to say something helplessly. At this time, an accident happened. Because Jiraiya was squatting on the table and staring at Kagura, his buttocks were raised toward the next column. At this time, there happened to be a student in the next row who wanted to get up from his seat and go out. He whispered, "Give," in a low voice. Without waiting for Jiraiya to react, he stood up and pushed Jiraiya. Jiraiya, who had no time to react, was pushed forward and fell forward, and in front of him was Kagura, who wanted to speak. Kagura felt that her mouth was blocked by something, and her words were interrupted just as she reached her mouth. Looking at the familiar long red eyeshadow in front of her, Kagura's eyes widened. The originally noisy classroom seemed to have been pressed on the pause button, and everyone looked at it blankly. Tsunade, who was closest to the two, felt her head go blank for a while, as if she still hadn't understood what was happening. The classmate who was the initiator was the first to react. He said silently, "Well, it's none of my business. I already said give in." After saying that, he hurriedly left the scene as if running away. Only then did Tsunade react, punching Jiraiya and sending him flying several meters away. He yelled angrily, "Jiraiya! What the hell are you doing?" This sound also seemed to remove the pause button, and the originally silent classroom suddenly began to boil. "Damn it, Jiraiya, are you so fierce?" As expected of Jiraiya, even monsters dare to invade. "I would like to call you the strongest sex embryo in Konoha. Jiraiya, how dare you kiss Lord Kagura? I'll fight you." Jiraiya, who had not yet recovered from Tsunade's blow, was once again surrounded and beaten by a group of girls. He stretched out his hand to Orochimaru in panic and shouted loudly, "It was just an accident. Orochimaru, help me." Orochimaru, who remained calm throughout, returned to his seat leisurely as if he had not seen this scene. As the protagonist, Kagura helplessly covered her head with her hands and closed her eyes. The farce was finally stopped by the teacher, who returned to the classroom, and Jiraiya, who was rescued from the siege of girls with difficulty, was already bruised and swollen, and his original appearance was almost unrecognizable. Even so, he still muttered miserably to Orochimaru, "You are so heartless, you didn't even save me." Facing his friend's questioning, Orochimaru still maintained a calm expression and ignored him. The sun slowly set in the west, and as the classroom bell rang, they finally got out of school. Looking at the back of Kagura, who left directly, Tsunade pursed her lips, as if she wanted to say something. Finally, as if thinking of other things, he stamped his feet angrily, turned around and walked towards the other side. He shouted through gritted teeth, "Jiraiya, get over here." Kagura didn't notice what happened behind her and walked straight towards her home. At this time, Uchiha was still an influential clan in Konoha village. All Uchiha people are planned to live in an area next to the center of the village. Passing through the center of Konoha village, Kagura has arrived at the gathering place of Uchiha. As he walked slowly, many Uchiha tribesmen appeared on both sides of the road. Some old people and children greeted him enthusiastically, and Kagura also nodded to the clan members along the way. "Kagura nii." Suddenly, a young boy appeared in front of him and called him sweetly. Looking at the child in front of him, Kagura's eyes flashed with helplessness. He knelt down, stared at the little boy in front of him, touched his hair and said, "What's wrong, little Fugaku?" "Yes, the 3-year-old boy in front of me is Uchiha Fugaku." If everyone still doesn't know who he is, then everyone will definitely be more familiar with his other identity. He is the father of Uchiha Itachi and Suzuki, the Uchiha chief who wants to lead his tribe to rebellion 20 years later. When he thought that he might be killed by the son of the little guy in front of him in the future, Kagura couldn't help but tighten her hand, stroking his hair. However, Uchiha Fugaku, who didn't understand Kagura's complicated thoughts, still said in that sweet childish voice, "Brother Kagura, I heard that you will graduate from the ninja school tomorrow. And she also defeated Tsunade from the Senju clan and graduated first, right?" Looking at the clear eyes of the child in front of him, Kagura smiled and nodded. Seeing Kagura nodding, a bright light seemed to flash in Xiao Fugaku's eyes, and he said excitedly, "I knew Brother Kagura was the strongest. I will become like my brother in the future and become the pride of the Uchiha clan." "No, you don't actually have to work so hard." Looking at the excited Fugaku in front of him, Kagura wanted to advise him like this. After a few casual words, Kagura finally drove the slightly excited child back home. By the way, his wife Mikato seems to be born in 2 years. If his marriage to Mikato was disrupted, Uchiha Itachi would not have been born. Will I not be killed? No, he might still embark on the path of rebellion against Konoha. So even if there is no Itachi, there is still a high possibility that Uchiha will be exterminated. The most important thing is that if this were done, Uchiha Suzuki, a fool, would not have been born. So when Itsutsuki Kagaya appears later, who will cooperate with Naruto to fight the final boss? Thinking about all this, Kagura walked to his home unknowingly. Opening the door, there was no one inside. This does not mean that a time traveler must have both parents die. In fact, Konoha now has just experienced the Warring States period and the First Ninja War. There are countless examples like him of parents who were ninjas and died on the front line. Therefore, Kagura has never seen her parents since time travel. Of course, even if she did, she wouldn't have much affection for them. After closing the door, I finally felt a sense of relief from being alone, and couldn't wait to check the system. Although it was somewhat different from what he had imagined, the mission of kissing one of the Sunin was finally completed. Looking at the task completion prompt in the system, he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the 2 rewards, he did not hesitate to add the first reward of increasing a certain attribute by 10% to the pupil technique. In fact, during these years of practice, he also discovered a fact. That is, the higher the level, the slower and slower the effects of cultivation will be. Take pupil surgery as an example. It only took him 2 years to open his eyes, but it has been 3 years since he opened his eyes, and he is still stuck at the level of single Megatama Sharinan. And compared with the other 2 items, if you add 10% to the pupil technique, you can break through to the next level. It doesn't take much thinking to know which item to add. As he clicked OK, a pain came from his eyes. If he looks at the mirror at this time, he will find that his eyes have automatically appeared in the state of single Megatama Sharinan. As the pain in his eyes became stronger and stronger, the single Megatama in his eyes slowly began to rotate. Fortunately, the pain only lasted for 5 minutes and then stopped, and the rotating Sharinan also stopped. Just look carefully and you will see that Kagura's Sharinan has changed from a single Megatama to a double Megatama. Kagura, who felt the changes in her body, quickly looked at the system. When she saw the mark on the system, I technique, double Megatama Sharinan, progress 6.5%, he finally felt relieved. He did not immediately feel the changes brought about by the new Sharinan. He directly received the next reward, randomly selected a ninjutsu and understood it. A turntable appeared in his mind. On the high-speed rotating turntable, ninjutsu names such as Water Dragon Bullet Reikari and Ultimate Earth Reincarnation could be vaguely seen. With his expectant eyes, the turntable finally began to stop slowly. When he saw the ninjutsu shown at the end, he couldn't help but be surprised. It's actually this. There was nothing to say all night, and in the blink of an eye it was the early morning of the next day. Today is the graduation day for their class. Kagura got up early in the morning and made breakfast for herself. What ninjutsu did he pull last night, you ask? Don't worry, the answer will naturally be revealed in the next few chapters. I have to say that as a villager of Konoha village, Kagura is lucky. Because his parents were both killed on the battlefield as ninjas, as an orphan, he can receive a monthly living allowance. Although it is not much, it is enough to support my daily needs. He still maintained Chinese eating habits. After eating a portion of piping hot noodles he made, he set off to school in a hurry. In order to celebrate the graduation of students, the Ninja Academy also decorated ribbons and other decorations in front of the school gate today. The graduation assessment for ninja school students was completed a week ago. Unlike other schools, graduating from a ninja school does not mean that you can graduate successfully after studying step by step for a number of years. It is a child who has achieved certain attainments in ninjutsu and has initially learned the 3-body technique after studying. Only after graduating from the ninja school and being granted the status of genin, those who fail the exam will either become ordinary people or repeat the grade to continue studying at the Ninja Academy. Therefore, even the students who graduated from the same batch as Kagura and others are of different ages. For someone like Kagura to graduate with first place at the age of 8, it is considered a new record in the Ninja Academy. Kagura and the others naturally did not need to attend class today. After arriving at school, everyone was gathered in the auditorium. After listening to the speech of Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was about to take office as the 3rd Hokage, and awarding forward protectors to all the students, their last day at the Ninja Academy ended. Of course, it also heralds the birth of a new batch of genin. After disbanding on the spot, the atmosphere in the school became lively again. On this day alone, parents of children are allowed to enter the school. Some students were holding the Konoha forward protectors they had just received, and were talking excitedly to their parents. Some parents proudly picked up their children and told them with serious faces what they need to pay attention to after becoming ninjas. Of course, as said before, there are quite a few children in Konoha village who are war orphans whose parents died. At this time, Kagura was playing with the forward protector in her hand while chatting wordlessly with Orochimaru, who was also alone. In fact, during these 3 years of getting along, Orochimaru was far from the perverted image he had in his original impression. At this time, Orochimaru has not fallen into the abyss of darkness. Although he is usually a bit taciturn, he is generally a polite and good boy. Looking at Orochimaru's fair complexion, Kagura said, "So, you 3 were finally assigned to the same class, right?" In fact, there was no need to ask at all. Kagura, who already knew the plot, naturally knew that these 3 people would be assigned to the same class after graduation. Orochimaru nodded and then asked, yes. What about you, Kagura? Which class were you assigned to? Do you know who you will team up with in the future? Hearing his question, Kagura shook her head and said she didn't know clearly. Seeing Kagura's statement, Orochimaru continued to ask doubtfully, Didn't you ask other students? Even if the teacher doesn't notify you, as long as you know where you need to gather tomorrow, you can roughly know who you will be grouped with. Hearing this, Kagura touched her hair embarrassedly and said, well, you also know my relationship with those classmates, so I didn't ask. Hearing this, Orochimaru also closed his mouth in time. Kagura's relationship with her classmates? Including myself, most of the people in the class have been beaten by him at least once. Where can this relationship go? Fortunately, someone came over to them and resolved the embarrassment at this time. There were two people walking towards them, one of them had dazzling silvery white hair, stood straight up, and was wearing a combat uniform similar to Jonin's. The other person had a watermelon head, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, and was wearing an indescribable green sportswear. These two are Heitake Sakumo and Matt Dai. Well, they will be Kakashi and Kai's respective fathers in the future. Yes, these two people are also students in the same class as Kagura and the others. It can be said that they are the only two male students in the class who have not been beaten by Kagura. So relatively speaking, Kagura's relationship with them is not bad. Heitake Sakumo, who had already put the Konoha forward protector on his head, walked up to Kagura, smiled happily and said, as expected, my scores in this exam are still not as good as yours, but I will definitely become a Chunin faster than you. Looking at the hot-blooded silver-haired boy in front of him, who would have thought that he was actually the father of Kakashi who stared at him all day long? Matt Dai on the side also excitedly interjected, haha, as expected, a man needs a strong rival in his life. Don't worry, I will definitely become a Chunin faster than you. Su narrowed his eyes. Kagura turned around and glanced at the shiny watermelon head, and said helplessly, but I remember you didn't graduate this time. Yes, although they are students from the same batch, Matt Dai did not pass the assessment this time, and he was repeated a grade. Hearing Kagura's complaints, Matt Dai didn't pay attention. Instead, he gave a thumbs up to Kagura, showed his white shining teeth and laughed, haha, no problem. My fierce enemy is waiting for me to catch up on the road ahead. Sometimes Kagura really envies this inexplicable self-confidence. After exchanging a few words, the two men left. At this time, Tsunade walked towards them. Behind her, there was another woman following leisurely. The woman had red hair, a pair of buns, and a crown-like ornament on her head. There is a purple diamond-shaped mark on his forehead, two buns with charm-like decorations hanging on them, and he is wearing a white kimono. It was Tsunade's grandmother, Senju Hashirama's wife, and the first Jinchuriki of Konoha village Uzumaki Nido. Seeing this person walking towards them, Kagura and Orochimaru both quickly bowed. For this man who adheres to the belief of loving the village, supporting and protecting the people he loves, and spends his life guarding the existence of the village, Kagura still truly respects him. Although he is over 40 years old, Uzumaki Nido still maintains his good looks and smiles at the two of them and says, Tsunade is troublesome to take care of you two at school. Before the two of them could react, she tilted her head slightly, looked at Kagura and continued, are you the strongest kid of Uchiha's generation? Looking at the kind woman in front of him, Kagura felt a sense of nervousness. Just kidding, despite her harmless appearance, she is the current Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and due to the effect of the Nine Tails chakra, it is said that she has a keen sense of evil. Feeling the scrutinizing eyes of Uzumaki Nido, Kagura felt uneasy all over. Fortunately, the feeling of scrutiny did not last long. Uzumaki Nido smiled slightly, and the atmosphere suddenly became softer. She nodded and said, don't be nervous. Well, I sense that you are a good boy. I believe Uchiha can have a better future in your hands. Looking at Kagura, who was a little overwhelmed, she did not continue to say anything, but turned to Tsunade beside her and told her, have a good time with friends today, but don't come back too late. Tsunade, who usually looks like a little girl, is now as well behaved as a rabbit. She lowered her head and responded obediently, I got it, Grandma. With Uzumaki Nido leaving, the atmosphere among everyone became relaxed again. Tsunade, who returned to her usual appearance again, raised her head high and said to Kagura, idiot, how did you think about my invitation yesterday? Facing this question, Kagura was confused. No, didn't I clearly refuse yesterday? Hearing Kagura's still refusal answer, Tsunade frowned. As if she thought of something, her frown smoothed away. She looked at Kagura with a malicious smile and said, if you don't come, I told my grandmother that you were bullying me. Nanny? You are being a little unreasonable. As everyone dispersed, Kam slowly returned to the front of the ninja school. After explaining the party tonight to his family, Jiraiya finally arrived at the place they had agreed on in advance. Looking at the black-haired and dark-eyed Kagura, his eyelids couldn't help but raise. He asked in a bad tone, I said, you kid, didn't you keep saying that you couldn't do it yesterday? Why did you come here today? Faced with the question, Kagura didn't bother to answer him and just rolled her eyes at him. Facts have proven that reasoning with women doesn't work. Under Tsunade's threat, Kagura finally came along. After all, the reason for keeping a distance from Tsunade at the beginning was because of their identities. In fact, from a psychological point of view, Kagura does not dislike Tsunade. Moreover, after graduating from school, the two of them are destined to be assigned to different teams, so the chances of getting along again will become less and less in the future. Thinking of this, Kagura stopped resisting and followed them resignedly. At this time, Tsunade stood up and shouted angrily at Jiraiya, "Why do you care so much? Kagura is here now anyway, so just shut up and wait." Jiraiya shrank his head and curled his lips in frustration. Tsunade acted like a big sister, looked around for a while, waved her hand and said, "Okay, now that everyone is here, let's set off." At this time, Orochimaru, who had been calm all this time, asked, "But where are we going? Before, I just said that I wanted to go out to get together, but I didn't think about where to go at all." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Tsunade paused and slowly lowered her raised hand. "Yes, they only said they were going to have a party, but they never discussed where they were going." She tilted her head and thought for a while, trying hard to think about the gathering scenes of those elders. Suddenly he made a fist with his right hand and slapped it on his left palm, and said excitedly, "Let's go find a place to have a big meal. My father and the others always find a place to drink and eat at every gathering." Kagura and Orochimaru looked at each other and said in unison, "It's the end of the month and we have no money." Yes, these two orphans live on the compassionate money distributed by the village every month. Although it's not too little, don't think there will be too much left. Jiraiya touched his head and said, "I spent all my pocket money buying books in the past few days." He laughed a few times embarrassedly as he spoke. Having said this, the three of them suddenly looked at Tsunade in unison. Looking at everyone's gaze, Tsunade took half a step back nervously. Jiraiya's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "I heard, Tsunade, that your father is the son of a daimyo from the land of fire. You should have a lot of pocket money, right?" Facing everyone's expectant eyes, Tsunade swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said unnaturally, My family stopped giving me pocket money a long time ago. They were afraid that I would take it to the casino." The words became quieter and quieter, until finally the three of them could hardly hear what she was saying. Hearing this, Kagura suddenly realized, "By the way, I almost forgot that the person in front of me was nicknamed Casino Sheep, and her gambling habit was developed with the first-generation Hokage when she was only a few years old." Kagura sighed, looked at Tsunade with narrowed eyes and concluded, "So, you don't hesitate to use threats to force me to come over. And then you find out that we paupers have no place to go?" Although the words were a bit unpleasant, Tsunade had to admit that what he said made sense. Looking at the dejected Tsunade, Kagura shook her head and smiled bitterly. Then he raised his hands and clapped them, and after attracting everyone's attention, he said, "Okay, it's not completely impossible. You all have some money with you, right? Take it all out, right?" Although the three of them didn't know what Kagura wanted to do, they looked at each other in confusion and obediently took out the money. After counting the funds raised by everyone, Kagura nodded with satisfaction and said to himself, "Yes, not bad. These should be enough." After saying that, he ignored the three of them, raised his legs and walked out. Although the few people behind him didn't know what was going on, they still followed him consciously. Following Kagura's footsteps, they turned around several streets and found that they had arrived at the vegetable market. "Hey, Grandma, you are also very energetic today." Yes, please help me get some meat, for about 4 people. "Oh, I'll give it a green onion. Speaking of which, sister, you seem to be more beautiful today." The three of them watched with dull faces as Kagura walked among the stalls with familiarity. After a while, bags of ingredients appeared in Kagura's hands. Although she guessed what Kagura was going to do, Tsunade still asked hesitantly, Are you going to prepare your own meals?" Giving her an annoyed look, Kagura asked, "Otherwise?" Tsunade opened her eyes wide in surprise and asked again, "Can you cook? Otherwise?" Hearing his answer, the three of them were surprised and looked at him with admiration. Kagura, who sensed something was wrong, finally came to her senses and asked cautiously, "You don't know how to cook?" The three of them nodded in unison. He looked at Orochimaru in disbelief and said, "Don't you live alone? So what do you usually eat?" "Well, usually it's cup noodles, and occasionally I buy some bread," Orochimaru said. Looking at him with contempt, Kagura curled her lips and said, "No wonder you always look malnourished, Orochimaru." After purchasing food, Kagura led everyone directly to his home. Speaking of which, this was the first time he brought someone to his home after traveling through time. After entering the door, Tsunade looked around excitedly. The place where Kagura lives is small and can be seen almost at a glance, but it is very neat. After Tsunade took the initiative to ask Ying for help, she accidentally split the chopping board into 2 pieces with a knife. Kagura made a serious face and invited the 3 god tiers to the living room. When he was still at Blue Star, as an otaku, although he was not a great chef, he still knew some cooking skills. Coupled with the 5 years of training after living alone after time travel, Kagura is now able to say that practice makes perfect. In less than an hour, 4 dishes and 1 soup were served in front of everyone. The tangy aroma hit their noses, making the 3 of them unable to sit still. Jiraiya moved his nose and felt the saliva in his mouth being secreted crazily. Seeing the 3 people secretly swallowing their saliva, Kagura smiled secretly and said, "Okay, you're welcome. let's get started. As soon as she finished speaking, Tsunade, who had been impatient for a long time, took the lead in picking up a piece of beautiful meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Her eyes lit up and she praised loudly, Kagura, your cooking is so delicious. What's this? Oh, this is twice-cooked pork. Hiss, so spicy. What about this one? That's mapo tofu. After just 20 minutes, the three of them were lying on the floor contentedly. Jiraiya rubbed his belly and said, I didn't expect your cooking to be so good, Kagura. I think you wasted your time as a ninja. You should open a restaurant. Hiccup. Although I really want to refute him, at this time I think Jiraiya is right. Tsunade burped unceremoniously and agreed. Orochimaru did not speak, but closed his eyes as if savoring the taste just now. Kagura sat calmly at the table, picked up a cup of hot tea and took a sip, not wanting to talk to them. By the way, who do you think our respective teachers will be tomorrow? Tsunade turned over and suddenly asked. It seemed that the topic had been opened, and the three of them began to discuss it. In the end, even Kagura, who was like an old man, slowly joined the discussion. Youth is always beautiful, and soon there was noise and joyful laughter from Kagura's house. The bright moon quietly climbed into the night sky at some point, and the three of them walked out of Kagura's house one after another. While waving goodbye to Kagura, he walked towards his home. Looking at the people leaving, Kagura stood at the door, seemingly wanting to retain the relaxation of this moment. Ahem. I didn't expect that you would invite little Kagura to your home, it really surprised me. At this time, a voice came from beside me. Kagura turned to look and said respectfully, Mr. Mirror, good evening. The person who spoke was none other than Uchiha Kagami, a rare person among the Uchiha clan who could gain the trust of Senju Tobirama. Last year, when he followed Senju Tobirama to sign the armistice agreement in Union Village, he was attacked by the Golden Horn Silver Horn of Union Village. In order for him, Danzo and others to escape from the predicament, Senju Tobirama faced the enemy alone, but later died due to serious injuries. Although Uchiha Mirror escaped from the ambush and returned to the village, he was seriously injured and could not afford to fall ill. Kagura, who was familiar with the plot, knew that the peace-loving tribesman in front of her might not survive this year. Smiling at Kagura, Uchiha Mirror said, Little Kagura, you are too lonely, you are always alone, which makes people a little worried. But seeing you starting to make friends makes me feel relieved. I'm afraid I won't live long, the Uchiha clan is too proud, and I always feel like there may be problems in the future. I hope your generation can lead Uchiha to truly integrate into Konoha. Ha, your hunch is right. Not only will there be problems, but the entire clan will be exterminated in 20 years, okay? She complained a few words in her mind, but Kagura did not respond. Just looking at the slightly blurry figure in the distance, he murmured to himself, companion? It seems to feel good. The next morning, Kagura arrived at the gathering place that the school informed him of yesterday. In addition to being curious about Jonin's team members and team leader in the next few years, it was also because the system issued another task for him last night. Mission: successfully capture Jonin's bell in the team assessment. Mission rewards: 1. Start tailed beast training. 2. You can randomly draw a ninjutsu and understand it. The tailed beast he longs for. As the protagonist, he is embarrassed to wander around in this world without a few tailed beasts living in him. The so-called assessment that he didn't care about at first suddenly became important. For this reason, Kagura adjusted his state early in the morning. As time passed, he finally met the other team members and the leader Jonin. Just looking at those figures, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be them? Looking at Jiraiya, Orochimaru and Tsunade who were walking slowly, Kagura looked at the note in her hand recording the meeting place in confusion. Why is it you guys? Both sides asked in unison. Indeed, one cannot blame them for reacting this way. 3 people form a group as a rule set by Konoha since its founding. Last night, after learning that these 3 people formed a team as in the original history, the two sides did not even bother to ask about their respective gathering places. After all, everyone subconsciously thought that they were divided into different groups. Haha, your meeting place is right. Due to the number of students in this class, Kagura was specially added to our 7th class. While everyone was still confused, a voice came from above them. Everyone looked upward following the sound, and saw a figure standing on the tree looking down at them. Sarutobi-sensei? The 4 said in unison. He. With a slight smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped down from the tree and continued, so, there will be 4 people in class 7 this time, and I am your teacher. But, teacher, aren't you about to take over as Hokage? Can you still lead us out to pick up the mission? Tsunade asked confused. Sarutobi scratched his head and explained, I haven't taken office yet, I have to complete the work at hand. The task now is to lead your 7th class. If Hokage takes over later, other Jonin will naturally become your teachers. Alright. After clapping his hands, he took out 3 bells from his waist and continued with a smile, back to the topic, the so-called ninjas who have just become genin must go through an assessment. See the 3 bells in my hand? No matter what method you use, as long as you can grab the bell in my hand, you are considered qualified. If you can't get it, then I will give you a ranking based on your performance. The person who does not get the bell in the end will be tied to a stake for punishment." After saying that, he drew his hand inward, and the 3 bells disappeared from his hand. He took out a stick of incense from his jacket, lit it, and stuck it on the stake. He looked at the people in front of him and announced, "The assessment officially begins, and the time is 1 stick of incense." As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes froze, several black shadows flashed past, and everyone disappeared. Seeing everyone's reactions, Sarutobi crossed his chest with one hand, cupped his right hand, rubbed his chin, and said with a smile, "Come on, the game officially begins." Before he finished speaking, his figure had disappeared from the spot. Jiraiya was squatting on a tree at this time, his eyes fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen not far ahead. Sarutobi Hiruzen was placing his right hand on his brow at this time, looking around as if looking for them. Jiraiya's eyes were attracted by the bell hanging on his waist, and he smiled triumphantly. "Haha, teacher, you really underestimate the enemy." When Sarutobi turned around, his back was completely facing him. "Chance!" He glared hard, suddenly jumped down from the tree, and rushed towards Sarutobi's back. "Ha ha! The bell belongs to me." Before he could finish speaking, his foot was suddenly caught by a noose. The whole person was suddenly lifted up, and his head was hung in the air. At this time, Sarutobi also turned around, walked towards him, and said with a smile, "Boy, you have 2 questions. First, if you want to ambush the enemy, please don't speak loudly when you rush up, otherwise your ambush will be meaningless. Second, when you want to ambush the enemy, please use your pig brain to judge whether there are traps. Don't fall for such a crude trap." After saying that, he walked up to Jiraiya, stretched out his index finger and poked his head politely. "I'm not convinced, please put me down." Jiraiya, who was hung in the air, struggled hard and kept shouting. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to say something more when suddenly a shuriken flew towards him from deep in the woods. Jumping back, he easily dodged the sneak attack. But as soon as he stood firm, several more shurikens appeared from the woods and shot towards the place where he landed. Sarutobi Hiruzen still calmly took out the kunai from his waist, intending to challenge the attack in front of him. Just as the shuriken came to him, a voice came from deep in the forest. "Shadow Shuriken." As that voice came out, the several shurikens suddenly split into dozens of black shadows and rushed towards them. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked stunned for a moment, then showed a satisfied smile. He still didn't make any extra moves, but his right hand suddenly transformed into black shadows, and he actually shot down dozens of shurikens with one hand. At this time, a figure appeared in mid-air. "My feet hurt." The person coming was none other than Tsunade. But Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already sensed her, kicked hard and disappeared from the place in an instant. Tsunade suddenly fell from the air with a courageous momentum. Boom! With a loud noise, centered on her right foot that landed on the ground, the entire ground collapsed in the shape of a spider web. This is really a strange and powerful woman. Looking at the scene in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but have this thought flashing through his mind. Tsunade did not stop after landing, but gathered chakra in her hands and continued to rush towards him. Sarutobi did not retreat but advanced this time, and also rushed towards Tsunade. Just as the 2 figures intertwined, a slight sideways movement perfectly avoided Tsunade's straight punch. He even had the energy to get close to Tsunade and educate him. "The power is good, but you have to hit the enemy to be useful." Before Tsunade could show a surprised expression, her arm had already been grabbed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Suddenly there was an emergency stop, and Tsunade was like a toy, held by Hiruzen Sarutobi and spun around for 2 weeks before throwing it towards a big tree. There was another loud noise, and Tsunade directly broke the big tree and fell to the ground, stirring up a large amount of dust. There is a flaw. Before the dust mist over there dispersed, Orochimaru, who had been hiding in the woods, finally attacked. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen threw Tsunade out of his hand, Orochimaru rushed out from behind him. Holding a kunai tightly in his hand, he resolutely threw it towards the back. A black shadow flew past, and the kunai was accurately inserted into the man's back. Success! Bang! Before Orochimaru could react to the surprise of the hit, as a gray mist rose, the figure suddenly turned into a wooden stake. "You're going to suffer. It's a substitute technique." Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a voice sounded from behind him. Hey, didn't I just say that when ambushing an enemy, you should first consider whether there are traps?" As soon as he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen swung his sword. With a muffled cry, Orochimaru fell down. At this time, only 2 minutes had passed since the entire battle began. At this point, Sunan is completely destroyed. After a short battle, 2 people fell down, and one was hanging in the air, screaming. Looking at the defeated disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a satisfied smile and said, "Well, except for that idiot Jiraiya. You 2 have made great progress, you just lack the experience of fighting." After speaking, he looked around and suddenly shouted to the woods not far away. "I said, that boy from Uchiha, aren't you planning to come out yet? Your companions have all fallen." There was a sudden silence, and a figure slowly walked out of the woods. The person coming was none other than Kagura, who had been hiding in the dark to observe the battle. When he reached about 20 meters away from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he stopped. He sighed secretly in his heart. Originally, he thought that relying on those three people could bring some trouble to this one, and then he could take advantage of the chaos. But he didn't expect that the entire battle would end within 2 minutes. In such terrain and in front of such an opponent, an ambush has no meaning. Clenching the kunao in his hand, he looked up at Hiruzen Sarutobi and assumed a fighting stance. At this time, his eyes had already turned into Sharingan, and the two megatama in his eyes were slowly rotating. The moment he saw Kagura's Sharingan, a serious expression appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face for the first time. He said thoughtfully, "You've actually opened the second megatama Sharingan. No wonder the flaw I sold just now only seduced that boy Orochimaru. You saw through it from the beginning that it was a substitute, right? But it seems that even the Uchiha clan doesn't know about you opening Sharingan?" Holding the kunao in his right hand and raising it to his eyebrows, Kagura replied solemnly, "The trump card always has to be revealed at the end to be useful, right?" After saying that, he turned into a shadow and rushed forward without waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to speak again. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly calmed down and took out a kunao to attack. As the sounds of several metal collisions were heard, the fighting between the two people was so fast that it turned into a mass of afterimages. After the real fight, Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more surprised. This kid, his physical skills are so strong? This can already reach the level of Chunin. And coupled with his Sharingan's observation ability, I can't defeat him with physical skills in a short time? At this time, Tsunade and Orochimaru outside the field finally recovered and sat on the ground. Looking at the battle between the two men not far away, their faces turned pale. This Kagura, he has never used his true strength in school. Judging from his current performance, we can't even get close to him. Tsunade gritted her teeth and thought. She slowly clenched her fists. Although she was unwilling to give in, the distance between herself and the other party was obvious. When, as an unusually loud collision sound came, the figures of the two men finally appeared again. Their kunao struck each other, and for a moment the two sides were at a stalemate. Sarutobi Hiruzen also did not expect that Kagura's speed and strength far exceeded his expectations. Seeing the kunao in a stalemate, Kagura's free left hand suddenly began to form a single-handed seal. What? Just as a bad thought flashed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, the opposite Kagura had already completed the seal. He clenched his left hand into a fist and put it on his mouth. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A huge fireball appeared in front of Kagura. However, just before the fireball appeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already let go of the shuriken in his hand. After taking a step back, he clapped his hands on the ground, and a huge stone wall appeared in front of him. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Orochimaru was obviously even more surprised when he saw this scene. Determined to study all ninjutsu, he naturally understood what it meant to be able to form seals with one hand. If chakra is blue energy, then seals are a way to help ninjas quickly guide the transformation of chakra into ninjutsu. Only after you have a profound understanding of ninjutsu can you use one-hand seals or reduced seal gestures to successfully activate ninjutsu. Apparently, Kagura's attainments even in ninjutsu are far beyond their imagination. Of course I made this up. However, I also want to complain about the setting of Hokage. In the early stage, Kakashi had to perform hand seals for half a minute to steal a B-level water dragon bomb. Later A-level Reikari and Reiznan are released instantly, on the battlefield. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could breathe a sigh of relief, two Kagura suddenly appeared behind him. One of them jumped into the air, quickly formed hand seals, and spit out fireballs continuously from his mouth. Fire-style Phoenix Sage Fire. Another person threw several shurikens at him, and those shurikens suddenly surged into dozens in mid-air. It is the ninjutsu that was just copied from Orochimaru, Shadow Shuriken. As a huge explosion sounded, dozens of attacks fell on where Sarutobi Hiruzen was standing. The huge explosion also stirred up a burst of gray fog, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. At this time, even Tsunade and the other three people who had been watching from the side unconsciously stretched their necks, wanting to know the result. Did you make it? Just when this question flashed through everyone's minds, a voice sounded from the gray mist. Water-style Water Dragon Bullet. A water dragon suddenly appeared from the dust mist and swept towards the two Kagura who had just launched the attack. The water dragon swept across the entire half, and the two Kagura turned into a line of smoke and disappeared the moment they were attacked. Kagura, who was standing in front of the stone wall, seemed to have just reacted. Just when he was about to retreat, the voice appeared behind him again. Earth-style The art of beheading in the heart. At this time, an accident happened again. The moment Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand grabbed Kagura's ankle, the Kagura in front of him suddenly turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. This is a shadow clone too. As soon as this thought came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked. The real Kagura appeared from the collapsed ground, and a hand seal was formed in his hand. Yun Yin? He still wants to use fire style? When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the handprint clearly, a judgment quickly flashed in his mind. I saw Kagura with a serious face and shouted, "The secret of Konoha's secret teleportation technique, 1,000 years of killing." After saying that, he tried his best to stab the chrysanthemum in front of him. Tsunade oh, ha. Jiraiya hashtag F***K Orochimaru O__O. Silence. The scene was as silent as death. Facts have proven that even a character as strong as the Hokage will temporarily lose combat effectiveness after the chrysanthemum is hit hard. Sarutobi Hiruzen was lying on the ground in a posture with his head on the ground and his butt raised high. Foaming at the mouth, he was obviously unconscious. After Kagura searched him for a while, she finally found the 3 bells. He raised the bell excitedly, enjoying the thrill of victory. The 3 people outside the court looked at each other and finally said, "Well, he beat Sarutobi-sensei, right?" "That's right, Sarutobi-sensei is already in that posture, but why do I always feel weird?" "Yes, although he is acting very passionate now. But I can't ignite it at all." Ignoring the 3 people's conversation, Kagura looked excitedly at the notification that the task had been completed in the system. Yes, the ninjutsu he drew that night was the multiple shadow clone technique. Let me explain here, there are some differences between this and shadow clone technique. Its real use is to suddenly create thousands of shadow clone to attack the enemy. However, the requirements for chakra to achieve this effect are extremely abnormal, and it is for this reason that it was included in the Ninjutsu Forbidden Book. For the current Kagura, he can only create 3 shadow clone at most. He knew very well that for Hiruzen Sarutobi, the enemy with the title of Professor Ninjutsu, he could not defeat him at this stage with ordinary ninjutsu. After much deliberation, only ninjutsu, a weird thing like the Millennium Kill, has a chance. So he buried himself underground early in the morning and used 3 shadow clone to attract Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. He would then give a fatal blow at the last moment. Facts have proved that he succeeded. At this time, he belatedly glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was lying aside. Well, there may be some trouble later. The sun was setting in the west, and the afterglow of the sun that was about to set dyed the mountain forest a layer of orange. On an empty plain in the woods, 2 people were tied to wooden stakes and lowered their heads in despair. It was Jiraiya who failed and Kagura who succeeded. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept rubbing his butt with one hand while preaching to Kagura sadly, "Is this what you learned at the Ninja Academy? Ah, if you don't learn so much ninjutsu, what will you learn? Even if you want to learn taijutsu, there are plenty of options. Tell me, did you create this yourself or was it taught to you by some bastard teacher?" Facing teacher Sarutobi's anger, Kagura couldn't help but shrink her head. Hearing this question, he tried hard to think about it, and then hesitated. "Kaido, yes, Heitake Sakumo taught me." "Nanny?" Sarutobi Hiruzen tried hard to recall the owner of this name, and a young man with silver hair and a resolute face appeared in his mind. "I didn't expect that a seemingly righteous young man would develop such a vicious ninjutsu." Poor Heitake Sakumo didn't know at this time that because of someone's slander, his impression in Third Hokage's heart had plummeted. In fact, to a certain extent, it is not an insult. Kagura remembered it very clearly, and it was indeed mentioned in the original plot that the 1,000-year kill was invented by Heitake Sakumo. After he passed it on to Kakashi, it was then carried forward through Kakashi and Naruto. Feeling the faint pain coming from his buttocks, Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his brow with a headache. He also tied Kagura to the wooden stake, which was also an act he made out of anger. Now that I think about it carefully, what Kagura did was not wrong. After all, I said at the beginning that no matter what method I use, as long as I can defeat him and get the bell, I will win. It's just that I didn't expect that it would turn over in such a shameful way in the end. Thinking of this, he just put on a straight face and relaxed Kagura. Kagura breathed a sigh of relief when she was finally freed from the stake. Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger was expected, so this short bondage was the lightest punishment he could imagine. Although he won in the end, it didn't mean that he had the ability to fight against shadow-level warriors. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not take this battle seriously from the beginning. It can be seen from the fact that he was still thinking while defeating Tsunade and others. The strength he had always concealed also caused Sarutobi Hiruzen to misassess the difficulty of the battle from the beginning. To put it simply, this success was more due to luck than to strength. Looking at these children in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt tired for a while, shook his head and said, although Kagura used some means, he finally won. This is the world of ninjas, regardless of the process, only the results are important. After a pause, he glanced at Jiraiya who was still tied to the stake and continued, as for you 3. Although Tsunade and Orochimaru still have many shortcomings, I can see their progress. But Jiraiya, you don't have the consciousness to be a ninja at all. Therefore, I announce that Kagura, Tsunade, and Orochimaru passed this assessment. As for you, after saying this, he pointed at Jiraiya and said, as a disqualified person, you will be tied here overnight as punishment. After Hiruzen Sarutobi announced the results, the other 3 people left directly. Although they were told that they had passed the examination, Tsunade and Orochimaru were not in high spirits when they left. There was no way. The blow Kagura had brought to them today was too great. Today they realized that Kagura never took them seriously at all when they were in school. The slight difference is just my imagination. As for Kagura, he naturally knows the purpose of this assessment after watching the original plot. This is not to verify everyone's strength, but to awaken everyone's team awareness through the assessment of the remaining loser. However, due to his own actions, the current atmosphere has completely changed, and it is difficult for Sarutobi-sensei to continue the original script. In this case, there is no point in staying where you are. It is better to go home early and see the system rewards. Looking at the backs of the three people walking away, Jiraiya lost the momentum of shouting before, and instead looked like a frustrated rooster, with his head lowered. Seeing his depression, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, "What's wrong? Were you shocked after seeing the true strength of your companions?" Jiraiya replied in a humming voice that Kagura is so cunning, he actually keeps hiding his strength. And Tsunade and Orochimaru are far more powerful than me. Looking at the student who had lost confidence, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat down next to him, seeming to recall the past and consoled him. "Jiraiya, there is no shortage of geniuses in the world of ninjas. But being a genius doesn't mean you can become a strong person." After hearing this, Jiraiya finally raised his head, looked at the teacher in front of him and asked, "Then how can you become strong?" Sarutobi smiled and replied, "Hard work, luck, talent. The most important thing is a tough heart. Everyone has their own talents. You don't have to force yourself to compare yourself with others. It's more important to stick to yourself." Listening to the teacher's encouragement, Jiraiya's eyes slowly regained their luster. He smiled confidently and said proudly, "It's just that I just didn't perform well today. My escape technique is the strongest in Konoha. Every time I go to the bathhouse to use my escape technique to spy on you, I never fail." Looking at the shameless disciple in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen twitched the corners of his lips but did not say anything. After a long silence, a voice sounded. "Next time, call me when you go to the bathhouse." "Teacher, you are so horny." "Shut up." On the way back, Kagura was humming in a good mood. He originally wanted to collect the reward from the system after returning home, but faced with the temptation of the tailed beast, he couldn't wait to click to collect the reward halfway. After pressing confirm in his mind, some strange changes that he imagined did not appear. He turned around and looked at himself carefully, and found that nothing had changed. Finally, when I returned my attention to the system, I discovered the changes in the attributes: I technique, double Megatama Sharingan, progress 14.2%. Physical skills, 4th gate, gate of pain, progress 90.1%. Chakra, Chunin level, progress 42.1%. Tailed beast, 1 tail, fusion degree 1%. How come this attribute has improved so much? It seems that fighting against a shadow level powerhouse will be of great benefit to your growth. You must know that based on Kagura's previous experience, if you exercise alone, it will take at least 1 to 2 weeks to achieve this level of improvement. The new tailed beast line in the attributes also attracted his attention. 1 tail? Muttering to himself, he pondered for a while, and then turned his mind to his own body. Just as he expected, after careful investigation, he found that a tailed beast had appeared in his body at some point. Taking a closer look, it was 1 tail Shukaku. It's just that it's different from the ferocious form in my impression. The 1 tail in front of me is completely white. The chubby face looks a bit cute, and it is lying in his body and sleeping soundly. As if feeling Kagura's gaze, it rubbed its eyes with its paws, turned over and continued to sleep. Is this really a tailed beast? It's not a mascot, is it? Several question marks appeared on Kagura's head. It's just that the system won't answer his question, and now he has no way to verify it. In desperation, Kagura had to put this issue aside for the time being. Well, since the tailed beast seems to be somewhat different from what I imagined, let's draw ninjutsu. After all, this is what can actually strengthen yourself. But just when the turntable in the system started, Kagura, who had been walking slowly on the roadside, suddenly stopped. His keen perception told him that there was an enemy, and he is watching me not far away. Takeshi Watanabe, the first-generation member of the Root organization. Although he is only a Chunin, he is honored to be chosen as a member of the Root. His ancestors were all ninjas, and they followed the Senju clan a long time ago. After years of fighting during the Warring States period, the war finally came to a halt thanks to Senju Hashirama, an unparalleled genius. When he was a child, he still remembered his parents' heartfelt excitement on the day when Konoha village was announced. But the good times did not last long. With the death of Senju Hashirama, the countries were once again ready to stir up trouble. Soon after, the first ninja war broke out. After returning from a mission, he saw the bodies of his parents covered with white cloth. He didn't cry at that time, because he knew in his heart that this was the fate of ninjas. But from then on, he worked harder to complete each of his tasks. But the cruelty of this war exceeded people's imagination. On the eve of the final piece, the seemingly omnipotent second-generation master actually passed away after being injured in a shameless ambush. After returning to the village, Danzo-sama, who followed the gentleman, decided to inherit his will and established the root organization. As a follower of the Senju clan, when Lord Danzo invited him, he joined Gen without hesitation. We are the guardians under the shadow of Konoha, rooting deep into the darkness. Watanabe Takeshi always remembers this concept that Master Danzo told everyone when he first joined. After joining the organization, he never left the village again. He turned into an eye in the darkness and followed Danzo-sama's instructions to monitor everyone who threatened the village. This afternoon, a mission suddenly came from Lord Danzo. The mission instructed him to monitor a child named Kagura from the Uchiha family starting today. Looking at the 8-year-old boy not far away, although Watanabe Takeshi didn't think that a person of this age could do anything to the village. However, the teachings from the organization still made him determined to carry out his tasks faithfully. Seeing the young man humming songs happily on the road, feeling the joyful atmosphere, a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. But for some reason, the young man suddenly stopped while walking and looked back and forth at his body. After remaining silent for a long time, he suddenly smiled nervously and continued to move forward. Takeshi Watanabe frowned and said it was a juvenile psychotic attack, and continued to perform his tasks. Night had fallen at this time, and the young man didn't seem to be in a hurry to go home, but was wandering around the village. As he wandered, the two gradually came to a remote part of the village. Surveillance is actually a skill. As the surrounding environment changes, it becomes difficult for Watanabe Takeshi to hide. Just when he reached the hiding place of a house from jumping, an accident happened. Just at a crossroads, Watanabe Takeshi felt that just as he blinked, the young man suddenly disappeared from his sight. Surprised, he didn't even bother to hide his figure at this time, and rushed directly to the middle of the intersection. Just as he was looking around in confusion, a voice came from behind him, "Look into my eyes." Shocked, he immediately turned around and saw a pair of Sharingan with double-grooved jade in his eyes. Move the time back slightly. The moment she realized that she was being watched, Kagura's muscles tightened and she was about to rush in the direction of that gaze. But after a while, he relaxed his body again and still stood where he was. It just so happened that at this moment, the slowly rotating wheel of the system finally stopped. This time the skill he drew turned out to be Distinguished Heavenly Gods. This is ninjutsu, which is known as the strongest genjutsu. When seeing this ninjutsu, Kagura smiled from the bottom of her heart. As soon as his mind changed, he continued walking as if he was not aware of the surveillance. Walking slowly along the road back to the village, Kagura began to think about who was monitoring him. First he ruled out enemies from other countries. At this time, it was just after the first ninja war, and the defense of the entire village and its surroundings was extremely strict. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have dared to let the genins gather in the woods outside the village. If it was really an enemy from outside who wanted to invade, it would be impossible to sneak in so silently. It was precisely after thinking about this that Kagura stopped attacking just now. Then if he is someone from Konoha village, then why should he monitor himself? Moreover, I have been in this world for 5 years, why did I just start monitoring myself today? Is there anything different today than usual? Assessment. Exposing strength. The Uchiha clan. After stringing these clues together, he felt that he had discovered the truth. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, his strength far exceeded usual today. That's how it all started. He knew the character of Hiruzen Sarutobi. This third Hokage was more inclined towards education than violent law enforcement. His philosophy on the village is more aligned with Jianzu's, so this is unlikely to be an order from him. Moreover, as the direct teacher of Class 7, he himself is the best monitor. There is no need to send such easily discovered people to monitor you. So in the current Konoha village, there is such intelligence capability, and we can understand what happened in the afternoon as soon as possible. There is only one person who is hostile to the Uchiha clan and has the ability to send people to monitor him, Danzo. So the people who come are rooted people? With the advantage of being familiar with the plot, Kagura instantly figured out everything and also knew the identity of the monitor. But the question is, what to do next? Pretending not to know you are being watched? No, he is not an innocent person. If you are monitored for a long time, some of your secrets may not be hidden. Kill the watcher? That's not okay. People are just spying on you, and you kill them, and then tell the higher UPS in Konoha that he is innocent? Then in the end, I may have no choice but to become a rebellious nin and escape from the village. You must know that the reason why you have practiced so hard these years is to avoid being killed by that boy Uchiha Itaki and to survive hard. Now you just become a traitor and are wanted by the whole village? That's really because I don't think I can live a long life. After thinking about it, he had an idea in his mind when he saw the distinguished heavenly gods he had just learned in the system. Then he deliberately walked to a remote place, and under the cover of night, he finally lured the watcher out of the darkness. Look into my eyes. The moment Takeshi Watanabe turned his head, the pair of Megatama Sharingan were reflected in his mind. Looking at the confused enemy in front of him, Kagura couldn't help but sigh at the power of this ninjutsu, distinguished heavenly gods. Even after the author released ninjutsu, he may have felt that it was too buggy and added restrictions to it. If someone else does not possess Senju Hashirama's chakra or Uchiha Shisui himself, even if someone else gets Shisui's eyes, it will take more than 10 years each time they activate this ninjutsu. Of course, this restriction does not exist for Kagura. After thinking about it, Kagura began to control Watanabe's consciousness. In the world of Takeshi Watanabe, after hearing that voice, he immediately turned his head and made a warning gesture. But he never expected that the person standing behind him was Lord Danzo. He quickly put away his shuriken and knelt down on one knee to salute. Duanzo glanced at him and didn't express much, but said calmly, "I came here to inform you that the mission is changed. From now on, there is no need to monitor Kagura anymore. You should immediately go to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side and start monitoring his every move." This Watanabe showed a confused look. In fact, although it has not been officially announced, everyone in the village knows that Sarutobi Hiruzen will be the new Hokage of Konoha. After all, this is an appointment directly from the previous Senju Tobirama. Danzo said coldly, and continued to say to Takeshi Watanabe, "Have you forgotten the promise you made when you joined Root? You don't need to think about why, you just need to faithfully complete the orders I gave you." "Yes, Lord Danzo." The confusion on Watanabe's face disappeared, and he lowered his head and gestured to Danzo in front of him. Looking at Takeshi Watanabe walking away with a look of determination, Kagura once again lamented the power of distinguished heavenly gods. "I hope Sarutobi-sensei can understand what I conveyed to him." After completing his arrangement, Kagura took steps forward, hummed a song again, and headed back towards his home. Looking at Watanabe lying at his feet, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. After talking to Jiraiya at the trial ground, he returned to the village. Although he has not officially announced that he will become a Hokage, he has actually begun to work as a Hokage. So after taking a day to play with his former apprentice, he had to rush back to the Hokage building in the evening to finish today's work. But as soon as he reached the door of the Hokage building, he felt a surveillance gaze. It has to be said that the newly established Root organization does lack strong people. Danzo is naturally aware of this, so among the orders he usually gives to these members, he usually supervises people at the Genin or Chunin level. But he didn't expect that Kagura, who was only 8 years old, was stronger than he imagined and could easily discover his arrangement. Since even Kagura can detect it, then Hiruzen Sarutobi as Hokage will definitely not be worse than him. If Takeshi Watanabe is still sane, he will naturally know that he cannot monitor people of this level. But under the influence of distinguished heavenly gods, he automatically ignored this. After noticing that gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hesitate and immediately launched an attack. It was just that he subconsciously withdrew his strength when attacking, so Watanabe Takeshi was only knocked unconscious by him at this time, instead of blood splattering on the spot. Seeing the appearance of the monitor, Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly found a matching appearance from his memory. This person should be named Watanabe Takeshi, a Chunin from Konoha village. And he was very sure that this person had joined the Root organization. You know, Danzo's establishment of Root was with his acquiescence. As for the list of the first batch of people who entered it, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally checked it. At this time, the guards guarding the Hokage building finally came out. Seeing the fallen person at the feet of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the expressions of several people changed. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hands to everyone and said calmly, "Send this person to the Root, and Danzo will naturally understand what happened." In the office of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo sat opposite each other, with a steaming cup of tea in front of each. After Danzo came in, the two of them maintained an eerie silence. At this time, Danzo was still young, not wrapped in gauze, nor did he deliberately put away an arm. Although there is an X-shaped scar on his chin, it still does not affect his handsome face. As a man who has the ability to compete with Hiruzen Sarutobi for the position of Hokage, he has a calm aura. It can be said that if it were not for second Hokage Senju Tobirama's personal appointment, he may not be able to replace Sarutobi Hiruzen as the third Hokage. In the end, Danzo was the first to speak and break the silence. "I never gave you an order to spy on you." After a pause, he continued, "You and I know very well that if I really had this idea, I would not send such a character here. The only person who could come here to perform this kind of task could be me." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. He picked up the teacup in front of him and took a slow sip before speaking. "I know, but I would also like to know what the original mission you assigned to Takeshi Watanabe was." Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen in silence for several seconds, Danzo finally chose to confess. "The person I originally asked him to monitor was Uchiha Kagura." Uchiha Kagura, murmured in his mouth. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about the meaning of these words. In an instant, he understood many things. He laughed out loud, shook his head helplessly and said, "It seems that you still have a lot of people around me. Uchiha Kagura just revealed her strength in the afternoon, and you can take action so quickly." Danzo still remained calm and explained, "You must have misunderstood something. There are indeed my people around you, but their mission is not to monitor you. After all, people who come from the Root will eventually become Umbu. they are just sent by me to protect you. After all, from a practical point of view, you will be the third Hokage of Konoha village." Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his water glass, looked into Danzo's eyes and said, "Then I'm afraid your disdain for Uchiha Kagura is not a misunderstanding." Danzo said without denying, "Yes. You should know the horror of Uchiha better than I do. Even someone like Tobirama-sama never dared to lower his guard against the Uchiha clan. I don't think there is anything wrong with monitoring the younger generation with outstanding abilities. The problem is you failed." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, supported the table with both hands, looked at Danzo from a bird's-eye view and said, "Although I don't know how that kid Kagura did it, but the person you sent to monitor him was fooled by his genjutsu and came to me. This is his expression of goodwill and dissatisfaction. Not killing the man showed that he still had good intentions towards the village. Driving people to me is expressing his dissatisfaction." He stared seriously into Danzo's eyes and warned, "If you can do it without letting him find out, that's all. But since he has the ability to discover, stop what you are doing. I don't want a potential future where your personal suspicions are pushed against Konoha." Danzo frowned and still wanted to retort, but, no buts. Mito-sama had seen that Kagura with his own eyes during the graduation ceremony yesterday. Mito-sama believed that the boy was no threat to Konoha. You should be well aware of Mito-sama's abilities. Even Danzo couldn't help but fell silent when he heard the name Uzumaki Mito, who had dedicated his life to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen left the table and came to the window. Staring at the Leaf Village under the night sky, he spoke again. "Danzo, I understand your determination to protect the village, but blindly using dark means will not allow the village to develop. Times have changed, and I firmly believe that Konoha can fly better under the sun." Danzo left. Although he didn't say anything in the end, he acquiesced in Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision. Looking at the backs of his former companions hidden in the dark night, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt more and more the difficulty of becoming a Hokage. "Sarutobi-sensei?" Suddenly, a voice pulled him back from his thoughts. When he turned around, he saw that the person coming was Tsunade. It turned out that after today's test, Tsunade felt distressed for the first time about her weak strength. After going home and thinking for a long time, she decided to come over to see the teacher and ask about the future training direction. She was well aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's daily schedule and headed directly towards the Hokage building. Due to her special background, the famous Tsunade Heim walked to Hokage's office without any hindrance. "Just as soon as I entered the door, I saw that the teacher was not sitting at the table handling official duties as usual, but standing by the window in a daze. Looking at the obedient apprentice in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a smile and said, "Kaido, oh, nothing. I just dealt with some troubles with that kid Uchiha Kagura." "Uchiha Kagura?" Upon hearing this name, Tsunade's eyes suddenly brightened. She quickly grabbed Sarutobi-sensei's sleeve and asked, "What's wrong with that idiot? We must have caused some trouble again." Looking at Tsunade, who suddenly became excited in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with vigilance, and he thought of a possibility. Although he personally has no prejudice against Uchiha, if Tsunade and Uchiha represent the Senju clan, that boy really has something. Then I'm afraid that this Hokage will cause a lot of trouble. He looked Tsunade up and down and asked directly, "Tsunade, why do you seem so interested in that boy Kagura? Do you like him?" Unexpectedly, Teacher Sarutobi would ask so directly, and a flush appeared on Tsunade's face. She forcefully shook off Sarutobi Hiruzen's sleeves and said in a panic, "Old teacher, what did you say? How could I fall in love with that kind of idiot? I just don't like that arrogant boy, he always looks down on others. And as an opponent in the same class, isn't it normal to want to surpass a strong opponent? I didn't pay special attention to him. I was a little stammering at first, but later I seemed to find an excuse for myself. The more I spoke, the more confident I became." After hearing Tsunade's explanation, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. So this is he finally let go of his worries. Therefore, never expect a middle-aged man to understand a girl's thoughts. If it were Uzumaki Mito here at this time, he would be able to see the clues at a glance. "The heart of my granddaughter. I'm afraid it no longer belongs to me. I'm 50 meters southeast and already in position. Received, I'm at the site and can start at any time." "Very well, Orochimaru, follow my orders and charge forward together. 3, 2, 1 rush." As Kagura spoke the last word, two black shadows sprang out from the sudden tree and rushed towards the target not far away. Meow. As a shrill meow sounded, a huge black cat appeared in Kagura's arms. The cat was still struggling, trying to escape from Kagura's control. Holding the cat's neck with his right hand, Kagura just caught it in mid-air. As if some kind of switch had been turned on, the cat that had been struggling just now suddenly became quiet. Carefully placed the target on the handle into the prepared cage. The 4 people in Class 7 breathed a sigh of relief in unison. Yes, they are on a mission. 3 weeks have passed since that assessment. As genin, they are ready to begin their mission. However, for novices like them, at this stage they can only receive D-level tasks such as helping people find cats. During this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi would occasionally come over and lead them on tasks together. But more often than not, it's just the four of them. Whenever this happens, the other three will default to Kagura as the team leader and direct the execution plan of the mission. After looking at the restless cat in the cage, Kagura looked at the communicator in his hand and became stunned. Speaking of which, this world is really amazing. You can say that its technology is backward, but it also has a short-distance communicator like this. At least within a range of 1,000 meters, the effect of this thing is impeccable. But do you think it is technologically advanced? Let alone cars, there are not even bicycles here. No wonder all the ninjas here run so fast, and they are all forced to do it. Just when Kagura was thinking wildly, Tsunade interrupted his thoughts with a voice. Okay, target capture is completed. Let's go back in hand in the task quickly. They had long been accustomed to Kagura's sudden days from time to time when they were in the ninja school, and this is why Tsunade always calls him a fool. Returning to the task handover point, after the original owner confirmed that what they had captured was indeed their lost pet, the three of them finally completed their task. Looking at the old woman whose face was as thick as a white wall, she was holding the poor cat and rubbing it constantly. A kind of pity inevitably arose in the hearts of the four of them. No wonder the cat ran away. Tsunade put her hands up and stretched. Kagura took a peek from the side. It is indeed still a washboard. Tsunade, who was unaware of Kagura's thoughts, looked at the three of them and said, today's tasks are all completed, so there is nothing else to do next. Not as good as, let's have a party at Kagura's house tonight. Since they tried his cooking skills at Kagura's house, the three of them have shown enough initiative to go to Kagura for dinner. There is no way around it, in this world where even a bowl of ramen is considered a rare delicacy. The cooking skills brought by Kagura inherited from ancient China have undoubtedly opened the door to a new world for them. Hearing Tsunade's suggestion, Orochimaru silently nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Tsunade waved her hand and prepared to lead everyone to the vegetable market. Hello, you have absolutely no intention of asking the parties involved for their opinions, right? Kagura looked at the two of them helplessly and thought to herself. Unexpectedly, Jiraiya, who always took the initiative at this time, said to everyone, I won't go this time. I have something to do later, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he waved and left without waiting for anyone else to react. Looking at Jiraiya's retreating figure, Tsunade said strangely, what happened to Jiraiya recently? Every time he rushes to leave as soon as he finishes a task, I always feel that he seems to be very busy recently. As if thinking of something, she clenched her fists, narrowed her eyes maliciously, and said in a strange tone, isn't he going to the bathhouse to spy again? Feeling the dangerous aura emanating from Tsunade, Kagura and Orochimaru couldn't help but take a step back. In fact, when everyone was still in the ninja school, one time Jiraiya hooked up with Orochimaru and wanted him to go to the women's bathhouse to spy on him. Unfortunately, Tsunade was in that bathhouse that time. Kagura only knew that Jiraiya had 6 ribs broken by Tsunade, both wrists were broken, and several internal organs were ruptured. The serious injury required him to recuperate at home for nearly 2 months before recovering. Just when Tsunade raised her legs to follow, Kagura quickly opened her mouth and explained to Jiraiya, I knew what he was going to do. I heard that after that day, he asked Sarutobi-sensei about the summoning technique. But when he tried the summoning technique, he was reverse summoned to a strange place. He's been going there every day lately to learn new ninjutsu and techniques. Kagura, who was familiar with skills, naturally knew that the so-called strange place was Mount Mayaboku. It can be said that there is an important turning point for Jiraiya to grow into the future Sannin. After hearing Kagura's explanation, Tsunade also stopped, looked back at Kagura and said doubtfully, you mean that Jiraiya has been busy practicing recently? Kagura nodded hurriedly. It's strange to say that, maybe it's because Kagura is familiar with the personalities of these three, or maybe he really has an affinity with them. After forming Team 7, Kagura actually became the person with the best relationship with everyone among them. Including Jiraiya's recent encounters, he also took the initiative to mention it to Kagura. After hearing about Jiraiya's hard training, Tsunade glanced in the direction of Jiraiya who had already gone away in confusion. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. In Mount Mayaboku, a slightly stern voice sounded, Jiraiya, are you an idiot? Fire-style fire bullet is such a basic ninjutsu and you can't even learn it. Jiraiya was trying hard to puff up his cheeks on a flat ground, but after some preparation, he finally spit out a mouthful of black petroleum-like liquid. Idiot, when you refine chakra into oil and spit it out, you have to use fire style to ignite it. Do you even know what fire style is? A furious voice came from the boulder on the side, and the speaker was actually a toad that was jumping up and down. Hearing this, Jiraiya in the field touched the back of his head with his hand in embarrassment. Fortunately, at this moment, another toad jumped in. The new toad looked up at Jiraiya, and then said, Jiraiya, come with me. Our Great Toad Sage wants to see you. Great Toad Sage? Hearing this title, Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, but he didn't say anything more, but followed the toad silently. I came here by mistake 2 weeks ago, after helping Weta drive away a big snake. In order to repay themselves, these toads offered to help them practice. Although he was scolded a bit miserably in the process, Jiraiya did feel that his strength had grown during this period. So for this sudden invitation, he followed it without any hesitation. As the scenery on both sides continued to change, not long after, he came to a palace. At the top of this magnificent palace, there was a particularly huge toad that looked very old. The toad leading the way bowed respectfully towards the top and said, "Great Toad Sage, this is Jiraiya." After saying that, it retreated on its own. While Jiraiya was still observing the Great Toad Sage, the giant toad took the initiative and said, "Are you the human who accidentally broke into Mount Myaboku not long ago?" Jiraiya didn't know what it meant, so he could only nod numbly. Toad Sage looked him up and down and spoke again, "It is indeed the same as the human being I saw in my dream. You are the one chosen by destiny." "In a dream? Chosen by fate?" Hearing its words, Jiraiya felt confused. Toad Sage saw this and explained, "As Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, I have the power of prophecy. A long time ago, I once spied that a human boy would come to Mount Myaboku, and that person is you. You will become an outstanding ninja in the future. When you become independent, you will start traveling and writing books. In the process, you will accept apprentices. This apprentice will bring changes to the world. Who knows that this change will bring stability to the world? Damn it!" Having said this, Toad Sage, who had been squinting his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes vigorously. Jiraiya, who was listening with great interest and immersed in the described future, was startled by the sudden sentence of national essence. He ignored Jiraiya, who had a strange look on his face below him. Toad Sage murmured in disbelief, "Why, I feel this is impossible. The wheel of fortune has changed." Ignoring the surprised Jiraiya below, Toad Sage continued to talk to himself. The destined decisive battle was brought forward? The children of prophecy have changed. No, the child of prophecy is still involved with the human being in front of him. Brunette, Sherry Non. That's Uchiha. Toad Sage's voice became smaller and smaller, and Jiraiya was asked out of the palace with confusion. Looking back at Toad Sage's palace, he frowned and recalled the last few words he said. "Are you involved with me? Black hair?" It's a pity that because Toad Sage's voice was getting quieter and quieter at that time, he didn't hear the last few words at all. After thinking for a while, he shook his head helplessly and stopped thinking about these problems. "The most important thing for me now is to practice hard, and I can't be left far away by my companions in Class 7. Thinking of his goal, he walked towards the training ground full of expectations. At this time, I had no idea that in Toad Sage's prophecy, the protagonist had become the so-called son of the prophecy. Uchiha Kagura herself was lying on the floor of the living room in a large shape. Perhaps because of the stimulation brought about by hearing Jiraiya's hard training, the originally planned dinner party was cancelled. After that, Tsunade and Orikimura walked towards different places with solemn expressions. Well, they are all young people who refuse to admit defeat. Youth is good. Seeing this situation, Kagura, who was only 8 years old, rubbed her chin and sighed. It is precisely because of this that we saw the scene of Kagura lying on the floor paralyzed. But readers, please don't misunderstand, he is not lazy at this time, but practicing. Yes, he is training with the white one-tail Shikaku inside his body. After discovering that there is an extra one-tail Shikaku in his body, after several days of testing, he has found a way to communicate with it. At this time, he was constantly tearing the chakra of his body into small pieces and feeding them to the one tail in his body. Shikaku exuded joy as if he had eaten his favorite food. That breath slowly turned into energy and fed back into Kagura's body again. Kagura would use her mind to scratch Shikaku's chin or stroke his back from time to time. Shikaku obviously enjoyed this kind of caressing. He closed his eyes in contentment and his tail waggled happily behind him. Affected by its happy mood, the surrounding atmosphere became strong again. Kagura felt as if the chakra in her body had been quenched, becoming stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In fact, this was not his illusion. The system's property display told him that it was indeed effective. After several weeks of quenching, his chakra has progressed from Shinin level to 42.1%. It has become the current level, Shinin level, and the progress is 76.8%. The speed can be described as leaps and bounds. If he were allowed to practice on his own, he would not be able to reach this height in just a few months. The data in the Tailed Beast column has also been greatly improved. Tailed Beast, 1 tail, fusion degree 35%, turn on Tailed Beast outer form. Kagura, the Tailed Beast coat, naturally knew what it meant. And compared with the Jinchuriki of this world, his biggest advantage is that he doesn't need to resist the evil thoughts from the Tailed Beasts at all. Looking at the cute beast rolling around happily in his body, Kagura thought to herself that it was no different from raising an electronic pet, so where could the evil thoughts come from? Taking a long breath, Kagura sat up on the floor. Today's Tailed Beast training ends here. In fact, recently he has felt that this method of cultivation seems to have entered a gentle period. In the past few days, the fusion progress of both chakra and tailed beasts has begun to slow down. Picking up a glass of water on the table and drinking it in one gulp, Kagura breathed a long sigh of relief and came to the window, thinking about her next goal. After traveling to the Uchiha clan, he always felt a shadow of death hanging over him. This shade isn't entirely from the future Uchiha Itake. After all, there are still 30 years left, although the annihilation of the Itake clan feels somewhat like a plot killing. After all, if you think about it carefully, how could a teenager who was only a teenager possibly wipe out the entire Uchiha clan without any damage on his own? But if you think about it deeply, the entire genocide plan was actually carried out under the arrangement of the third Hokage and Danzo. Then it all makes sense. So if you want to escape the fate of genocide, the key is not to be stronger than Uchiha Itake, the person who is put in the front desk, but to have a strong enough strength to compete with the top management of Konoha village, represented by Sarutobi and Danzo. This is the goal that Kagura needs to pursue. After possessing the tailed beast, Kagura felt confident for the first time. But, thinking about it from another aspect, I may not have any other conspiracy to change all this if I am familiar with the plot. As long as some of the key plots are destroyed, the Uchiha clan will no longer be discriminated against. Then the Uchiha clan no longer has any thoughts of rebellion, and the reason why the third Hokage must eradicate Uchiha will naturally disappear. As for the bigger conspiracy behind it, about Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, and even the resurrection of Itsutsuki Kagaya, he doesn't want to pay attention to it now. The boss should be left to the protagonists like Naruto and Sasuke to face. What does it have to do with you? Thinking of this, he lay on the bed with peace of mind and fell into sleep comfortably. At this time, he didn't know that it was not long ago today. The so-called protagonist he was determined to have unknowingly changed due to his time travel. And the decisive battle that he thought was at least 40 years away would be brought forward because of this. A night without words. The next morning, the 4 people from Class 7 gathered in front of the mission receiving area again. But this time except Kagura, the other 3 people all looked tired and yawned. It seemed like they all worked hard to practice yesterday. Looking at the appearances of the people in front of him, Kagura sighed again. Shrugging his shoulders, as the captain, he consciously walked up to the staff and asked about today's task. The front desk clerk looked up at them and then said, "Oh, he's from Class 7 this year. You don't need to pick up the mission here today. You can go directly to the Hokage building later. Sarutobi Hiruzen-sama has a mission to give directly to you." After hearing this, several people looked at each other in confusion. I didn't hear Sarutobi-sensei say anything about this yesterday. Seeing everyone's doubts, the staff member smiled and said, "Oh, this was an impromptu arrangement this morning. Go quickly, Master Sarutobi has been waiting there for a long time." After hearing this, the few people stopped asking any more questions and hurriedly walked towards the Hokage building. In the office of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a smile as he looked at the 4 most beloved disciples in front of him. In fact, in another week, he will officially serve as the 3rd Hokage, and his work has become increasingly busy recently. This also left him with almost no time to lead these students to perform tasks. But fortunately, I heard from others that these 4 people have recently completed the assigned tasks perfectly. This makes me, as their teacher, very satisfied. Throwing the mission scroll in his hand in front of Kagura, who was standing at the front, he gestured with his eyes to Kagura to open it. Kagura pulled off the rope on the scroll and began to examine it carefully. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained, "This time you are going to take on a B-level mission, and you need to go outside the village to perform the mission. Moreover, I will lead the team this time." After carefully reading the mission introduction on the scroll, Uchiha Kagura frowned. The mission content is very simple. It is to protect a wealthy businessman to the kingdom of Whirlpool. In terms of the reward and difficulty of the task, there is really no problem with it being a B-level task. The question is why Hiruzen Sarutobi personally led the team. Even without him asking specifically, he knew that Hiruzen Sarutobi would officially assume the position of the 3rd Hokage in the near future. At such a critical period, is a B-level mission worthy of being carried out by a Hokage personally? Even if the reason is to take care of his own students, it doesn't make sense. Handing the completed mission scroll to the 3 people behind him, Kagura did not hide her doubts at all and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of her. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood Kagura's question at a glance. He said directly, "I will be officially announced as a Hokage next week, and the reason why I go to the country of Whirlpool with you this time is precisely for this reason." "Did you go to the land of Whirlpool because you were about to become the Hokage?" Kagura thought for a moment and instantly understood the meaning of Sarutobi-sensei's words. During the period of Senju Hashirama, the kingdom of Whirlpool was a loyal ally of the kingdom of Fire. Among them, the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan have cooperated many times since the Warring States period. When Senju Hashirama captured each tailed beast, it was also the great elder of the Uzumaki clan who helped him seal the captured tailed beasts. Otherwise, how could Senju Hashirama successfully sell this unstable power to the major ninja villages? Even later, in order to better control Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first-generation Hokage, volunteered to become the first-generation Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Now, it is a logical move for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was about to become Hokage, to go to the country of Whirlpool as an ambassador. This is just like the Blue Star where Kagura was originally located. Generally, newly appointed national leaders always need to visit friendly countries as soon as possible to show a friendly attitude. As for why we should go before becoming Hokage instead of going out after taking office? Unlike Naruto's era, the situation in the current era is still in a state of chaos. Although armistice agreements have been signed between various villages, there are still undercurrents surging underneath. If there is a chance to kill a shadow-level person, I believe many people will choose to try. Second-generation Tobirama also fell because of this. Therefore, going to the Kingdom of Whirlpool as a Hokage and going to the Kingdom of Whirlpool as Hiruzen Sarutobi have completely different meanings. To put it bluntly, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen died on the road, it would not have a huge impact on Konoha's morale. Seeing Kagura's instantly understanding expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded happily. Tsunade and Orikimura behind them also understood the meaning after watching the mission and hesitating for a while. Only Jiraiya scratched the back of his head with one hand and said naively, "Teacher, if you want to be Hokage, what does it have to do with performing missions with us?" Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said confidently, "I understand. You are worried that after becoming a Hokage, you will never be able to go out with us again. So this time, you purposely accompanied us on our last field mission before taking our positions, right?" After finishing speaking, he looked at the teacher proudly, as if expecting the teacher's praise. Sarutobi Hiruzen twitched the corners of his lips, and finally took back the words he wanted to curse. He turned his head and looked aside and ordered everyone, "Okay, you go back and clean up quickly, and gather at the village gate at noon. We'll leave at noon today." The dazzling sun hung in the middle of the sky. At the gate of Konoha village, the 4 people who were prepared were already waiting there. Kagura wears a combat uniform similar to that of Jonin, except that he wears a purple vest and carries a black backpack on the back. At this time, he was hiding under the shade of a tree with others, kicking stones with his feet in boredom. Like him, the other 3 also had an extra backpack in their outfits than usual. Fortunately, they did not wait too long. After a while, the figures of Sarutobi Hiruzen and another person gradually appeared in everyone's sight. What followed Sarutobi Sensei was the target they needed to protect this time. The image of this man completely fits Kagura's imagination of the word rich businessman. Wearing a purple coat that seemed to be made of inexpensive silk, the slightly tight clothes highlighted his fat figure. At this time, he was holding a handkerchief and wiping the sweat from his head. It was obvious that he was very hot. Seeing the 4 people, the wealthy businessman was stunned for a moment. Then he showed a kind smile and nodded to everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a brief introduction to the customers, then turned to the wealthy businessman and said politely, "Mr. Fuchuan, time is urgent. Thank you for your hard work along the way." Then, without waiting for Fuchuan to respond, he said to everyone, "Set off." As the team started to set off, Kagura's face showed a hint of excitement. In addition to the fact that this was the first time he left the village since time traveling, it was also due to the mission prompt he received from the system not long ago. Mission: complete a B-level mission. Mission reward: you can randomly draw a ninjutsu and understand it. Ever since he drew the skill Distinguished Heavenly Gods last time, he has been looking forward to what heaven-defying ninjutsu he can draw from the system next time. Like Kagura, Tsunade and others left the village for the first time. Along the way, they were full of curiosity about everything around them. After walking along the established road for a long time, they finally walked out of the woods outside the village. Some human villages gradually appeared along the way. It's just that unlike Konoha village, most of these villages look very dilapidated. Most of the villagers walking during this period were in ragged clothes, with numb eyes, and were doing the work at hand like zombies. Seeing this situation, everyone who seemed slightly excited at first gradually became silent. Feeling that the atmosphere in the team had become cold, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "The days of peace are too short." Although Lord Hashirama's efforts ended the chaos of the Warring States period, unfortunately, this peace only lasted for about 10 years. After the first ninja war broke out, these ordinary villagers had no ability to resist, and naturally they were unable to develop. Kagura nodded secretly in agreement. In fact, even among the 5 major ninja villages, Konoha village is considered a unique existence. After all, when the village was built, Konoha village had rich funds from the beginning, relying on the money Senjumaha got from selling the tailed beasts. If you don't see the environment of Hidden Sand Village, you can only survive in a desert. If given the choice, who would build a village in such a place? Traveling on the road is always boring, especially when there are not many scenery worth admiring along the way. To Kagura's surprise, the fat man named Fuchuan was not much slower than them along the way. But after thinking about it carefully, I figured it out. After all, as a businessman, I am probably used to this daily rush. As everyone's steps became heavier, the sun unknowingly stopped on the distant mountains. The afterglow shone on everyone, pulling out a long black shadow behind them. At this time, they had passed through the village and entered a new forest. While walking, Kagura at the front suddenly stopped. If you stand in front of him, you can see that his eyes have changed into a Sharingan state. Staring at the dark woods ahead, he suddenly made a gesture behind him. Tsunade and the other 3 people who followed him and stayed in place suddenly tightened their expressions after seeing that gesture. The body turned into a black shadow, and the 3 of them arrived at Fuchuan in an instant, guarding him in a pin shape. In the previous weeks of running in, the 4 of them had already developed some gestures to facilitate their use when performing tasks. The gesture Kagura just made means an enemy appears. Although no one was seen around at this time, it was out of trust in Kagura. After he made that gesture, the 3 of them immediately took out their weapons and stood beside Fuchuan in a combat posture. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing aside, was standing with his arms folded, as if he was staying out of the incident. Seeing this situation, everyone knew that teacher Sarutobi had no intention of taking the initiative this time. Kagura took out the kunao from her waist and stared straight ahead. The scene fell into silence for a moment, but fortunately this silence did not last long. A voice sounded from the forest, "You little devil, can you actually find us?" As if receiving an order, as the voice sounded, figures appeared from the forest. The faces of Tsunade and the other 2 people became a little nervous, because at this time, nearly dozens of figures walked out of the forest one after another. These people were all wearing a set of gray ninja tights, and their faces were covered tightly by a black mask, revealing only a pair of hungry wolf-like eyes. The person who spoke just now should be their leader. At this time, he was standing on the tree, looking down at the people below. He frowned and continued, "These eyes. I see, are you the Uchiha brat? No wonder they found us." At this time, dozens of figures under him had slowly surrounded Kagura and others. Kagura raised her head and carefully observed the leader who was speaking, and found that there was no sign of the ninja village on his body, so he knew that these were the so-called Ryu ninja. Since the ninja village at this time was not long established, in addition to the 5 major ninja villages, there were many ninjas who did not belong to them. They are each gathered outside the edges of the 5 countries. They have no clear organization or belief, and they mostly rely on being hired or robbed to survive. There is no so-called concession in the battle between ninjas. The moment he saw these people coming out, Kagura knew that this battle was inevitable. He calmly gave the order to the 3 people behind him, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, "You 2 are responsible for the enemies on both sides. Tsunade should not leave Mr. Tamakawa's side and be responsible for protecting him. It's up to me to deal with these enemies in the front." At this time, there were approximately 30 to 40 enemies on the field, half of whom were directly in front of the team. Apparently Kagura automatically took over the most difficult task. There was silence in the field, and a leaf was blown off by the breeze and slowly drifted down. Just like the beginning of the message, at the moment when the leaf fell to the ground, the 2 sides suddenly transformed into black shadows and rushed towards each other. Orochimaru and Jiraiya have disappeared from the team, and according to Kagura's orders, they take the initiative to attack the enemy. Tsunade held the weapon tightly in her hand and still stood quietly in front of Fuchuan. Firelights flashed in mid-air, and the sound of swords colliding with each other continued to sound all around. A silver-haired figure suddenly appeared in the air. It was Jiraiya. After quickly forming seals in his hands, his mouth suddenly bulged. Fire-style fire bullet. Several fireballs hit the enemy chasing behind him. The enemies who were hit instantly burst into flames and fell to the ground one after another, screaming. But the principle of this ninjutsu is to hold the oil refined from chakra in your mouth, spit it out and use fire style to burn it at the same time. No matter how crazy those people rolled on the ground, they still couldn't extinguish the flames on their bodies. Seeing that his one blow had such results, Jiraiya couldn't help but have a hint of excitement on his face. But before he landed, several kunao were shot towards his figure. Jiraiya, who was still in mid-air, had a straight face, but he didn't look panicked. As he formed another seal in his hand, his silver hair suddenly grew longer, wrapping his whole body like a coat. Ninja technique, needle jizo. Those hairs were like a hard fortress, rebounding all the kunao flying towards him. The pursuing ninja's eyes flashed, and he immediately took out his long knife and rushed forward. Since you can't break down the defense with long-range kunao, just use melee to attack. Just when several ninjas came to the top of the semicircular hedgehog, Jiraiya's voice came out again, "Needle hell." Those hairs as hard as steel needles suddenly shot out like hidden weapons. With a whooshing sound, several ninjas who were about to attack him a second ago fell to the ground covered in blood. On the other side, Orochimaru was facing the same situation as Jiraiya. As soon as he landed from the air, dozens of attacks composed of kunao and shuriken appeared in front of him. Orochimaru formed a seal with one hand, and a strong wind suddenly appeared in front of him. The violent wind blew away the dozens of weapons. "Wind escape, great breakthrough, it's my turn." He whispered something in his mouth and took out several shurikens from behind. After throwing the shuriken in his hand towards the enemy forcefully, he immediately formed a seal on his hand quickly. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. It was Orochimaru who secretly learned ninjutsu from Sarutobi-sensei. Thousands of shurikens were cloned from those shurikens, and they were attacking the woods in front of them indiscriminately. There were muffled sounds one after another, and the enemies hidden in the woods were shot down to the ground. After doing all this, Orochimaru turned back and looked in Tsunade's direction. Spider web-like cracks appeared around Tsunade. Inside was the enemy who wanted to sneak attack, but she smashed her fist directly into the ground. But she didn't pay attention to the people she knocked down, but was looking ahead in astonishment. Following her line of sight, Orochimaru also looked forward. When he saw the scene happening in front of him, his eyes shrank in shock. In front of them is the battlefield that Kagura has drawn for herself. The leader who spoke earlier and his subordinates had fallen from the tree and stood in front of Kagura. But the strange thing is that until now, those people still maintained their standing posture. No weapons were taken out, and there was no shouting. The entire battlefield was eerily quiet. If you observe carefully, you can find that the eyes of those people are full of confusion. He stood there as if he had been cursed, unable to move. Kagura raised the kunao in her hand and slowly walked through the crowd. Every time he passes a person, his arm holding the weapon will wave an afterimage. Then a line of blood would appear on the man's throat, and with the sound of falling to the ground, blood stained the ground red. Kagura is like a Shinigami holding a sickle, silently harvesting life. The field was filled with a strange atmosphere, and all the enemies were like chickens and ducks queuing up, waiting to be harvested by their master. Not long after, all the enemies on the field except the leader had fallen. Kagura stood in front of him, raising her right hand, trying to kill the last enemy. However, at this time, the leader spoke intermittently. As if he had exhausted all his strength, he said in a voice full of regret and fear, This is genjutsu? Kagura glanced at him in surprise. She didn't expect that the soldier in front of her could escape the control of her genjutsu. Yes, this weird scene happened precisely because he used Sharingan's genjutsu on these people. Although he has distinguished heavenly gods as the most powerful genjutsu in Hokage history, for these miscellaneous soldiers whose level cannot even reach genin, it is not too easy to control them, just rely on Sharingan's own genjutsu. Although Kagura has other ways to defeat these people, this is undoubtedly the most labor-saving way. The leader was obviously stronger than the others, and was able to briefly escape the influence of his genjutsu and speak, but his limit can only go so far. Seeing the unwillingness in his eyes, Kagura rarely spoke to comfort him. If you're to blame, it's your bad luck. In the next life, remember to choose your opponent carefully. After speaking, he raised his hand. The leader's throat slowly tore open a line of blood, and as a column of blood spurted out, he slowly fell to the ground. Jiraiya, who had just released Jizo, felt a bitter taste in his mouth when he saw the scene in front of him. He had been training hard during this period, and thought he would be able to make a splash in this battle. Let these friends of yours be shocked by your own strength. But, compared with Kagura's operation of blasting the sky, his original excitement of defeating the enemy has long disappeared. Orochimaru's breathing became rapid at this time. Is this the power of uchiha? Weird, dangerous, but extremely powerful. Amazing. So envious. I really want to have it. Slowly, Orochimaru's eyes looked at Kagura full of longing, with a hint of danger shining in them. Feeling Orochimaru's fiery eyes from behind, Kagura felt a chill run through her body. He glanced at Orochimaru secretly, and he secretly warned, this pervert, couldn't he like men? Compared to Orochimaru, Tsunade seemed much calmer after the initial surprise. Only occasionally, there was a hint of admiration in Kagura's eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen still maintained his posture with his arms crossed. Regarding the Kagura Club Genjutsu, he had already guessed it from the incident of Tsuyoshi Watanabe. Facing Kagura's results, he was not too surprised. After all, this kind of flow ninja who is at most equal to the strength of genin in Konoha village, defeating them is not something to be proud of. This was precisely the reason why he had no intention of helping from the beginning to the end. In fact, compared to Kagura, he was more satisfied with the progress of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The fat man in Fuchuan once again took out his handkerchief and wiped the non-existent sweat on his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen can certainly judge the enemy's strength and sit tight. But for an ordinary person like him, the battle just now seemed a bit exciting. With the fall of the leader, the battle came to an end. According to the ninja rules, they began to deal with the scene. They didn't feel it when they fought just now, but when they faced the bloody corpses, the four of them felt a kind of physical discomfort. After roughly disposing of all the corpses, Tsunade couldn't help but vomited while holding on to a tree. The faces of the other people also changed to varying degrees. Even Orochimaru, the future great pervert, became extremely pale. After giving his disciple some time, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Okay, get ready, let's leave quickly." Due to this episode, most of the setting sun in the distance in the sky has been hidden below the horizon. The afterglow has turned dark red, the darkness in the forest has begun to fill, and everyone understands that night is coming. Fortunately, everyone originally planned to camp in this forest for one night. Before it got completely dark, they finally found a suitable spot and built a fire. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was curiously watching Kagura busy. On the temporary wooden frame, a large pot was hanging. Kagura is constantly pouring various ingredients and spices into it. After a while, a strong fragrance wafted out of the pot. Kagura filled a bowl with a spoon first and handed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen with respectful hands. Looking at the appetizing ingredients in the bowl and smelling the constantly wafting aroma, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He couldn't wait to take a bite, and a taste he had never experienced before filled his entire mouth. The meat was cooked just right, and the flavors of the spices were harmonious with each other. As he swallowed, he felt a warm current slowly spread from his stomach to all parts of his body. Tsunade and the other three obviously knew about Kagura's excellent craftsmanship, and before Kagura could do anything, they rushed to put the food in the pot. For a moment, there was only a slight sound of chewing. Even Tamikawa half-jokingly suggested to Kagura after eating a few bowls that if one day he no longer wanted to be a ninja, he could collaborate with him to open a restaurant. He swore in the name of the god of commerce that this would definitely make a lot of money. Kagura was non-committal about Fu Chuan's proposal. In fact, he couldn't make any delicacies in the wild, and what he saw in front of him was just an ordinary pot of beef stewed with potatoes. Just put in some spices that he has researched over the years. After eating and drinking enough, the fatigue of traveling during the day finally eased a lot. Looking at Jiraiya beside him, Orochimaru suddenly asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Sarutobi-sensei, can we also learn the psychic summoning technique?" Obviously, Jiraiya's previous display of strength made Orochimaru also have a certain interest in necromancy. Looking around, looking at Tsunade and Kagura who were equally interested, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. "Kaido, of course, necromancy is actually just a sea-level ninjutsu. Anyone can try to summon their own psychic creature as long as they learn how to do so. Of course, psychic techniques are also divided into two types, summoning props and summoning psychic beasts." With that said, he directly channeled his psychic object in front of everyone. As a plume of smoke rose, a muscular ape wearing a ninja uniform and holding a stick appeared in front of everyone. After the ape appeared, he looked around, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "Hey, old man, why did you come out to me? It doesn't look like there's a fight here." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled sheepishly. "Kaido, sorry, I'm giving a demonstration to my disciples. Please make a trip." Hearing the answer, the ape rolled his eyes. A puff of white smoke rose again, and it disappeared before everyone's eyes. Looking at the scene in front of them, Kagura and others looked curious. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "The first time you use psychic magic, if there is a psychic beast that is willing to respond to your summons, it will appear directly in front of you. As long as you are willing to use your blood to sign a contract with it, you can directly summon the psychic beast that signed a contract with you next time. In fact, many families have their own fixed psychic beasts. For example, our Sarutobi clan basically signs a contract with the monkey demon." Fixed psychic beast? Kagura tried her best to recall, and then asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Sarutobi-sensei, then why doesn't the Uchiha clan seem to have any fixed psychic beast?" Hearing Kagura's question, Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at him meaningfully, and then said, "That's because historically the Uchiha clan didn't need to sign a contract at all. In the later stage, Uchiha relied on his powerful pupil technique to basically forcibly control all summoned psychic beasts. Your ancestor, the famous Uchiha Madara, whose psychic beast was 9 tails. So there was a rule in the ninja world. Never summon a psychic beast in front of the Uchiha clan." Hearing this, the other people cast envious glances at Kagura. Kagura's expression changed, and she secretly wondered why she almost forgot this setting. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at everyone, changed the topic and said, "Okay, if you also want to try necromancy, you can try it now. With me here, there won't be any problems." Hearing this, everyone except Jiraiya showed expressions of eagerness to try. After a short period of study, Kagura and others easily learned the techniques of necromancy. With Tsunade and Orochimaru looking nervous, the two of them tried their first psychic summoning. As 2 lines of smoke rose, a small creature appeared in front of them. Looking at the 2 psychic beasts, Kagura looked like this. A small Katsuyu with blue and white patterns appeared in front of Tsunade. At this time, it was slowly crawling on Tsunade's palm. There is no nausea like ordinary slugs, and the Katsuyu in front of you gives people a docile and cute feeling. Tsunade excitedly held it up with both hands, placed it in front of her eyes and observed it carefully. On Orochimaru's side, a small white snake appeared. Orochimaru also gently picked up the little snake. The little snake spit out the letter and leaned against his palm. Seeing that both companions had successfully summoned their own psychic beasts, Kagura was eager to give it a try. Although Sarutobi-sensei just said that the Uchiha clan does not actually need to have psychic beasts. But when he thought about the future fight, Sun unclosed his hand seals and 3 behemoths appeared. But he still has to find someone to borrow a psychic beast temporarily to appear? That is really low. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and quickly made his handprints and patted the ground. Bang! The The smoke gradually dispersed, slowly revealing its true appearance. However, when everyone present saw the summoned object clearly, they were all shocked. As the smoke dissipated, everyone finally saw Kagura's summons. However, when the true identity of the items was revealed, everyone was shocked. Because what appeared in front of Kagura at this time was an egg. That's right, it's an egg. The egg is as big as a human head and is as white as jade, glowing faintly in the dim environment. With the appearance of this egg, everyone at the scene showed different expressions. Underscore? Sigma, D ha ha ha. Finally it was Jiraiya's loud voice that broke the silence. He held his belly with one hand, pointed at the egg with the other and laughed, ha ha ha, you, Kagura, you actually summoned an egg, killing me, ha 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 ha. Listening to Jiraiya's wanton laughter, Kagura slowly narrowed her eyes into a pair of dead fish eyes. Just when Jiraiya wanted to say something else, Kagura said, if you laugh again, I will beat you. Very plain tone, but very effective. When he felt that Kagura was not joking, Jiraiya immediately stopped laughing. After all, the scene of the battle during the day was still fresh in his mind, and he didn't want to be stopped in place by Kagura using genjutsu and then get beaten up. That weird way of control impressed him deeply. After spending so much time together, he felt that Kagura could do such a thing. Looking at the egg in confusion, Hiruzen Sarutobi said hesitantly this, although I have never seen this happen, maybe there is some kind of psychic beast inside the egg? Maybe it's not weak, after all, it takes energy to channel accordingly. Kagura, you can try it again later. Nodding, Kagura gently rubbed the egg in front of her with her hand. As its summoner, Kagura did feel that the egg contained a powerful force. This energy is not inferior to the one-tail Shukaku in his body. But no matter how powerful you are, you have to be born before you can be useful. Otherwise, what can I do with an egg? Throw this egg at the enemy as a weapon? Or should I fry it in a pan to replenish energy? With a helpless sigh, he terminated the necromancy, and the egg disappeared. At this time, Jiraiya stood up and coughed several times at everyone. After everyone's attention was directed towards him, he proudly raised his head and said, snort. You weaklings! Let me show you my spiritual skills. Let you know what it means to be strong. Without giving everyone a chance to speak, he quickly made a seal and slapped the ground handsomely. Smoke rose again, but this time after the smoke dissipated, only a toad not much bigger than Tsunade's Katsuyu appeared. This toad is all green and carries a set of mini double swords on its back. At this time, it was using its tail finger, well, I should say it was picking its nose with the end of its webbed palm. Looking at the little frog in front of him, Jiraiya said in surprise, Toad Guan? Am I not your elder brother who is a psychic? Where did Gamabunta go? Yes, this is just the familiar short sword in one hand and a pipe in the other, just like the younger brother of the gangsters Bunta. It has to be said that you simply cannot understand the growth period of these creatures. As the elder brother, Gamabunta is almost 5 meters tall just squatting on the ground, but as the younger brother, Gamahiro is only 30 centimeters. Hearing Jiraiya's question, Tomohiro said truthfully, Kaido, oh, my brother is eating. He asked me to come over and tell you that if you dare not notify me in advance next time, you can call him at will. He'll come over and kick your ass. Okay, I've heard the message, and I'm going back. Bye-bye. After saying that, it disappeared in front of everyone without waiting for Jiraiya to respond. Jiraiya was abandoned by his summoned spirit beast and was alone in the wind. Kagura, who felt the same way, gave him a comforting look. Tsunade on the side couldn't help it anymore, rolling back and forth on the ground with her belly in her hands, laughing. Orochimaru was relatively more reserved, but he covered his mouth and stood aside and snickered. The nonsense scene ended here. After everyone cancelled the summons, everyone had a good night's rest in the forest. During the next 2 days of travel, they encountered no enemies blocking their way. Thanks to this, everyone rushed much faster than expected. At this time, they were sitting on a small boat. The captain standing at the bow of the boat was working hard to support the boat, preparing to send a few people to the other side. The country of Whirlpool is an island not far from the mainland, and there is currently no other way to reach it except by ferry. This is also the last part of this journey. Once they reach the shore, they will officially arrive in the kingdom of Whirlpool. Sitting on the boat, looking at the growing coastline in the distance, Kagura couldn't help but sigh. At that time, the country of Uzumaki and Konoha had long signed a friendship contract. In order to reflect the generations of friendship between the two countries, Konoha's top brass printed the Uzumaki clan's mark on Jonin's clothing. On the outside, there is Konoha, a staunch ally, and on the inside, there is the intimidation of the first clan leader, Uzumaki Ashina. During this period, the Uzumaki clan was still able to maintain peace in the village. But in the plot he was familiar with, the country of Whirlpool in front of him would be destroyed in the next 10 years. The Uzumaki clan among them was forced to flee in all directions. The reason is because other tribes are afraid of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. After all, it was a ninjutsu that could seal even monsters of the tailed beast level. If they possess treasures but do not have the corresponding power, then only destruction awaits them. When the first-generation clan leader Uzumaki Ashina fell, Konoha was too busy to take care of itself. In just a few years, the Whirlpool Kingdom and the Whirlpool clan disappeared into history. The collision when the wooden boat docked also brought Kagura's thoughts back. When everyone disembarked and stood on the dock, it also meant that this commission had been completed. Tamikawa bowed deeply to everyone to express his gratitude, and settled the remaining balance of the mission to Sarutobi Hiruzen on the spot. The fee for this B-level mission was 120,000 taels, because Sarutobi Hiruzen gave up the reward this time. After deducting the village's share, each of Kagura's 4 members could receive close to 20,000 taels. Generally, the cost of B-level tasks is about 80,000 to 200,000, but this is the fee that the entire team can get, and the village has to deduct certain taxes from it. By the way, let me explain the currency system in Hokage, where 1 tael 10 yen 0.5 Chinese currency. After bidding farewell to Tamikawa, Sarutobi Hiruzen also announced to everyone that he would stay in the country of Whirlpool for 2 days, during which time everyone could move around freely. After all, the purpose of his coming here this time was to visit the leader of the Uzumaki clan in order to maintain the friendly relations between the two countries. This itself has a set of diplomatic procedures. Strictly speaking, 2 days is relatively short. Before leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly gave them the cost of this mission so that they could have a good time here. Looking at the cost of the mission she just received, Kagura couldn't help but sigh that ninja is indeed a profitable profession. Although the task cost will be divided equally among the team members, in just 3 or 4 days, you can earn the original world's 10,000 yuan in Chinese currency. Even before time travel, I didn't have such earning power. Sarutobi-sensei left, taking Orochimaru with him. Because Orochimaru wanted to study the sealing technique of the Kingdom of Whirlpool, he begged Hiruzen Sarutobi to take him to the clan leader. Let's see if we can get permission from the Uzumaki clan leader to go to their academy or find Jonin directly and observe the rumored sealing techniques on the spot. The remaining 3 people looked at each other, not knowing where to go. To be honest, as ninjas, they rarely have such free time. Usually he is either practicing or performing tasks. Now that they are really free, they don't know what to do. Holding his head behind his hands, Jiraiya mentioned that he wanted to visit the bookstore here and left alone. Ever since he heard the prophecy spoken by the great Toad Sage on Mount Mayaboku and knew that he would become a world-traveling writer in the future, he became interested in books from all over the world. When he came to the country of Whirlpool this time, he also wanted to take the opportunity to see if there were any books that were not available in Konoha village. Kagura and Tsunade were left looking at each other helplessly. After a while of silence, Kagura finally spoke, "Well, it's still early. How about we also go to the village for a walk? It's rare for us to go abroad." Facing Kagura's proposal, Tsunade nodded in agreement. So 2 people, a man and a woman, began to wander aimlessly in the Uzumaki village. Looking at Kagura's back in front of her, Tsunade belatedly realized that there were only 2 of them at this time. 2 people, a man and a woman, shopping. Is this the legendary date? After the word date came to her mind, it was difficult to suppress it. Tsunade felt her face heat up rapidly, and her steps seemed to be floating in mid-air, as if she were stepping on clouds step by step. In fact, as time went on, she had confirmed that she fell in love with the idiot in front of her. When she first met him in school, it was just because of the influence of Tobirama's second uncle that she didn't like the Uchiha clan. At first, she just wanted to find trouble. But after seeing the other party's indifferent expression towards her provocation, she became serious. If you resist or show fear, forget it. After all, she is not an unreasonable person. She just bullied her once. But you turned a blind eye to me? Then I have to make you face my existence. Later, one time, I looked at the other person's delicate face and there was a trace of impatience. No, what do you mean? Shouldn't you feel angry? Are you impatient because you think I'm naive? Then, as the provocateur, she became angry. By some mistake, she actually waved her fist at Kagura. But she only felt her vision change. When she regained consciousness, she found that she had been knocked to the ground. Moreover, Orochimaru and Jiraiya also fell together. At that moment, she was really confused. Who is she? The famous Tsunadeheim of Konoha village. Even the legendary godlike being Senju Hashirama often peed on his head when he was a child. How dare you, a boy, hit yourself? And as a descendant of the Senju clan, he is also regarded as a genius among this new generation. However, he was instantly killed by an unknown boy from Uchiha. She was so proud that she did not tell her family about this incident after returning home, but it also aroused her desire to challenge Kagura. But after that time, Kagura seemed to have completely given up on some bottom line. In the future, every time he provoked him verbally, he would beat himself up without hesitation. Even Orochimaru, who stood aside and said nothing, did not escape. In this way, after studying in school for 3 years, they were entangled with each other for 3 years. Fortunately, maybe it was because of the friendship they formed through fighting, or maybe it was because as they grew up, Kagura realized that it was not appropriate to hit girls. The fights between them gradually became less and less, and instead they became a strange friendship. Then they graduated, and they lost again in the graduation exam, and the guy got first place again. After learning about the class placement, I originally thought that my fate with that guy was over. It was precisely because of this that she was so strong in asking Kagura to celebrate with them. But unexpectedly, they met again during the class placement assessment the next day. No one knew the joy that suddenly welled up in her heart when she saw Kagura that day. It was at that moment that she realized that she might have fallen in love with that annoying guy. In the subsequent assessment, that man actually defeated Sarutobi-sensei. That is Sarutobi-sensei who was about to become Hokage. Well, although the last move is a bit unsightly. Later, when Sarutobi-sensei was away, he gradually became the leader of the team without knowing it. Even she didn't notice that she, who had always wanted to be strong all her life, acquiesced to that guy's leadership position without any hesitation. Then when she went on a mission a few days ago and watched Kagura reap the lives of her enemies like a Shinigami, she was completely defeated. This man looked so handsome even from his back. Sensing something strange about Tsunade behind her, Kagura turned her head and looked over. When he saw Tsunade's red face, he instantly understood what was going on. What a joke, he's not really an 8-year-old boy who yells not to play with girls. Although he was just an otaku in his previous life, as the saying goes, he has never seen a pig running or eaten pork. As an adult who is actually in his 30s, it is not easy to see through the thoughts of this little girl at a glance. If you want to talk about his feelings for Tsunade, it's actually not bad. At first, he deliberately avoided Tsunade because he didn't want to get involved in trouble and the attention of some people because of their respective backgrounds. But after confirming that he was assigned to Class 7, he looked away and lost his initial resistance. Besides, who is Tsunade? Even leaving aside her strong political background in Konoha, a woman who will have a devilish figure in the future, can maintain her youth even in old age, and can even change her body at will, a woman who truly possesses the dual qualities of Luo and Yu. I wonder who can refuse. But if you want a person with an actual mental age of 30 years old to seduce an 8-year-old little girl, he is indeed a little reluctant. After much thought, he decided on the 3 no's policy. No initiative, no refusal, no responsibility. Well, the irresponsibility here is certainly not what you think. But he decided not to consider the troublesome issues caused by their backgrounds, which would give Hokage a headache in the future. After noticing something strange about Tsunade, Kagura still maintained a calm demeanor and took her sightseeing in the village. Facts have proved that when a man is determined to coax a woman, it is actually a very simple question. With huge sums of money in their hands, they began to enjoy their rare holiday time. He took Tsunade to various shops with ease, buying her some favorite little gifts from time to time. Then he took her to try various food stalls here and tasted delicacies they had never seen in Konoha. Under Kagura's intentional guidance, Tsunade lost her initial nervousness and began to slowly enjoy this rare date. I'm just taking a woman shopping. Who didn't train with his mother when he was a child? At this time, they were walking down the street holding dorayaki in one hand and an unknown red bean and glutinous rice dumpling in the other. Taking a hard bite of the dorayaki on her hand, Tsunade said vaguely, "Woo, the dorayaki here is very different from the one in Konoha. It doesn't contain red beans, but some candied flower petals. Although it is very unique, I still like the dorayaki with red bean paste." Kagura also took a bite of the dumpling in her hand, feeling the soft and chewy texture. After swallowing the food in her mouth, Tsunade stole a glance at him and whispered, "But I still like to eat the food you cook the most, Kagura. Then when you get back, just ask Orochimaru and Jiraiya to come to my house and I'll cook it for you." As he spoke, he quickly finished off the remaining dumplings and threw the bamboo sticks into the trash can on the side. Tsunade's face lit up, and then she muttered in a voice that could only be heard with some pain, "But I want you to cook for me alone." What did you just say?" Kagura looked at her doubtfully and asked. He really didn't hear clearly. Tsunade quickly turned her head to the other side and shouted, "Kaido, I didn't say anything, you heard wrong." After scratching his ears, Kagura was about to say something. At this time, 2 girls passed by them one after another, and a girl behind them was shouting, "Hey, Fuzu, wait for me." Hearing that name, Kagura suddenly stopped where he was. Seeing Kagura stopped in place, Tsunade looked at him doubtfully and said, "What's wrong?" At this time, Kagura finally found the owner of that name from his memory. He quickly turned back to look at the girl walking in front. The girl seemed to be a year or 2 older than them, and she was wearing the most common female clothing here. However, what attracted his attention the most was the fiery red hair that represented the characteristics of the Uzumaki clan. "That's her." With a flash of his eyes, Kagura quickly turned around and chased after him. Fortunately, the opponent's speed was not fast. After taking a few steps, he caught up with the girl. He quickly called to the other party, "Excuse me, is your name Uzumaki Fuzu?" Hearing her name, the girl stopped and turned to look at Kagura. But after seeing Kagura's appearance, she couldn't remember that she had ever known such a person. She asked doubtfully, I am. May I ask who you are?" After hearing the admission from the girl in front of him, Kagura showed a happy smile on his face. Yes, I am Uzumaki Fuzu. May I ask who you are? Kagura felt happy after hearing the admission from the girl in front of her. Sure enough, she is that person. At this time, Tsunade finally caught up from behind. Kagura, what's wrong with you? She glanced at the two girls in front of her in confusion, then looked at Kagura and asked. Seeing Tsunade's appearance, Fuzu couldn't help but frown. Looking at the two strangers in front of her who were obviously not from the Kingdom of Whirlpool, she instinctively raised her vigilance. Due to the special nature of the Uzumaki clan, many clan members in the village have been abducted by outsiders recently. Especially women with more powerful abilities are the primary targets of those people. Kagura, who looked excited at this time, seemed not to notice the vigilance on her face, and said, "Hello, Miss Fuzu. We are ninjas from Konoha, and this time we came to the Kingdom of Whirlpool for a mission." When he heard Kagura say that he was from Konoha, Fuzu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the previous vigilance in his eyes disappeared. As an ally of the Fuzu clan for generations, it can be said that Konoha is the most trustworthy person besides her clan members. After the introduction, Kagura seemed to be in a state of hesitation, but then he spoke again as if he had made some decision. "Miss Fuzu, please remember what I say next. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, or encounter a desperate situation, please, you must come to Konoha for help. Either you or your child. I, or we Konoha will do our best to protect you. Please remember what I said today and believe in us." Fuzu, oh, huh? Tsunade, degree, the best friend standing next to Fuzang was looking back and forth between the two of them with excitement. Hee, is this a confession? Tsunade behind her was initially stunned, but quickly turned to anger. Gritting her teeth, she threw the unfinished dorayaki on the ground and shouted towards Kagura with a slight cry, "Kagura, you scumbag! I misjudged you." After saying that, she ran out without looking back. Only then did Kagura realize that what she had just said was ambiguous and looked at Tsunade running away in panic. He quickly bowed to Fuzang and said, "Miss Fuzu, please remember what I just said." After saying that, he followed Tsunade's figure and chased after her. Watching the two people walking away, Fuzang felt as if he had had an unreal dream. It wasn't until his best friend touched him with his hand that he woke up from his dream. She saw her best friend looking at her with an 8 trigrams look on her face and asked curiously, "Fuzu, where did you meet that boy? Or from Konoha? Speaking of which, that boy looks a bit handsome." "Well, he is just a little young, and he seems to be quite scumbag, and a little stupid. I don't know where to hide even if I want to be in 2 different places." Hearing this, she looked at her best friend in horror, shook her head in denial and said, "What are you saying? I didn't know that boy at all, and it was my first time to see him." After saying that, she tried hard to recall what Kagura had just said to her, and said to herself in hindsight, "No, he must be sick." Kagura chased Tsunade all the way and finally returned to their hotel. Yes, the Uzumaki country, which had already known that Hiruzen Sarutobi would be visiting, had already arranged a hotel for everyone to rest. The two of them also came to the hotel to put down everyone's luggage before going out for fun. Standing in front of Tsunade's room, Kagura explained helplessly, "Tsunade, listen to me, it's not what you think. I am not confessing, but there is another reason." Tsunade's muffled voice came from the room, "Then please explain the reason." Forward. Kagura opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. There was indeed a reason why he stopped the girl just now. The name Fuzu may be a little unfamiliar to everyone, but all viewers must know her son, that is Nagato. Yes, it was the one with the samsara eye who founded the Akatsuki organization. Later, he killed Jiraiya and destroyed the entire Konoha village by himself. And his mother is Uzumaki Fuzu. In the original plot, because the kingdom of Uzumaki was destroyed, Uzumaki Fuzu's family wandered to the kingdom of Rain. Later, during the Second Ninja War, she and her husband were accidentally killed by Konoha ninjas who came to search for food, leaving Nagato alone. Later, due to a series of changes, Nagato gradually became an important enemy on Naruto's growth path. It is precisely because he is familiar with the plot of this series that Kagura had such a big reaction when he realized who Fuzu was. Although now he still subconsciously believes that it is Naruto and Sasuke's mission to save the world. But if given the opportunity, he wouldn't mind using his familiarity with the plot to change some things and reduce the occurrence of some tragedies. For Fuzu, if she could have sought shelter from Konoha instead of wandering to the land of rain, then he believes Nagato's future will be completely different. But the biggest problem now is that he can't explain to Tsunade. Could it be that he said that he came from the future and was trying to change the life of the girl just now? He didn't even believe it when he said it. After a long silence, Tsunade finally shouted angrily, "You have nothing to say. Walk. Get out of here." "Why?" With a helpless sigh, Kagura could only leave silently. Hearing the footsteps leaving the door, Tsunade sadly buried her head in the quilt and murmured, "Kagura, you idiot." As night fell, Kagura didn't expect that the first person to come back was not Jiraiya, but Orochimaru. When he came back, he had an afterthought look on his face. It seemed that he had gained a lot today. He didn't come back to his senses until he saw Kagura outside the hotel. After looking at Kagura, who was alone, he seemed to realize something and said, "Did you argue with Tsunade again?" Kagura nodded helplessly. Seeing this, Orochimaru said nothing and just sat next to him with a smile. After a pause, he continued, "Well, Tsunade is actually a very gentle girl, and you know, she likes you. So sometimes I will get a little angry with you." When Kagura heard this, she could only shake her head helplessly. This time was different. He couldn't explain it even if he wanted to. In fact, after spending the past few years together, Orochimaru is the one who most subverts Kagura's impression. As the villain in the original work that runs through the entire storyline, Orochimaru is the childhood nightmare of many children. But as one of the rare villains who can be cleared up in the later stages, he is also a person full of contradictions. At least in Kagura's eyes, Orochimaru is just a humble and polite person who has a persistent pursuit of ninjutsu. If it weren't for Danzo and others' misguidance, he would be more likely to become a scientific madman. As for Tsunade's feelings for Kagura, in fact, not only him, but even Jiraiya also knew it very well. Perhaps because of this, Jiraiya rarely expresses his emotions to Tsunade. But this is okay, because Kagura knows very well that even without him, there will be no result between Jiraiya and Tsunade. Looking at Orochimaru in front of her, Kagura changed the subject and said, "It seems that you gained a lot from following Sarutobi-sensei today." After hearing what he was interested in, Orochimaru could no longer keep his calm expression and said enthusiastically, "Yes, the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques are truly extraordinary. Do you know? It is fundamentally different from all the sealing techniques we have learned." At this time, Orochimaru was uncharacteristically chattering to Kagura about today's gains. Kagura did not interrupt him, but acted as a qualified audience, listening silently to what he had to say. After he finally finished, Kagura spoke, "It seems that you really like studying ninjutsu." Looking at Orochimaru, who looked unfinished in front of him, he thought for a while before saying again, "I heard from Sarutobi-sensei that you only became interested in ninjutsu after your parents passed away, right?" Upon hearing Kagura's question, Orochimaru's expression instantly returned to calm. He nodded silently. Seeing this, Kagura hesitated and asked the question he had always asked, "Then you are so passionate about ninjutsu because you want to develop ninjutsu that can resurrect them?" Orochimaru thought about this seriously, then slowly shook his head and replied, "No. But they made me understand that human life is too fragile. But humans can gain power by learning ninjutsu. If immortality can be achieved, can humans gain the truth of this world by learning ninjutsu?" Looking at Orochimaru with clear eyes, Kagura did not object to his point of view, but looked at the starry sky above her head. The night sky in this world was different from that in his previous life. The unpolluted sky was as clear as a black curtain. The curtain is covered with shining stars, and the bright stars form the most wonderful picture. After taking a deep breath, he said slowly, "Human life is fragile, but it is also the most powerful. Because everything we are in now is the legacy of countless human struggles. Life cannot last forever, but the spirit can. The immortal spirit is far more powerful than simple force." He looked at Orochimaru sincerely and continued, "I saw a quote once. Death is the greatest gift given by gods to mankind, and eternal life is the greatest curse to mankind." After saying that, he patted Orochimaru, stood up and walked into the hotel. Looking at his back, Orochimaru showed a thoughtful expression. Naturally, the conversation with Orochimaru was not due to Kagura's whim. After that day's battle, he had keenly felt the desire hidden in Orochimaru's eyes when he looked at him. Thinking back to Orochimaru's obsession with Sharingan in the original work, he naturally understood what that trace of desire represented. But these years of getting along with him made him feel that Orochimaru's nature was not bad, so he had this conversation deliberately. It can be regarded as an attempt on his part to save his friend. 2 days flew by. Sarutobi Hiruzen had hardly appeared in front of them in the past 2 days. Orochimaru seemed to be approved and ran to the local ninja academy all day long. I didn't come back until evening with a satisfied look on my face. As for Jiraiya, he seemed even crazier. According to him, he found many unique copies of novels here that were not available in Konoha. But whether it was due to lack of money or because I couldn't move so many books back, Jiraiya finally decided to stay in the bookstore and read as many books as possible. At this point, he was stuck in the bookstore almost all day, and he didn't even come back to the hotel at night. Kagura, who was left behind, could only face the angry Tsunade alone in embarrassment. Although he tried to buy gifts or talk to her to calm her anger, it obviously didn't have much effect. Today, Class 7 gathered again at the dock. There was a large basket of packed books behind Jiraiya, and Orochimaru was holding a scroll and recording something on it from time to time. Only Tsunade turned her head and looked aside, standing far away from Kagura. Looking at Tsunade, who was obviously having a tantrum, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little confused, but he just thought that Tsunade was being childish and ignored him. After returning to the mainland via ship, everyone began to move towards Konoha village. Although on the way here, Fuchuan's pace was not slow, but compared to these ninjas, there is still a big difference. On this return trip, everyone was sprinting the entire way. In the forest, several black shadows kept flashing through the tall trees. It took them 3 days to walk before, but this time they arrived at the outskirts of Konoha village in just 1 day. He estimated the remaining distance in his mind and looked up at the blazing sun hanging above his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his right hand to signal the team to stop. As several black shadows flashed by, 4 figures suddenly appeared behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "It's about 2 hours' journey from here to the village. Find a place under the shade of a tree and have something to eat before setting off." After everyone nodded, they fell directly to the ground and began to rest on the spot. After fumbling around in her backpack, Kagura took out a piece of cake. "This is a pastry I bought 2 days ago when I was in Whirlpool Country. It is made of honey, rice cake, and red beans. While maintaining a good taste, it also has the characteristics of being able to be stored for a long time. So before leaving, Kagura specially bought a few pieces to use as dry food on the road." Looking at the last piece of cake in his hand, Kagura thought for a while, handed it to Tsunade opposite and said, "This is delicious, do you want to try it?" Snort. Hearing this, Tsunade turned her head and said angrily, "Kaido, if anyone wants to eat your food, you should keep it for your little sister in the country of whirlpools. This little pepper. No need to be angry for so long." Kagura thought helplessly. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were currently eating their own dry food and looking at the two of them with interest. A look of eating melon. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he has become accustomed to this situation in the past 2 days. Apart from lamenting how wonderful youth is, I didn't have much thought. Seeing this situation, Kagura had no choice but to eat the cake silently. After drinking some water, he leaned directly against the tree trunk and rested with his eyes half closed. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Trigger emergency mission. Mission option 1, successfully escape from the Golden Horn. Mission reward, you can randomly draw a ninjutsu and understand it. Ninjutsu level must be a level or above. Mission option 2, successfully kill the Golden Horn. Mission reward, you can randomly draw a ninjutsu and understand it. Ninjutsu level must be S level or above. Only one of the 2 mission options can be completed and cannot be repeated. After hearing the mission information clearly in her mind, Kagura stood up in shock. Who is Golden Horn? That was a legendary figure who influenced the development of the entire ninja world. Especially as a ninja from Konoha village, even students at the Ninja Academy have heard of this name. In the late stages of the First Ninja War, which was not far away from now, Kumagakure village began to split into the main war faction and the Peacemaker faction. Among them, the Peacemaker headed by the Second Raikage decided to truce and form an alliance with the Leaf village. During the alliance ceremony, it was the brothers Gold and Silver who led their men to suddenly launch a coup, killing Second Raikage on the spot and wounding Second Hokage Senju Tobirama. The Konoha forces took advantage of the chaos and fled the scene, but were pursued by elite troops led by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama tested everyone's overall perspective and ability to act at a critical moment, and then alone led the enemy's cover team to retreat. Unfortunately, facing a large number of opponents, Senju Tobirama was ultimately defeated. Senju Tobirama was seriously injured and died shortly after. In that battle, all 20 elite troops led by Jin Jiao Yin Jiao were wiped out. The 2 brothers also suffered huge injuries in that battle, but they did not die. Later, Ai, a disciple of Second Raikage, died at the hands of Golden Horn and Silver Horn. After taking office as the Third Raikage, he was determined to avenge his master and carried the heads of the 2 brothers to his master's funeral. The 2 Gold and Silver Horns, who had been seriously injured in the previous battle with Senju Tobirama, were ultimately unable to withstand the pursuit of the strongest spear, and thus ended their legendary lives. The information about the 2 brothers quickly flashed through his mind, and Kagura's face quickly turned pale. Although I don't know what happened, the Golden Horn that was supposed to die at the hands of the Third Raikage actually appeared outside Konoha village. But this is not the time to delve into this matter. Kagura is currently thinking hard about the possibility of escaping. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence in Hiruzen Sarutobi next to him, it was just that this enemy was too powerful. As Golden Horn, who was revered as the 2 rays of light in the clouds together with Silver Horn, its strength is far more powerful than what is revealed in the animation plot. He is a chakra with tailed beast level. What is even more terrifying is the ferocious character of the 2 brothers. After being swallowed by 9 tails, they actually ate 9 tails meat directly from 9 tails' stomach. In the end, even 9 tails had no choice but to spit them out and let the 2 brothers go. They also gained the power of 9 tails as a blessing in disguise, and were even able to use 9 tails tailed beast form. Most importantly, they also possess the 5 great ninja tools handed down from the Sage of 6 Paths. Every piece of ninja tool has the ability to affect a war. Therefore, according to the original plot record, even when facing 2 seriously injured brothers, Third Raikage could only rely on sneak attacks to achieve the final victory. Such a shadow-level powerhouse who was once superior to the 5 cages is really beyond the power of the current Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing Kagura's strange behavior, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked over in confusion. But before he spoke, his expression suddenly changed and he immediately stood up. He stared at the woods ahead with a stern expression. Seeing this, the other three looked at each other in confusion. Then a few seconds later, even the three of them felt an unspeakable danger from the front. Everyone quickly made a defensive stance and looked at the woods ahead with a horrified look. Although it was already noon, the depths of the woods ahead were still dark, as if a black hole from the abyss was staring at them. As a gust of wind blew by, a terrifying coercion struck from the front. Facing that pressure, Kagura and others felt as if they were fighting against the baptism of the storm on the sea. Just when Tsunade felt that she was about to collapse, a hoarse and crazy voice finally came from the front. "Oh, it seems that I have met an acquaintance." As the slightly crazy voice came, a figure gradually appeared in front of everyone. The person has long yellow hair, 2 erect horns on the top of his head, and 6 pads beard-like texture on his cheeks. Wearing purple short sleeves, with a white vest from Kumagakure Jonin on the outside, and a forehead protector from Kumagakure with a horizontal stroke on his head. With a slightly tall figure, the most eye-catching thing is that he has the word gold tattooed on his arm and holds a huge banana fan in his hand. At this time, he was walking towards them slowly with an unhurried pace with an arrogant look on his face. Finally, he stopped more than 10 meters away from everyone. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the people behind him with a rather amused look. Looking at the person in front of him, what happened in the past appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. He gritted his teeth and shouted out the name he had shouted out countless times in nightmares this year, Golden Horn. As a ninja, the fact that he relied on Lord Tobirama's self-sacrifice to survive has been tormenting his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he had to be Hokage and be responsible for the future of the entire village, he would have wanted to leave everything behind and try to get revenge. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with red eyes in front of him, Golden Horn grinned and said, "Isn't this the boy from the Sarutobi family who is following Tobirama? It seems that you are not happy to see me." After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his emotions to keep himself calm. After all, as an experienced ninja, he knew very well that anger was more likely to lead to mistakes in combat. He secretly made a gesture to the people behind him with the hand behind his back, and said, "I wonder what the hell your Lord Jinjiao is doing here." Hearing this question, Jinjiao still smiled, tilted his head and looked at the crowd and said, "Well, after you know what happened, I can't go back to Union Village again. So during this period of time, I could only keep traveling around. I didn't expect to meet you here. I heard that you will replace Tobirama and become the 3rd Hokage." Faced with this question, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained calm, but did not answer aloud. Seeing this, Jinjiao didn't care, but slowly raised the hand holding the banana fan, stretched out his tongue and licked it. At this moment, the smile on his face became more ferocious, and he stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen and continued, "It would be great if both the 2nd generation and the 3rd Hokage of Konoha died because of me." As soon as he finished speaking, a substantial murderous intent instantly burst out of his body. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed and he shouted, "Run!" In fact, there was no need for him to speak at all. The moment the killing intent broke out, Kagura and the others had already retreated to the rear immediately. This is not because they want to abandon their teacher, but before, Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly gave everyone a signal to escape. And they also know very well that they are facing this kind of battle between shadow levels. Don't talk about them. Even if Umbu is here at this moment, he can't interfere at all. If he can leave here quickly, it will be more helpful to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The scene around him was retreating rapidly. At this time, Kagura was using his maximum speed to escape from the battlefield crazily. But before he ran very far, a voice that seemed to come from a nightmare sounded in his ears. "Kids, did I give you permission to leave?" What appeared along with the voice was the face of Jin Jiao. Seeing that familiar face, Kagura was shocked. Fortunately, he activated Sharingan before the Golden Horn appeared. At this time, facing the enemy that flashed in front of him, Kagura activated Distinguished Heavenly Gods without hesitation. A voice of doubt came from Jin Jiao's mouth, and he was unable to control his body at this time. Chance. Seeing the fleeting flaw, Kagura waved his hands forward and threw several shurikens towards the enemy in front of him. But in this short period of time, Jin Jiao has regained control of his body. An afterimage flashed by, and he actually grabbed all the weapons thrown towards him with both hands. "Hey, the Uchiha brat. You are so goddamn..." Bang. Before Jin Jiao finished speaking, several shurikens he grabbed exploded at the same time. It was the detonating talisman that Kagura put up in advance that worked at this moment. However, before Kagura could smile, he found that the golden horn in front of him had disappeared. After a moment, he understood what happened. This is a clone. After thinking about this, he quickly looked towards the other 3 people. Sure enough, just like him, Golden Horn's figure appeared in front of the other 3 people. The difference is that these golden horns only used one blow, kick or punch to knock the 3 Tsunade people who were also fleeing from the air to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. 3 collision sounds sounded, and 3 deep pits instantly appeared on the ground. As the dust mist dissipated, the figures of Jiraiya and Orochimaru slowly appeared. They were lying on their sides in the deep pit, and were knocked unconscious by this blow. On the contrary, Tsunade, at the last critical moment, used her strange strength in time to barely resist the blow. However, at this time, she could only stand staggeringly, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were full of horror. The three golden horned clones parked on the tree were shocked when they saw this scene. Although it is just his clone, there is no difference in physical skills from his original body. And these little devils appeared one after another who could escape his pursuit. Thinking of this, bloodthirsty smiles appeared on their lips. With a kick of his feet, three figures rushed towards Tsunade, who stood slightly trembling. Seeing the three black figures rushing towards her, a trace of despair flashed in Tsunade's eyes. He is worthy of being the person who can knock down his second grandfather. Even if it is just a casual blow, he cannot block it. She could still stand up at this time just because she didn't want to admit defeat, but she knew in her heart that her body couldn't move at all at this time. She closed her eyes in despair, but something flashed through her mind. If I had known better, I wouldn't have lost my temper with that idiot. At this critical moment, a sea of fire suddenly appeared in front of her. The three black shadows that looked like messengers from hell slowly disappeared in the sea of fire, and were actually burned to ashes. Fire style, the art of fire. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who arrived just in time. Just when he said the word run, the golden horn in front of him that originally exuded murderous intent was like a phantom, gradually dispersing in front of him. Seeing this situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly startled, and then he understood instantly. His target is his own students. Although he rushed over immediately, he still failed to stop him in time. Fortunately, he finally caught up with Tsunade at her most critical moment. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a black shadow rushed out again behind Tsunade. Another golden horn. At this time, he was diving towards Tsunade, laughing loudly and saying, "If I'm not mistaken, this is a brat from Tobirama's family. Let me take her to visit Tobirama." Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tightened and he rushed towards Tsunade. However, compared to Kumo Hidden Village, who are better at practicing physical arts, Sarutobi Hiruzen's speed is far slower than Golden Horn. What's more, Golden Horn is closer to Tsunade. In the desperate eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Golden Horn had already rushed in front of Tsunade. He raised his right hand with a grin, and the powerful punch even caused a gust of wind when it landed. Unable to move, Tsunade could only watch as the fist grew bigger and bigger. However, right now, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Looking at the familiar background in front of her, Tsunade didn't know why, her eyes were wet with tears. The person who came was none other than Kagura, who had been rushing here. After knocking down the clone in front of him, he instantly realized Golden Horn's purpose and rushed towards the three of them immediately. However, even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't catch up immediately, so how could he be faster than Sarutobi? So he saw the three people being shot down to the ground like cannonballs. Even when the three clones rushed towards Tsunade, he could only witness it all helplessly. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninjutsu saved Tsunade, and he finally came to Tsunade at the last moment. Golden Horn's raised right hand was wrapped with a trace of lightning. It was obvious that he had used some kind of lightning-style ninjutsu to strengthen his body. Seeing Uchiha Kagura suddenly appearing in front of him, the grin on Jin Jiao's face became even more fierce, and he continued to wave his fist without any hesitation. The huge fist was like a god coming down from the earth, and it rushed towards the two people with a trace of lightning and a sound of breaking through the air. Seeing the thunderous blow in front of him, Kagura gritted his teeth and concentrated all the chakra on his right hand. In the direction where the blow fell, he also threw a straight punch with an indomitable momentum. It's the strange power I learned from Tsunade. Tsunade's strange power isn't technically a ninjutsu. She only created that kind of strange power effect through the flow and use of her own chakra, combined with her own natural strength, and after fusion. With Sharingan's Kagura, it is naturally easy to learn this trick. In the astonished gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the two fists, one large and one small, finally collided together. At the moment of collision, the place suddenly became quiet. Then a huge amount of energy burst out from the two people's fists, forming an invisible shock wave that spread out around the two people. However, the gap in strength between the two is too great. The mutual stalemate lasted for less than a second, and Kagura's expression suddenly changed, and his whole body hit Tsunade behind him like a shell. The huge impact caused the two of them to knock down tens of meters of trees in a straight line, and finally stopped after hitting a hard boulder. The boulder was smashed to create a huge gap, and the two figures finally emerged. Behind her, Tsunade had fainted and fell to the ground. Fortunately, judging from her still heaving chest, she was still alive. Compared to Tsunade, Kagura's condition seemed a little bad. His right hand was turned out at an unnatural angle and was obviously broken. There was a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and he knelt down on one knee weakly. Although it seemed like a disastrous defeat, he still took the fatal blow from Golden Horn. Seeing that Uchiha Kid actually took over his attack again, Golden Horn, instead of being angry, actually laughed wildly. However, before he could make another move, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally rushed in front of him. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he just finished forming a hand seal. There was a tremor on the ground, and suddenly an earth dragon appeared in front of him and rushed towards the golden horn. However, this was not the end. When the earth dragon attacked, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed up his cheeks and spit out a stream of flames. The flames enveloped the earth dragon, creating a fire-breathing earth dragon. It is the compound ninja technique Earth Dragon Fire style. However, facing such an attack, Jin Jiao still stood motionless with a ferocious smile on his face. The earth dragon carried flames and flooded Jin Jiao's body. But Sarutobi Hiruzen, who succeeded with one blow, showed no excitement at all on his face, but instead became more solemn. This is actually a clone. Just when this thought flashed through his mind, Golden Horn's hoarse voice came from above again. Kid Hiruzen, you are still not cautious enough. Have you forgotten that anger is a taboo for ninjas? I saw that the real Golden Horn had jumped into the air at this time. Veins popped out in his right hand holding the banana fan, and he swung it hard at Sarutobi Hiruzen's back. 5 energy light groups of different colors appeared from the tip of the banana fan. After a brief stagnation, these light groups turned into 5 giant dragons and roared towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bang! As an explosion sounded, a huge explosion occurred where Sarutobi Hiruzen was originally standing. The violent explosion directly vaporized the trees within a radius of 100 meters. The aftermath of the explosion formed a violent wind in the forest, whizzing towards the entire forest. Orochimaru and others who were originally lying on the ground were also blown away by the explosion. Falling slowly from the air, Golden Horn stared at the direction where Sarutobi Hiruzen originally stood. The dust mist slowly dissipated, revealing a semicircular earth wall surrounded by trees. However, most of this earthen wall has been damaged. Looking from the wreckage, there is a cage composed of dozens of wishful sticks. The person inside the cage was none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi. Before those 5 attacks hit, he instantly used the earth style and the diamond prison wall formed by the summoned Ape King and Ape Demon to resist the wave of attacks. Judging from his rapid breathing and blood-stained upper right body, he was not able to completely resist all the impacts. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi in the cage, Golden Horn did not show any disappointment. He stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and slowly raised his right hand holding the banana fan again. Although there was a trace of exhaustion on his face, he still waved the fan firmly again. Seeing the familiar 5 energy attacks, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not sit still and wait for death. With a stern look in his eyes, he quickly lifted the diamond prison wall. Bang 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 bang, he quickly made hand seals, and as 4 voices sounded, 4 more shadow clones appeared around him. He is worthy of being called Professor Ninjutsu. Each of the 5 Sarutobi Hiruzen formed different hand seals and used ninjutsu with 5 different attributes: fire, thunder, water, earth, and wind to attack forward at the same time. 5 escapes, the art of Dalian bullets. Bang! A loud noise sounded again, and a destructive explosion even stronger than before rose in the battlefield. As if encountering a horrific natural disaster, a large area of dense forest was instantly razed to the ground. Several kilometers away from the battlefield, Jiraiya endured the severe pain and put down the last piece of Jiraiya in his hand. Kagura sat on the ground as if she was exhausted. At this time, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya were lying neatly in front of him. As the only person who could still stay awake, he quickly hugged Tsunade behind him and moved away from the battlefield long before the first wave of explosions. After placing Tsunade, he went back to find Orochimaru and Jiraiya not far away, and took them to a mountainside away from the battlefield. In fact, when a 2-choice task appeared in the system, he could deduce the strength of the Golden Horn from it. After all, if it weren't for the difficulty of killing the Golden Horn, the system wouldn't be able to provide an alternative mission for you to choose from. It was only when he heard the constant explosions in the distance and looked at the flattened woods that Kagura deeply understood the power of a shadow-level powerhouse. Looking at the 2 people in the distance who were only as big as black dots but constantly causing huge explosions, Kagura fell into thinking. First of all, Hiruzen Sarutobi cannot die. At least you can't die here. With the current structure of Konoha village, if Hiruzen Sarutobi is really dead, then the only person who can serve as the 3rd Hokage is Danzo. If Danzo becomes a Hokage, then he may have no other choice but to defect from Konoha. But that's not right. According to the original plot, it is impossible for Hiruzen Sarutobi to die during this period. After all, why does the Golden Horn appear here? At this time, shouldn't he and Ginkaku be killed by the 3rd Raikage? Could it be that my own time travel caused the butterfly effect? Speaking of which, where did Silver Horn go? Suddenly, Kagura felt as if she had grasped the key point. After carefully recalling the entire process of meeting Jin Jiao, an idea appeared in his mind. Is this really the case? Just as he was muttering to himself, the battle not far away suddenly changed. A chakra appeared in the battle that frightened Kagura. He quickly looked up and vaguely saw an orange-red figure with several waving tails roaring. This is... Kagura's eyes narrowed, and she already had a guess in her heart. Being familiar with the plot, he naturally knew that this was Nine Tails tail beast clothed state. Seeing that Golden Horn has directly changed into this state to fight, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is not dominant at all, may be in danger. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he was about to die. It was not that he had not seen the strength of Golden Horn before, when he followed Master Tobirama to Union Village. The two brothers, Golden Horn and Silver Horn, launched a coup in front of them and killed Second Raikage. However, he did not expect that Jinjiao at that time had not yet shown his strongest side. Later, in order to cover them, Senju Tobirama went to fight against the two Gold and Silver Horns alone, but he did not see the battle. During this year, although he had thought about revenge, he knew very well that the strength of the two brothers was not something he could face. After actually getting his hands on it today, he realized that he had estimated the Golden Horn's strength too conservatively. If we put aside the special situation of blood inheritance boundary, we can actually evaluate the strength of a ninja mainly from the three aspects of chakra, taijutsu, and ninjutsu. If we compare Sarutobi Hiruzen and Golden Horn, except for ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen is far weaker than Golden Horn in other two categories. However, Jin Jiao has a ninja tool left over from Sage of Six Paths, a banana fan. This is a weapon that ignores its own chakra properties and can release the changes in the five properties of fire, water, thunder, wind, and earth at once. Although using it requires a large amount of chakra, for a guy like Golden Horn whose chakra is comparable to a tailed beast, this is not a restriction at all. Due to this weapon, Sarutobi Hiruzen's only ninjutsu advantage was also wiped out. Moreover, because Jinjiao used one of his students to ambush him at the beginning, he suffered a lot of damage at the beginning of the war. And once this disadvantage is grasped by a ninja with profound experience like Jin Jiao, it will be difficult to make a comeback. Even so, under his various ninjutsu, the two of them can still maintain a fragile balance. But this balance was instantly broken when Golden Horn directly chose to transform into Nine Tails tailed beastcoat not long after the battle. Looking at the red monster with six tails shaking in front of him, like a little nine tails, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an unusually evil chakra. The Golden Horn in front of him seemed to have lost his mind, and he kept muttering, "Die. You all must die." With the roar of the last word death, he suddenly turned into a red light and rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he was prepared, the opponent's speed increased far beyond his estimate. Boom! There was a sound of physical collision, and Hiruzen Sarutobi turned into a black shadow and was knocked away. The dust mist dispersed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen reluctantly stood up from the debris. But the red light flashed again, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just stood up, was knocked away again. With the sound of collisions one after another, Sarutobi Hiruzen was like a ball being continuously knocked away. But as a shadow-level powerhouse, he is not completely incapable of parrying. After gradually adapting to the opponent's speed, he used the Rui Vajra rod transformed from the Ape King and the Ape Demon to resist the subsequent attacks. Although he was still being knocked back continuously, the actual damage he received was not strong. Boom! With the last collision, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally stood firm on the ground after breaking a huge tree. Although his hands were firmly holding the diamond rod at this time, his trembling arms showed his fatigue. With a swish sound, the Golden Horn transformed into a tailed beast appeared on the tree in front of him. On the face that had turned into a black shadow were two white eyes without eyes. He looked down at the tiny human on the ground with his emotionless eyes, and slowly opened his mouth. The six tails behind him stand upright and surround the front. A huge chakra slowly gathered, and a black light bead slowly appeared in front of the mouth. The moment he saw the black light bead, a trace of fear flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. This is tailed beast Jade. Without hesitation, he quickly formed a seal, and a water dragon with thunder suddenly appeared in front of him. This is a type of ninjutsu that combines water-style ninjutsu and lightning-style ninjutsu to create charged water dragon bullets that attack the enemy. Thunder Water Dragon Bomb. As if they had agreed, after a brief moment of silence, the two charged at each other simultaneously with their long-charged attacks. Two attacks, one black and one blue, met in midair and then became stalemate with each other. However, this stalemate could not last for a few seconds. As the black-tailed beast Jade became larger and larger, the blue one was slowly retreating. As the tailed beast Jade grew to its maximum size, it instantly swallowed up the thunder and water dragon bullet and flew towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. A black light flashed, and starting from the Golden Horn, a 100-meter-long straight line ran through the entire forest. At the end of the straight line, Hiruzen Sarutobi was lying on the ground, obviously unconscious. Seeing the fallen enemy, Golden Horn finally dissipated his tailed beast clothing state. Jumping down from the tree, he staggered and shook before finally regaining his balance. At this time, he no longer had the arrogance he had when he appeared on the stage, and was looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen in the distance with a slight breath. Obviously, he did not win this battle as easily as he imagined. He said unwillingly, "Damn it, if it weren't for those two guys Tobirama and AI." Then, he took several deep breaths and finally regained his composure. Slowly walk forward, preparing to deal with this third Hokage with your own hands. At this time, a slightly childish voice sounded beside him. Really, Lord Jinjiao, your condition doesn't look as good as you imagined. Hearing this, Jin Jiao stopped and turned around to look over. What caught his eye was the imp Uchiha who had resisted his pursuit twice before. Uchiha Kagura. After seeing Golden Horn transform into a tailed beast in the distance, he hesitated for a moment and chose to come over. In order to ensure safety, he stayed several kilometers away from the battlefield. So even with all his strength, when he arrived at the scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already fallen. However, when he saw Jin Jiao's shaky figure when he got off the ground and what he said to himself, he knew that he had made the right bet. Something is wrong with Golden Horn. Looking at the young man in front of him, Jin Jiao narrowed his eyes and did not answer his question out loud. Kagura ignored him and continued, you must have suffered a lot of damage from the battle last year before Master Tobirama's death. What's more, there is the third Reikage, known as the strongest spear, chasing after you. Your body may never be able to return to its best condition. Hearing the words of third Reikage, Jin Jiao's eyes narrowed. Logically speaking, the matter of the third Reikage when he was chasing his two brothers should still be kept secret. He didn't know why the genin from Konoha in front of him knew about it. He finally answered calmly, oh, what else do you know? As for my strength, even your Lord Third Hokage fell, you don't deserve to know. Hearing this, Kagura laughed instead. He laughed and said, you're not denying it, are you? Then I would like to ask Lord Jinjiao, why do you only see the banana fan among the 5 props from Sage of 6 Paths in your hand? Also, where is your brother Ginkgo-sama? Could it be? Having said this, he glanced at the legendary ninja in front of him maliciously and continued, has your brother's head been taken back by Master AI to pay tribute to Master Second Reikage? After hearing these words, Jin Jiao, who had a violent personality, finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. A flash of lightning flashed, and he appeared in front of Kagura. His right hand turned into a knife and cut into Kagura's chest fiercely. However, the imaginary feeling of flesh and blood did not come from his hands, and the young man with the hateful smile in front of him slowly faded and disappeared. Is this Genjutsu? But before he could make another move, hundreds of Kagura figures suddenly appeared around him. Kagura's slightly crazy voice came from all directions, he, ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, I really guessed it. Even my Genjutsu didn't see through it. Lord Golden Horn, your state is definitely not right. One day I will have the opportunity to kill a legendary ninja. This is really wonderful. As hundreds of sounds rang out from all around, the gathering sounds startled the birds in the entire forest. The echoes and the cries of hundreds of birds gave Jin Jiao a headache, and he subconsciously blocked out all the noisy sounds. A ferocious smile appeared on his face again, and he shouted loudly, Uchiha brat, do you think that just a little Genjutsu can scare me? Although I'm not good at Genjutsu, but... As he spoke, he was already forming a seal with one hand untied. With an angry roar, the hundreds of Kagura around suddenly disappeared. But the real scene before him shocked him again. There were 5 Kagura standing in front of him, but what surprised him was not the number of his opponent's clones, but his form. At this time, Kagura has transformed into one tail beast suit form. Unlike Golden Horn's chakra, which exudes bloodthirsty and violence, the tailed beast clothing on Kagura's body at this time is in a milky white form. It really seemed like he was just wearing a translucent raincoat, with a tail wagging behind him. The aura of the tailed beast's clothing was calm and warm, without any trace of the crazy aura of the tailed beast. Apart from that, the most noticeable thing is his eyes. At this time, the Megatama in his eyes was rotating rapidly, and there was even a trace of blood and tears in the corners of his eyes. It is obviously a performance that pushes distinguished heavenly gods to the extreme. Seeing this situation, a serious look appeared on Jin Jiao's face for the first time. He asked Kagura directly, kid, are you wearing a tailed beast suit? No, there is no tailed beast aura. But why does it have the same power as the tailed beast? And you weird Sherinan? Faced with Golden Horn's question, Kagura did not make any answer. At this time, his previously broken right hand was restored to its original state under the healing and strengthening effects of the tailed beast clothing. The 5 Kagura slowly drew out the shurikens from their waists at the same time, and with a teleportation, they flashed in front of Golden Horn at the same time. At this time, Kagura's taijutsu, ijutsu, and chakra had greatly increased under the reinforcement of the tailed beast clothes. If he had to quantify it, he already had Jonin strength at this time, and it was the kind of Jonin strength that was close to the cage level qualification. Facing Kagura's attack, Golden Horn smiled contemptuously. However, just when he made a move, Kagura's unique Sherinan flashed in his eyes. When he was about to raise his hand to fight back, he was stunned for half a second. For ninja battles, a half-second delay can already determine many things. Chiang. 5 Kagura's shuriken stabbed Jin Jiao's chest accurately, but there was a sound of metal collision. TCH, it's really not that simple, Kagura muttered, but his body did not stop. 5 Kagura kicked Golden Horn at the same time. Boom! Golden Horn was knocked backwards by this neat kick, smashing several trees along the way and stirring up a cloud of dust. The Kagura did not pursue, but stopped where they were, staring intently at the dust mist. Slowly, Golden Horn's huge body gradually emerged from the gray mist. A trace of lightning flashed all over his body, and it was obvious that he had strengthened his body with lightning style. This was also the reason why Kagura's shuriken just couldn't penetrate his body. Still with a ferocious smile on his face, he looked at Kagura and said, "You kid, you want to kill me? I'm afraid I can't do it with such strength." The figures of both sides disappeared, and they chose to rush towards each other at the same time. Unexpectedly, in the next battle, both of them chose close combat. While relying on the strengthening of tailed beast transformation and the harassment of shadow clone and distinguished heavenly gods, they carried out guerrilla warfare. While relying on his strong body, excellent lightning style enhancement, and his own bottomless chakra to fight hard. From time to time, giant trees fell down in the forest, and the sounds of bodies and weapons colliding could be heard from time to time. The two sides were fighting back and forth for a while, showing a deadlock. However, it was this stalemate that made Kagura more and more certain of his previous conjecture. The state of Golden Horn is indeed very wrong. He has a clear judgment on his own strength at this time. Although he has the strength of Jonin, he is far from a ninja of Golden Horn's level. And on the one hand, the combat strategy Jin Jiao used against everyone at the beginning was not in line with his character. According to the plot, Jin Jiao's character should be indifferent and impatient. This method of ambush Sarutobi Hiruzen by threatening students is more like what his younger brother Ginkaku would do. On the other hand, the absence of Ginkaku and their other four famous ninja tools is obviously problematic. The most important thing is the option given in the system to kill the Golden Horn. This shows that the system believes that these people have the possibility of killing Golden Horn. This also shows that Jin Jiao's strength at the moment is not as strong as he showed, so he used a strategy to end the battle quickly. At this time, Jin Jiao also felt depressed. After experiencing the battle between Tobirama and the third-generation Thunder Ninja this year, his body has reached a very bad state, especially the pursuit of the third-generation Thunder Ninja. He still remembered that in that battle, his younger brother Yin Jiao was ambushed by that guy AI, and he was shot through the heart and died on the spot. And he barely escaped after paying the price of losing 2 ninja tools. This time when I came to the vicinity of Konoha village, I was actually forced to come here because I was being chased along the way. But he didn't expect to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen and others here. He knew very well that he could not show his weakness at this time, so the next appearance, pursuit, and ambush were all strategies he had planned in advance. The purpose is to quickly kill these people in front of you. But he didn't expect that after knocking down Sarutobi, he would be held back by a kid. After repelling Kagura, who was attacking from the right again, his heart sank. No, if you continue to drag on, AI behind you might catch up. Thinking of this, he took out the banana fan from his mouth. Although I don't have much chakra left now, I should be able to use it again. Evaluating in his mind, the veins on his right hand reappeared, apparently preparing to destroy the 5 Kagura in front of him at once. However, just when he was about to wave his fan, the pair of Sharinan flashed before his eyes again. Just as he was about to wave the fan, his right hand holding the fan was hit by 2 Kagura that flashed out, causing the direction of the fan to change. Tisk, these troublesome eyes. Seeing this, Jin Jiao, who had regained control of his body, quickly stopped inputting chakra into the fan. Just when he raised his head again, the 5 Kagura stopped their next attack, and instead spread out, faintly surrounding him in the middle. The 5 Kagura opened their mouths at the same time, and their tails stood up high behind them. A bead of light as bright as the sun gradually appeared. Jin Jiao, who is also in the tailed beast clothed state, naturally knows what this is, and is preparing to attack him with the tailed beast Jade. But Jin Jiao was not surprised at this time, but he was happy. He knew the tailed beast Jade very well, so he also knew the shortcomings of this move. That means the preparation time is too long. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed towards one of the Kagura. The huge banana fan had been put away at some point, and his right hand was raised into a hand knife. A layer of lightning appeared on the outside of the hand knife, like a real sword. Kagura didn't have any panic on his face when he saw the Golden Horn rushing towards him, but he immediately stopped gathering the tailed beast Jade. Then he advanced instead of retreating, opened his arms towards the Golden Horn that was rushing toward him, and hugged him directly. Before Golden Horn showed a confused expression, the 4 Kagura who were standing around also stopped their movements at the same time, rushed up and hugged his hands and feet respectively. The Kagura holding his body looked up at him, and finally smiled. "You don't really think that an 8-year-old kid like me can produce 5-tailed beast Jade at the same time? My real killer move was ready from the start." Hearing these words, Jin Jiao's eyes passed through the Kagura in front of him and looked at the top of a hill in the distance. At this time, there was a dazzling thunder light shining there, accompanied by a sound like the chirping of hundreds of birds. Did he just start preparing? No, judging from the momentum accumulated from the attack from a distance, it must have been going on for a while. I never noticed it before? This thought flashed through his mind, and Jin Jiao looked at Kagura on his chest in surprise. Kagura smiled slightly, helped him clear up his doubts and said, "Although my distinguished heavenly gods cannot change your will much, it can still make you ignore the lights and sounds in the distance temporarily." After hearing these words, Jin Jiao suddenly remembered the hundreds of Kagura and hundreds of birds that appeared at the beginning. Yes, with the scale of the previous battle between him and Hiruzen Sarutobi, how could there be so many birds in this forest? Before he could think any more, the momentum of the thunder in the distance had reached its peak. Suddenly, the thunder light turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the golden horn in a straight line. That bolt of lightning directly destroyed all obstacles in front of it with an indomitable momentum. Jin Jiao, who secretly sighed in his heart, was trying to break away from Kagura's restraints, but the long-term battle finally showed its sequelae. The usual abundant chakra was completely gone, and Jin Jiao felt that his whole body was filled with a strange feeling of powerlessness. It seemed like a long time passed, and it seemed like only a moment. That thunder light finally arrived in front of Golden Horn. It was Kagura who held the lightning in her hand. His left hand is pressing on his right hand, and in his right palm is a ball of light composed of thunder and lightning. The light ball was surrounded by frightening lightning, and there was a sound like the chirping of 1,000 birds. Exactly lightning style. Chidori. At this time, the right hand had passed through Jin Jiao's heart and came out from behind his body. Golden Horn, fallen. Looking at the tiny arms that sank into his chest, Jin Jiao looked in disbelief. As a ninja, he was never afraid of death. But I never thought that one day I would die at the hands of a genin. Seeing Kagura so close at hand, the thought of dying together flashed through Jin Jiao's mind. However, just when he finally wanted to take action, a feeling of exhaustion came from inside. When did you start to feel this powerless? When Silverhorn died in front of his eyes? Or when Tobirama killed all the subordinates who were loyal to him? Maybe it was the moment when he and his brother decided to rebel from the village. Looking at Kagura's childish face, Jin Jiao sighed intermittently. Maybe we are no longer suitable for this era. The legend of Kumagakur left only these last words until the end. As Jin Jiao closed his eyes, his strong body finally fell back weakly. Seeing Jin Jiao's body in front of him, Kagura realized at this moment that he had really killed Jin Jiao. His whole body relaxed, and Kagura sat down on the ground weakly, panting rapidly. Perhaps because he was still unable to control Chidori's power, or because Golden Horn's body was stronger than expected, Kagura's right hand was broken again. Kagura, who had broken away from the tailed beast clothed state, felt that every bone in her body was groaning. Blood and tears were constantly flowing from his eyes, and his head seemed to be about to explode in the next moment. But none of this could conceal his excitement at this time. I really succeeded. Lying on the ground with his hands stretched out, Kagura laughed wildly. All these battles were carefully planned by him. The Chidori I just used is the ninjutsu that was awarded after completing the B-level mission this time. Since he has just mastered this ninjutsu, he is now unable to conceal the light and sound when using Chidori. At the same time, the damage of this ninjutsu mainly depends on the speed and impact force, so the longer the impact distance, the greater its power. All of these require a long preparation time. So from the beginning, he used distinguished heavenly gods to make Golden Horn subconsciously ignore the abnormality caused by his use of Chidori in the distance. As the number of uses of distinguished heavenly gods increased, Kagura gradually understood the principle of ninjutsu. Although it is called the strongest genjutsu, Kagura feels that its core is not genjutsu. The most powerful thing about distinguished heavenly gods is using genjutsu to subtly change the target's will, thereby making the target take actions that are beneficial to itself. However, this change cannot violate the most fundamental will of the target. For example, when facing the attack of those ninjas at the beginning, Kagura could not use distinguished heavenly gods to make the enemy directly take out their weapons and commit suicide, because the act of committing suicide goes against their most fundamental will. Similarly, if the target is stronger and has stronger willpower, then the change of will that Kagura can make will be smaller. For an opponent like Jin Jiao, it is the limit for him to ignore some abnormalities around him. If not, he could directly avoid this battle by using distinguished heavenly gods to make Golden Horn think that everyone is his companion. Fortunately, the final result told him that all his attempts were successful. Kagura, who was lying on the ground, suddenly thought of something and endured the discomfort in his body and stood up again. He first walked to the river and cleaned the blood on his right hand, and then walked back to where Tsunade and others were. After doing all this, he no longer forced himself, closed his eyes and fainted. After a long time, several figures finally arrived at the scene. Looking at the devastated battlefield in front of them, several people were stunned. Suddenly, a scream sounded. Quick! Sarutobi-sama is here. Several people quickly surrounded the person who made the noise. These people are none other than the Jonin from Konoha. The noise of their battle was so loud that even in Konoha village, the ground could be felt shaking. Without any hesitation, Konoha's higher UPS directly sent several Jonin to investigate. But they didn't expect that Sarutobi-sama, who was just out on a B-level mission, would be lying on the ground unconscious at this time. No, this is the golden horn. Not long after, Jinjiao's body lying on the ground was also discovered. Several people looked at each other in surprise. It seemed that what happened here was far more serious than they imagined. This is no longer something they can participate in, and they must go back to the village immediately to report. Fortunately, just when everyone was about to leave, one of them, Jonan, thought about it and said, I remember that this time Sarutobi-sama went out with Genin from Team 7, including Tsunade Haim. Search the area again to see if you can find them, even corpses. When Kagura opened his eyes, what he saw dimly was the ceiling with light tubes hanging from it. He groaned feebly and felt soreness in the muscles all over his body. After opening my eyes for a long time, my vision was still blurry, as if the whole world was covered with a layer of plastic wrap. It seems that the consequences of turning into a tailed beast and driving Sharingan at full power are greater than imagined. Sensing Kagura's movements, a clear female voice came from beside him, Are you awake? Kagura turned his head and looked over with those divine eyes. After a long time, as the focus slowly recovered, he finally saw clearly that the person speaking was Tsunade. At this time, Tsunade's hands were bandaged, but compared with herself lying on the bed, she didn't look too serious. Looking at Kagura's dazed look, Tsunade asked worriedly, What's wrong with you? How do you feel now? Looking at the delicate and worried face, Kagura was stunned for a moment, wondering why that face was so beautiful. He shook his head slowly and murmured in a daze, I'm fine. Well, it seems that according to the plot of the TV series I watched before, I should be drinking water at this time. Kagura, who had just woken up, obviously had not fully recovered her consciousness. For a moment, she thought that she was still in Blue Star, and subconsciously even said it in the TV series. Tsunade looked at Kagura in confusion, but even though she didn't know what a TV series was, she still understood the need to drink water. After being helped by Tsunade to sit up, Kagura finally came back to her senses after drinking a glass of water. He asked doubtfully, This is where? Taking the water glass and placing it on the table nearby, Tsunade replied, Don't worry, we are in the hospital in Konoha village now. As Tsunade explained, Kagura gradually understood what happened next. It has been 2 days since that day. The Konoha Jonin who came after hearing the news found everyone scattered everywhere and returned to the village with Golden Horn's body. Except for Kagura, everyone else woke up yesterday. Through Sarutobi Hiruzen's narration, Konoha's senior officials finally knew the whole story. At this time, faced with the third Raikage's request to exchange Golden Horn's corpse, Konoha's top brass were discussing the conditions that Kumagakure village needed to pay. Since Tsunade woke up yesterday, she has been staying beside the unconscious Kagura. After describing what happened in the past 2 days, although he was a little reluctant to leave, the doctor who came to check on the situation told Kagura to take a good rest. Tsunade had no choice but to leave the room unwillingly. It seems that Kagura's action of helping her resist Golden Horn's punch not only made Tsunade no longer angry, but even completely captured her heart. Recalling the affectionate look in Tsunade's eyes when she was just 8 years old, Kagura could only feel guilty in her heart. Lying in the ward that had regained its purity, Kagura finally had the opportunity to check on her condition. The doctor just said that it will take at least another week for him to be discharged from the hospital. As for the fracture in the right hand, it will take more time to recover. But this was not what Kagura was most concerned about. At this time, he couldn't wait to open the system interface. At this time, a completed prompt appeared under the task, successfully killed the Golden Horn. After much thought, Kagura did not immediately draw the reward for the task. Then, what surprised him even more was the growth of other attributes. At this time his attributes are Eye Technique, Double Megatama Sharingan, Progress 86.3%, Physical Skills, 5th Gate, Gate of Limit, Progress 32.1%, Chakra, Jonin Level, Progress 4.3%, Tail Beast 1 Tail, Fusion Degree 43% compared to before setting off from the village. His attributes had undergone earth-shaking changes. Obviously, the pupil technique that has just evolved to the Double Megatama has made a lot of progress, and it seems that the next step of the 3 Megatama is not far away. As for Taijutsu and Chakra, they have directly advanced 1 level, being promoted to the 5th Gate and Jonin level respectively. As for the Tailed Beast, perhaps because of the use of the Tailed Beast clothing, the fusion degree is much higher than before. Sure enough, only leapfrog combat is the best way to practice, but it is a bit wasteful. Just when Kagura was delighted that her strength had become stronger again, there was a knock on the door of the ward. Following Kagura's reply, the person outside the door walked in. The person coming was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Compared with Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't seem to be too seriously injured and was still in his usual clothes. He walked to Kagura's bed, looked up and down before smiling and saying, It seems that nothing serious is wrong with you. Kagura nodded in agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled out the chair beside him and sat down. There was a sudden silence between the two of them. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who broke the silence first. He glanced at Kagura with a teasing look, and then smiled. Tsunade must have just left. I heard that she stayed by your bed all day yesterday. Hearing Tsunade's topic, Kagura also had a hint of embarrassment on her face, and could only answer hesitantly, yes, she has always cared about her companions. Yeah, but it seems that after waking up, she didn't even visit Orochimaru or Jiraiya. Just stay here with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't seem to want to let Kagura go, so he continued. Perhaps he had been naive enough to think that Tsunade only had ordinary friendship with Kagura, but he is just a straight man, not a fool. Tsunade's behavior in the past 2 days clearly showed her interest in this boy. This is not good news for him who was about to take office as Hokage. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's questioning, the muscles on Kagura's face twitched slightly, then he closed his eyes and stopped answering. Seeing Kagura's dishonest look, Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled, shook his head, and said again, actually, I'm very happy. Hearing this, Kagura opened her eyes and looked over in confusion. What are you happy about? Happy Konoha's first pervert who seduces girls appears? Looking at Kagura's questioning eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained, I was very happy that day when you stood in front of Tsunade without hesitation. You are excellent, and even in the Warring States period, your talents were extremely shining, but you are too good, so you never have the concept of companions. However, that day, when you were still brave enough to stand up for your companions in the face of the Golden Horn's attack, I was very pleased. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's sincere eyes, Kagura pondered for a few seconds before Kaido, I didn't think much about it at the time, it was just a subconscious move. Hearing Kagura's words, the smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became even wider. He smiled softly and said, that's right, only subconscious actions can reveal your true inner wishes. Having said this, he stood up and came to the window, looking towards the highest point of Konoha. There is the most famous symbol of Konoha village, the head statue representing the Hokage of the past. At this time, workers were busy up there, and the third avatar was slowly taking shape. If you look closely, you will see that it is the head of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Looking at the busy scene in the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen said again, do you know the origin of the name Konoha? Although she knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't see it, Kagura still nodded subconsciously and replied, I know, this is the name given by Uchiha Madara, the full name is Konoha Ninja Village. Wood refers to the Senju clan of the forest represented by Hashirama, the Senju who can use with style. Ya refers to the Uchiha clan whose family crest is shaped like a fan leaf. Yes, the Uchiha clan has been a very important member of Konoha village since its founding. Because of this, Uchiha has always played an important role as the village guard. Having said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look at Kagura and continued, indeed, because of Uchiha Madara, second generation Tobira Masama has always been wary of your clan. And now Danzo seems to have inherited this idea and has always had some opinions about you. But I am different. I believe in all my companions in the village. At this time, a breeze blew through the window, and several fallen leaves were blown off the trees, dancing with the accompaniment of the wind. Looking at the dancing leaves, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have a gleam of fire in his eyes. He said in a sentimental tone, Kagura, I believe you. Just like how Lord Matashira believed in the Uchiha clan back then. It is precisely because of the bonds of companions that Konoha is what it is today. Faced with everything he said, Kagura just remained silent. Fortunately, at this moment, the knock on the door sounded again. The two teenagers stretched their heads and looked inside. It was Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Seeing the sneaky looks of the two people, Kagura couldn't help but feel a warmth flowing through her heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help laughing when he saw this, pointed at them and looked at Kagura and said, isn't this the bond that belongs to you? Everyone left, and after expressing their visit, Jiraiya and Orochimaru followed Sarutobi-sensei. Kagura was lost in thought. He didn't ask how Jin Jiao died in the end. He said this silently. Yes, the moment she saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kagura began to think about how to explain the cause of Golden Horn's death. Yes, he didn't want others to know that he was the one who killed Golden Horn. Otherwise, after knocking down Jin Jiao, he would not have gone out of his way to clean up the blood, but would have dragged himself away from the scene. But these may confuse those who come later, but they cannot hide it from Sarutobi Hiruzen who has experienced live battles. Make a name for yourself? This is not what he is pursuing. He only knows that the more famous he is, the faster he will die. If the hidden Uchiha Madara knew there was an 8-year-old member of the Uchiha clan who could kill a character like Golden Horn, then I will definitely be targeted. Maybe I will become Obito's replacement. None of this is what Kagura wants. At this time, he just wants to survive until he has enough strength to survive. In fact, when she learned from Tsunade that teacher Sarutobi admitted that Golden Horn was killed by him, Kagura vaguely sensed Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention to protect her. This seems to be some kind of tacit understanding between master and disciple. As for you saying it was because Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to take the credit? Brother, he is going to be a Hokage, does he care about this kind of credit? But Kagura didn't expect that after Hiruzen Sarutobi came over, he didn't mention a word about the Golden Horn. He just expressed kindness to himself and left. Taking a deep breath, Kagura turned her head and looked out the window. Looking at the leaves slowly falling in the air, he murmured, the bond between companions. Time flies, 3 days have passed. Maybe it's because he has been quenched by the power of the tailed beast in his body, or maybe it's because Kagura's body is really gifted. The doctor originally judged that it would take a week to recover from the injury, but Kagura recovered in just 3 days. At this time, except for his right hand which was still bandaged, there was no trace of any injury on his body. Facing the doctor's sighs and the dangerous eyes that seemed to want to pull her away for a biopsy, Kagura left the hospital as if she was running away. Putting on his formal clothes solemnly, he sought Tsunade and the other 3 who had been waiting for a long time at the entrance of the hospital. Different from usual, the 3 people also put on their best formal clothes and stood there today. Arriving in front of everyone, Kagura showed a smile, raised his head slightly forward and said, "Let's go." At this time, Konoha village was more lively than usual, and the streets were even decorated with decorations that would only be put up during festivals. Everyone solemnly put on their best clothes and poured into the street, because today is the day when Sarutobi Hiruzen officially takes office as the 3rd Hokage. On the roof of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already standing at the highest point. Today, he is wearing a white Hokage robe with the 3 characters 3rd generation written on the back, a red ninja suit lining and a Hokage hat on his head. Behind him, the Hokage stone statue representing him has been sculpted. With his appearance, the crowd gathered below burst into thunderous celebrations. Hokage is not only a symbol of strength, but also the spiritual sustenance of people in the village. 2nd generation, during the period after Senju Tobirama's unexpected death, the village was filled with a feeling of worry. However, today, when they saw the new Hokage above, the people's confidence returned again. Looking at the admired figure above, Jiraiya showed an excited smile on his face. "Hokage. I can definitely become a Hokage in the future." "No, you have no chance. The next generation of Hokage belongs to the man known as the fastest." Hearing Jiraiya's whisper, Kagura complained silently in her heart. However, feeling the enthusiasm of the people around him, his mood couldn't help but rise at this time. For the first time, the emotion called longing appeared in the eyes looking at that figure. Tsunade, who was looking up with the same excitement, suddenly asked a question. "Sarutobi-sensei has officially become Hokage, so he will definitely not be able to continue to be our leader in the future. Then who will be our leading teacher in the future?" Hearing this, the other 3 people looked startled. "That's right, who will take over as Sarutobi-sensei and lead the team from now on." Just then, a strange voice came from behind them. "Kaido, I will be your teacher from now on." A low-pitched male voice sounded from behind them. Everyone turned around and looked back when they heard the sound. Unexpectedly, a young man with a rather gloomy temperament stood behind them. Although the man had an X-shaped scar on his chin, it still couldn't hide his handsome appearance. It's just that the hazy temperament makes people a little uncomfortable. When Kagura saw the person in front of him, although his expression was as usual, he was already filled with surprise. Although it was the first time they met, he already recognized the identity of the person in front of him. It was Danzo, the leader of the Root organization who had sent people to monitor him before. Who will be the leading teacher after Class 7? After hearing the content of Danzo's words clearly, Kagura felt that her future life seemed to have been cast into a shadow. Who is Danzo? If there really is a villain in Konoha, then Danzo must be the first choice. Even compared to Orochimaru, Danzo makes many Hokage fans feel angry. Perhaps he has always insisted on his own justice, but there is no doubt that many tragedies in the entire plot happened because of him. Even if the Uchiha genocide incident was inseparable from his contribution, Orochimaru's deterioration also had his factor. In order to research the cells of the first-generation Hokage Senju Hashirama, an artificial human with the Hashira chakra was obtained. It was he who inspired Orochimaru to plunder humans from surrounding villages and come back for experiments. It can be said that Orochimaru's earliest human experiments were carried out precisely because of his support. Thinking of this, Kagura couldn't help but look at the innocent-looking Orochimaru next to her. "Well, I will definitely be able to change your destiny this time." Unlike Kagura, who was worried, after seeing Danzo, Tsunade, and the other 3 were slightly startled, but they all smiled in unison. Tsunade gave a rare respectful greeting, "Lord Danzo." Naturally, Danzo and the others also knew about it. As one of the 6 guards of the 2nd generation Metabirama, Danzo at this time had not yet retreated behind the scenes, and he also had a high reputation in Konoha. Although it would be better to have Sarutobi-sensei lead the team, it doesn't seem like a bad thing if he is replaced. Ignoring the gazes of others, Danzo kept staring at Kagura silently, observing his reaction. But the calm Kagura didn't show much expression. Seeing this, Danzo spoke again, "Speaking of which, you did a great job in that battle a few days ago." Hearing Danzo's praise, Jiraiya, Orochimaru and others lowered their heads in guilt. In that battle, they made no contribution at all. It can be said that they quit as soon as the war started. At least Kagura managed to fight off Golden Horn a few times, but the others were almost crushed and knocked down. Seeing everyone's expressions, it seemed that they were not good at making similar expressions. Danzo reluctantly showed a smile and said, "You don't need to be ashamed. It is normal to lose in the face of a powerful enemy. What matters is not now, but future growth. After saying this, he looked at Kagura again and said as if pointing, speaking of which, we also inspected the scene in Jin Jiao's body afterwards. Judging from the scene, Golden Horn should have been killed by someone using a lightning-style ninjutsu that accelerated over a long distance. But the strange thing is that the size of the wound on his chest is smaller than we imagined. Having said this, his eyes flashed when he looked at Kagura, and then he continued, it's like the size of a child's hand. Facing Danzo's aggressive gaze, Kagura said without changing his expression, well, it's really strange. But I'm sorry, a few of us fainted at the beginning and didn't know what kind of ninjutsu it was. I think you should ask Master Hokage directly about this question. After all, he killed the enemy with his own hands. I don't think he would mind explaining the situation to you. Looking at the impeccable Kagura, Danzo nodded slightly and stopped talking. He just looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen above again. Vaguely feeling that something was wrong in the atmosphere, the other three looked at the two of them doubtfully. But because they didn't know the whole story, they could only remain silent in the end. The Hokage's inauguration ceremony did not last long. After Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a speech in front of everyone, the carnival came to an end. The crowd gradually dispersed, and after Danzo told everyone the place and time for tomorrow's gathering, he left. Afterwards, Jiraiya also said goodbye to everyone. Speaking of which, he has been a little busy since he was discharged from the hospital. Later, after Tsunade explained, Kagura found out that he was busy organizing books. Speaking of Jiraiya's luck, he was quite lucky. Before he was attacked by Golden Horn, he had put the books he had brought from the country of Whirlpool under the tree. Then that battle, which could be described as devastating, perfectly avoided the tree where he kept his books. After being discharged from the hospital the day before yesterday, he returned to the scene immediately and retrieved his precious books. So these 2 days he has been busy recording and classifying those books. Looking at Jiraiya's figure in the distance, Tsunade curled her lips and muttered, I always feel that Jiraiya has changed a lot since graduation. Orochimaru on the side responded gently, Jiraiya has found something he likes, and we should be happy for him. In the end, the three of them, who had nothing to do, chose to hang out on the street together. While walking, Tsunade's eyes lit up when she saw a queue not far away. That is a new fruit drink recently released in the village. Because of its unique flavor, it is very popular among young people, and there is always a long queue in front of the store. Excitedly, she asked her two companions, and after receiving negative answers from Kagura and Orochimaru, Tsunade planned to buy one alone. Looking at Tsunade lining up in the distance, Kagura and Orochimaru sat on a bench on the street and waited. Not long after sitting down, Orochimaru suddenly asked Kagura, during that battle, were you really knocked out? Hearing this, Kagura turned to look at Orochimaru aside, and saw his serious eyes. Obviously, unlike the other two who were very nervous, the smart Orochimaru seemed to have deduced some facts from Danzo's words just now. Kagura pondered for a while, and then chose to confess, no, not really. But unlike what you might think, I am not the main force in the battle, it is mainly due to Sarutobi-sensei. At most I was lucky enough to ambush a wave of people. Orochimaru was slightly startled when he heard Kagura's honest words. He didn't expect Kagura to tell him the truth directly. In fact, this was not just a whim of Kagura or something he wanted to show off to his companions. It was a choice he made after thinking about it. After that battle, except for Orochimaru, Tsunade and Jiraiya were a little depressed emotionally. Known as geniuses, although they were suppressed by Kagura along the way, they actually did not encounter much setbacks. But in this battle, the opponent defeated them with just one blow, which was actually a big blow to them. In such a mood, now that Danzo has come to Orochimaru again, Kagura can't help but start to worry about Orochimaru's darkening in advance. Thinking of all this, he decided to confess to Orochimaru. After all, with Orochimaru's wisdom, even if he doesn't confess, he will easily be aware of the truth in the future. Will he have any negative emotions at that time because of his concealment? As a Blue Star person who has watched many bloody dramas, Kagura feels that this is a very possible development. After digesting the meaning of Kagura's words, Orochimaru lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then he looked up at Kagura as if he had made up his mind and said, Kagura, can you teach me how to practice? Kagura was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect Orochimaru, who was proud in his heart, to make such a request to him. After shaking his head slightly, he said to Orochimaru, Orochimaru, you don't actually need to be in such a hurry. It's not that I don't want to, it's that my way is not suitable for you. I think you can refer to Jiraiya's experience and you will definitely be able to find your own opportunities. It wasn't that he was being perfunctory with Orochimaru. Although there is no specific explanation in the plot, Kagura knows that there is a snake immortal in a fairyland similar to Mount Mayaboku in this world. In fact, the Sunin of Konoha are the lucky ones in the 3 heavenly paradises. Although Kagura didn't know how Orochimaru finally entered the blessed land belonging to snakes, it was not difficult to guess based on Jiraiya's experience. Hearing Kagura's almost comforting words, Orochimaru did not feel disappointed, but tilted his head thoughtfully. Looking at Orochimaru, who was thinking, Kagura thought for a while and said again, Orochimaru, are you still continuing your research on ninjutsu? Upon hearing the word ninjutsu, Orochimaru's eyes suddenly lit up. He nodded hurriedly, and then looked at Kagura expectantly, as if waiting for him to say something. After hesitating for a while, Kagura said something that shocked Orochimaru. Have you ever considered human experimentation? As soon as Kagura said this, Orochimaru's face suddenly turned pale. Well, although his face was already very white, Kagura could clearly see that his face was a bit whiter. As if breaking some taboos in his heart, Orochimaru trembled unconsciously and said, do you know what you're talking about? Human experimentation is taboo throughout the shinobi world. Facing Orochimaru's question, Kagura shrugged indifferently and answered calmly, I know, but there are still many people doing similar things, right? None of us can deny this. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru also fell silent as a sign of acquiescence. In fact, in this world, using human bodies to experiment with ninjutsu is not a big deal. The eye is transplanted to obtain the pupil technique, and the tailed beast is sealed into the human body to create the so-called Jinchuriki. In fact, if you look at it from a broader perspective, all countries are conducting human experiments overtly or covertly. Even Konoha, led by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, is no exception. In the original plot, he shouted heartache about Orochimaru's cruelty while acquiescing to everything Danzo did. Yamato, which was produced after studying intercolumn cells, and the many eyes that were collected by Danzo after the Uchiha were exterminated. Didn't these Sarutobi Hiruzen also silently admit it? However, Kagura at this moment is not to guide Orochimaru to go dark, but to guide him in the right direction. He continued, of course, I'm not saying I support capturing civilians for human experimentation. I think every research can be divided into stages. When the initial risk is high, we can use mice or other animals to conduct experiments and analyze the data. After all, like humans, these creatures also have chakra in their bodies. Only after we get some concrete data that it can reduce the risk of death can we start considering human trials. After saying this, Kagura paused and seemed to collect his thoughts before saying, as for human trials, we can use some death row prisoners for the initial stage. Of course, we can adjust the intensity and control the risk to a range where people will not die easily at the beginning. After all, death row prisoners are also human beings, and we cannot treat human life lightly. Then we will increase the intensity step by step to get the data we want. In this series of experiments, we need to record comparisons and data, analyze the reasons for each failure or success, and then conduct the next experiment. Through further experiments and data analysis, after controlling the risk to a range that we feel we can bear, we will then recruit volunteers for the experiment. In this era, in order to gain strength, I believe there will still be many volunteers. After saying this long sentence in one breath, Kagura licked the corners of her mouth, waiting for Orochimaru's reaction. With Kagura's words, Orochimaru's eyes became brighter and brighter, and there was an obvious flush on his face with excitement. He excitedly held Kagura's hands and said with disbelief, Kagura, you are indeed a genius. Yes, you are right, we can control the preliminary materials of the experiment and then develop it into a less harmful human experiment step by step. Well, although it feels like the experimental process may be a bit slow, if we can get the support of the village, it will be a help. I'm going to see you tomorrow. No, I need to sort out my thoughts before I go. As the voice became lower and lower, Orochimaru seemed to think of the future in his dreams, and the flush of excitement on his face became more and more obvious. Seeing Orochimaru's reaction, Kagura couldn't help but nodded happily. In fact, in his opinion, Orochimaru's character is no different from those researchers on Blue Star who focus on scientific research. For such people, the key is whether they can be guided to the right path. In fact, the reason why Orochimaru was self-centered and didn't trust his teammates in the early stage was because he didn't want those around him to get hurt. In this nature, Kagura is confident that he will embark on a relatively bright future. However, at this time, a surprised voice interrupted his contemplation. What are you doing? The person who spoke was Tsunade, who came back from queuing up. She looked at the two of them in surprise, holding 2 drinks in her hands. Looks like she ended up buying a drink for Kagura. But at this time, her eyes moved back and forth between Orochimaru and Kagura, and finally stopped at Orochimaru's hands holding Kagura. Following Tsunade's gaze, Kagura finally came back to observe the postures of the two of them. The two of them clasped their hands, and Orochimaru was looking at him with a flushed face, muttering some words in his mouth. As Tsunade's face became paler, Kagura finally realized that there was indeed something wrong with their posture at this time. He quickly took his hand out and explained to Tsunade, Tsunade, it's not what you think. But it was obvious that Tsunade didn't listen, as she looked at the two of them with blank eyes. Suddenly a chill ran through her body. She looked at Kagura with disgust and said, I thought you liked this. No, what exactly did you misunderstand? Sister, that's Orochimaru, a man. Wait, if it is Ant Snake who learns reincarnation in the future, it seems not impossible. Damn, what on earth was I thinking? Orochimaru, who was wandering in his mind at this time, finally came back to his senses. He looked at Tsunade who came back, and his face turned even redder. He suddenly stood up and bowed to Kagura and said, "Kagura-kun, I will always remember what you just said to me. Thank you." After saying that, without waiting for Kagura to say anything, he decisively turned around and left. Looking at Orochimaru walking away and the pale-faced Tsunade beside him, several black lines appeared on Kagura's head. "Thank you, sir. No, you're blushing like crazy. Besides, what is the meaning of suddenly using honorifics to me, and what are the meanings of that misleading sentence? What I said to you, you should explain clearly on the spot." Looking at Tsunade who had tears in her eyes in front of her, Kagura felt dizzy. "Destroy it, quickly." Fortunately, later in Kagura's explanation, Tsunade gradually understood the content of the conversation between the two. Even so, there was still a hint of doubt in Tsunade's eyes when she looked at Kagura. Kagura also shook her head and smiled bitterly, and could only ignore it for the time being. The passage of time is not affected by human will. 2 months have passed since Hiruzen Sarutobi took office as Hokage. 1 week after being discharged from the hospital, the bandage on Kagura's hand was removed. The addition of Danzo didn't seem to change the rhythm of Team 7. In fact, nothing has changed in their daily lives. To be fair, as a team mentor, Danzo is indeed very responsible. To be a strong contender for the 3rd Hokage, Danzo does have something of his own. The team's cooperative offensive formation, tactics and ninjutsu application in different environments, how to find cover in different environments, etc. Danzo did not hide his secrets, but taught his experience to everyone without reservation. During this period of time, the 4 of them were like sponges, constantly absorbing these experiences. If it weren't for the vigilance in Danzo's eyes every time he looked at her, Kagura would have almost thought that this old bastard was a good person. Kagura believes that the calmer Danzo is now, the more complicated the conspiracy behind it is. But for a genin, the most missions they can take on are C-level missions. Even most of the time, they can only perform D-level tasks. So in the past 2 months, they have basically been active in the village. But during this time, the other 3 have changed a lot. Under Kagura's subtle hint, Orochimaru and Tsunade finally encountered their own opportunity. Like Jiraiya, they also found the paradise behind their respective summons. Recently, every time Tsunade completed a mission, she would start working hard to learn healing techniques. In order to show the progress of her healing skills, she even beat Jiraiya severely and then used healing skills to cure him. After going back and forth like this several times, Jiraiya had a psychological shadow. After each disbandment, Jiraiya seemed to be running away from Tsunade, which made Tsunade angry. As for Orochimaru, to use Jiraiya's words to describe it, this guy feels more and more like a snake. Perhaps the characteristic of Snake Immortal is the changes in physical skills. Orochimaru is now like another hot-blooded manga protagonist that Kagura has seen in his previous life. He can now extend any part of his body at will. When he saw Orochimaru using this skill for the first time, Kagura belatedly realized that this was simply a magical skill that men dream of. But when Tsunade saw Orochimaru stretching his head over more than 10 meters away, she only felt a sense of fear. Once again, a simple D-level task was completed. After Danzo announced that he was disbanded on the spot, Kagura walked directly towards home. Seeing this, Tsunade immediately followed him and said, "Kagura, the 3 of us have agreed to go to your house for a gathering today. Are you free?" Looking back and seeing the expectant eyes of her 3 companions, Kagura shook her head. He refused in a slightly heavy tone, "I'm sorry, there's something going on today and I really can't leave. Next time." After saying that, he left without looking back. This is not to deal with them, Kagura does have something very important to do today. Because today he is going to attend a very important funeral. After returning home and changing into a black formal suit, Kagura stood at the door with a solemn expression. At this time, Konoha has entered winter. Although it is still afternoon, there are dark clouds in the sky. Before I even walked out of the house, snowflakes slowly started to fall in the sky. Kagura has never been able to figure out which location on the blue star this corresponds to. Summer is obviously long and hot, but it also snows in winter. Putting his hands to his mouth and taking a breath of hot air, he took out a black umbrella next to the door and held it up. Under the dark clouds, the crystal snowflakes are getting bigger and bigger, adding a bit of depression. After only 10 minutes of walking, he arrived at his destination. This is a morning hall. When the family members outside saw Kagura arriving, they neatly bowed to the visitor. Kagura put away her umbrella and returned the gesture, then walked in slowly. Staring blankly at the black and white scene in the middle of the morning hall, Kagura felt sad for the first time since time travel. The person in the photo is Uchiha Kagami, the person who has been taking care of him. Perhaps it was because he heard the news of Jin Zhao Yinjiao's death that he, who was already weak after being seriously injured the previous year, could not survive this year. Looking at that familiar face, Kagura recalled every bit of the past. In the first few days after traveling, it was either due to fear of changes in the environment or worries about one's own future. Kagura almost locked herself in her room during those few days. Finally, it was Uchiha Kagami who rushed in and took out himself, who almost fainted from hunger. When he finally accepted the facts and started to practice hard, it was Jing who taught him how to practice. Kagami is like an outlier among the Uchiha clan. He is not as proud as other clan members. Instead, he is like a sun, warming the people around him. So even though Kagura consciously stayed away from Uchiha's people, she became a unique friend with him. Bowing respectfully forward 3 times, Kagura looked at the family members beside him. Mirror's wife was wearing a unique Japanese white dress, her eyes were a little red and swollen, and she looked like she had just cried. Beside her, a little boy of only 3 or 4 years old knelt beside her. Looking at the little boy, he knew that this was Kagami's son, the father of Uchiha Shisui, the original owner of distinguished heavenly gods ninjutsu. After bowing to the mother and son, Kagura left here. After walking out of the morning hall, looking at the dark sky, Kagura took a deep breath. Only then did he feel that he began to integrate into this world, feeling the joys and sorrows that these characters and comics brought to him. He shook his head, as if trying to drive out the sadness in his mind. Kagura once again held up her umbrella and walked towards home. But as soon as he walked outside the door, he unexpectedly found that the lights in the house had been turned on. Did I not turn off the lights when I went out? After muttering to himself in confusion, Kagura opened the door. Happy birthday! As soon as he walked in the door, as the voice of celebration sounded, a ribbon rain broke out in front of him. After sorting out the debris on his head, he looked blankly at the 3 familiar people. It is the companions of Team 7, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. He asked doubtfully, how did you come into my house, and what's your birthday? Tsunade replied with a smile on her face, oh, you didn't lock the door when you went out, we came in directly. Of course we are celebrating your 9th birthday. My birthday? This was the first time Kagura knew the date of her birthday. There was nothing he could do. When he was told to travel through time, the parents of this body would have already passed away. He instinctively rejects other tribesmen, and the only one close to him, Uchiha Kagami, doesn't know when his birthday is. So since he time traveled, he sadly has not had a birthday. As time went by, he also forgot his correct birthday. This time, it was because Tsunade had written down his information when she was in school that she knew the date of his birthday. So starting yesterday, she joined forces with Orochimaru and Jiraiya to prepare a surprise for him. But she didn't expect Kagura to be so disrespectful to her today. After rejecting the offer, she didn't give them a chance to talk and just left. Tsunade, who was unwilling to give up, naturally would not give up, and still came to Kagura's house with the things she had prepared. Fortunately, Kagura forgot to lock the door when she went out today because of the snow, otherwise Tsunade's original plan was to violently tear down the door. Looking at the 3 companions with smiles on their faces, and a table full of delicious food and cakes behind them, a smile slowly appeared on Kagura's blank face. He looked at the 3 of them sincerely and said, thank you for everything you have prepared for me. Upon hearing this, Tsunade smiled happily, took a step forward, held his hand, and walked behind her. As he walked, he said, come, blow out the candles first, and then try the food. We bought these with the rewards we received from completing tasks, and we waited in line for a long time to buy them. Obviously, the food is all my money. What do you mean, I didn't buy the cake? Amidst the noise of everyone, Kagura looked at the cake filled with candles in front of her and blew out the candles hard. Looking at the joyful eyes of his companions, a warm current seemed to surge in his heart. Mr. Mirror, it seems that I have a group of very good companions. The time at the party always passed very quickly, and the 3 people left after eating and drinking. Looking at the room that had been cleaned and seemed a little empty, Kagura didn't feel as lonely as before. Looking at the remaining piece of cake in front of him, he was thinking about other things. Relying on his ability to know the plot well, maybe he can change the tragic fate of these 3 people. Thinking of this, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. But if you want to change your destiny, the most important thing is to rely on your own strength. Thinking of this, he summoned the one tail in his body. After 2 months, he has successfully increased one tail's cultivation progress from 43% to 56%. When the progress exceeded 50%, he felt that he could summon the tailed beast in his body out of his body. Looking at one-tail Shikaku, who was as round as a pet dog in front of her, Kagura smiled, pushed the remaining piece of cake over and said, come on, try this cake, I left it especially for you. The pure white one-tail howled with joy, then lay down next to the cake and started to eat it. Although the cute creature in front of me is completely different from the ferocious Shikaku in my impression, there is no evil chakra, no cruelty that is ready to destroy everything. The one tail that came out of his body was like a pure white little angel. If it could be taken out, it would probably win the favor of many girls. But even so, Kagura still only dared to let it out when she was alone. No way, its appearance is still the same as one tail. And the abundant chakra is difficult to avoid being noticed by people like Danzo. After feeding the cake, Kagura played with it for a while before taking it back into her body. After standing up and stretching, Kagura began to make the bed and prepare to fall asleep. There is no way, in this place without much entertainment, he has long developed the habit of going to bed early and getting up early. Late at night, Kagura, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes. The eyes changed rapidly, directly transforming into the form of Sharinan. He did not get up immediately, but looked at the window warily. Suddenly, a voice sounded outside the window, "Don't be nervous, it's me." However, upon hearing this familiar voice, Kagura, who was originally just wary, began to become nervous. Because he recognized the owner of that voice, it was their leading teacher, Danzo. Seeing no response from the room, Danzo continued without paying attention. "Kagura, get up immediately and get ready. They will gather at the village gate after 15 minutes. This is an emergency, and what we are going to carry out this time is an A-level mission." A-level mission? When he heard these 4 words, Kagura's heart trembled. Without waiting for Kagura in the room to respond, Danzo left after saying these words. After noticing his departure, Kagura slowly stood up from the bed. After thinking for a moment, he started to pack his luggage. 10 minutes later, Kagura was hiding in a big tree, squinting his eyes to observe the situation at the gate of Konoha village. When he saw 3 familiar figures arriving, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You can't blame him for being too cautious. Who is Danzo after all? If Kagura doesn't be as careful as possible, Kagura is afraid that one day she will die without knowing why. When Danzo informs you to gather somewhere late at night, Kagura's first thought is whether there will be an ambush there. However, when he saw the other 3 people from Class 7 also arriving at the scene, he knew that he was really overthinking this time. After all, even Danzo cannot kill people in the village calmly in front of others. What's more, there is Tsunade with a special background. After seeing the 3 people, Kagura also walked towards them. Without waiting much, Danzo appeared in front of everyone less than a minute after the 4 people gathered. He looked around, looked at the 4 people who were ready, nodded and said, "Very well, time is urgent, let's go first. I'll tell you the specific mission content while I'm on my way." In the dark forest, several black spots kept jumping between the big trees. They were the people of the 7th group who were on their way. Kagura and the others also learned the specific mission content from Danzo during this time. To put it simply, the cause of this mission is that the forbidden sealing technique was stolen. Just a few hours ago, the sealed book kept in the Hokage building was confirmed to have been stolen. Through on-site inspections and clue searches, Konoha senior officials determined that it was stolen by spies from other countries. And just an hour later, it was discovered that the thief was a Chunin named Shota Futa who worked at Hokage school. After searching the house where he lived and the entire theft process, Umbo had reason to believe that he was a spy from Tsunagakure village. This operation exposed almost all the spies of Tsunagakure village in Konoha. In addition to the obvious one, Shota Futa, there were also several hidden secrets that had been hidden for a long time. Through traces on the scene and ninjutsu, it was confirmed that this group of people was fleeing to the west. Judging from the route, they should want to enter Tsunagakure village through the land of rain. After confirming these situations and after a high-level meeting, the A-level mission was temporarily issued. At the same time, Umbu and several teams were activated to capture Shota Futa and others. Sealed book. Kagura recalled some information from the book in her memory. To put it simply, this sealed book records all the forbidden techniques created by Konoha so far. Of course, so far, this book can also be said to be second-generation Senju Tobirama's work. In fact, many of the famous so-called forbidden arts in the Hokage were created by this second generation. Whether it's the multiple shadow clone technique that Kagura learned, or the flying thunder god technique known as the Golden Flash Namikaze Minato. Even in the 4th Ninja War, the villain summoned the filth reincarnation used by many predecessors. The creator of these famous ninjutsu is Senju Tobirama. It can be said that most of the ninjutsu created by this man in his life are classified as forbidden techniques. From this point of view, we can understand the reaction of Konoha's top brass after the book was stolen. Moreover, the sealed book also appeared in the original plot, and it was the one stolen by the protagonist Naruto in the first place. Speaking of such an important book, shouldn't I read it carefully? Are all the guards at the Hokage building free of charge? Being stolen either by a child or by a mere Chunin, what's the difference between this and being defenseless? Silently complaining in his heart, Kagura had a bigger question in his heart. Why didn't the system issue a task to itself this time? Of course, it doesn't mean that there must be a mission every time you do B-level or above. But the last time I accepted a B-level mission for the first time, the system released the mission simultaneously. At least it can be inferred that when accepting a B-level or higher mission for the first time, a system reaction should be triggered. But this is obviously the first time he has accepted an A-level mission, so why does the system not respond? In confusion, he couldn't help but look at the back of Dian Zhang in front of him, always feeling that there was something fishy behind this incident. Obviously, since the thief dared to act, he must have been prepared. They chased along the route for a whole day, but still did not see the target. Taking a piece of paper from a ninja dog, Danzo opened it and looked at it. He pondered for a moment before speaking. According to valid information, Shota Futa has entered the Kingdom of Rain. But the good news is that the team starting in front should be able to get in front of the goal. We have to speed up the pace next, at least to be able to support the team in front. Seeing everyone nodding to him, the team, which had just rested for a quarter of an hour, set off again. One day later, in the country of rain. It was raining lightly on the vast plain, and 5 figures were moving quickly on the wetland. It was Kagura and his team who were chasing the target. After running at high speed for 2 days and 2 nights, they finally arrived from the Kingdom of Fire to the Kingdom of Rain. And this place is worthy of the name of the Land of Rain. As soon as we entered this land, the originally sunny sky suddenly turned gloomy. After continuing to move forward for a while, drizzle began to fall from the sky, completely violating the laws of physics. After stepping through another puddle, Kagura put her arms behind her and tried her best to keep up with Danzo in front. Even for him, after running non-stop for 2 days, his physical strength seemed to be at its lowest. Jiraiya, who was at the very back, had a painful expression on his face. Fortunately, Danzo didn't always speed up. He seemed to be able to adjust his speed according to their limits. So the 4 people behind could always continue to follow with a feeling that they could keep up. Danzo at the front stepped across a pond again, his face suddenly changed, and a scream sounded from his mouth. Hearing this scream, Kagura and others immediately stopped. Sure enough, following Danzo's warning, dozens of ninjas appeared in the puddles around them. These ninjas all wore white tights similar to diving suits, with huge respirators and eye masks covering their facial features. This is the typical attire of a ninja from the Land of Rain. Looking up and looking around, Danzo said in a deep voice, "What do you guys in Yuin village mean? Are you trying to make an enemy of our Konoha village?" The ninjas from Yuin village did not answer his question, but took out their weapons to express their positions. Seeing the scene, a hint of gloom flashed in Danzo's eyes. He made a fist with his right hand and raised it above his head. Seeing this, Kagura and others also took out the kunao from their waists, because that gesture was meant to remind everyone to accept the challenge. As Danzo's figure suddenly disappeared, the battle was about to break out. As a ninja of the same level as Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo's combat ability is naturally not bad. Although in the animation plot, it feels like he will only fight through the Sharingan he obtained. But that is Danzo in his old age after all, and there is a suspicion that the author specially sacrificed it to kill Suzuki in the plot. In fact, as the leader of the Root organization, Danzo is one of the best in the ninjutsu world now, both in taijutsu and ninjutsu. With every appearance of his figure, an enemy will fall. Just a few minutes later, more than a dozen corpses appeared in front of them. As for the Kagura 4, although they are not as exaggerated as Danzo, but with the cooperation of the 4 people, they also defeated the remaining enemies. This was the result of their defeat using purely physical skills. In fact, it was not that Kagura and others were deliberately hiding their clumsiness, but that the continuous rush had consumed most of their chakra. But until now they have not officially encountered the enemy, so it is the wisest choice to save the remaining chakra as much as possible. Looking at the enemy lying on the ground, Danzo's expression became more solemn. Because the appearance of these people means that Yuin village has intervened in this incident, this chase has become more dangerous than imagined. Different from the 5 major countries, small countries like the Rain country do not have a firm stance to begin with, especially the ninjas of Yuin village. In this era, Yuin village is more like a mercenary. As long as anyone is willing to pay, they are willing to work for anyone. So although he thought it was a bit troublesome, Danzo was actually not too surprised by the participation of a Megakure village in the war. Kagura on the side also looked at the fallen enemy, and then at the dark cloud-covered sky in the distance. It seems that this mission is more dangerous than imagined. In an abandoned hut, Danzo and everyone in Team 7 were taking a break around the fire. In fact, on the morning of Kagura's departure, Konoha sent a diplomatic appeal to Sunagakure village. The newly appointed 3rd Hokage angrily criticized Sunagakure village for infiltrating spies into Konoha village. Of course, politicians are the same no matter where they are. In the face of Konoha's wrath, Sunagakure expressed its regret that you had lost important items, but there is absolutely no such thing as the espionage matter that you are protesting against. Yes, you know it was my man who stole, and that man is fleeing towards us, but doing it is one thing. From an official standpoint, it cannot be acknowledged even to death. But the senior officials of Sunagakure village did not expect that it was their words that Sarutobi Hiruzen was waiting for. Shortly after Sunagakure village responded, the Jonin of Konoha set off collectively and teleported directly to the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Sand through ninjutsu. Since you don't admit that they are your people, then I should just send people to guard the border. Moreover, these Jonin are all within the Kingdom of Rain and have not crossed the border. Sunagakure village was unable to respond to such behavior. Others have not entered your territory, and they are indeed hunting for criminals who have nothing to do with you. No matter from which point of view, they have no valid reason to send people to respond. This is a secret war between big powers. Tsunaga Core Village chose this time to expose its spies to carry out the theft. In fact, they had their own considerations. This is actually a test for the new Hokage. Test out the new leader's style and habits. But they didn't expect that Hiruzen Sarutobi, who always showed a dovish image. We will be so decisive and tough in the face of this crisis. Caught off guard, Sand Hidden Village could only suffer this embarrassing loss. A group of Jonin guarded the borderline, basically announcing the possibility of Futa Shota returning to Tsunaga Core Village. Not long ago, Danzo had received Umbu's message. The Umbu members at the front have already encountered and fought with Shota Futa. But what everyone didn't expect was that a group of masters jointly formed by Tsunaga Core Village and Omega Core Village had gathered around Shota Futa. In this encounter, both sides suffered a lot of losses, but in the end, Shota Futa escaped. The good news is that after Futa Shota's route was figured out, Umbu has roughly deduced his possible hiding place. All that's left is to wait for the subsequent reinforcements to arrive and encircle them. It was precisely because of getting this information that Danzo decided to temporarily find a place to make repairs. This led to the scene at the beginning where they were warming themselves by a fire in an abandoned house. Kagura took a piece of freshly roasted dry food from the fire and took a bite. The hard dry food is roasted at high temperatures, turning the outer layer into a crispy texture. At this time, Tsunade and the other three were closing their eyes and taking the time to rest. After all, for the three of them, traveling for 2 consecutive days consumed a lot of energy. After stirring the fire in front of him with firewood, Danzo said to Kagura expressionlessly, "I guess there will definitely be more ninja interceptions from you in village later. If this happens again, I will leave you and break out alone. At that time, I hope you can try your best to drag the enemy's footsteps." Hearing this, Kagura looked up at him, and after thinking for a moment, she nodded in agreement with his suggestion. After all, he knew very well that sending all the Jonin to block the dividing line looked really tough. But this approach is also time-limited. Let's not talk about how long Tsunaga Core Village can endure this kind of arrangement. Just saying that this method of sending out all the high-end combat power will also leave Konoha Village in an empty state, and Konoha will have to guard against attacks from other interested parties. So in general, there is not much time left for them to round up Shota Futa. In this case, it is obviously more important for Danzo to arrive directly at the scene as soon as possible. Seeing Kagura nodding, Danzo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew it in his heart, even though he was the leader of the team. But the core figure of the entire team is Kagura in front of him. If he doesn't agree with his strategy, it may be difficult to implement it later. After a short rest for an hour, everyone set out towards the front again with the fire extinguished. Not long after, in a stone forest surrounded by stones, Kagura and others were once again surrounded by enemies. Danzo frowned as he waved the kunao in his hand and knocked away a dart flying towards him. Obviously, more people were sent to hinder them this time. And this time the enemy clearly knew their strength. After driving them into this stone forest, they did not show up. Instead, they hid in the pile of rocks and launched harassing long-range attacks on them. It has to be said that in this rainy environment, the ninjas of the Hidden Rain Village who are good at water style have a unique advantage. As soon as Danzo rushes towards the enemy, they will immediately perform water style and hide in a puddle or pond. Then others in the distance will throw a bunch of ninja tools, forcing Danzo back to his original position again. Apparently these people were under orders to drag them here. Looking at the anxious battle situation in front of him, Danzo looked at Kagura. Kagura immediately understood what he meant, which was a sign to help him break through the siege. But Kagura was also in trouble at this time, because he did not have a suitable ninjutsu that could break the deadlock at this time. It's not that he doesn't have it, but neither the tailed beast-clothed stake nor Chidori is suitable to be revealed in front of Danzo at this time. The fire style that the Uchiha clan is good at cannot exert its due effect in this rainy environment. As for distinguished heavenly gods, he didn't mind using it in front of Danzo. But the problem is that the hazy rainy day limits the use of ice skills, not to mention that the opponent has never challenged him head-on, so he has no chance to use it. After thinking for a while, he made a gesture to the other three people. Tsunade and others instantly understood his intention and nodded to him. Taking a deep breath, 4 shadow clones suddenly appeared next to him. As soon as Shadow Clone appeared, it immediately rushed out in 4 different directions. Obviously these clones were meant to attract firepower, and the 5 people suddenly rushed out in the other direction. Just in front of them, several enemies suddenly emerged from the water. After this period of fighting, Kagura and others have obviously adapted to this water-style appearance. Tsunade jumped up high and slammed down, knocking all the enemies in front of her away. It is her famous skill, Painful Feet. Kagura also drew out her kunao and took the initiative to face the remaining enemies. Orochimaru and Jiraiya followed Danzo on the left and right as they continued to move forward. However, they had just taken 2 steps when a large number of kunao and shuriken appeared in front of them. A huge number of ninja tools poured down on the 3 of them like a downpour. Orochimaru immediately stopped and quickly formed a seal. As he puffed up his cheeks and exhaled, a huge gust of wind appeared. The storm instantly blew away all the ninja tools in front of them. Danzo and Jiraiya did not slow down at all and directly broke through this windy zone. Just when the two were about to leave the stone forest, the last wave of interceptions from the enemy finally appeared. The two ninjas stood on the last stone. As they formed the seal, hundreds of arrow blades composed of water condensed in the air. As soon as the water arrows condensed, they were shot towards the two of them. In the rainy environment, water style's ninjutsu is obviously enhanced, and its power and speed are obviously more powerful than usual. Seeing the huge number of attacks in front of him, Jiraiya suddenly appeared in front of Danzo. After a simple one-hand seal, his silver hair suddenly grew crazily. In the blink of an eye, the silver hair turned into hard armor, covering him and Danzo tightly. Clang, clang, clang. There was a sound similar to the collision of metal, and those seemingly sharp water blades seemed to hit a hard iron wall. Except for leaving some white marks on the fortress made of silver hair, it was impossible to break through its defense. After just tens of seconds, the attack that seemed to never stop finally disappeared. At the moment when the attack disappeared, a hole suddenly opened in the silver fortress, and Danzo rushed out like a cannonball. The figure flashed, and a ninja blocking the front suddenly changed his expression and covered his neck in horror. But his actions obviously had no effect, and blood still spurted out from between his fingers. At the moment when he lost his body, Danzo had already killed an enemy. Seeing this, the last ninja shrank his eyes and threw all the weapons on his body towards the black shadow without any reservation. Looking at several kunai flying towards him in front of him, Danzo, who could have easily blocked them, dodged in order to escape from here faster. Ignoring the enemy in front of him, he kicked off his feet and finally left the stone forest. However, it was at this time that an accident happened. With a cry of pain, a column of blood appeared on Jiraiya's chest. As Danzo left, Jiraiya covered his right chest in pain. There was a kunai that was supposed to be shot at Danzo. Because of his dodge, Jiraiya, who was behind Danzo, was caught off guard and was accidentally injured. Jiraiya's cry of pain caused Kagura's expression to change, but in the hazy rainy day, he had no idea what happened. Just as he was thinking about what happened in front of him, the shuriken in his hand was released. The enemy that had been entangled with him suddenly gave up the fight and quickly rushed forward. After being stunned for a moment, Kagura somewhat understood their intentions. Although the orders received by these ninjas were to hinder their progress, if there was an opportunity to kill directly, they would definitely not miss it. At this time, Jiraiya's right chest was full of blood, and the kunai originally inserted into his chest had been pulled out and thrown at his feet. But at this time, his blood was like dripping into the ocean full of sharks, attracting countless enemies to open their fangs towards him. Orochimaru, who was closest to Jiraiya, rushed to his side as soon as he knew he was injured. Countless kunai and darts attacked the two of them, although Jiraiya resisted them with the ninja technique Needle Jizo. But in his current situation, he is approaching the limit and will no longer be able to maintain ninjutsu. The long-range attacks in front of them were ineffective. The ninjas from Yuyan village looked at each other and stopped throwing. Everyone pulled out kunai and rushed towards the two people from all directions. When Kagura arrived at the scene, what he saw was the scene of countless enemies rushing towards Jiraiya and Orochimaru. His eyes darkened, and several rays of blue lightning flashed across his body. As a dazzling light erupted from his body, it turned into a blue light and came to the front of the two people instantly. It was Kagura who no longer concealed her strength and unleashed her lightning style with all her might. At this moment, he was like lightning in the dark night, with blue electric light surrounding him. Seeing the extra young man in front of them, the people surrounding him were not surprised but overjoyed. Their hands holding the weapons waved harder, intending to split the ignorant brat in front of them in half. Kagura, who was in the center of the siege, was still in the mood to look up and look around. Seeing the bloodlust flashing in those people's eyes, the corners of his mouth turned up. He clapped his hands together, and the lightning surrounding him suddenly glowed. The electric light that was originally the size of a hair suddenly became the size of a small snake, extending in all directions with him as the center. Kagura was like a spider in a cobweb, with a blue power grid stretching out around her with a radius of more than 10 meters. The enemies around him were like moths flying into the flames, rushing into his thunder and lightning field one after another. Pa, pa, pa. Tsunade, who had just arrived, opened her mouth unconsciously in surprise. She looked at all the enemies that broke into Kagura's blue thunder and lightning. Like a puppet with its threads cut off, it fell straight to the ground. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who were beside Kagura, were even more surprised. Jiraiya didn't know when he had removed the needle from Jizo's ninjutsu, and was staring at Kagura's back in front of him in stunned silence. At this time, Kagura was like the god of thunder descending to earth, punishing all the sinners who stood in front of him. Orochimaru's expression wasn't much better. The kunai he was holding tightly in his hand had fallen to the ground without even realizing it. Looking at Kagura's ninjutsu that he had never seen before, his eyes were full of burning desire. If water style can be enhanced to a certain extent in a rainy environment, then lightning style can be said to have doubled in this environment. At this time, Kagura was using ninjutsu Chidori flow, which extended from Chidori. To put it simply, use lightning style to spread lightning around yourself. In Kagura's own words, he was like a power ball in the laboratory at this time. These guys, who were soaked in water, rushed into the power grid unprepared, and were basically paralyzed by the lightning style in an instant. As dozens of figures in front fell around Kagura, the remaining enemies in the rear finally understood what was happening in front of them and stopped immediately. Of course, Kagura is not yet proficient in using lightning style at this time. Most of these fallen people just lost consciousness, not real death. Seeing that no one came forward, Kagura also put away the running Chidori flow. He was not a murderous person. Looking at the people who fell in front of him, he had no intention of finishing the attack. Seeing that there were only a dozen people left not far away, they looked at their enemies with horrified expressions. He said in an indifferent tone, "If I were you, take your companions and leave now. Otherwise, I will kill you with all my strength next." After speaking, he once again took hold of the weapon in his hand to express his determination. Everyone from Yuyan village looked at each other, and after thinking for a moment, one of them hesitantly walked to Kagura. While staring at Kagura's movements, he slowly lifted up a fallen companion. Seeing that Kagura did not stop him, he immediately stood up and left the scene with a jump. Seeing this, the remaining people slowly approached Kagura and helped their companions up in twos and threes. After just a few minutes, the battlefield that was still a fierce battle suddenly cleared, leaving only Kagura and 4 others. After all enemies disappeared, Kagura continued to maintain a vigilant posture. It wasn't until a few minutes later that his body softened and he collapsed on the ground. Seeing his actions, Tsunade, who was treating Jiraiya, cast a concerned look. Orochimaru also quickly came to Kagura and helped him sit up. Kagura waved her hands towards everyone and said breathlessly, "I'm fine, don't worry. I just consumed a lot of chakra." Yes, Kagura's gesture just now was just to scare away the enemy. Although he now has a chakra capacity comparable to that of Jonin, he is only the lowest level Jonin. For example, the famous blue representative Kakashi, Naruto, can still be alive and kicking after dozens of episodes, but he basically fell to the ground after using ninjutsu twice. In the past 3 days, they had not gotten any rest, and their bodies and chakra had been consumed a lot. In the battle just now, he used Shadow Clone and Chidori Flow. Even he, the chakra in his body is close to bottoming out. The 3 companions around him were basically the same, plus Jiraiya's injuries. Kagura could only use her heaven-defying performance just now to scare away the remaining enemies. Although he is not a bloodthirsty person, he is not a bad person either. Otherwise, how could he let go of those fallen enemies? After regaining their mobility a little, they decided to leave here quickly and find a safe place. In a stone cave, bright or dark firelight shines, and the fire raised in the cave dispels the coldness brought by the rainy day. The injured Jiraiya had a bandage on his chest and was lying on the ground to rest with his eyes closed. The kunao only hit his right chest on the shoulder blade, fortunately avoiding the fatal position. After Tsunade's treatment, there is no serious problem now. Of course, Jiraiya's current combat effectiveness must be greatly reduced. In view of everyone's current situation, Kagura decided to make temporary repairs. You need to recover at least some chakra before you can move on. Looking at the rainy weather outside the cave that seemed to never stop, Kagura was standing at the entrance of the cave on guard. To be honest, this cave is not a very suitable hiding place. Because its depth is too short, even if a fire breaks out inside, the outside world can still see the clues. But in an emergency, this is the best hiding place they can find. Well, fortunately this continuous rainy day can reduce visibility, which is one of the few advantages of this rainy day. Looking at the sky outside, Kagura comforted herself in her heart. Tsunade came to him silently and handed over a piece of hot dry food. She said softly, "Eat something, and then I'll be the guard later. You should also seize the time to take a rest. You should be almost at your limit." Looking at Tsunade's caring eyes, Kagura smiled slightly and took the food. After taking a bite silently, he was about to turn around and say something to Tsunade. Suddenly his eyes changed, he threw away the food in his hand, and looked outside warily. Amidst the patter of raindrops, a figure could be seen vaguely appearing in the distance. Although it was still far away, that figure gave Kagura a feeling of extreme danger. Kagura has only experienced this feeling once, and that time her opponent was Golden Horn not long ago. The person in front of me is very strong. He noticed that Kagura's expression was different, and saw the blurry figure in the distance. Before Kagura could say anything more, Tsunade rushed back into the cave to wake up Orochimaru and Jiraiya. The cave with the flickering fire undoubtedly became a beacon of light in this rainy plain. The man in the distance had obviously noticed them and walked towards them at a leisurely pace. Kagura and others were also prepared and guarded the entrance of the cave. It's not that Kagura doesn't want to escape, it's that the surrounding terrain is too empty, and if he escapes, he will become a conspicuous target. It was difficult to tell whether the person coming across was an enemy or a friend. If he was really an enemy, fighting inside the cave would be better than fighting outside on a rainy day. Under their uneasy guard, the image of the figure gradually became clearer. The man was wearing a black tights and had a large breathing filter in his mouth. Underneath the messy hair was a pair of extremely cold eyes, and the forehead protector on his head clearly showed the logo of Yuan Village. If these appearances can't explain his identity, then as the distance gets closer, the person following him is enough to explain everything. The man had short black hair and an ordinary face without any features. The only thing that can be remembered is his pair of small, gloomy eyes like lion majesty. Kagura and others had seen this person's appearance before, because this was exactly the target of their mission, Shota Futa. At this time, the two people had arrived outside the cave. Seeing Kagura and the Konoha symbol on her forehead, Shota Futa's eyes burst out with undisguised resentment. Kagura sighed helplessly, and said to the three people behind her in an inaudible voice, "I'll rush out later and you can take the opportunity to steal it." After saying that, he didn't wait for the three people to respond. He held his left hand tightly on his right wrist and leaned down to stare at the ninja from Yuan Village in front of him. Stab, chirp, as a high-pitched bird song sounded, a powerful blue current flashed in Kagura's right hand. Facing this unknown strong man, Kagura used her strongest ninjutsu. He raised his head and looked forward, his eyes had transformed into Sharingan, and the double Megatama in his eyes were constantly rotating. Obviously he had used distinguished heavenly gods at the same time. However, facing Kagura's attacking posture, the ninja from Yuan Village remained unmoved and still watched everything indifferently with his arms folded. After a brief silence, the man spoke in a hoarse voice, "These eyes belong to the Uchiha clan of Konoha Village. Give up, your genjutsu is useless to me, but the lightning style you have is a bit interesting. Let your horse attack, you know you only have this one chance." This is not an alarmist statement. Kagura had just activated distinguished heavenly gods on the person in front of him, but obviously compared to the original Golden Horn, his genjutsu has no effect on the person in front of him. Gritting his teeth, his rotating Sharingan slowly stopped the activation of distinguished heavenly gods. With a soft drink in his mouth, the Chidori in his hand shone brightly, and his body stayed close to the ground and rushed out like a swooping falcon. The leaked energy from his right hand left a straight ravine in the path of his attack. Just when he was about to rush in front of the man, Kagura jumped up high. The Chidori in his hand has condensed to the size of an apple, and the high-pitched chirping sound from before has disappeared. This is obviously a manifestation of concentrating energy to the extreme. Just when the lightning-like blow was about to hit the man's chest, the man stretched out his right hand seemingly slowly. In Kagura's disbelieving eyes, the hand seemed to be raised slightly, and then it accurately grasped the wrist of his attacking right hand. He felt as if his right hand was imprisoned by an iron hand made of fine iron. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move forward even half a minute. Before Kagura could make the next move, the man raised his leg and kicked forward. Kagura's body instantly flew back like a cannonball and hit the stone wall next to the cave, making a big hole. Without any hesitation, at the moment Kagura was kicked away, the other three people did not follow Kagura's instructions and ran away. Instead, he rushed towards that person like Kagura. In just an instant, the three of them flew back at a faster speed, and three large holes appeared on the stone wall again. Kagura, who fell from the stone wall and knelt on one knee, couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood and looked at the enemy in front of her with a horrified expression. Although the Golden Horn he was fighting against was already in a very weak state, he never expected that a random person he met in the wilderness would be stronger than that Golden Horn. Seeing the four brats from Konoha being defeated in front of him, Shodanada showed an excited smile. He said to the person in front of him with a crazy look on his face, "Hanzo, kill them. When I go back, I can ask the higher UPS to give more bounties." The moment she heard the word Hanzo, Kagura's heart suddenly jumped, and she immediately realized that the person in front of her was actually the legendary demigod. Sancho Hanzo, the future leader of a Megakure village, was regarded by the ninjas as the pinnacle of the ninja world at his peak, and enjoyed the title of demigod. In the future Second Ninja War, he will lead a country to fight against the three major countries including Konoha. Although Konoha won the battle and defeated the Hidden Rain village, it still could not defeat Sancho Hanzo. Of course, he is still in his youth and still does not have the demigod strength that people praise in the plot. But any ninja who can be called God will not be an ordinary person. No wonder I am like a newborn baby in front of him. After hearing Shota Futa's order, Hanzo looked at him with his cold eyes. This time there was a hint of chill in the hoarse voice. "I said you haven't recognized your current situation yet? If the leader of the village hadn't asked me to at least preserve your life, do you think you could have escaped the search of those Konoha Umbu?" After saying that, he ignored Shota Futa's furious expression and walked into the cave as if nothing had happened. But before going in, he paused briefly and said, "You four, if you are not dead, come in by yourself. If you try to escape, I will kill you." After saying that, he ignored Kagura and others and walked straight into the cave. Shota Futa glanced at Kagura and others with fierce eyes, but thought of the consequences of offending Hanzo if he took action here. He reluctantly put away his gaze and followed Hanzo's steps in. Kagura barely stood up and looked at the other three people with concern. Fortunately, it seemed that Hanzo had saved his strength against them, and the three of them reluctantly stood up one after another. Seeing the questioning look in his companion's eyes, Kagura said nothing, but slowly shook his head and walked into the cave. The three of them frowned, and finally had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow in. He casually found a place to sit down in the cave, and Kagura closed her eyes tiredly. In addition to taking the time to rest, he thought about the current situation. Judging from the current situation, it is at least certain that the search operation in Konoha ahead must have failed. After all, the targets have already appeared in front of them. And the reason for all this should be because Hanzo took action. Well, that's right. It is not difficult for a future demigod to personally take action and fish someone out from under Umbu's eyes. But the question is, why didn't he kill his own group? It can be seen from the short battle just now that he doesn't need to expend much effort at all to kill people like him. Recalling Hanzo's character, in the original plot, he was indeed a very contradictory person. Both kindness and cruelty appear in him to varying degrees. Hanzo cherishes the talents of powerful young ninjas. For example, during the Second Ninja War, he faced the young Sunin who was defeated by his own men. Hanzo admired them very much, so he gave Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade the title of Konoha Sunin and let them go. However, in his later years, because Yahiko and Nagato threatened his position, he chose to unite with Danzo to annihilate them. Both contradictory personalities are reflected in him. But judging from the performance of his group just now, Kagura didn't think it was worth Danzo letting him and others go. So what will happen to this group of people in the future? After Kagura thought for a while, he seemed to understand Hanzo's thoughts. The current Hanzo is not the powerful being who can single-handedly compete with the three kingdoms in the future, and he is not even the leader of Yuin village yet. Judging from the previous conversation between him and Shota Fuda, the main reason why the two of them appeared here was just that Hanzo was executing the orders issued by the village leader. The current situation is that all Jonin in Konoha are concentrated in the Land of Rain, and a large number of Umbu are conducting a blanket search not far away. Regarding Shota Fuda's attitude, Hanzo was more interested in the mission and didn't want to cause trouble. If you kill people like yourself here, there will be Uchiha's clan members and Tsunadeheim among them. It is conceivable that if their bodies are discovered by Umbu, it may be the trigger for the outbreak of war for the Rain Country. This is the main reason why Hanzo doesn't hurt them. After figuring this out, Kagura secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For him, as long as his life is not threatened, other things are not that important. Perhaps feeling Kagura's body relax, Hanzo looked towards him with interest. After observing for a moment, he asked, "May I have your name?" In response to Hanzo's question, Kagura showed no expression on her face, but she still responded, "Uchiha Kagura. Uchiha Kagura. I've never seen that lightning style you just used. Was it your own creation ninjutsu?" Hanzo, who had already confirmed the Kagura clan through Sharingan, was not surprised by his name, but instead mentioned the ninjutsu he was interested in. The ninjutsu of Chidori, also known as Reikari, was created by Kakashi. Kakashi was not born yet, so this ninjutsu has naturally never appeared. After thinking for a few seconds, Kagura nodded. "Although I didn't create it myself, the system gave it to me, so it's not too much to admit the invention, right?" Seeing Kagura's response, Hanzo's eyes flashed with appreciation, and he continued, "The Uchiha clan is indeed an enviable clan. Every generation has surprising talents." He added some more firewood to the fire in front of him, then looked up at everyone and continued, "Don't worry, I didn't want to kill you, but you need to stay with me for the next 2 days. As long as I bring this person to the target location, I will let you go. Now there are all your people outside. If you are allowed to leave now to spread the word, it will attract people from Konoha. I will have a headache." Sure enough, Kagura had a look of understanding on her face. Hanzo's thoughts were as he had deduced. But after hearing what Hanzo said, Shota Fuda's face turned ugly. He looked at Hanzo with a somewhat fearful look and said, "Why not just kill them? Wouldn't it be more convenient? If you feel that the task reward is too small and does not include these, I can add it in my own name." However, in the face of Shota Fuda's request, Hanzo didn't even look at him, and still flicked the fire in front of him and said, "I'm just the person who performs the task. If you have any objections to the content of the task, go to Yuin village to find someone to discuss it yourself. Now, I am only responsible for delivering you safely to the designated place." Faced with Hanzo's merciless words, Shota Fuda forced himself to calm down even though the muscles on his face twitched slightly. Along the way, he knew the strength of the man in front of him. In his opinion, even the powerful Umbu could not make a single move in front of him, and he was not as strong as Chunin, so there was no need to compare. Tsunade on the side was treating Jiraiya while paying attention to the situation here. This unlucky Jiraiya, the wound that had begun to recover, was injured again by Hanzo's blow, and blood began to flow again. Fortunately, he had already experienced it once. Tsunade easily stopped his bleeding this time and was using healing techniques to speed up the healing of the wound. When she heard Hanzo's words, her tense heart relaxed. There was no way, after the short battle just now, she already knew that Hanzo was not on the same level as them. Even Kagura, who is usually the most powerful, cannot survive a single round in his hands. At this time, they did not have such a strong sense of ninja responsibility. For them, how to survive was the first factor. When she heard Hanzo's refutation of Shota Futa's words, she finally couldn't help but laugh. In the closed cave, her laughter seemed so abrupt, echoing throughout the space. Shota Futa, who was already unhappy, heard the laughter, and his anger surged up again. He glared at him and said viciously, "Snort. With just a few of you genin, even if Hanzo refuses to take action, I can handle it myself." As he spoke, he stood up, as if he really planned to do it himself. At this time, Kagura, who had closed her eyes, opened her eyes again, and the Sharingan in her eyes slowly turned. A cold gaze swept over him, and Futa Shota felt a chill all over his body, and looked at Kagura warily. Kagura didn't have the slightest fondness for the person in front of him, so he said indifferently, "If Hanzo hadn't been here, it would have been just a waste like you. He had already returned to the village with us under my control." Hearing Kagura's contemptuous words, Futa Shota was furious and was about to say something. At this time Hanzo finally looked at him with an idiot look and interjected, "Sit down. You can't even judge the strength of your opponent? Don't be dissatisfied, that kid is telling the truth." After hearing Hanzo's words, Shota Futa's expression condensed. If it was just that kid, he would only regard it as the boy's provocation. But if it was Hanzo who said it, he would trust the other party's judgment. He sat down again angrily. He seemed to have thought of something, and turned to Kagura with an unhappy look on his face and said, "What can a brat like you know? As genin, you are nothing more than tools in the hands of those in Konoha. The so-called mission you performed this time is nothing but lies." Kagura frowned after hearing what Shota Futa said. But before he could say anything, Tsunade on the side spoke first and asked, "What do you mean?" Looking up at the four brats in front of him, and seeing the doubts in their eyes, Shota Futa showed a smile again and said, "What do I mean? I mean you were all deceived by that Hokage-sama and Danzo-sama. The instructions you received should be that I stole the forbidden book, so you have to come out to arrest me, right? Yes, I did steal it, but what I stole was not a forbidden book at all." Having said this, he seemed to have thought of something, and continued through gritted teeth, "That's a bait. It's a bait used by your senior officials to lure the spies lurking in Konoha village. They moved us out this way and then quickly cleared us. All of this is just a plan by the newly appointed Hokage to clean up the internal affairs." Hearing Shota Futa's explanation, Kagura felt that all the confusion in the past few days had been solved. Why was the forbidden book, regarded as a treasure, so easily stolen by spies? Why were those high-level officials able to react so quickly as soon as the incident happened, and even immediately sent out all the jonin to block the escape route? Why hasn't the system even issued a task to itself until now? Because the specific content of this A-level mission is to capture Shota Futa and retrieve the forbidden book in his hand. Since he doesn't have the forbidden book in his hand, this mission is naturally not a real A-level mission. This is why the system did not release tasks together this time. However, although he was a little surprised, Kagura didn't think there was anything wrong with what Konoha's senior officials did this time. Isn't it normal to find out the spies in the village and clean up the internal environment? The only surprise may be that Hiruzen Sarutobi did not expect that Kagura and others would encounter enemies like Hanzo in the periphery. After Tsunade and others heard what Shota Futa said, they looked at each other and showed the same expressions. At this moment, Hanzo waved his hand forward, extinguished the fire in front of him and stood up. After looking around for a week, he said to everyone, "Okay, let's move on. Konoha brats, please follow me for a while." Faced with Hanzo's invitation, it was obvious that Kagura and the others had no right to refuse. Without saying anything, everyone silently followed the two people out of the cave. Jiraiya, who was still injured, could only be helped forward by Orochimaru and Kagura. The rain, which seemed to last forever, gradually became smaller and stopped. Although the sun was still not visible and the sky was still full of dark clouds, the long-awaited rainless weather still made Kagura feel better. Naturally, Hanzo would not pay special attention to Jiraiya's footsteps. He still kept his own pace and walked towards the unknown location. Kagura and others, who were at the end of the team, made a conscious effort to keep up. Although Hanzo did not urge him, nor did he look back at them, but Kagura and others knew very well that if they used the excuse of Jiraiya's injury to fall behind, I am afraid that this seemingly benevolent enemy will chop the butcher knife on Jiraiya's head in the next second. So even though Hanzo didn't say a word along the way, they spontaneously quickened their pace. In rainy weather like the land of rain, it is difficult to define the time of day. After walking for about half a day, the sky was unknowingly replaced by a dark curtain, and Hanzo, who was walking at the front of the team, stopped for the first time. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Having lived in the land of rain since he was a child, he instantly judged that tonight would also be a rare rainless state. He casually came to the foot of a big tree and sat down without saying a word. Although there was no instruction, everyone behind him understood that he wanted to rest where he was. Panting slightly, Kagura put down Jiraiya on his back and helped him sit against the tree. Although he had been treated by Tsunade, Jiraiya, who had been injured twice in a short period of time and had lost a lot of blood, was now extremely weak. In the beginning, he was indeed supported by Kagura and Orochimaru, but as Hanzo's pace quickened, it was really impossible to keep up with this supported walking method. Finally, Kagura decided to carry Jiraiya on her back. Looking up and seeing Jiraiya's apologetic eyes, Kagura smiled slightly and shook her head gently. Seeing that Hanzo had no idea of setting up a fire, and even though there was no rain, it was indeed impossible to light a fire in the damp woods. The four of them, Kagura, silently took out the dry food from their bodies and started eating. At this time, the most correct thing to do is to seize the time to replenish your physical strength. Looking at the movements of the four of them, Hanzo secretly nodded. He has always admired such smart people. He finally spoke and said, "I will let you go at noon tomorrow at the latest." After saying that, he closed his eyes and leaned against the tree without making any sound. Although there was a hint of ferocity on Shota Futa's face after hearing what he said, he did not say anything in the end. As for Kagura and the others, it was as if they didn't hear Hanzo's words and continued to eat the dry food in their hands in silence. Time slowly turned to late night, and the dark clouds in the sky that seemed to never disperse finally faded away. The bright moonlight spread to the earth, giving the woods a silvery halo. At this time, everyone had closed their eyes, breathing evenly and leaning against the tree to rest. Suddenly, Hanzo, who seemed to be sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes. Whoosh! The moment he opened his eyes, with a slight sound, a black kunai suddenly shot towards his upper body. Hey! There was a dull sound of digging into the wood, and Hanzo, who was sitting there, disappeared, and the kunai was inserted deeply into the trunk of the tree. But a hissing sound came from the kunai, and there was an explosive talisman tied to the kunai. Bang! With a loud noise, the kunai exploded violently. Kagura had already woken up when the kunai hit the tree trunk. His first reaction was to grab Jiraiya beside him and quickly retreat. Although Orochimaru and Tsunade were a step behind him, they also rushed out before the explosion. A huge plume of smoke rose, even as the Sharingan was activated. But Kagura could only barely see that there were two black figures intersecting continuously inside, and the sound of weapons colliding could be heard from time to time. As the smoke slowly dissipated, everyone finally saw the specific situation of the battle clearly. At this time, Hanzo and a man were holding weapons and were in a stalemate, and that man was Danzo, who had just left the day before. Danzo had actually been following them since early in the morning. After the breakout that day, before he reached his destination, he received news from Shadow's pet that the target had escaped. He was the main planner of this plan, and it was he who took the initiative to propose to Hiruzen Sarutobi to use fishing bait to clean up the village's spies. Shota Futa is actually not his main target, but the companions who helped Shota Futa commit the theft were the main targets of his plan. It's just a Chunin. Now that his identity is known, it is impossible to cause much trouble under Umbu's surveillance. But the other spies involved behind him are the big fish hiding behind it. But he didn't expect that in order to prevent Konoha from getting caught, Tsunagakure village actually hired ninjas from the country of rain to help him escape during this operation. Although many traitors or spies who escaped from Konoha with Shodanada were caught along the way, they were all Chunin or below characters. The real behind-the-scenes organizer did not reveal his true identity. In this way, the existence of Shota Futa appears to be more important than imagined. As long as you catch him and use ninjutsu to interrogate him, you will always get some unexpected gains. So after receiving the news from Umbu, he immediately stopped moving and started searching the place. As the leader of an organization like Root, Danzo's tracking technology is naturally top-notch. What's more, God was kind, and the rain that most disturbed our footsteps stopped. So 3 hours ago, he had already discovered this large team. Although he was surprised as to why Kagura and others were among them, what caught his attention was the presence of Hanzo. As a ninja who survived the battlefield, he could naturally sense the danger from the young man at the front. After thinking for a moment, he sent the message to Umbu behind him and followed it alone. It has to be said that in terms of tracking and concealment, Danzo is a top-notch master. After several hours of tracking, Hanzo didn't notice at all. Danzo was also a very patient person. Even when he saw them stopping to rest, he still didn't take action, he just hid above and watched. As the night progressed, he finally launched the long-awaited blow. The two people who were in a stalemate with each other suddenly exerted force and quickly retreated. Danzo, who was still retreating, suddenly threw out several shurikens, and then formed a seal with one hand, which suddenly became an overwhelming number. Facing this intensive kunai attack, Hanzo's response was very simple. He calmly used the kunai in his hand to fly away the hidden weapons in front of him one by one. However, after a few seconds, his expression suddenly changed. I saw those shurikens that had been thrown flying around behind him along a trajectory that was contrary to common sense. Kagura, who was standing not far away, used Sharingan to see the clues. All the shurikens thrown by Danzo have an almost unobservable thread behind them. Danzo suddenly pulled his hand back, and strips of silver light flashed. The shurikens that were thrown away by Hanzo suddenly flew behind him. At the critical moment, Hanzo twisted his body to avoid the attack. But when he came back to his senses, he found that he had been bound by the thin but actually tough thin threads in shurikens. His familiar voice came again, and the dozens of shurikens tied to his body were suddenly lit. Taking a closer look, all the shurikens were tied with yellow detonating charms. Bang! An explosion sounded louder than before, and a huge fireball exploded where Hanzo was standing. This explosion set off a huge gray mist, which instantly filled the entire forest. Danzo, who succeeded with one blow, didn't care about the results of the battle at all. He kicked his feet hard and quickly rushed towards Kagura and others. In front of him was the astonished Futa Shota. From the beginning to the end, he had no intention of deciding the outcome with Hanzo. All his attacks were just to hold back the strong man. Danzo's target from the beginning was Shota Futa, who was standing aside. Under Shota Futa's disbelieving gaze, the kunao in Danzo's hand plunged into his body. Danzo's eyes narrowed, and Shota Futa's incredulous face gradually disappeared in front of him, replaced by a piece of wood. As a senior spy, Shota Futa may not be very strong, but when it comes to caution, he is definitely not lacking. As early as the two started fighting, he knew that this was Konoha's man who came to arrest him. While Kagura was focusing on the battle ahead, he even secretly used the substitution technique under his Sharingan eyes. After vigorously shaking off the wooden section that was hid in his hand, Danzo quickly scanned the surroundings with his wolf-like eyes. A black shadow flashed past. It was Shota Futa who was hiding in the darkness. He quickly rushed towards Kagura and others. Seeing this, Kagura and others immediately assumed a fighting stance. However, under Kagura's astonished gaze, Shota Futa suddenly changed direction when he was about to meet him. Slightly dazed, he immediately understood Shota Futa's goal, but it was already too late. I saw Shota Futa's figure flashing past, and Jiraiya, who was lying next to Kagura, was already being held hostage by his hands. When his figure stopped, Jiraiya was already tightly wrapped in front of him with his right hand. He stood behind Jiraiya warily, looking at Kagura, Danzo, and others. Holding a kunao in his left hand, he pressed it against Jiraiya's neck and said cruelly, "Don't even move. Otherwise I will kill this brat." Coercing hostages was obviously an idea he had thought about for a long time, and Jiraiya, who was unable to move due to injuries, naturally became the best target. Jiraiya turned his head to look at Shota Futa with shame and resentment, but he really didn't have the extra strength to resist. In this way, the scene once again formed a stalemate. And just when this episode happened, the gray fog on the other side gradually dissipated. As the saying goes, there is no harm in the smoke. Hanzo's unscathed figure slowly emerged from the gray mist. Although the expression on his face was still cold, there was obviously a hint of anger in his eyes. Without saying anything, he accelerated and rushed towards Danzo. Seeing the strong man attacking again, Danzo also had a hint of anxiety in his eyes. As if he had made some decision in his heart, he gritted his teeth and rushed towards Shota Futa again. Danzo hadn't arrived yet, but he had already thrown several darts at Shota Futa. Seeing Danzo ignore the hostages in his hands and launch an attack, a cruel look flashed in Futa Shota's eyes. He raised the hostage in his hand to resist without hesitation. Following Jiraiya's muttering and Tsunade and Orochimaru's exclamations, several darts pierced into Jiraiya's body and several blood flowers exploded. However, facing this situation, the expression on Danzo's face remained unchanged, and the dagger in his hand flashed with cold light. His body still rushed towards Futa Shota at high speed, and the sword in his hand suddenly thrust forward. He wanted to pierce Jiraiya's body directly and hit Shota Futa. Tsunade and Orochimaru, who did not expect Danzo to make such a move, exclaimed. Orochimaru's hand had grown longer and he wanted to stop him, but their actions were always one step behind Danzo, and it seemed impossible to catch up. In the desperate eyes of the two people, just when Danzo's shuriken was about to penetrate Jiraiya's body, there was a loud shout and an explosion. Duanzo, how dare you! A blue lightning suddenly appeared at the scene, and the target of that lightning was Danzo in front. Feeling the rapidly approaching offensive behind him, Danzo narrowed his eyes and made a decision in a moment. The shuriken he had thrust out suddenly retracted, and his body forcibly turned around in an indescribable posture. At the moment when the lightning was about to hit him, he finally managed to defend himself and barely blocked the blow with the weapon in his hand. Boom! With a crisp sound, Danzo was knocked back several meters. But after flying upside down, he quickly adjusted his posture in the air and landed steadily on the ground. He looked up and saw that the one attacking him was Kagura with the blue electric ball flashing in his hand. The Kagura that activated Chidori slowly dissipated. Ninjutsu raised his head and glared at Danzo. Danzo was stunned the moment he saw his eyes, because right in front of him was a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. 9-year-old San Magatama. He muttered in disbelief. Time went back a few seconds, and Kagura was also caught off guard by Danzo's attack. He could only watch helplessly as those darts pierced into Jiraiya's body. At that moment, Kagura felt as if time had been pressed on the pause button. Jiraiya's painful eyes and the blood splashing on his body were clearly reflected in his eyes. At this time, several images seemed to flash through his mind. That was the scene before Jireya's death in the original plot. With scattered white hair and a smile without regrets, the figure slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. Am I really unable to change their fate? For the first time since time travel, Kagura felt a sense of powerlessness. And along with that feeling of powerlessness is an unprecedented anger. No! All tragedies will be changed in my hands. As this firm thought rose, even Kagura didn't notice that a Megatama slowly appeared in his Sharingan. If Kagura could open the system and check it this time, he would find that his pupil technique column has changed. The progress instantly reached 100%, and the attributes also changed to I technique, 3 Megatama Sharingan, progress 0.1%. In fact, after these 2 months of practice, the progress of his I skills has reached 99%. But in the last 1%, Kagura found that no matter how hard she practiced, she still couldn't make a breakthrough. In fact, this is precisely because he lacks the emotions needed to advance. Since he used system help for the last advancement, he was not aware of this. After traveling through time, his goal is to survive. For this reason, he has always kept a low profile, and it can even be said that he just wants to survive until the day when the protagonist solves everything. But without even realizing it, the 3 members of Class 7 gradually became indispensable companions in his heart. They perform tasks together, play together, and worry together. Kagura began to get used to the presence of these people in his life, and he even began to work hard to change the miserable fate of these companions. However, it was at this moment that the scene of Jireya being injured appeared in front of him. The bright blood flowers seemed to break through some of the shackles in his heart, and the strong emotions made him finally reach the realm of 3 Megatama at this moment. It was at that moment that he subconsciously used Chidori. At this time, he didn't notice that Chidori, which originally required a certain amount of energy, was used instantly by him this time. Kagura, who had forced Danzo back, slowly stood up straight and glared at Danzo in front of him. At this time, a hint of fear flashed in Danzo's eyes. The genius of Uchiha was able to possess 3 Megatama at the age of 9. It can be said that even Uchiha Madara did not have the talent of the boy in front of him. At this time, Hanzo finally arrived on the battlefield. Seeing that his mission target was not injured, he did not take the opportunity to launch an attack. With just a flash, he stood behind Shota Futa, looking warily at Kagura and Danzo facing each other in front of him. Seeing Hanzo's arrival, Danzo knew in his heart that his plan of a quick victory had failed. He frowned and looked at Kagura, and said in a questioning tone, "Do you know what you are doing?" At this time, Tsunade and Orikimura finally rushed to Kagura, and they also looked at Danzo with angry eyes. Kagura patted the dust on his feet, his face returned to calmness and he replied, "Of course I know what I'm doing. I know even more that Jireya is my companion." Faced with Kagura's response, Danzo said non-committally, "Companion? Do you think you guys are still playing house in ninja school? I told Hiruzen Sarutobi that the education in the village is too peaceful now. People of your generation have forgotten what a ninja is. Completing the mission is the first element of being a ninja. The sacrifice of companions in the process is not the reason that hinders the mission. What you just did is a disgrace to ninjas." Looking at Danzo, who was speaking with an angry look on his face, Kagura pondered for a moment and then suddenly chuckled. He looked at Danzo with a pair of bright eyes and said disdainfully, "I'm sorry, I don't agree with your philosophy. My philosophy on life can only be defined by me. Only I can decide what kind of ninja I want to be." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Danzo in front of him, but turned to Hanzo on the side and said, "Hey, Hanzo, I have a deal, would you be interested in hearing about it?" Facing Kagura's words, Hanzo did not refuse, but he also did not respond. He just looked at Kagura silently and motioned for him to continue. Kagura didn't care about his response and continued, "I'm here to help you stop this Konoha pursuer. You ask Shota Futa to put down my companion, and then you go directly." Seeing the thoughtful look on Hanzo's face, Kagura said, "Perhaps you still don't know who the person in front of you is. His name is Danzo, and he is Jonin, the leader of our 7th team. The most important is..." After saying this, he paused for a moment before continuing, "The most important thing is that he is the leader of Konoha's roots. You can also understand that he was Umbu's mentor for a large part of Konoha's future. Based on what I know about him, he must have sent a message to Umbu not far away before taking action. I believe those Umbu must be on their way here now. If you continue to hesitate, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave even if you want to wait." With Kagura's explanation, Hanzo's hesitation slowly dissipated and his expression returned to calm again. Without saying much, he replied one word to Kagura, "Good." Then, he turned to look at Shota Futa and gave a concise order, "Let him go." Futa Shota frowned, not wanting to let go of the only hostage just like that. At this moment, he wanted to ask Hanzo, "Why do you believe that kid's words?" But seeing Hanzo's unquestionable look, he still flinched. With a dissatisfied click of his tongue, he roughly pushed the already unconscious Jireya forward. Seeing Jireya rushing towards him, Orikimura rushed over immediately and picked up Jireya, who was about to fall to the ground. Tsunade glared at Shota Futa, and then immediately went to check on Jireya's injuries. At this time, Jiraiya's eyes were tightly closed, and a lot of blood was flowing on his body. Almost all of those darts were submerged in his body, and only a small part was exposed. Quickly pulling out all the darts, and immediately using healing techniques to stop the bleeding. After feeling Jiraiya's breathing gradually become steady, Tsunade felt relieved. She nodded to Kagura, who looked at her, indicating that Jiraiya was not in any danger. Seeing Tsunade's gesture, Kagura also breathed a sigh of relief. After sending Jiraiya out, Hanzo didn't waste any time, just grabbed Futa and ran away. As for Danzo, he did not stop him from the beginning to the end, but just watched it all indifferently. In fact, it was not that he acquiesced in Kagura's so-called deal, but he knew very well that due to Hanzo's deliberate precautions, he had lost the possibility of capturing Futa alive. After Hanzo had gone away, he spoke slowly, speaking of which, I'd really like to know what cards you have to propose such a deal. Why do you think you have the strength to stop me? Looking at it, he casually looked at Kagura's right hand and continued, just that lightning-style move you just made? Indeed, that move is very fast and powerful. But you should know very well in your heart that you cannot hit me if I am prepared. Speaking of which, having said this, he slowly narrowed his eyes, looked at Kagura critically and said, Goldenhorn probably died from that move at that time. Lightning-style damage, the trace of a straight sprint of hundreds of meters. I see. Ignoring Danzo's speculation, Kagura looked at Danzo calmly and said, well, your suspicion is indeed correct. It is precisely because of this that I have been trying to hide this ninjutsu move from you before. But there's one thing you guessed wrong. It's not that I'm blocking your confidence. At this time, the three Megatama in Kagura's eyes looking at Danzo slowly began to rotate. He still kept speaking at a fast pace and said, aren't you always curious about Sharingan and Uchiha's power? I'll let you see it today. Looking at the rotating pair of Sharingan, Danzo felt that he seemed to be trapped in those strange eyes, staring at them tightly and unable to look away. It seemed like an instant, and it seemed like a long time passed before Danzo finally woke up. Just realizing the surrounding environment, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. The environment the two of them were in at this time had not changed. Of course, it would not be accurate to say there had been no change. Tsunade and others who were supposed to be behind Kagura disappeared, and the original night sky also changed. The starry night disappeared, replaced by a sky as red as blood. The surrounding trees completely turned into black shadows, standing abruptly on the ground like silhouettes. Kagura smiled slightly, stretched out his hands and said, welcome to my world. Regarding the changes around him, Danzo still didn't seem to be panicked at all. After looking around for a week he said, is this genjutsu made using Sharingan? Heh, if it's just genjutsu, I'm afraid it won't be able to trap me. Hearing this, Kagura smiled even more happily. Just genjutsu. This is an S-level ninjutsu, coming from the special skill of the genius Uchiha Itaki, Tsukuyomi. Yes, this is the S-level ninjutsu that Kagura drew after killing Golden Horn last time. But after drawing it, Kagura encountered a problem. He found that he could not completely release this ninjutsu. It was obviously just an S-level ninjutsu like distinguished heavenly gods, but Kagura found that it just couldn't be released perfectly. After struggling for a long time, he also understood that this might be due to the fact that he was still the second Megatama Sharingan. Both Genjutsu, Tsukuyomi, and distinguished heavenly gods actually rely on Sharingan to operate. Therefore, the level of Sharingan plays an absolutely important role in the performance of these two. In fact, Kagura has always felt that she has not fully utilized the power of distinguished heavenly gods. As a ninjutsu known as the strongest genjutsu, distinguished heavenly god seems too restrictive in his hands. Every time you fight, if you encounter an opponent who is stronger than yourself, the effect of this move will be almost zero. But all this disappeared after Kagura broke through to the three Megatama Sharingan. Just now, Kagura vaguely felt that the shackles that restricted her from using Tsukuyomi were gone. The mentality of giving it a try actually turned out to be successful. Hearing Danzo's disapproving remarks, Kagura's lips curled up slightly. He responded unhurriedly, really, then you try. Danzo frowned after hearing Kagura's confident speech. However, he still raised one hand to perform the seal and shouted loudly, untie. However, all his movements were like a clown, and the surrounding scenery did not change at all. At this time, Danzo finally had a look of panic on his face. Seeing this, Kagura spoke again, I've given you a chance, and now it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, Danzo found himself tied to the cross in the blink of an eye, and Kagura was holding a familiar dagger in his hand. Kagura was carefully observing the dagger in his hand, and said while looking, well, is this the sword you just planned to pierce into Jiraiya's body? Indeed, the workmanship is good. After saying that, without any extra words, Kagura picked up the dagger and stabbed Danzo. The pain of his flesh being pierced by a sharp blade was clearly transmitted to Danzo's mind. He murmured and looked at Kagura with angrily eyes. However, in the face of his glare, Kagura still maintained a smile. He reached out and grabbed it in the air, and an identical dagger appeared in his hand again. He approached Danzo and said softly in his ear, "Don't worry, we still have a lot of time to play slowly." As he spoke, he thrust the dagger in his hand again. Time passed slowly like this, maybe 5 minutes, maybe an hour. Danzo's body was covered with daggers, and his muttering at the beginning turned into a wail. What didn't change was his eyes that were still glaring at Kagura. Feeling another dagger piercing his body, he finally asked, "Why? Why didn't I die or pass out?" Hearing his question, Kagura once again took out a short sword from midair and answered, "Don't worry, I said this is my world. In this case, you will stay awake here as long as I want. Don't worry, we still have 3 full days to play slowly." Hearing the time of 3 days, panic finally began to rise in Danzo's angry eyes. In the real world, Tsunade looked at Kagura and Danzo in confusion. Just after Kagura said those words to Danzo, the two of them suddenly froze in place as if they were possessed. She and Orochimaru looked at each other in confusion, and then they walked towards Kagura and Danzo respectively and started to check. But they obviously knew that this might be because Kagura used genjutsu, so they didn't touch their bodies. Just when Orochimaru walked up to Danzo to observe, he saw Danzo soften and suddenly fall to the ground. Kagura on the other side didn't feel much better. She suddenly knelt down on one knee and covered her eyes. The two people quickly approached, and Kagura kept panting and said, I didn't expect this ninjutsu's chakra consumption would be so large." After saying that, without waiting for the two of them to speak, he quickly gave instructions, "You remember what I say next. After I pass out, you can explain this to Umbu who comes here." Tsunade and the others did not wait long. About half an hour later, Umbu from Konoha found them. These Umbu were vest-type combat attire for easy combat, a defensive vest-type armor on the outside, and a white mask imitating an animal on their face. Seeing the devastated forest, he also saw the fallen Jiraiya, Kagura, and that Lord Danzo. Although separated by masks, Tsunade and Orochimaru could still feel the shock in Umbu's heart. After roughly listening to the stories of the remaining two people, the shock of these people became more obvious. Umbu, the leader, looked at Tsunade with a sincere face in astonishment and asked, "You mean to say that Danzo-sama fell unconscious after fighting a powerful enemy from the hidden rain village to protect you?" Facing Umbu's question, Tsunade wiped the non-existent tears from her eyes and choked, "Kaido, yes, Mr. Danzo, In order to protect Jiraiya and Kagura who were held hostage, they fought desperately against the enemy. But that enemy was so powerful that Danzo-sensei was hit by that person's genjutsu and fell to the ground. If it weren't for the fact that the enemy was also seriously injured and left, we might not have survived. Danzo-sensei. He is really a good teacher who cares about his students. It has to be said that women are all born actors. Under Orochimaru's helpless and slightly horrified gaze, Tsunade sobbed while telling the so-called truth. At the end, she even cried uncontrollably. At that moment, Orochimaru even doubted whether everything he had seen before was caused by some kind of genjutsu, and what Tsunade said was the truth. Even Orochimaru, who knew the inside story, began to doubt himself, let alone those Umbu. In fact, it stands to reason that there are no loopholes in Tsunade's narrative. The only problem lies in the protagonist and the content. Unlike ordinary Hokage village ninjas, these Umbu people know clearly the true face of Danzo-sama. Such a person would rather give up the mission to save his students? You might as well say that the little Uchiha guy lying down is the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. But the crying little girl in front of her is not a good person. This is the famous Tsunade Heim. You have to veto her on the spot, and it's hard to say who she will report you to when she gets back. Under the dilemma, the leader changed his mind and chose to believe Tsunade. There is nothing we can do, the person involved is lying on the ground. If there is any problem, we should wait until he wakes up. After looking around for a week, he immediately decided to send the 2 genin and 3 wounded people in front of him back to Konoha. In any case, Lord Danzo's injury shows that there is indeed a powerful enemy nearby. In this case, these genin are no longer suitable to stay here. 2 days later, in Konoha Hospital, Kagura slowly woke up, and what she saw was still the familiar ceiling. The ward where he was lying this time was actually the same one as last time. After staring blankly at the ceiling for several minutes, his pupils slowly began to focus. At this time, the door to the side was opened. After a while, 2 happy voices came one after another. "Kagura, you're awake." Slowly turning his head and looking, the people coming were Tsunade and Orochimaru. Tsunade walked to the bed, put down the fruit in her hand, and looked at him caringly. When she saw Kagura's eyes looking back, she instantly knew what Kagura meant, patted him gently and said, "Do not worry. I have already explained clearly how Danzo-sensei saved us." After hearing this, Kagura finally felt relieved after confirming that Tsunade had indeed followed her instructions. He didn't speak, but nodded slightly towards the two of them. The next day, Kagura had already left the hospital and stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unlike last time, Kagura was unconscious this time because he ran out of chakra in a short period of time. Physically, he actually had no injuries. So this time, he was discharged from the hospital in just 1 day and was summoned by Master Hokage immediately. Looking at the handsome young man standing in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his brow with a headache. Regarding Danzo's injury, he already knew the details through the information sent by Umbu. He even met Tsunade and Orikimuru in person yesterday and asked them again in person. But what the two people recounted in front of him was still the same as what Umbu said. As Danzo's friend for many years, why didn't he understand Danzo's character? What's more, Danzo personally planned and participated in this incident. How could he give up the important goal of capturing Shota Futa at the last moment? But the two people unanimously agreed, and there was nothing he could do. In desperation, he had to call Kagura to ask again. So, your statement is the same as Tsunade's. Narrowing his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked directly without too much nonsense. However, Kagura's expression did not change at all, and she just nodded solemnly. In fact, the first half of the rhetoric he taught was no different from the truth, but it started to change when Danzo rushed towards Empress Nada Shota, who had kidnapped Jiraiya. The purpose of rushing towards Shota Futa was to save Jiraiya, but Jiraiya's injury was only due to an accidental injury. In the end, in order to save everyone, he fought with Hanzo, and then fell down after receiving the enemy's genjutsu. As for Hokage's suspicion, it was not beyond his expectation. Sure enough, seeing him nod, Hiruzen Sarutobi said angrily, "Do you think I will believe it? I still know Danzo's character, are you sure you want to stick to this statement?" Faced with this suspicion, Kagura's response is simple. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen sincerely and said, "I won't allow you to slander Danzo-sensei like this? What do you mean by this?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was also confused by Kagura for a moment. Without giving him time to think, Kagura continued, "Although we only got along with Danzo-sama for a short period of time, but through this period of time together, I deeply felt that under teacher Danzo's cold appearance, there is a fiery heart. He loves the motherland, loves the people in the village, and takes meticulous care of us subordinates. Although you are Hokage-sama, I do not allow you to slander Danzo-sensei's noble character like this. Although he did not complete the task this time, I think this also proves that he has a soft heart. Danzo-sensei, he is a good person. If you want to punish him, Hokage-sama, we are willing to accept the punishment together." Following Kagura's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that his mind seemed a little unable to turn around. When did I say I would punish Danzo? No, the most important thing is who is the person you mentioned who loves the people and loves his subordinates? We are not talking about the same person. He really never thought that in this life, he would still associate the words Danzo with a good person. Looking at the confused Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him, Kagura smiled secretly in her heart. Sure enough, sincerity is the last resort. In fact, he didn't worry at all that these lies would be exposed after Danzo woke up. At that time, after Danzo won the Tsukuyomi, he also used distinguished heavenly gods to adjust his memory. After upgrading to San Magadama, his distinguished heavenly gods can already do more things. He directly deleted Danzo's memory of rushing towards Jiraiya, and even forgot about his knowledge of Chidori. And this is also the main reason why he finally exhausted all the chakra and became comatose. After all, he used 2 S-level ninjutsu at the same time. Looking at the still confused Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him, he struck while the iron was hot and continued, "It's just after this incident that we have a profound understanding of the gap between ourselves and Danzo-sensei. Therefore, after discussion among the 4 of us, we decided that we would like to formally apply to you, Hokage-sama. We hope that Mr. Danzo will no longer be our instructor. We don't want to drag him down anymore." After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still doubting himself, suddenly woke up. He looked at Kagura in surprise and asked, "You mean you want to form a team of 4 of you?" Seeing Kagura nodding in response, he began to think deeply. Well, judging from Kagura's request, there are indeed some problems, but that wasn't his biggest concern. Even today I specifically asked Kagura to come over for questioning, and my original intention was just to give him a beating. Its purpose is to tell him, "Boy, everyone knows what you are doing, so don't go too far in the future." As for Danzo's vigilance towards Kagura, Sarutobi Hiruzen has always been aware of it. When Danzo offered to be the leading teacher of Class 7, he had clearly expressed his opposition, and the consequences this time also showed that they really couldn't be in contact with each other for a long time. This time they were just in a coma, and it was hard to say that there would be big problems later. Thinking of this, he actually already had some agreement with Kagura's proposal. But in the end he rolled his eyes and said with a malicious look on his face, "I can approve your proposal, but," having said this, he laughed evilly and said, "You have to complete a task first and prove to me that you are capable of forming a team on your own." Infuted to Shota's impression, he had never met his parents. From the moment he can remember, he has been living in the orphanage of Sunagakure village. There is no gentle and pleasant dean like in the novel, nor is there a considerate and caring teacher. In fact, most of that kind of existence only exists in novels or plays. The orphanage where he lived was actually an education center for training soldiers. From the day he could remember, he was faced with almost non-stop training every day. After training every day, eat food that is not delicious but can definitely fill your stomach. But even so, no one around him would complain, because those who would complain have long since been kicked out and have ended up nowhere. Every day he faces male instructors with resolute faces, or the so-called dean with a majestic face. Fortunately, there will always be a way for orphans like them to survive. Although life is tough, there are not many casualties actually caused by training. On such days, he finally celebrated his 10th birthday, and on this day, his birthday gift was a shuriken. On that afternoon, in that familiar training ground, he used that shuriken to insert into his friend's belly. Although he can't remember the name of that friend clearly now, but during those difficult years of his youth, it was the best friend in his life. They supported each other and encouraged each other, and they survived the devilish training. But he didn't expect that the final exam to graduate from here would be to kill his best friend. He could not remember the battle process clearly, but when he regained his memory, he found that he had already inserted the weapon into his friend's belly tightly. The eyes of my friend before his death did not reveal resentment or unwillingness, but instead revealed a kind of relief and guilt. Before he died, he muttered something, but he didn't hear it clearly at all. At that time, he didn't understand at all why there was a trace of guilt in that man's eyes even though he was the one who killed him. As his friend's body fell, his emotions seemed to be included in his death. He just held the bloody shuriken and left the orphanage where he had lived for several years. From that day on, he officially became a genin of Sunagakure village. At this time, as the 5 major countries had just been established, although the fighting on the surface stopped, the actual war turned to a dark world that people could not see. Although his combat ability is not strong, he seems to have had a talent for espionage since he was a child. After the superiors transferred him to the assassination force, he did more work of infiltrating the enemy, than selling out intelligence and then annihilating the opponent. At only 10 years old, he seems to know how to gain the trust of others. In this way, a few years later, he was promoted to Chinin. It was not long after he became a Chinin that he was sent to Konoha village as an undercover agent, when he was 15 years old. Different from the past, this time it will be a long-term mission. He will remain lurking there until he receives instructions from above. He joined Konoha village as a ninja from a surrounding village. In fact, this identity was very common in the early days of the 5 villages. A few years after entering Konoha, he had already gained the trust of the village and became a teacher at the ninja academy. Even among the 5 major countries, Konoha is the village that best represents peace. He lived a completely different life here than before, and the peaceful atmosphere here even made him feel a little unreal at times. However, this peaceful atmosphere did not soothe his heart, but made him more and more manic. No one knows that every time he sees those children with innocent smiles, what he is actually thinking about is how to kill them as quickly as possible. When I greet my neighbors every day, I am mentally imagining whether that person will still be able to smile if Konoha is destroyed. His childhood experiences caused a certain distortion in his heart. In fact, the reason why he hopes to be a spy is because he likes to see the resentful expressions of those who were betrayed by him when they finally knew the truth. That would even give him an inexplicable sense of pleasure. However, this mission actually lasted for 10 years. He changed from a 15-year-old boy to a 25-year-old young man. From a warrior who killed many people on the battlefield, he became a teacher of Renhi in Konoha Ninja School. But no one knew how these seemingly peaceful 10 years had caused him to suffer in his heart. Finally, he waited for an opportunity. Taking advantage of his position, he learned about the existence of the Forbidden Book and its specific storage location. That is the work of the second Hokage, and I heard that there is even a forbidden book in it that can resurrect the dead. He immediately told this information to his superiors, and his superiors also attached great importance to this information. Sure enough, within a few days, instructions came from superiors. They will let other spies lurking in Konoha work together to steal this forbidden book. After several days of planning, late one night, they finally took action. The process of implementing the plan was smoother than he imagined. Holding the huge scroll, the group of them immediately escaped according to the planned route. However, Konoha's reaction speed far exceeded their original estimate. In just one night, the road to Sunagakure village was blocked. Fortunately, they hired ninjas from Yuyan village in advance, so they were not directly searched by Umbu everywhere. In the end, everyone was forced to decide to open the forbidden book in public. Then as long as one person can escape back, he can take these forbidden skills back to complete the mission. However, the moment they opened the book, everyone's expressions froze. Because there is not even a single word in the so-called forbidden book. At this moment, Shota Erda immediately realized that all of this was Konoha's plan. People like myself are just pawns in their plan. It was that night that the masked Umbu finally discovered them. A fierce battle broke out. It is a pity that almost all of them are only capable of Chunin, and most of them have been engaged in espionage activities for a long time, and their frontal combat capabilities are not strong. Just 10 minutes after the battle, almost everyone on their side was wiped out. Just when Shota Erda was almost desperate, a powerful ninja rescued him from the pile of dark ninjas. It is the hired ninja from a Megakure village. The ninja named Hanzo told himself that he would leave after receiving the mission and taking him to a certain target location. For such an arrangement, Shota Futa could only silently accept it. After all, he also knew that as he was listed as the top offender by Konoha, it would be difficult for him to return to Tsunagakure village through regular channels in the future. Unexpectedly, they encountered a group of kids from Konoha on the road. Perhaps because he thought that he was being played by those high-level officials in Konoha, he could hardly restrain his murderous intention towards these brats from Konoha. However, Hanzo did not allow him to do this, and he knew the reason very well. He would do the same thing otherwise. After all, there is no need to offend that powerful country for an escort mission. Unexpectedly, an accident happened later. That Danzo chased after me. As a spy who has been collecting information, he naturally knows who Danzo is. But what happened next was going in a direction he couldn't understand. For the trash he held hostage, that annoying-looking Uchiha brat actually proposed a deal? And the content of the deal was to release the hostages himself, and then he would be responsible for stopping Danzo? Who does he think he is? Uchiha Madara? But what was even more unexpected was that Hanzo actually agreed to the deal. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he still let go of the kid in his hand. Who would have known that when Hanzo was escaping behind him, Danzo actually stopped chasing him? How on earth did that Uchiha brat do it? After taking themselves through the country of rain, they came to their final destination, the country of grass. This is a small country far away from the Kingdom of Wind, where Sand Hidden Village is located, and sandwiched between the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Fire. The people in Konoha certainly didn't expect that they would be brought here. After completing himself, Hanzo left without saying a word and returned to Omegakure village. As for himself, he found a nearby village and quickly integrated into the village as a foreigner. After all, dealing with people is his strength. 2 weeks passed before I knew it. Shota Futa, who had just walked out of the house, greeted his neighbors warmly. Walking on the dilapidated path of the village, he was calculating the time to leave. It was last week that Konoha evacuated all the Jonin in the Rain Country. After more than a week, it is estimated that there are not many Anin left in the Rain Country. It's time for me to leave here and return to Tsunagakure village. While he was thinking about something, he accidentally bumped into someone on the side of the road. He turned around habitually and planned to apologize. However, the moment he turned his head, a Sharingan with 3 Megatama caught his eye. For a moment, he felt that his thoughts and will were being invaded rapidly. He knew very well in his heart that if the person in front of him completely invaded his will, he would probably be in bad luck, but he was powerless to stop all this. At the moment when his thoughts were about to disappear, a certain scene buried deep in his memory suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a training ground illuminated by the setting sun, and standing in front of him was his friend who was killed by him. The man spit out a mouthful of blood and said in an inaudible voice, "I'm sorry, Futa Shota. You can only walk on your own in the future." By the way, I remembered his name. That's my good friend, his name is Long Kitai. Seeing Shota Futa who was under his control in front of him, Kagura and Tsunade and others behind him finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was strange why this person suddenly smiled at the end of his struggle, the most important thing was that they finally completed their mission. Yes, the task given to them by Hiruzen Sarutobi that day was capture Shota Futa alive. In order to complete this task, they followed the clues along the way for more than 10 days. Finally, they caught up to the village and locked their target. Looking at the dull-eyed Futa Shota, Kagura looked at her companions behind her and smiled. He waved his little hand and said, "Let's go, we're going home." Konoha 25, 3 years after the Danzo incident. Within the Kingdom of Water. Similar to the Uzumaki country that Kagura and others have visited, the Water Country is a huge island far away from the mainland. It's just that its land area is much larger than that of the Whirlpool country, and there are many scattered small islands around it. On one of the small islands, a group of Chinin from Kirigakure village were running away with frightened faces. One of them was carrying a girl with red hair under his arm. These ninjas were struggling to escape forward while turning their heads to look back from time to time. The leader among them was obviously at the front, gritting his teeth and roaring in a low voice, "Damn it, how could we meet them? Those monsters from Konoha." However, before he finished speaking, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in front of them. A small mountain-like object suddenly landed in front of them. Taking a closer look, it was a toad that looked like a small mountain. The toad was holding a pipe in one hand, taking a leisurely puff, and calmly exhaled at the ant-like enemies in front of him. A Wengren voice came out of his mouth, "Hey, little Jiraiya, is this the group of people?" As he asked, a young man with white hair slowly walked out from his head. He glanced condescendingly at the group of people below, and when he saw the trapped girl, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. He did not answer the question of the toad at his feet, but said dissatisfiedly, "How many times have I told you, Mrs. Wen? When you call my name, don't add a small character in front of it. I'm 12 years old." Compared with before, Jiraiya did have a lot of changes at this time. The casual kimono attire he was used to was gone, and now he was wearing a Jonin combat uniform similar to Kagura's. If there is any difference, it should be that the color of the vest is not purple, but red. In response to Jireya's protest, Gamabunta still calmly took a puff of cigarette and replied calmly, "Okay, little Jireya. I understand, little Jireya." Faced with the rogue attitude of the giant toad at his feet, Jireya could only do nothing. He pretended not to have heard those words, and suddenly pointed his finger at the crowd below and shouted in a serious voice, "Let that girl go." Upon hearing this, the leader looked towards the people around him, and the two nodded. Suddenly the team split into two teams and rushed out in both directions. Seeing the enemies below fleeing separately, Jireya did not stop him in any way, but shook his head regretfully. The leader of the team on the left saw that the toad did not move at all. Before he could feel the joy in his heart, something unexpected happened in front of the team. They saw a hand suddenly appear out of thin air in front of them, holding a dagger in that hand, and directly chopped down the ninja who was rushing forward. As the ninja screamed, the people behind him stopped in alarm. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the hand in the air. As the hand was slowly retracted, they discovered another young man standing on the tree. The young man had long, silky black hair, snow-white skin, and a pair of vertical pupils filled with a hint of coldness. He was dressed the same as Jireya, except that his vest was black. Unlike his somewhat intrusive appearance, he seemed very polite when he spoke. He bowed slightly to everyone and then said softly, "Sorry everyone, I'm afraid I can't let you leave from here." Looking at the young man in front of him, the leader swallowed nervously, but before he could speak, a loud noise suddenly came from behind him. He quickly looked toward the rear and saw that the other group of people who had originally separated had disappeared. It was replaced by a cloud of dust. "You scumbags who robbed girls, die." Following a vicious female voice, a figure of a young girl could be vaguely seen gradually walking out of the fog. Until the smoke dissipated, the girl's figure finally appeared in front of them. This person is Tsunade. After 3 years, her hair has grown longer and is still tied into a high ponytail behind her back. She was dressed the same as Jireya and the others, except her vest was cyan. After realizing that he and others were vaguely surrounded by these 3 people, the leader's face darkened. But at this moment, the last sound made him break out in cold sweat. Because the voice came from behind him. "How many times have I told you not to talk nonsense when performing tasks? Why don't you go, stop these?" If they were really so obedient, why would they need the police? "And Jireya, where did you learn the phrase, 'let that girl go'? I told you not to read so many weird books." Although the tone of these words was very relaxed, the leader felt as if his whole body had frozen. He looked back with difficulty, and what caught his eye was a pair of Sharingan. After kicking the enemy who had fallen to the ground, Kagura curled her lips in boredom as she looked at Tsunade, who was examining the girl. Yes, this is the 7th team on the mission. This time, the task they received was to rescue a robbed girl commissioned by the Kingdom of Whirlpool. Looking at the girl's bright red hair, Kagura sighed slightly. Just like the plot in his impression, various countries have begun to reach out to the Kingdom of Whirlpool. As the Kirigakure village that is geographically closest, it is naturally one of the leading criminals. But he knew very well in his heart that all this was just the beginning, and the demise of the Whirlpool country was inevitable. After checking that the girl was fine, Tsunade took the initiative to carry the girl on her back. Orochimaru walked up to Kagura and asked strangely, "By the way, the police you just mentioned, what is that?" Kagura was stunned and pretended to be stupid randomly. "Kaido, did I say that? You must have heard wrong. I said ninja, ninja, ninja? I should have heard it right." Orochimaru scratched his face in confusion. One day later, inside the Whirlpool, looking at the scene of the girl who returned safely, hugging her family and crying bitterly, Kagura and others also showed a smile of satisfaction. The staff of the Kingdom of Whirlpool on the side looked at the 4 people in Class 7 inside. In the past 3 years, these 4 genin from Konoha have become famous. Although he only has the title of genin, everyone inside cannot be underestimated. In fact, they have been recognized as possessing at least Shinin strength. Especially the leader Uchiha Kagura, one of the Jonin who fought against him once said, "I think the reason why Konoha didn't promote him to Jonin was to trick the ninjas of other countries. If you give this kid 2 more years, I won't be surprised if you say he can challenge the shadow level." As his strength was recognized by more and more people, the nickname he had in the ninja school was mentioned again, the monster from Konoha. This is just a title Kagura has been given again over the years. After completing the mission, receiving their reward, and bidding farewell to the girl's family who thanked them, Kagura and the others set off on their way back to the village. While walking, Tsunade suddenly ran to Kagura, hugged his right hand with both hands, and said coquettishly, "How about we go shopping and then go back, okay?" I have to say that in the past 3 years, apart from her height, the biggest change in Tsunade was that she finally started to grow. Although it is not as grand as the future, Kagura can swear with his Sharingan that it has at least reached B. Feeling the soft touch of her right hand, Kagura couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, and an unnatural blush appeared on her face. Tsunade naturally saw Kagura's changes. She peeked at Kagura's embarrassed expression mischievously, but hugged Kagura tighter. Jiraiya and Orochimaru on the side were already used to this scene. Jiraiya was walking, opening a book he had just found and reading it carefully. Over the years, it may be that Kagura's abilities have really impressed him, especially after he recovered from his injuries and heard Orochimaru and Tsunade describe Kagura's open duel with Danzo for him. He regarded Kagura as the boss by default. Or maybe it was because he knew in his heart that it was impossible for Tsunade to have male-female feelings for him. Anyway, the vague affection he had for Tsunade over the years has been decisively abandoned by him. So as long as the heart dies early, there will be no such thing as licking the dog. As for Orochimaru, he's not interested in things between men and women. If you have the time, you might as well study more ninjutsu. However, this time, watching the scene of Tsunade and Kagura flirting, he rarely interrupted. I think we should go back as soon as possible, otherwise if we fail to make it this time, we will have to wait another year. After hearing his words, Kagura suddenly woke up. With a little regret, he took his hand away from Tsunade and continued seriously, well, Orochimaru is right. Let's go back, we must make time to participate this time. Take the Chunin exam. Yes, the four of them are still genin. But this is not a conspiracy by the top management of Konoha Village, as some conspiracy theories speculated by the outside world. It's simply because they missed the Chunin exams twice in a row. Like all our current exams, the Chunin exam requires early registration and has a clear deadline. However, during the registration period for the last two Chunin exams, all four of them went to do tasks. And because there is no teacher in charge, no one can help them register. Kagura is also very helpless about this. This task is not like any clerical job, and you can't control the time at all. It's okay to have clear and fixed enemies, but what I'm most afraid of is a missing person mission like this one. It only took half an hour to defeat those Chunin, but who knew they had been following that group of people for more than 10 days? It is precisely because of such coincidences that they are still genin until now. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen also considered whether to directly promote them to Chunin. After all, in his opinion, Kagura was more than capable of becoming a Jonin. But unlike during the war, the assessment system for ninjas at all levels in the village had just been implemented by him. If you ignore the system and forcibly promote them to Chunin, you will undoubtedly lift a stone and drop it on your own foot. Didn't you see, a young man who came back from his travels and was able to resist an enemy like Nagito was just a genin just because he didn't take the exam? When Kagura mentioned the Chunin exam, everyone's faces became serious. Tsunade said angrily, yes, I must catch up this time. If I don't pass the Chunin exam this time, I will be nagged by Grandma Mito again. Jiraiya also turned his attention away from the book in his hand and said, hey, take Sakumo, who was in the same class as us, passed Chunin 2 years ago. If we don't hurry up, maybe next time we see him, we'll have to call him Jonin-sama. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade curled her lips in displeasure and picked up a white puppy following Kagura in her hands. Looking at the puppy in front of her with an obviously unhappy expression, she laughed happily and began to ravage its little face with her hands. This is a puppy that appeared next to Kagura a year ago. According to Kagura, this is the ninja dog he trained. In addition to helping them convey information when doing tasks, it is also very helpful in tracking enemies. Of course, what they don't know is that this seemingly naive puppy is actually One-Tail Shukaku. Just a year ago, through his unremitting efforts, One-Tail's integration finally reached 100%. Kagura couldn't help but complain about the system settings here. Obviously it only took him 2 months for the first 50%, but it took him nearly 2 years for the next 50%. But what surprised him was that just after his one-tail fusion reached 100%, the information about the two-tail fusion was automatically turned on in his system properties. As that message appeared, a pure white cat-like creature with 2 tails suddenly appeared in his body. That is of course the second tail, Nikomata. But before he was happy for a long time, he discovered something that gave him a headache. That is why one tail, which originally seemed gentle, became obviously agitated after the second tail appeared. The two little guys would fight inside him every day if they disagreed. Although it would not really affect his body, it would also make him feel noisy. Fortunately, after the fusion reached 100%, he could finally release the tailed beast from his body freely. Although there are certain restrictions, the tailed beast cannot leave him too far, otherwise it will be automatically taken back. But it's still a good solution. So after some transformations by One Tail, a white puppy appeared in the team, and Kagura is convinced that there will be another kitten with 2 tails in the near future. Even in the future there will be turtles, orangutans, foxes, and so on. In the past 3 years, Kagura's various attributes have also undergone great changes. Now its properties are Eye Technique, 3 Megatama Sharingan, progress 72.3%. Physical skills, 6th gate, gate of view, progress 67.2%. Chakra, Jonin level, 85.6% progress. Tailed beast, 2 tails, fusion degree 78%. Each attribute has been greatly improved, but except for the physical skill that has been upgraded by 1 level, the others still stay at the original state. Kagura also understood in his heart that as his strength grew, he slowly began to encounter a bottleneck, and he would no longer have the rapid growth rate he had at the beginning. As for ninjutsu, the system has only released 3 missions in the past 3 years. Among these 3 missions, 2 were B-level ninjutsu, and only 1 drew an S-level ninjutsu. Let's not mention the B-level ninjutsu for now, let's focus on the S-level ninjutsu. This is Kagura's first taijutsu class in ninjutsu, 8 Gates Dunka. In fact, 8 Gates Dunjia can only be classified as A-level ninjutsu in the original classification. But obviously Kagura inherited a ninjutsu with the power of yakai, so the system classified it as S-level. Some people may ask, isn't Kagura's attribute itself identified by the 8 Gates and 8 Gates Dunkai? Doesn't this mean that he knows the 8 Gates Dunka ninjutsu? This is indeed just a misunderstanding. As we all know, the opening of 8 Gates has a great relationship with the user's physical fitness. The better your physical fitness, the more doors you can open, so 8 Gates is used as the standard. Including Kagura's current physical attributes indicating 6 gates, it does not mean that he can open the gate of view without injury. Only when the progress reaches 100% can the door level of this stage be opened without damage. Of course, Kagura has also successfully copied many ninjutsu using Sharingan over the years while fighting different enemies. But since these ninjutsu levels are not high, we won't mention them here for now. After rushing all the way, they finally made it back to Konoha village within the registration period. Signing up is actually very simple. You can actually sign up at the window next to where they often receive tasks. After solemnly filling in the names of the 4 people, they handed over the mission of the Kingdom of Whirlpool and walked out. As soon as they came out, they saw 3 familiar people. The silver-haired one is none other than Heitake Sakumo, whom they mentioned earlier that he had been promoted to Chunin. Next to him is Matt Dai wearing a green tights and a watermelon head. The last one is a handsome guy with long light blue hair. This person is Tsunade's lover in the original work, Kato Dan. Seeing Kagura and others, Matt Dai took the lead in greeting them full of energy. Hey, my fierce rivals, are you back today? Kagura nodded and explained, yes, we rushed back to register for the Chunin exam. By the way, Matt Dai, you are still a genin, right? Have you signed up? Having said this, Matt Dai showed his trademark gums. Confident Kaido, no, my team leader said I wasn't strong enough to take the exam, so he didn't report my name. No, there's nothing to be proud of. What are you doing with such a confident look? When Kagura was speechless, Kato looked at Tsunade and others and said gently, everyone knows your abilities, and you have already surpassed Chunin in strength. So don't be nervous, you will definitely pass the exam. Kato Dan was actually 1 year older than them, and he was their senior brother in the previous year at the Ninja Academy. But after becoming teammates with Heitake Sakumo, who is also a Chunin, I have gradually become familiar with Kagura and the others over the years. Looking at Kato Dan, who was as gentle as a big brother, several people nodded unconsciously. Afterwards, several people exchanged their experiences on recent missions and then left each other. After saying goodbye to Kato Dan and others, Kagura looked strangely at Tsunade beside her from time to time. Although the two have only maintained a tacit ambiguity over the years, given their ages, they have never taken the initiative to expose that relationship. But based on the man's strong possessive desire, when he saw Kato Dan, he still felt a little uneasy. The person just now was Tsunade's lover in the original work, although now the whole plot has changed dramatically because of his appearance. But who knows if this fateful connection will have any effect? Feeling Kagura's peeking eyes, Tsunade looked back keenly, widened her almond eyes and asked, what are you doing? Kagura was discovered and immediately looked forward, forcing Kaido to remain calm. No, I didn't say anything. But based on a woman's unique sixth sense, Tsunade concluded that Kagura was lying. She rolled her eyes and suddenly jumped to Kagura's side, holding his arm again. She stretched her head close to Kagura's ear, and her small cherry mouth said softly in a very seductive voice, really hiss, where did this little goblin learn all these tricks? Seeing Kagura's expression that seemed to be frozen, Tsunade deliberately smiled. She let go of Kagura's arm and ran to Kagura. Putting his hands on his lower back, he leaned down and looked at Kagura and said mischievously, humph, who told you to hide something from me? After saying that, he stopped looking at Kagura, turned around and walked in front of him. Kagura smiled helplessly and followed silently. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the streets of Konoha, elongating the silhouettes of the two people until they merged into one point at the end. Oh, no. At this time, there were two friends behind them who were eating all-you-can-eat dog food. The next day, Kagura and others received a message. This time Chunin will be a little different from the previous two. This time the Chunin exam will be jointly organized by Konoha Village, Kirigakure Village, and Kumagakure Village. This is also to reflect the friendly cooperation between the three forces. Yes, you heard it right, this is to reflect the friendship of the three countries. For him, who had just gone to the Kingdom of Water and slaughtered a group of Chunin from Cloud Hidden Village, this was like a huge joke. But at the same time, he also knew very well that this was just a political method between big countries. No matter how they fight in secret, they even want to kill your whole village. But on the surface, everyone still has to maintain the illusion of friendship and love. Shaking her head, Kagura also began to prepare for this Chunin exam. In order to cope with this Chunin exam, the entire team of their 7th class suspended their mission. Each adjusts his/her status in this short period of time. For Kagura, although his strength has far surpassed the Chunin level, out of habit, it is still necessary to search for information on the Chunin exam. After all, he knew from his memory that the Chunin exam was called a written test. The scene turned to Union Village in the Kingdom of Thunder. Third Reikage, a young man was standing in front of AI. This young man wears an eye patch on his left eye, a hat in the shape of the word Earth on his head, and is wearing a black combat top unique to Union Village. AI looked at the young man in front of him with satisfaction and said in a rich voice, "Tushiro, as the main representative of our Kingdom of Thunder this time, you must work hard to win glory for me." When the young man in front of him heard this, he didn't say much, he just nodded indifferently. Reikage didn't care either. He looked at the map on his desktop and continued, "Although it is only peaceful on the surface, this kind of multinational joint assessment is still an important way to express our country's strength. Such a pity." Having said this, he couldn't help but have a headache. The rebellion of the Gold and Silver Brothers a few years ago was a fatal blow to Union Village. In addition to the shocking move of killing Second Reikage on the spot, the most important thing is the hidden danger brought by the will of these two brothers to Union Village. In fact, as a militant, he did not understand the thoughts of the two brothers. If we look deeper, he is also a member of the hawkish faction in the village. Since even he thinks so, one can imagine how many followers of the two brothers there are in Union Village. The rebellion was almost devastating to the village. Let's just say that the 20 Golden Horn troops under their command can almost be said to be the 20 strongest jonin in Kumagakure village. However, the mainstay of these villages was slaughtered in the battle with Senju Tobirama. After the news came that Jinjiao was injured and escaped, many young people in the village who agreed with their ideas secretly left the village and chose to follow them. These were the main reasons why he rushed out to hunt down the two brothers. If those two brothers don't die, Union Village will be split up soon. Fortunately, all this was stopped due to his efforts. But at the same time, because of this, among the young people of this generation, only Toshiro in front of him can give him a little hope. Just as he was deep in thought, an explosion suddenly came from somewhere in the village not far away. Looking at the direction where the explosion came from, there was not much surprise on Reikage AI's face, but a trace of depression flashed across his face. He murmured, "Is there another problem with the containment of the two-tailed Nikomata? There is also an even more troublesome 8 tails. Hey, it's really hard to find something like Jinchuriki." The scene turned again, on an island facing the sea. An unusually young-looking boy was looking at the people below with his chin in his hand. At this time, 7 young men of different shapes were standing below him. Some of them have short black hair, no eyebrows, and a large cross scar on the right side of their face. Some have long orange hair that reaches their waists, have sharp teeth, and have fluffy bandages around their necks. There is also a tall man with slender limbs and a Kirigakure umbu mask on his face. But no matter their size and appearance, they all have one thing in common. That is, they are all holding a strange-shaped weapon. Although some can be seen as a huge chopping knife, some are just slender bayonets. But some of them look like thick long sticks wrapped in scrolls, making it hard to tell whether they are weapons or scrolls. The young man at the top glanced at everyone with his scarlet eyes, and after a long time he slowly said, "Today, I officially grant you the title of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. I believe you know what this title means. The ninja swords in your hands are masterpieces crafted by generations of ancestors in the village. I hope you will not insult them." After hearing what the young man said, the 7 people knelt down in unison and responded in unison, "We understand, Mizukage-sama." The one speaking above was the newly appointed 3rd Mizukage of Kirigakure village Godokibana Yagura. I'll explain the timeline here. Some people may wonder if the age doesn't match up here, but officials did not provide his actual age. But according to the official statement, this guy is born with a baby face. He seemed young when he became Mizukage, but in fact he already had grandchildren. If we really go by comparison, he may be older than Sarutobi Hiruzen. In addition, since the 3rd Mizukage does not have any information or appearance records, in order to ensure the normal development of the plot, adjustments can only be made. If Kagura were present at this time, he would definitely be surprised to see the 3rd Mizukage in front of him. Although the 3rd Mizukage's name is never revealed in the plot, according to his impression, the 3rd Mizukage should be a person with long black hair and straight hair. The baby face in front of me should actually be the 4th Mizukage. It seems that due to his arrival, the butterfly effect has taken effect again, allowing this Godokibana Yagura to become a Mizukage ahead of schedule. Looking at the people who were bowing respectfully in front of him, Goji Yagura nodded with satisfaction and said, "I deliberately suppressed your application for the Chunin exam last year just to allow you to perform well in this joint exam. But I estimate that Konoha and Cloud Hidden Village will have similar preparations. It seems that a genius named Uchiha has appeared in Konoha in recent years. Even a team of Chunin in the village were defeated by him earlier." Snort. Is he really worthy of the name of a monster? Go ahead and get ready. I'm afraid this exam is not as easy as you think. After hearing the order, the figures of the people lowering their heads below flashed and left. As everyone left, Guju Yagura raised his head and looked somewhere. There was a circle of water, and there seemed to be something huge swimming underneath the water. Its back shell covered with spikes can be vaguely seen emerging from the water. This is none other than Isabu, the three tails adopted by Kirigakure village. Like third Reikage AI, Goju Yagura was also having a headache thinking about Jinchuriki at this time. But unlike Reikage, Guju Yagura has already laid out several plans, including the mission that was disturbed by Kagura and others not long ago. He specially selected Jinchuriki candidates from the country of Whirlpool. As everyone knows, the best container, the girl from the Uzumaki clan, is undoubtedly the best candidate. But after all, he had to maintain the superficial peace of the countries, so he could only secretly send a Chunin level team to capture the target. But he didn't expect that the entire Chunin team sent out for safety reasons would be completely defeated by a Genin team. Looking at the three tails who seemed to be enjoying their freedom, he murmured, "It seems that I have to choose another target. If it doesn't work out in the end, then it can only be up to me." At this time, somewhere far away from the three major countries, in a dark underground space. This underground space is filled with tree roots and branches. On one of the largest tree roots, there is a huge humanoid statue. It looks like a huge humanoid with 9 eyes, its color and body are like dead wood, and there are 10 pillars protruding from its back. At this time, a pair of reincarnation eyes opened in the darkness. He connected his body to the tree trunk behind him. This person was Uchiha Madara, the ancestor of Kagura. His sight seemed to pass through the layers of land and look towards the kingdom of water on the sea. A hoarse and low voice echoed throughout the space. "It seems that we are about to start executing the plan." The Kingdom of Water is a country composed of a huge island as its main body and dozens of small islands surrounding it. Precisely because of its special geographical location, the country suffered the least damage during the Warring States period and the First Ninja War. But the unique environment undoubtedly limits the country's resources and development. Therefore, after the establishment of the Water Kingdom, the top management of the Water Kingdom had a stronger obsession with enhancing the strength of the village than the other 4 countries. Especially since the tailed beast was obtained from Jianzhou at a high price, the country's top officials have been committed to finding the possibility of Jinchuriki. Even in the development of the original plot, they even did not hesitate to let the original 4th Mizukage, the actual 3rd Mizukage, Goda Kibana Yagura, become the Jinchuriki of 3 tails, as a force eager to make its voice heard in the country. In this 3 kingdoms joint Chunin examination, Kirigakure village volunteered to be the exam venue. Of course, in order to avoid danger and unnecessary conflicts in the village, the actual venue was arranged on a nearby island. Considering that the candidates this time are all from faraway countries, a full week was given for this gathering. Today is the last day of gathering. Enoshima, this is the island selected for the Chunin exam this time. Unlike the technologically advanced Blue Star, every island in this world maintains its original appearance. Enoshima is no exception. Except for the only pier entering the island, there are only a few buildings standing on the plain near the shore. In addition, there are endless woods as far as the eye can see. But today, a rare number of people appeared on this small island that is usually rarely visited. It is the genin from various countries gathered here to take the exam. These candidates were gathered in front of a white building. What was different from what these candidates expected was that they waited from morning to noon, and no examiner or staff showed up. Not knowing why, they could only wait in silence. Just as time went by, these candidates gradually began to gather into different groups. If you look down from mid-air, you can see that the crowd is vaguely divided into 3 groups. These 3 groups happen to correspond to the forces of Konoha Village, Kirigakure Village, and Cloud Hidden Village. After all, the war has only stopped for a few years. Even in this so-called peaceful era, the fight between countries has never stopped. Under this premise, it is normal for candidates from various countries to gather together spontaneously. However, as time passed by, the examiner they were expecting still did not appear. But the atmosphere at the scene slowly began to change for the worse. Most of the people present here are descendants of families who have been working as ninjas for generations. For most of the people inside, their parents or relatives were more or less killed on the battlefield of the First Ninja War, and this hatred of the death of relatives will naturally be inherited by these descendants. In the absence of examiners, there was a hint of anger in the eyes of these candidates. In the First Ninja War, these 3 countries naturally fought against each other. Even after the armistice, many of their relatives were killed by ninjas from the other 2 countries during the execution of their missions. So it can be said that the genin candidates in these 3 countries basically hate each other. At this time, there was no need for others to instigate the situation, and the tense atmosphere in the field had already formed without even realizing it. Sure enough, not long after, a burst of noise appeared along with the commotion in the crowd. I saw a young man wearing a forehead protector with the Konoha symbol falling to the ground. He looked angrily at the group of people with sneering faces in front of him. These people are both men and women, but they all were forward protectors with the logo of Kirigakure village on their heads. Although he was alone, the boy from Konoha had no intention of backing down. He angrily roared at the people in front of him, "What do you mean? Why did you push me down on purpose?" Since the examiner had not yet appeared, he could not hold back his impatience and came to the only building on site. Looking at the closed door in front of him, he began to observe carefully, hoping to find some clues. But just as he was concentrating on inspecting the white building in front of him, he felt someone push him hard behind him. In this unexpected collision, he was pushed to the ground without paying attention. Faced with the question from the young man from Konoha in front of them, this group of people did not answer. The first of them, a young man who was close to him in age and wearing a rain hat common in the Kingdom of Water, took a step forward. He looked at Konoha Genin on the ground with contempt, raised the corners of his mouth, and said in a frivolous tone, "Oops, sorry. Maybe you were too thin and we didn't see anyone in front of us and accidentally bumped into you." After saying that, he looked at the other party jokingly, shook his head slowly, clicked his tongue twice, and then said again, "But has Konoha fallen to this level now? Are you qualified to take the Chunin exam if a character like you who is prone to collapse at the slightest touch is qualified?" As soon as he finished speaking, the people behind him seemed to have heard something funny. He started laughing in response. Faced with such humiliation, the Konoha boy immediately stood up from the ground. His face showed a blush rising from anger. He stared at the group of people with wide eyes, and said through gritted teeth, "You are not allowed to insult the name of Konoha. It's not your turn to judge whether I am qualified or not, or do you want to fight me to see who is more qualified?" Facing the Konoha boy's provocation, the smile on the Yuli boy's face did not change. He took a step forward, raised the rain hat above his head with his right hand slightly, and scanned the person in front of him. Perhaps he had long-standing grudges against the ninjas of Konoha. After a few seconds, he just heard him sneer and say, "No, you may have heard wrong. I didn't mean to insult Konoha. But, in my opinion, none of the generation present in Konoha is qualified to take the exam." Facing this map cannon, the other Konoha genin who had been watching on the sidelines finally couldn't help it anymore. They moved slowly and vaguely surrounded Yuli's group of people. Of course, other people in Kirigakure village also started moving at the same time. They also walked behind the Yuli boy and confronted everyone in Konoha. Of course, not all people from Kirigakure village came over. Not far away, there were 7 Kirigakure genin holding various forms of ninja swords. The conflict here didn't seem to attract their attention, and the 7 of them were still sitting there leisurely. Either he closes his eyes and rests, or he looks up at the sky, or he stares at the house in his hand in a daze. Anyway, they didn't even pay attention to what was happening in the field. Facing the actions of these 7 people, a hint of gloom flashed in the eyes of the Yuli boy. Of course he knew that these 7 were the special people who were given the 7 ninja swordsmen by Lord Mizukage. In this Chunin exam, they are the real trump cards of Kirigakure village. And those who also didn't move were the people from Union village. Unlike the other 2 countries, which were slightly scattered, the genin in Union village all consciously stood behind a young man with an eye patch on his left eye. This boy was Toshiro, who was given high hopes by the 3rd Reikage. He has a poise that belies his age. Looking at the conflict in front of him, he motioned to everyone behind him to keep quiet. Not participating, not even watching, just watching the development of the situation with cold eyes. Although he did not get the support of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he looked at the many companions behind him. The Yuli boy felt that the situation was in his hands. Seeing that the fight was about to break out, the boy in Yuli moved his lips slightly, as if he was about to continue to say something. A slightly frivolous voice suddenly sounded in the field, "Sorry, we just arrived and didn't hear clearly. What did you say about Konoha just now? Do you want to say it again?" As that voice sounded, everyone looked toward the center of the field. I saw a handsome young man with black hair, black eyes, wearing a purple vest and a Jonin combat uniform slowly appeared in front of everyone. Behind him were 3 companions wearing the same clothes but with different colors of vests. It was Kagura, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya and others who had just arrived. In fact, the reason why Kagura and others arrived so late was not because they were trying to be cool. Kagura sneered at the idea that the protagonist should appear last. But after hearing that the meeting time was 7 days away, as a miser, he couldn't hold it back. On the way to the Kingdom of Water, I received another mission. However, the time to complete this sea-level task far exceeded their expectations. So after completing the task, they immediately started heading towards the venue. I rushed slowly and hurriedly along the way, and finally arrived at my destination on the last day. However, as soon as they arrived at the outskirts of the venue, they heard the provocative words from the Yuli boy. Seeing the unhappy look in Tsunade's eyes next to her, Kagura immediately said those words with a wink. With the appearance of Kagura and others, the expressions of everyone present showed different changes. The first is everyone in Konoha. Naturally, they knew the seniors like Kagura. Regarding this legendary Team 7, even Lord Hokage personally acknowledged their strength. If it weren't for Kagura, the captain, who was obsessed with making money, he would have missed the Chunin exams the first 2 times because of completing tasks. They will not be reduced to taking exams with their own class. So the moment they saw Kagura and others, a look of relief appeared on the faces of other Konoha genin. Even the angry look on the face of the young Konoha boy who was involved had faded away. Instead, there was a look of peace. The crowd that had originally vaguely surrounded the Yuli boy slowly backed away and took the initiative to make way for them. They have absolute confidence in Kagura and others. The large number of people in Kirigakure village in front of them seemed unable to pose any threat to them. Not far away, the 7 ninja swordsmen who were doing their own things all turned their eyes over the moment Kagura appeared. Under Lord Mizuki's special instructions, they naturally conducted a detailed investigation on this competitor from Konoha. However, with the investigation during this period, the more I got to know this person, the more I felt frightened by his strength. At the moment when they really faced Kagura, the intuition from the ninja told them that the strength of the person in front of them might be stronger than what they investigated. On the other side of Union Village, Toshiro also looked at Kagura's figure with a solemn expression. As the only genius of this generation in Union Village, he has always been a steady person. Although his strength far exceeds that of his peers, he never underestimates any opponent. But the appearance of Kagura still made him, who had always been steady, feel tremendous pressure. He is. There is no mistake, he is the one who passed the ball. Monster. As for the gathering in Kirigakure, bursts of discussion came out. Apparently they had also heard of Kagura's name as a monster and they naturally knew that this monster would participate in the same exam as them. Then through the handsome face with black hair and black eyes, and the obvious clothes. Although no one present took the initiative to say Kagura's name, many people among the genin in Kirigakure village recognized him. As Kagura and others slowly approached step by step, a drop of cold sweat appeared on the face of the boy named Yuli. Although Kagura didn't do anything specifically, she remembered all his deeds. As that ordinary figure gradually approached, in his eyes it seemed like a giant shadow weighing on his heart. Kagura and others stopped a few meters away from him. Kagura picked her ears with her right little finger and looked up at the people in Kirigakure village. His gaze seemed to have an inexplicable weight. As he raised his head, everyone in the Hidden Mist village took a step back. The Yuli boy who also took a step back seemed to be angered by his cowardly behavior. He gritted his teeth and took another step forward, forcing himself to look directly into Kagura's eyes and said, What do you want? Kagura took the little finger of her right hand out of her ear and blew the earwax off slightly. He looked at the person in front of him like a fool and replied, I said, are you F*** King Deaf? Didn't Lao Zi just say it? I want you to say it again. Upon hearing Kagura's request, the Yuli boy's face suddenly turned pale. But in fact, this is not really Kagura playing tricks on him, Kagura is telling the truth. They had just arrived at the scene. He had a Sharingan, but not a Sharingan. How could he possibly hear the live conversation just now from such a distance? Vaguely he just heard the word Konoha, looked over from a distance and saw the positions of the people wearing Konoha forward protectors and the people from Kirigakure village. No need to ask more, he roughly guessed what happened, so he spoke up to interrupt the confrontation. However, when faced with Kagura's question, the boy Yuli only regarded it as a provocation to him. But facing this legendary monster, he found that he didn't have the courage to repeat what he just said. His face turned green and white, either because he was angry at his own weakness, or because of his hatred for Konoha. He suddenly broke out. His eyes turned blood red and he suddenly pulled out a short sword from behind. He roared angrily, I'll fight you. Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed towards Kagura. Facing this sudden attack, Kagura did not react at all. In the bloodthirsty smile of the Yuli boy, the blade in his hand slashed hard at Kagura's head. However, facing this blow, not only Kagura, but also the 3 Tsunade people behind him seemed unable to see it, still standing calmly. Just when the blade was only a few centimeters away from Kagura's head, the short blade that seemed to be moving forward suddenly stopped. The Yuli boy seemed to have seen something terrifying, with a look of horror on his face. But his body seemed to have been tapped, and he remained motionless in a slashing posture. Looking at the eyes of the Yuli boy in front of him that were constantly turning and filled with fear, Kagura, whose eyes had turned to Sharingan at some point, said dissatisfiedly, I asked you, are the ninjas in Kirigakure village sick? Lao Zi just asked a question. If you don't want to answer, why don't you just answer? How dare you come out and chop me with a knife even if you disagree with me? The Yuli boy in front of him could obviously hear his words. His eyes kept turning around, and a lot of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. But no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't control his body. He just felt like his body didn't belong to him. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't move a finger. At this moment, a figure flashed, and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen flashed in front of Kagura. This person has short black hair, no eyebrows, sharp teeth, and a large cross scar on the right side of his face. The ears and neck were wrapped in bandages. The lower face is painted with red streaks. Behind his back was a huge beheading knife that was unequal to his height. It was the first user of the broken sword, the beheading sword, Juzang Loquat. His figure appeared between Kagura and Ukeza boy. He tilted his head to avoid eye contact with Kagura. Obviously he knew that Kagura had genjutsu that he could use through Sharingan, so he did this on purpose. Loquat Juzang said, "I apologize to you for the useless behavior of Kirigakure. But this is the land of water after all, and he belongs to our village no matter what. If we really want to punish him, it should be us." After saying that, without waiting for Kagura's response, he suddenly kicked the Yuli boy who couldn't move away hard. The young man's figure flew dozens of meters away, hit a tree trunk, and fell to the ground. After doing all this, he spoke again. "I wonder if this can express our sincerity?" Seeing Loquat Juzo's behavior in front of him, Kagura gave him a meaningful look. Aware of his gaze, Loquat Juzo tilted his head even further. After thinking deeply for a few seconds, Kagura chuckled lightly, turned around and walked towards the white building without saying anything. And with his chuckle, the Yuli boy who had been kicked to the ground finally let out a cry of pain. He held his kicked stomach with both hands, curled up into a ball, and spit out a mouthful of blood on the ground. However, everyone did not pay attention to him at this time, but looked in the direction of Kagura. Walking to the closed door of the white building, Kagura stopped. He tilted his head and glanced at the door, then turned to look at the people behind him in confusion and said, "I said, what are you all doing? Didn't you see anyone there? The two examiners are standing here, why don't you go in? Don't you see the two examiners standing here?" As Kagura's words spread, the expressions of everyone present changed. The place suddenly returned to silence, and even the Yuli boy stopped coughing and looked at Kagura in disbelief. "What's the meaning? The examiner is already standing at the scene?" After everyone understood the meaning of the sentence, they couldn't help but look at each other, and a mysterious atmosphere arose in everyone's hearts. Seeing everyone's expressions, Kagura also understood that they didn't seem to fully understand what he meant. He slowly walked towards the white building, but the direction he was traveling was not the closed door. Instead, he walked towards a white wall next to the door. Stopping in front of the wall, Kagura raised his right hand and stretched forward in front of everyone's surprised eyes. When he touched the surface of the wall, it seemed to cause a ripple, and then his hand sank into the wall. Kagura didn't care about this situation, or it could be said that all this was within his expectation. He then took steps, passed through the wall, and disappeared in front of everyone. Tsunade and the others behind him didn't say much, and followed his footsteps into the wall. The remaining people looked at each other again, not knowing what to do for a moment. In the end, it was the Konoha boy who had just gotten into a dispute who made the first move. He stared closely at the wall where Kagura and others disappeared, and walked up without hesitation. After seeing the figure of the Konoha boy disappearing under the wall, everyone finally woke up. They were no longer suspicious and followed into the wall one by one. Kumagakure village behind Toshiro Genin looked at him with questioning eyes. After seeing Toshiro nodding slightly, everyone stopped staying and followed the crowd and walked forward. Toshiro did not start immediately, but walked slowly to the back of the team. Like him were the 7 ninja swordsmen who were also standing on the same spot. Just when Toshiro passed by these 7 people, he chuckled inexplicably. He seemed to be facing the 7 people, and seemed to be talking to himself. The name monster certainly lives up to its name. However, I believe that some of the people present have seen through this illusion. After hearing his probing words, the 7 people still remained silent and did not respond to him. Toshiro didn't pay attention and kept walking forward slowly at his own pace. As the last person entered, everyone finally gathered in the building. This is a large white auditorium, and at the front of the crowd are the 4 Kagura people who entered first. The 4 of them formed a small group and stood under the high platform of the auditorium. The others spontaneously gathered into 3 groups after entering. Only the 7 ninja swordsmen who entered last stood far away at the end, as self-contained as Kagura and others. At the top of the auditorium stood 2 examiners. The 2 wore forehead protectors with the symbols of Konoha and Kirigakure on their heads and right arms respectively. The one wearing the forehead protector was a jonin from Konoha. He has short brown hair and an ordinary appearance, except for a shallow scar on the right side of his face. As for Kirigakure Jonin, who wears a forehead protector on his right arm, he has a shining bald head and a sinister face as he scans the audience with fierce eyes. Seeing that no one was entering from behind, he coughed lightly. This slight cough seemed to be a signal, and the originally noisy scene instantly became quiet. The bald Jonin raised his head and looked around, and finally his eyes rested on Kagura at the front. He said in a deep voice, "Did you discover the illusion I arranged outside?" Facing the other party's aggressive gaze, Kagura nodded indifferently. He paused slightly, looked at Kagura's pair of Sharingan, and murmured in a low voice, "Is this Sharingan? It is indeed worthy of the title of Genjutsu's most powerful pupil technique, just one glance." After speaking, he shook his head slightly and looked up at the people behind him. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his low and hoarse voice sounded again, "The Genjutsu in front of the door is your first test. Those who break through that illusion and come to us to report will pass the first test. If you fail to come to us before 2 p.m., we can only ask you to go back." Hearing this sentence, the bottom made a buzzing sound again. If Kagura hadn't directly broken through the illusion, they might still be waiting outside the wall. The bald examiner raised his right hand, signaled everyone to keep quiet, and announced, "Okay, although it is not the same as our original intention, but since you are all here, the first level is for everyone to pass." Having said this, he turned his head and looked at the other examiner beside him. After seeing the Jonin from Konoha nod slightly, he continued, "Next, we will directly start the second assessment. Everyone, follow me here." After saying that, the two examiners turned around and walked towards a part of the auditorium. Many candidates followed behind silently. After passing through a not-so-long corridor, everyone came to a room that resembled a classroom. The two examiners stood in the classroom one behind the other. After a brief pause, everyone consciously sat down on one of the seats. The bald examiner standing at the top crossed his arms. After seeing all the candidates seated, he took out a test paper from behind and placed it on the podium in front of him. When she saw the test paper, Kagura started complaining crazily in her heart. "Really? There is still a written test?" I asked. "Can the education bureaus of this world have some new ideas? What kind of written test do you want a group of ninjas to do? It seems that there are no cultural classes taught in the ninja school." Looking at the candidates in the audience who seemed to have guessed the content of the assessment and some of their eyes were straight, the corners of the bald examiner's mouth raised slightly. After looking around for a week, he said, "As you may have guessed, the assessment content this time is a written test. What I have in my hand is the test paper for this written test." After saying that, he took out another stack of test papers from under the podium, walked to the front desk and started distributing them. For a while, there was only the sound of paper turning, and a white wave surged from the front to the back. It was the candidates in front who consciously passed the test papers to those behind. After the bald examiner distributed the test papers, he returned to the top podium again. He began to describe the rules of the exam. "There is a pen under the desk where you are sitting. The time for answering questions is 1 hour. The full score of the exam paper is 100 points. If you can reach 80 points, you will pass the exam." At this time, Kagura was listening to his story while curiously looking at the test paper in her hand. But when he saw the questions on the test paper clearly, he couldn't help but be shocked. "This is..." Looking at the test content on the test paper, Kagura's eyes were in a trance. "This is the first question on the test paper. The following are the known conditions. You have been seriously injured and cannot move, and you only have a shuriken with an explosive charm in your hand. The enemy is about 100 meters away from you and is searching for you, and you also know the specific location of the enemy at this time. There is a big tree with a branch width of 10 meters and a height of 50 meters right between you and the enemy. The effective damage range of the explosive charm is 1 meter in radius. Please tell me, what angle should you use to project the object from the ground, and how long should you set the explosion time of the explosive symbol? Only then can I use shuriken to cause effective damage to the enemy?" The moment he saw this question, Kagura felt as if he had traveled back to Blue Star and was taking the familiar physics test paper. He quickly looked at the other questions and found that these questions were basically elementary physics problems. Of course, there is also some common sense involving the structure of the human body. For example, what hits a specific part of the body can cause a person to lose the ability to walk? Which part of the human body can be hit to instantly render the enemy unconscious, and give 3 specific ways to do so? I have to say that this is indeed a test paper with strong practical operations in the Hokage world. Basically, some battle scenarios or some common sense issues in fighting are listed. But the problem is that this type of question is not difficult at all for Kagura, a person who has experienced traditional Chinese education in her previous life. Except for the part about human body structure, these other topics in Blue Star can only be regarded as junior high school level knowledge at best. Kagura became more and more excited as she looked at the test questions that were giving her nothing. Not noticing Kagura's excited expression, the bald examiner on the podium continued to explain the examination rules. He picked up the first test paper and showed it in front of everyone. The test paper was densely filled with answers. Before everyone in the audience could take a closer look, he put the test paper with the answers back on the desk and said, "This is a test paper with the correct answers. All submitted test papers will be assessed and scored on the spot. Next, I will tell you the elimination rules for the assessment. Please listen carefully." After a slight pause, he continued, "Those whose test scores are less than 80 points will be eliminated." 2 of our examiners caught him peeking at the test paper in my hand, and he was eliminated. Anyone who peeks at other candidates' answers and is discovered by us will be eliminated. If we discover the answers to private exchanges between each other, we will eliminate them. After hearing these rules, the candidates present immediately understood why there were 2 examiners arranged for this assessment, and they would stand one behind the other after entering the classroom. But they also heard some meanings of these rules. You can answer the questions yourself, and you will pass if you can score 80 points. If not, there is also a reference answer above. As long as you can use ninjutsu to peek without being discovered, it's not a violation. Looking at the understanding expressions of many candidates in the audience, the bald examiner still had that serious expression. He looked up at the clock hanging behind him and finally announced, "The exam lasts 1 hour, start now." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a slight swishing sound of the pen scratching the paper. Kagura, who was familiar with the plot, understood the true purpose of this exam without having to understand the examiner's words. This assessment was completely free for him. In fact, with his current strength, it is not difficult to directly control everyone present with genjutsu, and then walk up to see the correct answer slowly. It's just that these test questions are too simple for him, and there is no need to waste his chakra. In the same way, this kind of test paper is basically not difficult for Tsunade and Orochimaru. There is no way, in these years of team formation, since Class 7 did not have a teacher to lead the team, Kagura naturally became the role of teaching the three of them. As for Kagura, who has memories of living in Blue Star, he always likes to use physics to teach some physical skills or throwing skills during the teaching process. Although teaching this knowledge in a world that seems to violate physics is a bit idiotic, Tsunade and Orochimaru, who are already smart, actually made a lot of progress from this kind of teaching. Thanks to Kagura's knowledge infusion, the questions in this test paper were free for those two people. Not to mention Tsunade, who was already learning healing techniques, was delighted when she saw the knowledge about the structure of the human body. There is definitely a but that cannot be separated here. However, there are always some exceptions to everything. The exception is Jiraiya. Maybe he really has no talent, or maybe he is not interested in these methods. Compared to the physics taught by Kagura, he prefers to believe in his own feelings. Over the years, Jiraiya has read many books out of interest, but those books are basically novels or historical books. Of course, it's hard to find books on subjects other than ninjutsu in this world. The current exam, in Kagura's words from his previous life, is like a pure liberal arts student who took the wrong science exam. Thinking of this, Kagura raised his head and looked at the people beside him. As he expected, Tsunade and Orochimaru had already picked up their pens and started writing. Only Jiraiya still kept holding the test paper in both hands, staring straight ahead, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, Jiraiya was staring at the test questions in front of him, feeling his scalp numb. Well, he vaguely remembered that it seemed that the knowledge Kagura had told them on weekdays had parts that were consistent with many of the above questions. But he has never listened carefully. As a ninja, how to throw darts doesn't matter if you have hands? Putting down the test paper in his hand, he looked blankly at Tsunade and Orochimaru who were writing furiously beside him. At this moment, just like the handsome guys and beauties who were reading the book, he began to regret why he didn't remember the damn knowledge well. However, this confusion only lasted a few minutes. Jiraiya, who was in a daze, seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly became confident. He suddenly stood up, without caring about the candidates around him, and quickly formed his hand seals. I saw him slap the table decisively, and a column of smoke rose up. As the smoke cleared, a toad with glasses appeared on his desk. The toad was no more than the size of a small dog. It raised its glasses from the side with its right palm and asked in a calm tone, "Oh, rare. Little Jiraiya, you actually summoned me? Tell me, what's the matter?" Looking at the toad in front of him, Jiraiya raised his hand to touch the back of his head in embarrassment, pushed the test paper in his hand over, and said embarrassedly that, "Can you help me with this test paper?" The spectacled toad in front of him was the most knowledgeable among the Mount Mayaboku that Jiraiya knew. In desperation, he had no choice but to make this decision. I don't know why, it was obviously just a toad, but everyone clearly saw a look of contempt on the toad's face. It rolled its eyes at Jiraiya, but still took the test paper and started reading it. But a few seconds later, it grabbed the pen from Jiraiya's hand. He held the pen in a weird posture with the webbed palm and started to write the answer while complaining, "Can you solve such a simple question by yourself next time? I tell you to read more useful books. Also, if you dare to secretly put those pornographic books in my place next time, I will file a complaint with the Great Toad Immortal." Jiraiya froze when he heard that the spectacled toad revealed all his little secrets, but could only rely on it to take the test. Putting his hands on the table awkwardly, he could only lower his head silently in the end. Tsunade on the side raised her head and cast a contemptuous look at him, then lowered her head to the test paper and started writing. Jiraiya's godlike operation shocked all the candidates. One of the candidates from Union Village looked at the toad speechlessly, and then looked at the bald examiner on the stage. He hesitated and asked, "I said, is this okay?" The bald examiner, who kept his arms folded, didn't even look at him, but still answered his question, "Didn't the rules I just mentioned say that you can't use necromancy?" "Ah, okay, it seems like there really isn't. That's fine then. If you have the ability, you can also channel a summoned beast to help you take the exam. I won't stop it either." After hearing the bald examiner's answer, the candidate lowered his head helplessly and started writing silently. Hateful. Who would form a contract with a scholar-type psychic beast? Although Jiraiya's actions caused some commotion, the scene quickly calmed down. Although there are many people present who have learned psychic skills and have their own psychic beasts, but just as the candidate thought, when choosing psychic beasts, everyone tries to find powerful ones. If you really can't take a step back, you should at least look for types with special functions. The idea that knowledge is power is obviously not feasible in this world. So if he wanted to imitate Jiraiya and channel someone to take the exam instead of him, he would be the only special case. Talking about spiritualism, this is still a pain in Kagura's heart. The reason was that no matter how hard he tried to channel, the white egg still appeared every time. It was as if a ghost had taken possession of him. The egg seemed to have taken a liking to him, and he couldn't feel other creatures at all every time he used necromancy. Later, after 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen learned about this, he also gave him his own advice. Kagura listened to the suggestion, and after careful consideration, she signed a contract with the egg with her blood. The moment the contract came into effect, Kagura truly felt the powerful creature inside the egg. However, several years have passed, and every time he is summoned, the appearance of the egg remains almost unchanged. Even Kagura at some point was imagining the possibility of throwing eggs at her enemies in the future. Returning to the examination site, after the commotion caused by Jiraiya, the scene returned to the sound of paper and pen rubbing against each other. However, after a while, the Konoha Jonin who had been standing behind and seemed to have no trace of his presence appeared. Suddenly, his figure appeared next to a certain candidate and held the person's right hand tightly. The examinee who was caught turned pale instantly, and there was a note on the palm of his right hand. Konoha Jonin bent down and gently picked up the note with the index finger and thumb of his other hand. Opening it slowly, the above are the answers to the first 2 questions in the exam. He looked at him and the candidates beside him expressionlessly and said, "You two were caught cheating, were disqualified from the exam, and were eliminated." After saying that, without waiting for their explanation, he directly carried them out one by one like a puppy. Not long after the Konoha Jonin left, the bald examiner on the stage also made a move. He was originally standing on the stage with his arms folded across his chest and suddenly stepped down hard with his foot. With a loud noise, a big hole was made in the floor beneath his feet. There was an examinee in the pit who was sitting on the ground with a horrified look on his face, looking desperately at the examiner in front of him. Looking at the candidates in the pit, the bald examiner showed a sinister smile and said, "It's pretty good to know how to use Earth Style. But you idiot, can you put a clone on your seat before using Earth Style? Or do you think I'm blind and can't even see that there's one less person on the field? You failed too. Here I declare that you are eliminated, get out of here." After these 2 episodes, the atmosphere at the scene obviously became tense. They also understood at this time that if they wanted to cheat in front of these 2 Jonin, they would have to use some real skills. However, even so, it happens from time to time that a certain candidate is caught on the spot. As for Kagura, it only took 15 minutes to complete the test paper in front of her. Then he leaned back leisurely on the chair, his eyes slowly turned to Sharinan, and he watched with interest the cheating methods of those present. In fact, in addition to those who were caught on the spot with poor means, there are still many people who have successfully cheated. For example, Toshiro from Union Village. In fact, his method is similar to that of the candidate who was picked up from the ground and used Earth Style. It's just that his body didn't move, but just sat there. He secretly released an Earth clone under his seat, and directed the clone to use Earth Style to reach the ceiling some distance away from the bald examiner. So the clone only exposed its only intact eye, taking in all the correct answers spread out on the podium. Another example is the 7 ninja swordsmen. Their targets are obviously candidates who are easier to attack. A layer of mist suddenly appeared where they were at a certain moment, but that layer of mist only existed for a second and then disappeared. However, in just this second, 2 of the 7 people were replaced by water avatars. The 2 people themselves teleported and turned into darkness, hiding in the shadow of the target candidates. So the 2 people hid in the shadows and read all the answers of the target openly. Then he used the same method to return to his original position, and instantly removed the water body and replaced it. The 7 people seemed to have their own code system. After completing the problem solving, the 2 people moved their hands secretly and made several gestures. The other 5 people suddenly seemed to know the answer and began to write. In addition, Kagura also discovered that there were many ninjas with other methods on the scene, and their diverse methods opened Kagura's eyes. There is Genin from Konoha's Yamanaka clan, who directly uses the technique of mind-body transformation to check the answers of other candidates. There were also people from the Abarame clan who spread a lot of bugs in the examination room. However, what surprised Kagura the most was a candidate from Union Village. He didn't know what method to use, but he actually created a cloud that was only the size of a palm above the examination room, and he actually transferred one of his eyes to the cloud. The thin cloud just floated slowly above the examination room, checking the test papers of most of the candidates. As each candidate showed their magical powers, time passed by minute by second. As the time approached, many candidates in the venue also showed different expressions. The candidates who had completed the examination papers sat quietly in their seats, waiting for the passage of time with a calm expression. Those who did not know how to do the questions and did not dare to cheat because of the intimidation in front of them seemed restless. No matter what, time continues to pass at its own pace. An hour passed quickly. The bald examiner at the top looked up at the clock and announced the end of the exam. This time it also violated the plot in Kagura's image. The examiner did not do anything in the so-called final assessment. It did not test everyone's determination, saying that if they failed, they would be unable to take the exam for life. Chunin came to force back those who were wavering. After announcing the end of the exam, the two examiners collected all the exam papers as usual, and then sat at the scene to correct them on the spot. However, the essence of this assessment is to test the candidate's ability to obtain information. Of course, if you have sufficient knowledge yourself, you can avoid this ability test. In fact, there are not many questions in these examination papers. Most of them are in the form of large questions. Basically, there are only about 10 questions in the entire examination paper. But even so, facing nearly 100 test papers, it took the two examiners nearly an hour to finish marking them all. Those candidates who scored less than 80 points were asked out of the classroom and looked at the remaining 70 or 80 candidates. The bald examiner stood on the podium and congratulated expressionlessly, "Congratulations on passing the second assessment. Here, from a personal standpoint, I would like to remind you that the next assessment will no longer be so peaceful. You will face casualties and even death. If there are any candidates who are afraid, I suggest that there is still a chance to withdraw." Pausing slightly, he looked at the many genin below. How can someone who can sign up for the Chunin exam give up easily just because of these two sentences? After waiting for a few minutes, when no one left, the bald examiner sighed with relief and regret. He then spoke, "Okay, now that you have made your choice, then follow me to the next exam location." After speaking, he led everyone out of the white building. After passing through a forest, they saw a larger forest. After everyone gathered on the flat ground in front of the forest, the bald examiner turned around and began to explain the content of the next exam to them. After hearing the specific content, Kagura's eyes couldn't help but shrink. It seems that the cruelty of this exam has just begun. It was already afternoon, and it was the time of day when the sun was at its strongest. However, the huge forest not far from Kagura and the others looked like a giant beast lying on the ground. The layers of trees obscured everyone's view, and even the scorching sun's rays could not penetrate. The darkness in the depths of the forest was like the eyes of a giant beast, watching the people in front of it. Everyone gathered in an open space in front of the forest, and the bald examiner who led the team stood at the front of many candidates. In the previous written examination, they eliminated nearly a quarter of the candidates because they did not score enough or were caught cheating. However, even so, there were still nearly 70 or 80 people standing at the scene. That Konoha Jonin disappeared silently after the written examination. At this time, there was only this bald examiner in front of Kagura and the others. He looked around, looking at the excited eyes of the people in front of him who were eager to try, and a rare hint of unbearability flashed in his heart. After clearing his throat, he spoke, "Next is the third assessment. You should also have noticed the forest in front of you." As he spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed to the forest behind him with his thumb. Without waiting for anyone to respond, he continued, "On the other side of that forest, there is a white building. Your task for this assessment is to arrive at the building before 12 noon tomorrow. But in addition, there is a condition required." Having said this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he glanced at everyone with a malicious look before saying, "After arriving there, only those with 2 forehead protectors are qualified to enter and truly complete this assessment." After hearing his words, there was a burst of discussion in the crowd. Kagura in front also shrank her eyes instantly after hearing the rules clearly. Kagura, who has traveled here for a long time, knows what the forehead protector represents better than anyone else. It is no exaggeration to say that the forehead protector that Genin received from his mentor when he graduated is the second life of the ninja. Don't you see that even those so-called vicious countries are rebelling against each other? When they betrayed the village, they would only get a scratch on their forehead protector at most, but almost no one would discard this accessory that symbolized their ninja status. Speaking of this, I can't help but think of that idiot Suzuki. He should be one of the very few. It can be said that the importance of this forehead protector is far greater than ordinary people imagine. But this time the assessment is, to put it bluntly, they are required to compete with each other for their quotas? This is different from the snatching of the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth by Naruto and others in the original plot. Even if you give up on that kind of thing, it will not affect the loser's mentality to challenge Chunin again in the future. But if even the forehead protector that symbolizes the status of a ninja is robbed, then the most fundamental pride of being a ninja is basically lost. Therefore, Kagura concluded that there would not be many so-called givers in this assessment. The loser will most likely die. There are also many people on the scene who have figured this out. Within a few minutes, the discussion slowly quieted down. Many candidates spontaneously distanced themselves, vigilantly guarding everyone around them. You must know that the assessment requirements just announced by the examiner did not say that the guardians must come from different villages. Therefore, in this assessment, in addition to people from different villages, even genin from the same village is his enemy. This is a personal hunting game. Seeing everyone's reactions, the bald examiner also nodded secretly with pleasure. He opened his mouth and said, "There is also another rule: no fighting is allowed within my sight. You must be out of my sight before you can start fighting. Next, you will enter this forest in batches. Come out when you hear my name being called." The first batch is Ira Kaito, Igawa Shunsuk, Koi Doi Yuaki. As he called his name, a man walked out of the crowd. After about 20 people, the first group of people walked into the forest. Then came the second group, also more than 20 people. Looking at the last group of people, Kagura found that except for Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and herself, the 7 ninja swordsmen from Tashiro and Kirigakure village that he had always been optimistic about were actually there. It is obviously not a coincidence that almost the strongest group of people are left at the end. After thinking for a moment, Kagura instantly understood the examiner's intention. In this form of hunting in the forest, those who enter first will undoubtedly have an advantage over those who enter later. After all, the person who gets in first can choose a location that is favorable to them to ambush. Therefore, allowing relatively strong people to enter at the end can be regarded as a balancing method for the examiner in this assessment. 10 minutes after the second group of people entered the forest, following the examiner's eyes, the remaining people also took steps and began to walk into the forest one after another. Just as they entered the forest, the last group of people dispersed warily. Not long after, Kagura and the 4 of them were left in the team. Looking at the empty surroundings, the 4 of them looked at each other and smiled. Kagura said first in a joking tone, "How about the 4 of us team up? Just find a few people to fight 4 to 1, and it feels like we can complete the task directly today." Faced with Kagura's suggestion, Jiraiya rolled his eyes, and Orochimaru and Tsunade also looked disapproving. Seeing the attitude of his teammates, Kagura also put away his smile and said, "Okay, then let's meet at the finish line tomorrow?" Facing Kagura, Orochimaru just nodded and left. Jiraiya put his head behind his hands, smiled at Kagura and said, "How about we compete to see who can reach the finish line faster tomorrow?" Kagura responded with a smile and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Jiraiya said no more, turned around, waved and left. After everyone left, the last Tsunade shyly took Kagura's hand. She stared at Kagura with her big eyes, and whispered in her mouth, "You still have to be careful, although I believe no one here can defeat you head-on. But if others are besieging or ambushing you, you will still be in danger." Looking at Tsunade's affectionate eyes, Kagura's expression softened a lot unconsciously. He slowly touched her head and responded in a low voice, "I understand, you should also be careful." Looking at Kagura's face so close to her, Tsunade suddenly stood up on her tiptoes and kissed her gently with her red lips. Kagura's eyes widened, but before he could feel the softness, Tsunade left quickly. At this time, Tsunade's face was as red as a ripe apple. She held her face in her hands, leaving only "I'm leaving," and quickly turned around and ran away as if she had done something wrong. Looking at Tsunade's back, Kagura touched her lips with her hand, as if reminiscing about the kiss just now. However, at this moment, he was vomiting in his heart. Damn, I, an adult, had my first kiss taken away by a girl? No, it's only fair that I have to take the initiative next time. After a few seconds, he suppressed his silly smile, turned around and walked towards the depths of the forest. Admittedly, what he just proposed to everyone was a good strategy. But he also knew very well that these friends in Class 7 would not agree to this strategy, because they are the legendary Sunin, the geniuses of this generation. Since this is a single-person assessment task, they are not allowed to rely on shortcuts to complete the task. This is their pride, and it is also the belief that a person must have on his way to becoming a strong man. Looking at the dark forest in front of him, a smile slowly appeared on Kagura's face. "Come on, let's enjoy this hunting game." In a dark path in the forest, an overly fair-faced boy was walking slowly along it. It was Orochimaru who had just parted with Kagura and the others. Regarding Kagura's joking proposal, he knew very well that neither he nor the other two would accept such an approach. It's just that compared to Jiraiya, he has a relatively dull expression and doesn't know what expression to use to face Kagura's bad taste. So after Kagura said the words "see you at the end," he directly chose to leave. In fact, after he came to this exam, the only person he could consider a strong enemy was Kagura, who was both a teacher and a friend. Although he was aware of the strength of the 7 or that Tashiro, he did not feel that those people could rival Kagura. As Kagura's teammate, he can be said to have the clearest understanding of its strength. And he has always been very clear in his heart that Kagura has not shown all his strength in front of them, but has hidden something. As a genius of his generation, he also has his own pride. Although he recognized Kagura, it did not mean that he would always admit that his strength was inferior to her. In fact, the current Orochimaru is much stronger than the self at the same time in the original plot. On the one hand, it was because Kagura taught them without reservation. Whether it's taijutsu or ninjutsu, Kagura is happy to share his knowledge with them. Especially regarding the ninjutsu of the Chidori style, he did not hide it, but taught this ninjutsu to 3 people. but it is a pity that Jiraiya seems to be unable to learn it no matter what. The person who learned this ninjutsu the fastest was Tsunade. It's just that she also made certain developments and changes to this ninjutsu. Compared to Chidori's method of concentrated destruction, Tsunade prefers to use Chidori's lightning to stimulate her body, in order to achieve the effect of strengthening one's own strength and defense. On the premise of having natural monster power, after getting the bonus of Chidori style, Tsunade has become a well-deserved humanoid Tyrannosaurus. In the past 2 years, even Kagura didn't dare to compete with her in physical skills. As for Jiraiya, he doesn't even dare to joke casually in front of Tsunade now. As for Orochimaru himself, after studying Chidori-style ninjutsu, his strength has also been strengthened to a certain extent. But compared to Tsunade, he has never been able to fully master this ninjutsu. Maybe I really lack talent for lightning style. Because of this, Orochimaru actually didn't take this test too seriously. To him, except for Kagura and the people in Team 7, everyone else is just cannon fodder. Therefore, he was not on guard at this time and walked on the path openly. His tactics are also very clear. Instead of wasting time looking for prey, it is better to attract prey to come to him. As expected, just when his footsteps landed on a pile of leaves, an accident occurred. With a clear sound, a trap made of rope suddenly appeared under his feet. The noose instantly tightened his ankles and hoisted him to the tree. Faced with this unexpected situation, Orochimaru seems to have made no move to save himself. Just like that, he was hung in the air and swayed back and forth. At this time, a figure came out from behind the shadow of the tree. The visitor is a genin from Kirigakure village. He was wearing a traditional ninja costume, with long pants and long sleeves covering his whole body, and the hood of the jumpsuit even concealed his hair. The only thing that was revealed was his ordinary appearance, but it had to be said that this kind of appearance was the best candidate to be a ninja. Looking at Orochimaru, who was caught in his trap, he showed a trace of disdain on his face and said, "I thought it would be great to be with that legendary monster as a companion. Who would have known that he would be such a half-hearted person, that he was captured without even being able to trigger the trap I set behind him. It's really disappointing." But before he could sigh, a cold voice came from behind him. "Oh? Then can you tell me what other traps you made later?" Hearing this voice, the genin immediately felt a chill on his back and turned around to look over. He saw Orochimaru standing behind him, looking at him with a smile. Seeing such a scene, he immediately looked towards the trap on the other side. But Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen there. There were several snakes as big as arms wrapped around the noose. Looking at the frightened enemy, the smile on Orochimaru's face became even brighter, and he still said in a gentle tone, "Since you are determined to ambush me, you should be prepared for my counterattack, right? With the nature of a ninja, I believe you will not give up handing over your forehead protector?" So, at this point, the smile on his face gradually turned into a grin, and there was a dangerous look in his eyes that Kagura and others had never seen before. He seemed to reveal his true nature at this moment, just like a greedy giant snake staring at its prey. After looking up and down at the person in front of him, he continued, "Then you won't have any complaints if I kill you." Looking at Orochimaru, who was slowly approaching him, the genin felt like he was facing a natural enemy. The biological instinct made him feel a kind of fear. At this time, he had lost the idea of resistance, and only had the idea of escape in his mind. After a brief scream, the forest became quiet again. Orochimaru was rubbing a forehead protector with the Kirigakure village logo in his hand, and there was a drop of blood on it, and that genin fell to the ground covered in blood. His face was pale and his eyes were closed, but the chest that keeps rising and falling shows that the owner of this body is still alive. Looking disdainfully at the enemies on the ground, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes in confusion. What puzzled him was that he didn't kill this man in the end, but subconsciously kept his hand. According to his previous personality, this person should have no chance of surviving. Hey, maybe I have been with Kagura for too long, and he has changed my mentality unknowingly. Thinking of the reason in his heart, he no longer struggled with it, but put away the forehead protector in his hand and headed towards his destination. Not far from him, there was a small flat land in the forest. An examinee from Union Village was pinned to the ground by a huge toad and could not move. Jiraiya jumped off the toad's head and easily took off the examinee's forehead protector in the face of despair. Jiraiya looked at the forehead protector in his hand, smiled and said, "Done." Looking at the subdued candidate in front of him, he hesitated for a moment and then said comfortingly, "Well, you just think it's bad luck to meet me. Try harder next time you take the exam." After saying that, he looked up at the toad and said, "Taiwenta, after I leave, please remember to cancel the summons and go back in half an hour. Please help me detain this person for a period of time to prevent him from coming to trouble me again." Gamabunta took a leisurely puff of cigarette, exhaled a large puff of thick smoke, and then slowly, "Kaido, I understand, please leave quickly. Am I still in a hurry to go back to eat? You guy, you don't know how to read the time every time. Psychic beasts also have their own lives, okay?" Seeing that Gamabunta showed signs of continuing to complain, Jiraiya shrank his head. He stopped talking nonsense and turned around to leave. So, in the desperate eyes of that genin, his figure gradually disappeared into the dense forest. The scene changed and Tsunade was walking in the forest in a good mood. Occasionally recalling her impulsive kiss just now, her cheeks turned red unconsciously. Although I have always maintained a relatively close relationship with Kagura over the years, this is indeed my first time kissing. Oh, am I being too proactive? I heard my mother-in-law say that if a girl takes too much initiative, a boy will not understand how to cherish her. But I've already kissed you, so what can I do? Thinking of this, she unconsciously pouted her lips, looking distressed. After finally worrying for a long time, she calmed down, a dangerous look flashed in her eyes, and said decisively, "Forget it, never mind. Now that he has kissed me, I am his. If Kagura dares not to admit it, I'll beat him." After thinking of the solution, Tsunade finally regained her mood and a smile appeared on her face again. However, just as she pushed aside the tall grass in front of her, several familiar figures suddenly appeared in front of her. Upon closer inspection, there were 7 people standing in front of them, 7 with strange knives. Loquat Juzang knew very well that the 6 people around him could not actually be called his companions. He is a genin who graduated last year. The team mechanism in Kirigakure village is the same as that in other countries. Each team consists of 3 people and is led by a jonin. He was also a genius with outstanding achievements in the ninja academy. From the moment he became genin, he was expected by many people in the village. As for the 2 people he teamed up with, well, what do you say that is? Forget it, the name doesn't matter. The important thing is that those 2 people are not as strong as me in terms of strength or luck. Yes, Loquat Juzo believes in luck. Otherwise, why was he the only one of the 3 who was attacked during the mission half a year ago to survive? Even Jonin, the seemingly tough leader, took the initiative to confront the pursuing enemy in order to stop them. In the end, that person stayed there forever. Only I, carrying the items specified in the mission, returned to the village alone. After experiencing this incident, his strength was recognized by many high-level officials. Yes, in the world of ninjas, missions are far more important than companions. Since those people died, but he was able to successfully return to the village with the mission items, doesn't this just show his strength? It was also from that moment on that he began to have his own understanding of companions in his heart. After completing that mission, he has been waiting for the village to arrange a new team. However, after waiting for a month, one day the newly appointed Mizukage-sama summoned him. When he arrived at Master Mizukage's room, he was instantly attracted by the huge beheading sword in front of him. As a person from Kirigakure village, he certainly knew what it was. It was the broken sword and the beheading sword among the 7 ninja swords. A magical ninja sword that absorbs the iron element in the enemy's blood to regenerate itself and restore the holder's physical strength. When he came back to his senses, he found that besides himself, there were 6 genins of about the same age. In addition to the broken sword and the beheading sword, the legendary 7 ninja swords of Kirigakure village were actually placed in front of them. In fact, these 7 ninja swords were in the hands of the Kingdom of Water a long time ago. The ancestors of the past spent countless time and experience to figure out the specific methods of using these 7 ninja swords. But it wasn't until that day that the masters of these 7 swords truly had their own title, the 7 ninja swordsmen. The first batch of the 7 ninja swordsmen were their genin. Because of the characteristics of each ninjutsu sword, different ninjutsu and taijutsu methods need to be practiced. In theory, these genin, who have not yet developed their own style, are the most suitable owners for them, and they are the candidates carefully selected by Mizukage-sama. In this way, Loquat Juzang joined the 7-person group and started a new ninja life. Fortunately, the other 6 are very similar to him. They are all a group of guys who only believe in their own strength, but it is undeniable that such people are often better at making the right choices in tasks. Unfortunately, the other 6 look too much like him. Compared to their companions, they trust the knife in their hands more. The only premise for them to form a team is to complete the mission. Just like this Chunin exam, in fact some of them had already seen through the original illusion, but they know very well that the time for assessment is far from coming. Instead of exposing this layer of reality, it's better to take advantage of the chaos and sneak into it yourself. If Mizukage-sama hadn't ordered that all 7 people must pass the exam, the person who first discovered it wouldn't even want to share this information with others. But except for the 7 of them, the trash present was not within their scope of consideration, and they had no obligation to bring these trash through the barrier together. They also saw the dispute between the Yugaza boy and Kanaha behind them, but they naturally have no interest in this meaningless provocation. But that young man appeared and defeated the fool from hidden Kirigure village just by relying on those eyes. If it were not for the face of the village, Loquat Juzang would not even want to show up and let that idiot be eliminated directly. But then they didn't expect that Kagura didn't even think about hiding anything, and broke the illusion directly in front of everyone. Seeing this situation, they could only follow in silently. Another example is now. Unlike Kagura and their so-called pride, these 7 people will only choose the easiest way to get through the level. So as soon as they stepped into the forest, the 7 of them naturally started to form a team. It has to be said that in this environment, they gained a huge advantage by forming a team. In just half an hour, they had already harvested 3 forward protectors. In fact, if they had not taken into account the attitude of the village and deliberately spared the people from the same village on the road, they would only have more forward protectors on their hands now. As for those 3 unlucky guys, they can only stay in this forest forever. Whoa! As the feeling of the knife cutting through the body came from the knife, a large amount of blood spattered on the examinee in front of him. He stared at Loquat Juzang unwillingly, and finally his body lost strength and fell to the ground. Putting the huge beheading sword on the ground aside, Loquat Juzang squatted on the ground and took off the forward protector stained with the blood-stained Konoha mark. It's the 4th one. It seems we can complete the task tonight and reach the final building, the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost sitting on a stone nearby said. He is a huge fat man with green streaks painted on his cheeks. He has long orange hair that reaches his waist, has sharp teeth, and his neck is wrapped in a fluffy bandage. Loquat Juzang stood up and put away the forward protector. However, just as he was about to speak, a bush not far from them was pushed aside, revealing the figure of a girl. The person coming was none other than Tsunade. Seeing the appearance of the person coming clearly, Loquat Juzang's brows wrinkled slightly. He remembered that this person was the girl who was with that Konoha monster. He exchanged a vague look with the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, and he spoke first. If you retreat now, we can pretend we have never seen you. Yes, Kagura's eyes left a deep impression on them. Anyway, it is very easy to complete this assessment with their strength. In his opinion, there was no need to offend that Uchiha boy for a forward protector. Tsunade's face became serious when she heard this. She naturally knew that the strength of the 7 people in front of her should not be underestimated. At least Kagura had specifically warned her in advance to pay attention to these people. But when she was about to withdraw, she caught sight of the young man lying on the ground. That young man was the one who had an argument with the Yuli-wearing candidate from Wien village before. Most importantly, he is also from Konoha. At this moment, the young man who was still full of energy before was now lying in a pool of blood. His eyes were closed tightly, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. The steps that were about to retreat stopped again. After thinking for a few seconds, Tsunade gritted her teeth and said, "Give that man to me, I will take him away." Hearing Tsunade's request, Loquat Juzo was slightly startled. He really didn't expect that this girl would be so ungrateful after his temporary kindness in letting her go. But before he spoke, someone beside him already said, "I said, Loquat Juzang, what are you afraid of? Aren't they the companions of that boy from Konoha? Just kill him, even if we meet him later. Are you still afraid that the 7 of us can't beat him alone?" That's right, and there may not be competitions involving teams in the subsequent assessments. It may be more beneficial to us to kill one of their companions here first. The 2 people speaking had long, fluffy, spiky hair, a black top and trousers, gray shoes and gloves, and a Kirigakure Umbu mask on their face. A fluffy bandage is wrapped around his neck. He is tall and has slender limbs. The other person has long black hair, vertical braids, and a long beard, thick lips and sharp teeth. His left eye was covered with a black cloth, and his head and neck were wrapped in bandages. It was Kushimaru Kurararu and Jinpachi Mori who were known as the heartless duo among the 7. Hearing the words of his 2 companions, Loquat Juzang sighed silently. He pulled out the beheading sword beside him, looked at Tsunade and said, "This is your own choice, don't blame me." Seeing the opponent's actions, Tsunade also understood that this battle was inevitable. Yes, she had the chance to retreat directly, but she still made a seemingly stupid choice. But as a descendant of the first-generation Hokage, if she was asked to abandon her companions in Konoha and escape, then she would not be the famous Tsunadeheim. Taking a breath, Tsunade tightened the cuffs on her wrists. He made a ready posture with his hands clenched and his left hand forward. If Loquat Juzo and others had eyes like Kagura at this time, they would have noticed that there was a tiny flash of lightning on Tsunade's body at this time. It is the Chidori style that Tsunade learned from Kagura. It's just that unlike Kagura's fierce attack method, Tsunade's method of use is more meticulous. She spread Chidori's electricity throughout her body, using it to stimulate the muscles throughout her body. As a result, his speed, strength, and resistance ability have been greatly improved. When Kagura saw this method of use for the first time, he first thought of another great comic in his previous life. It was a masterpiece painted by an old thief whose name consisted of 4 words of praise, and Tsunade was very similar to the electric mouse form of one of the protagonists in it. The confrontation in the field became more and more tense, but to everyone's expectation, it was the seemingly weak Tsunade who launched the attack first. She kicked her right foot hard, and a huge crack appeared on the ground. And her body was like a cannonball, rushing towards Loquat Juzang at the front. He looked at Tsunade, who was charging towards him, very domineering. Loquat Juzang did not dare to look down upon him, and quickly raised the sword in his hand in front of him. When a clear crash sounded, in Loquat Juzang's horrified eyes, the sword in his hand was actually smashed by Tsunade to create a huge crack. But before he could think too much, he felt a huge force coming from the handle of the knife. After a brief stagnation, Lokwat Juzang's body flew backwards quickly like an arrow off the string. Bang! 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 After knocking down several big trees in succession, Lokwat Juzo's figure finally stopped. He barely used the giant knife to support his body, but his face turned pale and he spit out a mouthful of blood on the ground. Seeing that Tsunade's ordinary punch had such power, the others present finally showed serious expressions. They all know the strength of Lokwat Juzo, but his physical skills are his advantage, and he was actually knocked away by a girl. Standing on the tree, Kurumi Kushimaru took the lead in launching a counterattack. The ninja sword in his hand is called Nagato a Needle, and it is a long and slender needle-like sword. He flashed in front of Tsunade in an instant. He was as slender as a spider, waving the slender ninja sword and stabbing Tsunade continuously. Obviously Tsunade also knew very well that she could not withstand such an attack with her physical body alone. Thoughts flashed across her mind, and she quickly made dodge movements. However, her opponent's agility was far beyond her expectation. Even though she had retreated early, there were still several blood marks on her body. However, these are not the most dangerous. As Tsunade's eyes flashed, several threads were winding towards her. This is the true face of the long knife and suture needle, the blade that pierces everything and sews it back together. This knife has a long attack range and high lethality. There is a steel wire tied behind the back, which can pull people up. Both the steel wire and the knife are offensive. Seeing that those thin threads were about to wrap around her body, Tsunade clenched her fists and punched the ground hard. Boom! There was another loud noise, and a huge pit appeared between Tsunade and Kurigara Kushimaru. The stones that were knocked away were neatly cut into pieces by those seemingly ordinary silk threads, but they also blocked the progress of those threads. After several steps, Tsunade quickly distanced herself from Kurihara Kushimaru in front of her. However, while she was still panting, a figure appeared above her head. It is the other member of the ruthless duo, Mori Jinpachi. He raised the blasting knife in his hand, Fei-mo, and hit Tsunade's head hard. Why it is said to be smashed is because the explosive knife and droplet are different from the sharp long knife and stitching needle. The shape of this knife is basically equivalent to a large scroll. Looking at the huge blade hitting her, Tsunade did not give in at all, but forcefully waved her fist upwards. Bang! Bang! However, two huge explosions appeared in Tsunade's shocked eyes. As soon as her hand touched the explosive knife, Fei-mo, she was blown away by the huge force of the explosion. This is the ability of explosive knife float, a blade that is perfectly combined with explosions. The knife has explosive power, contains countless detonating symbols, and is very lethal. The explosive knife technique throws the explosive scroll of explosive knife droplets around the enemy, causing a large-scale explosion that cannot be escaped. But now as a boy, Mori Jinpachi still cannot control this ninja sword well. Now he can only control two explosions at the same time. Tsunade's body flew back uncontrollably, but then her powerful body appeared again. In just a few seconds, she adjusted her posture in midair and landed smoothly on the ground. But the explosion just now obviously caused huge damage to her, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. At this time, a figure wielding a giant knife rushed towards her again. It was Lokwat Juzang who had just returned. Looking at the figure wielding a giant sword in front of her, Tsunade barely adjusted her breathing and faced him again. This time her strength was obviously much smaller, and she could only resist the attack, remaining in a stalemate with Lokwat Juzang. It was at this moment that two large fish-shaped knives appeared behind her. This time, Tsunade finally couldn't resist. The two knives emit gas from their two circular holes, and then the entire knife glows as a whole. The formed chakra aggregate is like a blue energy ball, and then the chakra light ball bursts out towards Tsunade's back. Tsunade almost completely received all the power of the entire chakra light ball and flew out like a kite with a broken string. It was only then that the main bodies of the two knives were revealed, which were the double knives. This is the weapon of ordinary person Kojuro in the mobile game. The person holding this weapon is a young man with standing hair, wearing a blue shirt and Madara pants. I checked all the information, and among the first batch of 7 people, this guy has no name. After Tsunade's body flew dozens of meters away, she finally landed heavily on the ground. She lay on her side and spit out several mouthfuls of blood. His trembling hands were on the ground, as if trying to stand up, but after trying several times, there was still no success. Lokwat Juzang slowly walked up to her and raised the beheading sword in his hand. There was no pity in his eyes, only indifference. He looked indifferently at Tsunade, who was still trying to stand up, and said, "I admit that you are strong, but that's it." After that, he didn't say any more nonsense and waved the giant knife in his hand vigorously. At this critical moment, a bolt of blue lightning rushed towards Lokwat Juzang from the depths of the forest at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. The dazzling blue light made Lokwat Juzang tremble. Just when he was stunned for a moment, the seriously injured girl in front of him had disappeared. The blue lightning also stopped, and a familiar figure appeared in front of everyone. He was holding the weak girl with both hands, turning his head back to face them, and a pair of angry Sharingan appeared in front of their eyes. A roar sounded in the silent forest. How dare you hit my woman? 15 minutes ago, under a big tree deep in the forest, standing in front of Kagura was an examinee from Union Village. Just from the appearance, it can be seen that the candidate is in an abnormal state. He stared blankly ahead, and slowly took off the forehead protector on his head with trembling hands. Then, this item that he usually regarded as the most precious was handed to Kagura in front of him like a piece of garbage. The three Megatama in Kagura's eyes, standing in front of him, were slowly rotating, and it was obvious that Genjutsu had been activated on them. However, at the last moment when Kagura took over the forehead protector, a look of pain flashed across the examinee's face, and his hands tightened, tightly grasping the corner of the forehead protector. Seeing this situation, Kagura sighed slightly and activated the pair of Sharingan again. After a few seconds, the look of pain on the examinee's face disappeared, replaced by numbness. After completely handing over the forehead protector to Kagura, he closed his eyes, his body went limp and he collapsed on the ground. Now that the goal has been achieved, Kagura doesn't mind giving the other person a sweet dream. In fact, cruelty and kindness are extremely contradictory in him. While on duty, he never shows mercy. No matter what kind of opponent he faces, he can kill him without leaving any consequences. That's because he knew it very well after having read many movies, TV shows and novels in his previous life. The villain dies because he talks too much, and the Holy Mother is eliminated in troubled times. In this environment that has not yet truly achieved peace, if you do not kill the enemy in front of you when performing a mission, the enemy's weapon will pierce your body in the next second. However, Kagura doesn't mind unleashing his kindness when not in combat. When the enemy loses the ability to harm himself, he will always subconsciously leave the other party alive. Kagura knew this very well, but he didn't care. Human nature is not black and white, as long as you follow your heart. Kagura, who successfully completed the task, stood on the crown of a huge tree, squinting his eyes and looking into the distance. He was identifying the direction of the final destination. However, at this time, several loud noises came from the distance. Kagura turned his head and looked over, but only saw some smoke rising from there. Hey, is the battle between Genin so fierce? The distant battle aroused his interest, and he prompted Sharingan to secretly watch the remote live broadcast. But when he saw the blurry figure in the smoke, his heart suddenly jumped. This is the Seven Swordsman? But before he could think about it, he saw Tsunade being knocked away by the explosion caused by Mori Jinpachi's blasting knife and droplet. Seeing this scene, Kagura felt the blood in her veins go cold. Without thinking much, at this moment he immediately opened the 5th gate in the 8 gates Dunjia, Gate of Limit. During the period of opening Gate of Limit, he will greatly increase his speed, even exceeding the speed of sound. Let me explain here again. The current progress of the protagonist's physical skill attribute is Physical Skill, Gate 6, Gate of View, with a progress of 67.2%. This means that his body can perfectly control the state of the 5th door. Although the 6th door can also be opened, there will be greater sequelae later. In addition to opening the 8 gates armor, he also used the Chidori style, all in order to make his speed even faster. His body turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Tsunade at great speed. Finally, at the last moment, he rescued Tsunade from Loquat Juzang's sword. Not paying any attention to the enemies of the 7 swordsmen, Kagura turned her back to them and carefully examined Tsunade in her arms. This was Tsunade in a weak state that he had never seen before, with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, a painful expression on his face, and his eyes closed tightly. There was a huge wound on the hit part of his back, which was dripping with blood. She reluctantly opened her eyes, and finally relaxed when she saw Kagura's face. "Can you still treat yourself?" Looking at Tsunade, who was still conscious, Kagura asked softly. Seeing Tsunade nod, Kagura breathed a sigh of relief. He gently placed her next to a tree and let her sit on the ground against the trunk. Squatting down, he gently rubbed the top of her head and said, "You don't need to worry about it anymore. Just treat it well. I will solve it soon." At this time, Tsunade no longer had her usual gangster-like temperament. She was just like a weak little girl, nodding obediently and saying yes. Giving Tsunade a smile, Kagura stood up and slowly turned around to face the 7 people. As he turned around, his temperament changed completely. One second he was a gentle boy, and the next second he turned into an angry beast. With his anger, the pair of Sharingan seemed to become brighter red than before, and the slowly rotating Megatama made people fall into it unconsciously. Looking at the eager people in front of him, Kagura no longer suppressed his anger, and a slightly hoarse voice came from his mouth, "You scumbags, how dare you hit my woman?" Kagura, who had his back to Tsunade, didn't pay attention. After he said those words, Tsunade behind him turned red. She was not in a hurry for treatment, but held her face in her hands and looked at the back of the boy in front of her with her eyes turning into stars. At this time, Kagura was like the god of war who came out of mythology. The opening of the 5th door made him exude a faint red wave of air. The lightning formed by Chidori was like electric snakes, swimming around his body from time to time. Loquat Juzo, who had been on high alert since Kagura appeared, clenched the sword in his hand. But before he could make a move, a figure suddenly rushed towards Kagura one step ahead of him. It's none other than Kushimaru Kurihara holding a long knife and a sewing needle. He held the sharp long knife in his hand and stabbed Kagura standing in front of him. Looking at Kagura, who seemed to be motionless, a hint of a sinister smile appeared under his mask, just to feel the wonderful touch of the long knife penetrating the flesh. However, the next second, in his shocked eyes, the Kagura in front of him suddenly turned into an afterimage. There was a burst of wind in his ears, and before he knew what happened, he felt like he had been kicked hard. His body was shot away at a faster speed than when it came, like a meteorite falling to the ground quickly, causing a plume of smoke. Seeing the scene, Loquat Juzang, who was standing at the front, swallowed nervously. Kuririka Kushimaru, who was inside, might not know what was going on, but he who had been watching could see it clearly. Facing the Kurisu Kushimaru, who was famous for his agility, Kagura only took a moment to dodge and resist. From the previous investigation of his situation, we only knew that his pupil skills in ninjutsu were very strong, but no one has ever said that this guy's taijutsu is so abnormal. At this time, the rest of the people finally put away their previous leisurely look, and everyone took out their weapons and surrounded Kagura. On the other side, Kagura slowly put away her kicked right foot. Looking at the figure that was knocked away, a trace of disdain flashed in Kagura's heart. Are you kidding? Comparing speed with Lao Zi, who opened the fifth door? If this isn't fast enough for you, I'll quit the ninja industry as soon as possible and find a secluded place to spend my life. Looking up at the crowd of 7 swordsmen gathered around him, a smile appeared on his face. Gently patting the dust on his body, he looked at everyone seriously and said in an extremely arrogant voice, I'm not asking too much, Tsunade probably hasn't completed her mission yet. 7 of you, leave one behind, and I will let you go. Hearing these extremely arrogant words, everyone felt a trace of anger rising in their hearts. It was clear that his side had the numerical advantage, but it seemed as if they were surrounded by him alone. Seemingly not seeing the anger on everyone's faces, Kagura continued calmly, So, have you decided which one to keep? After hearing Kagura's provocation, which seemed to be truly determined to defeat them, everyone finally couldn't help it anymore. The first to take action were the ruthless duo. I'll keep you. Mulai Jinpachi rushed out from the crowd and jumped high into the air. While roaring angrily, he raised the huge explosive knife in his hand, Fei Mo, and smashed it towards Kagura. The arrogant Kagura in front of him just a second ago seemed to be unable to see his attack. Mulai Jinpachi was angry in his heart, but his face became even more ferocious. The strength in his hand increased again, and he hit the unsuspecting Kagura hard. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and Kagura's body flew horizontally as if it had been blown away. However, his attacks did not stop. Mori Jinpachi, who had just landed, adjusted his body slightly and rushed towards the direction where Kagura flew out again. He rushed to Kagura's side in midair first, and waved the blasting knife Fei Mo in his hand again. A loud noise sounded again, and Kagura changed her flight direction due to the violent explosion. So in the midst of Murishi Jinpachi's ferocious smile, Kagura was like a ping-pong ball, being knocked away by him. The constant explosions left obvious wounds on Kagura's body, and the scattered flesh and blood made Mori Jinpachi fall into a state of excitement. However, in reality, after Mori Jinpachi shouted that roar, in the surprised eyes of Loquat Juzang and others, they saw that his forward body suddenly stopped halfway. As if possessed by an evil spirit, Mori Jinpachi lowered his hands and stood upright in place. Just looking from the side, you can still clearly see the expression on his face. The expression was constantly changing, from a ferocious smile at the beginning to a heart-rending laughter at the end. Everyone who saw this strange scene felt cold sweat break out on their backs. At this moment, no one needed to remind them, they knew that the companion in front of them was a genjutsu possessed by Kagura. Loquat Juzang took half a step back in fear, but still did not forget to remind him, don't look him in the eyes. However, his reminder was still a step too late. Although he diverted his gaze from Kagura's face in time, the strange and beautiful pair of Sherinans seemed to be imprinted in his mind and could not be dissipated for a long time. Kagura's slightly teasing voice reached his ears. The voice was so close to him, as if Kagura was whispering something against his ear. Oh? The response is good, but when did you get the illusion that I didn't use genjutsu on you? Facing Kagura's somewhat soft voice, cold sweat started to flow on Loquat Juzang's forehead. He closed his eyes tightly, and his muscles all over his body were tense. The giant decapitating knife in his hand could not give him a sense of security at this time. Everything around him seemed to disappear when he closed his eyes. The breathing of my companions, the rustle of the wind through the woods, the heartbeat of my own body. All these sounds disappeared, and not only the sounds, but also the touch and perception of his skin seemed to have been deprived. It was like he was in an extremely quiet darkness, unable to feel anything but himself. The suppressed emotions gradually took over his brain, and he felt as if he had only spent a few seconds, or as if he had spent a whole day. Just when he couldn't stand the depression and silence anymore, he was about to open his eyes and fight back towards Kagura. All the sensations in his body came back instantly, and he felt like a person who was about to drown in the sea and finally returned to the shore. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a familiar scream sounded around him. He couldn't care less anymore and quickly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. But the next second, the scene in front of him made his heart stop for a second. I didn't know when Kagura had arrived among them all, standing in front of the companion holding the two swords in his hands. At this time, he was holding a blue light ball composed of thunder in his right hand, and his entire arm penetrated the chest of the owner of the ninja sword. Blood continued to seep from the penetrated chest, and blood dripped down his arms to the ground. The user of the double sword, Flounder, stared at Kagura in front of him with a look of disbelief. The corners of his mouth moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something. However, in the end, he still didn't have the chance to say it. His eyes gradually became empty, and his body seemed to have been drained of all its strength, and it slowly fell to the ground. Kagura used her left hand to support the man's body, and slowly pulled her right hand out of his chest. Looking at his companion who was standing next to him a second ago, he was lying in a pool of blood in just an instant. Loquat Juzang and others subconsciously wanted to stay away from Kagura in front of them, and their bodies automatically took a few steps back from the bottom of their hearts. Regarding their performance, Kagura looked indifferent. He slowly squatted down, unhooked the forehead protector from the man's neck and put it into his arms. After doing all this, he slowly stood up straight and looked at everyone. He showed a smile and said, since you refuse, then let me make the choice. Now I have helped you keep one person, or do you want to keep a few more? Seeing Kagura's dangerous eyes sweeping across all of them, everyone just remained silent, not retreating, but no one dared to step forward easily. The silence didn't last long. Murray Jinpachi, who had been standing there blankly before, suddenly screamed and collapsed on the ground. At this time, the smile on his face was no longer there, but a look of horror as if he had seen something terrible. He sat on the ground, the weapon in his hand fell aside, and he was breathing heavily. Covering his face with his hands, he kept mumbling, "Why? Why can't I kill him? He is a monster, right? He is a monster." Seeing Murray Jinpachi, who had lost his will to fight, the remaining people exchanged glances with each other. In the end, Loquat Juzang cautiously asked Kagura, Are you really willing to let us go?" Faced with his question, Kagura just shrugged. "Kaido, I've always considered myself a person of integrity." After hearing Kagura's answer, everyone did not relax immediately. They looked at each other, and finally Kurikaru Kushimura walked to the collapsed Murray Jinpachi. While helping him pick up the weapons beside him, he carefully helped him stand up. Everyone did not dare to look into Kagura's eyes anymore, but looked cautiously at his feet and slowly backed away. But at this moment, Kagura suddenly said, etc. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately raised their weapons, fearing that Kagura would go back on her word. Kagura didn't care, just pointed the double sword at his feet with his right index finger and said, "Take this knife back. It's too ugly, I don't want it." After saying that, he exerted force on his feet and kicked out the two knives at his feet. Loquat Juzang raised his right hand and caught the weapon steadily. He paused for a moment, and finally said, "Thanks." After saying that, everyone slowly retreated, and their figures gradually disappeared into the dark forest. This is the end of a battle. The newly formed 7 swordsmen. It's time to replace someone. Kagura watched with a smile as the remaining 6 figures slowly disappeared into the forest. After confirming that the 6 people were really far away, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, lifted the 8 gates armor and sat on the ground. Although his physical skills have now grown to the point where he can fully master the opening of the 5th gate of limit, he cannot avoid the normal sequelae. At the same time, he quickly stopped the operation of Sharinan and pressed his eyes with one hand. At this time, he was not as invincible and powerful as he seemed before. Kagura now felt that every muscle in his body was moaning, and the soreness all over his body made him not even want to move a finger. But it's not just the body that's sending out a warning. After overusing Sharinan, the most terrible thing is the throbbing pain in the head. The veins on his forehead popped out, and it felt like the blood vessels there would burst at any time. Seeing Kagura's state, Tsunade not far away didn't care about her injuries and hurried over. She anxiously helped Kagura rub her temples and looked at Kagura with a worried look. After a while, the throbbing pain finally slowly dissipated, and Kagura put down her hand and breathed out gently. Looking up and seeing Tsunade's concerned look, he smiled easily and said, "I'm fine, it's just that Sharinan is a bit overwhelmed. Let's leave quickly. Although the chance is very small, those people might come back. If they do that, we're really going to be in crisis." Tsunade nodded in agreement upon hearing this, and the two of them stood up while supporting each other. Tsunade hesitated for a moment and then said to Kagura, "Wait for me a moment." After saying that, she limped back. There was a person lying in a pool of blood. He was the Konoha boy who was knocked down by the 7 people in the first place. Tsunade walked up to him and knelt down to examine him carefully. When she heard the other party's weak but still strong beating heartbeat, Tsunade couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Her hand slowly emitted a burst of green light and began to heal the boy's wounds. After just a few minutes, the boy's body no longer had blood flowing out, and he was bandaged with gauze by Tsunade. After rubbing the bag on her waist for a while, Tsunade took out a pill and asked the boy to swallow it. Shortly after swallowing the pill, the boy's breathing became noticeably calmer. At this time, Kagura finally adapted to the soreness in her body and walked towards them. When passing the corpse of one of the 7 people he killed, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I have to say that these people from the 7 swordsmen are really realistic. In fact, they were able to take away the bodies of their companions just now. But for the 1 in 10,000 possibility, they finally chose to give up the body. After sighing for a while, Kagura helped Tsunade move the boy to a relatively safe tree hole. Finally, they cleaned up the scene a little and left. In fact, even though Kagura seemed to have crushed her opponent in that battle just now, but only Kagura knew in her heart that if she didn't handle it well just now, she might have no choice but to escape with the injured Tsunade. On the one hand, in terms of strength, there is actually not that big a gap between the two sides. In order to rescue Tsunade in time, Kagura used the 8 gates escape technique from the beginning, and was able to rush to the scene from several kilometers away at a speed that exceeded the speed of sound. At that time, he knew very well that he could not maintain the 5th door for as long as he imagined, and a quick victory was the only way. After thinking about it for a short time, he realized that everything happened on purpose. He highlighted his arrogance by leaving one person alone, and then he mobilized Sharingan with all his strength and used Genjutsu to control 7 people at the same time. Then used Chidori to quickly kill one person, thus shocking everyone present. Fortunately, the other party was indeed frightened by his tactics, and finally chose to retreat just like his plan. Otherwise, Kagura will face a tough battle next. You must know that although he is indeed very strong, those opposite him are not ordinary genin. Those are the elites specially selected by Mizukage who are most suitable for using the ninja sword. These people hold those powerful ninja swords, and their true strength may not even be able to defeat ordinary Chunin. Coupled with the need to take care of Tsunade who was seriously injured at the side, one can imagine the dilemma Kagura will face. Of course, if they really want to fight, if they decide to use the tailed beast in their body, even though they cannot kill them, Kagura is still confident that they can defeat them. But this involves another factor that Kagura considers, that is, if he really kills all these people, he may have to face the wrath of Mizukage later. These are the elites specially selected by Mizukage, a group of people who were given the first generation of 7 ninja swordsmen. As a result, others had just established themselves, and before they could make a name for themselves, they were wiped out by you alone. I can only imagine how Mizukage would feel. Although after the exam, he didn't need to pay too much attention to this kind of thing. But for him who just wants to grow up, facing a shadow-level hatred is not a good thing after all. This was also the reason why he finally returned the twin swords to them. It's true that I dislike it because it doesn't look good. Thinking of this, Kagura felt tired. If only I were really just a teenager, I wouldn't have to think about these things and just do whatever I want like Naruto. The injured 2 people finally found a hidden hiding spot before nightfall. At this time, Kagura has basically completely gotten rid of the sequelae of 8 Gates Dungeon. Hiding in a relatively narrow cave, he lit a fire. Looking at Tsunade who still looked a little depressed, he said comfortingly, now that we both have the amount of protection we need for the assessment, we don't have to think about going out to hunt others. Let's have a good rest here tonight. After dawn tomorrow, we can just rush towards the final destination. Tsunade nodded when she heard this, and then she suddenly blushed as if she thought of something. After squirming slightly for a while, she said in a voice not much louder than a mosquito that, I need your help to treat my injuries. As she said that, she took out a bottle of ointment from the bag, and then turned away embarrassedly. As her body turned, her white back appeared in front of Kagura. The last blow from the energy wave of the twin swords, Flounder and Flounder, hit her back solidly. The clothes here are naturally not like the Hulk shorts. After receiving such a level of attack, the clothes on Tsunade's back were already damaged. At this time, her jade white back was completely naked in front of Kagura. But Kagura only felt heartache in her eyes, because there was a hideous wound in the middle of her back. Although the blood was no longer bleeding, the outward wound and the coagulated blood scab still made him feel pain. The position of her back made it impossible for Tsunade to use healing techniques on her own, so she had to ask Kagura to help her apply ointment. Taking the bottle of ointment, Kagura carefully applied it on the wound. Ah woo! But as soon as his hand touched it, Tsunade let out a groan. As if she sensed something was wrong, Tsunade quickly lowered her voice. She closed her lips tightly, looked at Kagura with tears in her eyes, and whimpered muffledly. Kagura, who was a little distracted by Tsunade's moan, swallowed subconsciously. He forcibly kept his hand steady and continued to apply the ointment as if nothing was wrong. With you just like that, with Tsunade murmuring, Kagura finally helped her finish applying the medicine with difficulty. Putting down the ointment on his hand, he breathed out a breath, feeling even more tired than after fighting during the day. Isn't it just a medicine? Do you want to call it like this? Touching the non-existent sweat on his head, he found that Tsunade was still staring at him with an aggrieved look. What's wrong? he asked caringly. Tsunade shrank her body towards him, opened her big eyes and said, I am cold. Forward. Kagura really ignored this. The forest at night is indeed much colder than imagined. Moreover, the back of Tsunade's shirt was almost completely gone at this time, and she was seriously injured, so it was normal to feel cold. But for a while, he didn't know what to do. He only had one shirt. I do have a vest. But in order to take into account the defense, the vest was not filled with cotton, but with a thin layer of metal. Even if you wear this, you won't feel warm. Just when Kagura was debating whether to take off her only shirt and give it to Tsunade, leaving her naked all night, Tsunade seemed to notice his dilemma and spoke again, will you hold me to sleep tonight? Saying this seemed to have exhausted all her courage. She lowered her head shyly, and Kagura could not see her current expression. Nanny? After hearing this, Kagura's face became stiff, and she felt like she couldn't turn her head around for a while. Before he could respond, Tsunade's buzzing voice came again, always try. After the trial, we will be adults. Kagura, hiss. So Tsunade, are you so bold? But I have to say, this is a good idea. The sun reluctantly climbed up from the distant east, and the morning light penetrated through the leafy woods. As a ray of morning light shot into the cave, Tsunade and Kagura finally woke up from their sleep. The two walked out of the cave, and Tsunade stretched herself comfortably. Unlike last night's weakness, Tsunade looked refreshed at this time. On the other hand, Kagura behind her clearly had two dark circles under her eyes, looking depressed. After looking at the direction, Kagura prepared to discuss the way forward with Tsunade. What? You ask me what happened last night? Please ask the student who asked this question to go to the side and face the wall for a while. They are just two minors. Although they are alone in a room, what do you think could happen to them? Although our protagonist Kagura does have some plot ideas, it is obvious that what he and Tsunade have in mind are not the same thing. The whole night last night, he really just hugged Tsunade and slept. So when he woke up in the morning, he finally couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart and asked Tsunade, is this what you said you can do to become an adult after trying it? Faced with his question, Tsunade replied matter-of-factly, yes, Grandma told me. The adults just hug each other and sleep together. At this moment, Kagura regretted extremely why she had stopped Jiraiya from taking Tsunade to visit his pornographic books. As for why he looks so depressed, although she is still young, Tsunade is now a solid girl. The soft yet uneven touch kept Kagura from falling asleep for the first half of the night. It was not until the middle of the night that he reluctantly fell asleep. Back to the main text, the two of them identified the direction, and then found a creek to briefly freshen up. During this period, Kagura thought for a while and gave her vest to Tsunade. After all, we can't let her run around in a halter top all the time. Speaking of which, I don't know if it's because she has the blood of the Senju clan, or because her physique is indeed different from ordinary people. After just one night, the hideous wound on her back had scabbed over and was obviously much smaller. Tsunade felt it and couldn't even feel the pain coming from her back. Because Kagura had already determined the direction of the endpoint by standing on a high place yesterday afternoon. So now after the two of them determined their location, they rushed directly towards the endpoint. Along the way, of course they met other people. Some people who consider themselves smart come directly to the path to the destination early in the morning, planning to ambush those who are on their way by setting traps. Of course, even Tsunade can easily see through this simple trap, let alone Kagura. However, even if the two of them avoided all the traps, the ambusher did not dare to show up from the beginning to the end. Logically speaking, it has already reached this point. Even if they know they are losing, the opponent should make a final attempt. After thinking for a while, Kagura also figured out the reason. It seems that the fact that he killed one of the 7 ninja swordsmen yesterday has reached some people's ears through some means. That's why when those people saw themselves in Tsunade, they were so afraid that they didn't even have the courage to take action. They even encountered a battle on the way, and the moment the two people in the battle saw them, they both retreated and ceased fighting in a tacit agreement. Seeing this situation, Kagura, who wanted to watch the excitement, couldn't help but shook her head. It wasn't until they were far away that the two men resumed their duel. So the two of them ran through the clear forest. Under this situation, in just 2 hours, they came to the white building the examiner mentioned. When they arrived, they were not surprised to see many people already sitting in the open space outside the building. As soon as they walked out of the woods, they saw Jiraiya waving to them excitedly, and Orochimaru was sitting next to Jiraiya. Kagura smiled at the two of them and led Tsunade slowly towards them. When they were reunited, before Jiraiya could speak, Orochimaru, who had always been silent, spoke first. He frowned at Tsunade, saw the obviously damaged clothes and asked, Tsunade, are you injured? After hearing Orochimaru's question, Jiraiya noticed something strange about Tsunade. He walked around Tsunade with his eyes wide open, and suddenly said angrily, with your strength, no one here can hurt you like this. Were you ambushed? Or were you being beaten? Hearing the concern from her companions, Tsunade felt as if a warm current flowed through her heart. But she didn't speak in the end, and just shook her head at the two of them to show that she was fine. Seeing this, Jiraiya and Orochimaru looked at Kagura in confusion. Seeing Kagura shaking her head in the same way, the two of them stopped asking any more questions, closed their mouths and sat back on the ground. Kagura was very clear about Tsunade's psychology. She, who has always been proud, was beaten so badly. She would definitely not tell Orochimaru and Jiraiya about this kind of thing, but with her vengeful character, she will definitely find an opportunity to avenge herself. As for the 7 parties involved, oh, no. Now they should be called the 6 people. At this time, they had already reached the end point, not far from them. However, when he saw Kagura and the two arriving, except for Murray Jinpachi, there was an obvious look of fear on his face. The rest of the people seemed to have not seen them and remained calm. Kagura and others were naturally not the latest group, and the closed door of the white building in front of them seemed to inform everyone. This door will not be opened until the last moment. Later, several more candidates came one after another. Kagura looked up and looked around. There were only 30 people including herself. He still remembered that when he first entered the forest, there were nearly 80 candidates in total. According to the rules, there should be close to 40 people with a 50% chance. However, considering that some of them were seriously injured after getting forward protectors, or some people hunted for more forward protectors in order to eliminate more competitors in advance, then this number of people is quite reasonable. The sun gradually climbed up and reached the highest point in the sky without everyone noticing. While Kagura was still counting the number of people, the closed door in front of her made a heartbreaking creaking sound. Everyone was attracted by the sound of the gate of opening and looked over there. As the door opened, 2 instructors walked out. One is the same bald examiner from Hidden Mist Village, and the other is a new face. This is a Jonin from Cloud Hidden Village. His forward protector is tied around his neck, and he is also wearing a Jonin-style combat uniform. In huge contrast to the bald examiner next to him, this man has thick and beautiful long hair, and under the long, straight black hair, there is a face that is both beautiful and handsome. If you just looked at the face and hairstyle, Kagura almost thought she was a female examiner. The two walked out of the building side by side and looked up at the crowd. He raised his head and looked at Liang, and the same bald examiner said, "Time up. The time for this test is over. Bring yourselves and the extra forward protection you obtained and give them to me." Hearing this, everyone present consciously formed a long queue in front of him. After collecting the forward protectors handed in by everyone one by one, the examiner looked at the registration booklet in his hand and then announced, "Very good, here I announce that the number of qualified people for this third round of Chunin exam is 30. Come in with me." After saying that, the 2 examiners turned around and walked inside the building. Everyone did not hesitate and followed them directly. After passing a corridor that was not too long, the scenery in front of everyone suddenly opened up. Looking at the scene in front of him, Kagura, who had already predicted it, sighed secretly. It is as expected. Everyone followed the 2 examiners through the narrow and dark corridor. The crowded space and dim light gradually made people walking feel a depressing atmosphere. Fortunately, this depression did not last long. After only a few minutes, everyone felt their eyes light up, and a huge space appeared in front of them. The first thing that catches the eye is the towering dome and countless spotlights shining with white light. The place where the spotlights shine is a huge arena. The only difference from the arena in everyone's mind is that this is a white circular arena. The radius of the arena is as long as 20 meters, and its huge space can be used by various types of ninjas to challenge. And around the circular arena, there are also circles of circular seats. Looking at the large number of seats, it was not difficult for Kagura to guess that this arena might have held many duels. Looking at the layout in front of her that looked like the ancient Roman Colosseum, Kagura showed an expression that was indeed the case. From the first level of Genjutsu, to the written test and the hunting game in the forest. Although many details deviated slightly from the plot in his memory, the general assessment content did not deviate too much. But if you think about it carefully, for ninjas, the test is nothing more than Genjutsu, intelligence acquisition, ninjutsu application, practical combat skills and team cooperation. Then the Chunin assessment methods of the past dynasties will naturally not change much. The 2 examiners ignored the surprise of many candidates and walked directly onto the stage in front of them. The long-haired examiner from Union Village stood half back with a smile on his face. The bald examiner from Kirigakure Village, which was still the main venue for this exam, spoke. "This is the main venue for your 4th assessment. The rules of this battle are to conduct team battles in the form of small teams." As soon as the words team competition came out, there was an uproar. Hearing this, Kagura was also stunned. He had never thought that this was the 4th game, and that this type of assessment would actually appear. Hearing the noise from everyone in the audience, the bald examiner did not stop it immediately, but let the candidates present discuss it for a while before waving to signal silence. Looking at everyone who gradually became quiet, he spoke again and continued, "First you have to form a team. There are 30 people here in total. Every 3 people form a team, making a total of 10 teams. Afterwards, they will fight in teams, 2 teams at a time, for a total of 5 times. There are no requirements to form a team, and there are no restrictions on nationality. In other words, candidates from Kirigakure, Kumagakure, and Konoha village can be freely matched. After successfully forming a trio, come over to me to register. Having said this, he paused for a moment to let everyone digest the information before speaking again. Let me remind you first that team battles are still conducted in a 1v1 format. Anyone who voluntarily admits defeat on the field, loses combat consciousness or combat ability will be judged as a loser. The loser goes off the field, while the winner can stay on the field and continue to the next game. When all 3 members of a certain team lose, the entire team of 3 will be eliminated. Therefore, selecting people to form a team is also a very important strategy. If you can choose extremely strong teammates, you can advance smoothly in a direct 1-on-3 matchup. When he said this, he glanced at Kagura in front of him intentionally or unintentionally. Following his gaze, everyone present couldn't help but look towards Kagura. Facing everyone's gaze, Kagura shrugged her shoulders without changing her expression, her face still remaining calm. However, in fact, he was constantly complaining about the bald examiner in his heart. Just say it. What do you want me to do? I have to remind everyone to be careful about me or fawn over me, right? Am I such a pushy person? Don't you understand that if you become famous early, you will die soon? Just be patient and grow slowly is the way to go. Just as he was vomiting in his heart, the bald examiner looked at the clock above the entrance to the arena and said, "The team formation time is 15 minutes. After forming the team, give me a team name. If you haven't formed a team after 15 minutes, I will randomly form a team for you. Start now." As his words fell, the scene immediately erupted like boiling water. "Hey, are you interested in joining us? Join me as a team to ensure you pass the test. Hey, little sister, do you want to come over to our group? Brother promises that we can fight 3 against 2, so you can just lie down. But after it's over, are you interested in going shopping together? F***K. Go away. You attacked me just now in the forest outside. Do you think I didn't see your face clearly? Oh, I have never seen such a shameless person." Facing a group of people who were looking for a team, Kagura looked calm and unhurried. He smiled and looked at the 3 Tsunade people behind him and said, "Haha, isn't this God helping me? They didn't expect that our entire team broke into this exam. Compared to others, we don't need to form a team at all. As long as there are 4 of us, eh?" At the end, he thought of something and hummed in confusion. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly said F***K, turned to the examiner on the stage and asked, "Did you just say a threesome?" Faced with this nonsense, the examiner looked at him like an idiot. "Kaido, aren't you and Konoha a team of 3? Isn't it common sense to have a group of 3 people? Go ahead, why did you forget this?" Since she has been teaming up with Tsunade and others, Kagura has forgotten that normal teams are composed of 3 people. Class 7 is the only special one just because he joined the class. Looking back at Tsunade, who looked helpless, and Jiraiya, who was holding back a smile, Kagura couldn't help but roll her eyes. Fortunately, there was a more reliable Orochimaru at this time, who asked the most critical question, "So, which one should we give up?" Hearing this question, the 4 of them looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a while. But problems always have to be solved. After a period of thinking and discussion, they came up with the best solution. That would be to give up on Kagura. In fact, this proposal was first proposed by Kagura herself. The reason is very simple. This is the best way for them all to pass the exam. With the strength of Tsunade and the other 3, even if they faced 7 or 6 people with ninja sword holders, they would have a high chance of passing. As for Kagura, I have to say that the bald examiner was right. Even if he was the only one, it would not be difficult to directly wear 3. Of course, there is also the worst possibility, that is, the 3 Tsunades will face off against Kagura's team. But the chance of this is very small, and even if this happens, Kagura won't care. Whether they were defeated by themselves or said that they quit on their own initiative, the 4 of them would not have any objections. Because they don't care much about the name Chunin, otherwise they wouldn't have missed the Chunin exam for 2 consecutive years. But Kagura also made up his mind, if he really encountered this situation. Although I may feel sorry for my teammates, I will choose to give up directly. After all, for me, I don't have to become a Chunin this year. And if Tsunade and the other 3 upgrade, they will have no worries next year when they are alone. Then for him, becoming a Chunin would be just a matter of easy reach. Watching Tsunade and the other 3 people come on stage to register and report to the examiner, even though it was their own initiative. But Kagura, who was standing in the audience, still felt a bit sour and disappointed. At this moment, a voice came from behind him, "Hey, are you interested in teaming up with me?" Hearing this, Kagura immediately turned his head and looked back. But when he saw the speaker, he was a little surprised. Because the person he invited was somewhat unexpected. "Are you interested in forming a team together?" Hearing the invitation, Kagura turned her head and looked back. But the person inviting him in front of him made him a little surprised. Because he knew this person, and he was one of the few people who could attract his attention among the many candidates in the early stage. This person is today from Union Village. When he first came to the examination room, apart from the 7 people, he was the only one who could bring him a sense of threat. Not to mention the way he looked like the boss of many genin in Union Village at that time. Anyone who is not stupid can know that this person is not simple in strength. This is what surprised Kagura. Logically speaking, this guy should have no shortage of people to team up with. Seeing Kagura's doubtful eyes, Toshiro instantly understood the other person's doubts. I saw a hint of sincerity in his only exposed eyes, and he said with a sincere face, "Well, I really don't lack people who can form a team, but I want to choose a team candidate with a higher probability of advancing. At the beginning, I saw you and the 3 people discussing together, so it was not convenient to come and disturb you. But since the 3 of them have already registered, I don't have any scruples about inviting you again." Hearing this, Kagura was slightly startled. He could feel that what this man said was true, and logically speaking, there was nothing wrong with what he said. It's just that he didn't expect this man to speak so frankly. Seeing that Kagura remained silent, Toshiro's expression did not change at all, but continued to take the initiative. Maybe I speak more directly, but this is my habit and I can't change it. So, what is your answer? As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand towards Kagura. Looking at Toshiro with clear eyes in front of him, Kagura thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. He also stretched out his right hand and shook it. While shaking hands, he responded, "You are very interesting. I don't hate people like you." The scene of the 2 holding hands clasped was naturally visible to everyone else, making everyone tremble in their hearts. Well, this is a strong team they absolutely don't want to encounter. The team-up of Kagura and Toshiro was naturally noticed by the 2 examiners on the stage. The long-haired examiner who had been standing behind finally couldn't help but walked over to the bald examiner. While looking at the candidates below, he asked his doubts in confusion, "I really don't understand why you set such a rule this time." "Oh, any questions?" Hearing his question, the bald examiner turned to look at Kaido. Looking at the candidates who had formed a team and stood aside, the long-haired examiner continued, "I can understand that this kind of 1v1 duel can better reveal their strength and character. But don't you think it's a problem that the winner can stay on the court?" He turned his head and looked at the bald examiner's face before continuing, "In this way, those who are too strong can directly fight against 3. For example, that Kagura. You and I both know very well that even if we are one-on-one with him, we dare not say that we can defeat him with certainty. This kind of existence is simply not on the same level as other candidates." The bald examiner still had no reaction when he heard this and said calmly, "I know, what next?" The long-haired examiner was slightly startled and said a little hastily, Then wouldn't it be very likely that the people in his group would go directly to the next round? This is simply unfair to other candidates. Some people simply make choices and are far better than those who work hard." At this time, a change finally appeared on the face of the bald examiner. He looked at the other party with some disdain and said in a slightly contemptuous tone, "Are all the Jonin in Kumagakure village the same as you? It seems that from now on, we in the water country don't need to be afraid of you." After hearing this, the long-haired examiner's expression changed, his brows furrowed, and he asked dissatisfiedly, "What do you mean?" Faced with his question, the bald examiner did not answer directly. Instead, he opened Shikai to answer his previous question, "You just asked me if that was fair. In my opinion, this is more than fair. As I said, there are no restrictions on forming a team. This also means that everyone has the opportunity to team up with someone like Kagura. You asked me again whether choice is more important or effort is more important? As a person, I would answer you that both are important. But as a ninja, I will tell you that choice is more important." Having said this, he paused slightly and then continued, "On the battlefield, those who make the right choices are most likely to survive. And only those who survive can continue to work hard. This exam not only tests their strength, but also tests their ability to choose. You can put aside your pride and choose a strong person and vassal him to enter the next round. You can also keep your original intention and stick to your own path. But since you have chosen to be the enemy of the strong, don't complain, but do your best to overcome that hurdle. This is the way for ninjas to go." After hearing these words, the long-haired examiner remained silent. Although he did not completely agree with this view, he did not refute it loudly, but silently retreated to the back again. Off the field, Kagura and Toshiro were worrying about one thing, that is, they still lacked one member. Although Toshiro has many friends from Kumagakure village, similar to Kagura's previous situation, those people can just form a group. In fact, Toshiro and Kagura are both the redundant people. As for Kagura, although there were many people from Konoha present, he was not familiar with these people. In fact, except for his friends in Class 7, he doesn't even know anyone in the Uchiha family. So the two of them were looking at each other face to face, but they didn't know how to get the last person together. Fortunately, at this moment, a soft voice came from behind them, "Do you still need to recruit team members? Can I join you?" After hearing this, the two people turned their heads and looked at each other. The speaker was a short and thin girl. She wore a Konoha forehead protector on her head, and her short hair was neatly combed into two buns and tied back. Her face is delicate but not very beautiful, and she wears thick black-rimmed glasses. She was wearing a blue short-sleeve tights, but what caught Kagura's attention the most was the logo on the back of the clothes. That is a symbol similar to a cattail leaf fan. It is the symbol of the Uchiha clan. The moment he saw the sign, Kagura's brows jumped, and he asked hesitantly, "Who are you?" Of course the girl in front of her knew that this was the elder brother in the family. She nodded slightly and said, "Kaido, well, my name is Uchiha Shizu." Quiet? Hearing this name, Kagura frowned and tried to think back. But no matter how hard he tried, he really couldn't think of this clansman. "Hey, it seems like I have to take some time to get to know the people in the family when I go back. At least you have to remember the names of those tribesmen," he thought silently in his heart, but there was a look of understanding on his face. He turned to look at Toshiro and asked for his opinion with his eyes. The corners of Toshiro's mouth moved, but in the end he didn't say anything. He frowned and thought for a moment, and finally chose to nod in agreement. Seeing that he had no objection, Kagura said to the tribesman in front of him, "Well, no problem, then the three of us will form a team. Don't worry, you probably don't need to play." Facing Kagura's words, the Uchiha nodded timidly. That fragile look makes people feel an inexplicable desire for protection. At this time, Kagura, who had successfully formed a team, stopped talking and turned around and walked towards the stage, intending to register with the examiner. However, Kagura turned around and didn't see it. Toshiro behind him looked at Uchiha Shizu with a hint of deep fear. 15 minutes flew by. The actual situation is that only 10 minutes have passed and everyone has already formed a team. Obviously, everyone does not want to leave their destiny to the so-called randomness. The first people to register were not Tsunade and the others from Class 7, but the 6 people. Speaking of which, maybe they have to thank Kagura. Just because Kagura helped them directly reduce one member, with only 6 people, they completed the team allocation in an instant. Since lots will be drawn later to determine the battle list, each team needs to temporarily come up with a team name and inform the examiner. The 6 people were also simple, named Ninja Sword Team 1 and Ninja Sword Team 2 respectively. As for Tsunade, they submitted the name Team 7 after a short period of thinking. As for Kagura and the others, they finally chose the name Kagura Band. This is really not because Kagura wants to show off herself. He was not good at naming, so he asked for names from the 2 team members from the beginning. However, the other 2 also said that they were not good at this aspect. It only took them 2 minutes to form a team, but in the end they wasted 5 minutes because of this. In the end, Toshiro suggested that it would be better to just use Kagura's name as the team name. Seeing Uchiha Jing, who agreed, Kagura, who had no better suggestions, finally had to adopt this proposal. Seeing the candidates in the audience who had been automatically divided into 10 groups according to the teams, the 2 examiners stopped writing and began to take the next step. They wrote the team names of all the teams on a small piece of paper and threw them into a square box. The box was shaken up and down several times. After it was evenly shaken, the bald examiner put his hand in and groped for a while. Seeing such a simple and flawless lottery method, Kagura's facial muscles in the audience couldn't help but twitch. After a few seconds of groping, the bald examiner finally took out 2 slips of paper. He slowly unfolded the first piece of paper, glanced at it, and then said the name of the first team in a deep voice. "The first game will be fought by Class 7. Having said this, he slowly unfolded the second note. His eyes narrowed, but he continued in a calm tone, "Fight against the Ninja Sword Team." Upon hearing this result, Tsunade was slightly startled, and then showed a happy expression. She showed a charming smile to the 3 members of the Ninja Sword Team not far away. Just standing aside, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who knew Tsunade's character well, felt chills all over when they saw that smile. You know, every time Tsunade is about to seriously beat someone, she will smile like this. Looking at the 3 people not far away who still looked calm, they could only mourn for each other for a minute in their hearts. In order not to disturb the ensuing battle, except for the first member of each team to fight, everyone left their place and went to the high platform auditorium at the highest point of the circular auditorium. There is no doubt that the first person sent by Team 7 is Tsunade. In fact, when she expressed that she wanted to be the first to play, the 2 team members did not dare to say a word at all and turned around and left consciously. The Ninja Swordsman team on the opposite side is composed of the familiar ruthless duo Mori Jinpachi, Kurirare Kushimaru and Tsukoyama Fugu Oni. After a brief discussion, the 3 finally decided that the pufferfish ghost from Zigwashin would fight the first battle. As the other candidates left, only Tsunade, Zigwashin pufferfish ghost and the bald examiner were left on the arena. The long-haired examiner did not go away, but stood in the audience with his arms folded, as if he was ready to take action at any time to prevent accidents from happening. Obviously, they don't want to cause casualties in this assessment. After all, the candidates who can reach this point are considered the future elites of each country. After looking left and right at the 2 dueling candidates, the bald examiner temporarily acted as the referee and said, "This duel has no time limit. After one party is knocked off the ring, one party voluntarily admits defeat, or loses the ability to continue fighting, the winner will be determined. As for how to consider losing the ability to fight, it will be judged by our 2 examiners. Once we announce the result of the duel, you must stop immediately and cannot maliciously kill your opponent. Seeing that the 2 people in front of him had no objections, he slowly raised his right hand and waved it down hard. I announce that the first match is Tsunade vs Watermelon Mountain Fugu Oni. Start now. After saying that, he jumped to the audience and stood with another examiner. After hearing the starting instructions, the 2 did not immediately attack each other. Looking at the fat man with long orange hair reaching to his waist, Tsunade's eyes flashed with caution. In the previous encounter in the forest, this person never made a move from beginning to end. For Tsunade, she knew very little about this person's abilities. On the contrary, her own abilities were fully revealed in that battle. So from an information point of view, the 2 were in an unfair position before the war started. Kagura, who was watching the fight between the 2 on the high platform, fell into deep thought while looking at the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghost with a mouth full of shark teeth. Kagura naturally knew about this person's ability. In fact, this guy is more like Danzo of Kirigakure Village and Umbu who controls Kirigakure Village in the future. If you have to choose a leader among the 7 ninja swordsmen, this guy is undoubtedly the most suitable person. As the first master of the great sword Samehada, he has many similarities in appearance to the later Inukasaki Kisame. Although the plot didn't make it clear, he felt that there was a high chance that the 2 of them might be of the same race. Therefore, there is a high probability that the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost will be able to merge with Samekari and himself to become a fishman when he becomes an adult. However, he is still young and may not be able to master the big sword Samker to that extent. And this guy is different from his appearance. He is an opponent with deep knowledge and extremely high fighting IQ. Looking at Kagura's solemn look, Toshiro walked up to him and asked, "Which one of them do you think will win?" Hearing this question, Kagura tilted her head and thought for a moment, and finally answered in the affirmative, "My companion must win." Although Toshiro was a little surprised when he heard Kagura's decisive answer, he did not continue to ask. But only Kagura knew clearly that he did not blindly trust his teammates when he said this. Although the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost is also a difficult enemy, the current Tsunade is not her original self. Because of Kagura's existence, she is now much stronger than herself in the original world line. In this one-on-one situation, Kagura didn't think there was a chance of her losing. Looking back to the ring, looking at Tsunade who looked wary in front of him, the Watermelon Fugu demon directly took out the big sword Samehada from behind and held it tightly in his hand. He looked calm and said to Tsunade, "Aren't you going to attack? Your strength should be in physical skills. Or are you also Grandmaster Ninjutsu?" However, in the face of his provocation, Tsunade still did not attack easily. In fact, her combat IQ is not low, and she naturally understands that when there is an asymmetry of information between the enemy and ourselves, she should take a backup approach. Looking at Tsunade who was still motionless in front of him, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost didn't care. He waved the weapon in his hand and spoke again, "In this case, I won't be polite." After saying this, he waved his right hand forcefully, and the sword Shirakusa originally wrapped in a strip of cloth revealed its true face. The strange weapon covered with barbs was like a long snake that came to life. After a brief squirm, it suddenly grew longer and charged towards Tsunade. Although Tsunade had been vigilant, she never expected that the knife had the ability to change its length at will. Facing this unexpected blow, she could only dodge sideways in panic. But even though her reaction speed was not too slow, she was still rubbed by the big knife on her arm. The barbed knife left an obvious scar on her arm. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost still stood where he was, with his right hand retracted towards himself, and the long snake-like sword, shark muscle, returned to him like a well-behaved puppy. A burst of blue light flashed from Samehada's body and flowed into his body along the handle. Feeling the vigorous chakra, Zigwashin Pufferfish Ghost licked his lips with satisfaction. He looked at Tsunade who was covering her arm and said with a ferocious smile, "You taste very good." As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell into silence. After hearing these words, Jiraiya, who was in the audience on the high platform, pressed his forehead helplessly with his hand, as if recalling some unbearable past event. Even Orochimaru, who always showed no emotion or anger, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. I have seen people seeking death, but I have never seen anyone so eager to seek death. As expected, Tsunade was slightly startled when she heard these words, and then an uncontrollable anger rose on her face. Although through her own feelings, she already understood that the big sword, Samehada, had the ability to steal chakra from others. The words of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost actually refer to her chakra. But as a girl, when she heard such words, it was like being harassed by a stinky and obscene pervert. Tsunade felt that all the hairs on her body stood up. After a brief period of confusion, there was an uncontrollable anger. Driven by this anger, she clenched her fists tightly, and traces of electric snake swam around her body. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, who still didn't know what happened, put the big knife on his shoulder and moved his lips slightly, about to say something else. At this time, Tsunade in front of him suddenly turned into a shadow, and there was a spider web-like crack on the ground where she was standing. Tsunade's figure came to him faster than the whistling sound in the air. At this time, she had jumped into the air, clenched her right hand into a fist and pulled it behind her. She waved a seemingly small but actually powerful fist towards him. Seeing the fist that suddenly flashed in front of him, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, who already knew Tsunade's strength, did not dare to underestimate it in the slightest. He quickly raised the same hata on his hand to block it in front of him. Dang! A sound like a metal collision resounded throughout the audience, and the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost felt a huge force coming from the same shark muscle in his hand. Only then did he understand what Loquat Juzo felt yesterday. His fat body was affected by the huge force and flew backwards uncontrollably. In order to avoid flying out of the ring, Zigwashin Pufferfish, who was feeling unhappy, suddenly thrust the big knife in his hand into the ground when he was flying in midair. The same shark's muscle penetrated hard into the ground. Fortunately, the barbs all over the body provided good friction. However, even so, he was pushed for more than 10 meters before he stopped. A straight pit of more than 10 meters appeared on the ground in front of him, but before he could stand still, a sound broke through the air, and the petite figure appeared on his side again. Tsunade still threw out a simple straight punch, but in the face of this simple blow, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon could only helplessly raise his weapon to block. In the ring, Tsunade seemed to transform into a violent berserker, constantly attacking the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Her body turned into black shadows, and she could only be seen clearly at the moment when she launched an attack on the enemy. But the huge Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost seemed helpless and could only passively raise the weapon in his hand to resist. Seeing this kind of fighting situation, everyone in the stands looked surprised. Hiss, this girl is so strong. No, is this the strength of the legendary 7 ninja swordsman? Why do you just keep getting beaten passively? I wonder if your information is lagging behind a bit? There is no longer a crowd of 7, only a crowd of 6. Right. That's it. Come on Tsunade, hit it hard. The last shout came from Jireya's mouth. Looking at the fat man below who was being beaten continuously, he seemed to remember something, waved his hands and roared, his face flushed with excitement. Kagura on the side looked calm, as if this situation had been expected by him. Just looking at the battle situation in front of him, the uchiha who was originally behind him quietly leaned behind him. She covered her mouth with both hands, looking surprised, and said, Tsunade's sister is so amazing. As expected of a descendant of the Senju family. However, when she approached, Tashiro, who was also on one side, immediately took a few steps back to the other side, keeping his distance from her, as if he was deeply afraid of her. This scene naturally did not escape Kagura's attention. He frowned and looked at the two of them with slight doubts. His lips moved slightly, but in the end no sound came out. Just because of this episode, he became slightly wary of that tribesman, and turned slightly sideways to keep a distance from her. As for Uchiha Shizuo, he continued to watch the battle below as if he hadn't noticed anything. Facing Tsunade's continuous attacks, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost felt depressed. Even if this woman is faster than me, she is still so strong. He simply didn't dare to use his body to receive the opponent's punch. Otherwise, as long as he is given a chance to breathe, he can reverse this situation. But Tsunade's uninterrupted attacks prevented him from finding any chance, and gradually, he discovered a new crisis. Unconsciously, under Tsunade's attack, he began to slowly move away from the center of the ring and had reached the edge. If he doesn't think of a way, he will be knocked out of the ring by Tsunade next time and will be declared defeated. Also aware of this was Tsunade, who was in midair. Looking at the fat figure standing at the edge of the ring, she clenched her fists tighter. The next blow will determine the outcome. A trace of confidence that she would win flashed in her eyes, and all the chakra in her body was concentrated on her right hand, already using all her strength. However, just when she was about to rush towards the opponent, she saw an unexpected scene. I saw the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost inserting his weapon by his side and making a simple seal in his hand. The bright orange hair behind him suddenly grew longer. The long hair tightly wrapped his whole body, and then the hairs hardened, wrapping him into a hedgehog. Seeing this scene, Jireya on the stage was also stunned. Isn't this the same as his ninjutsu? Tsunade, who was also familiar with this ninja technique, was also stunned, but then a smile appeared on her face. She didn't change the direction of her forward movement, and just rushed towards the orange ball of hair. As she expected, the hairs, which were as hard as long needles, were suddenly shot towards her like spikes. Being well prepared, she dodged several times and dodged most of the attacks. Even if there were a few strands of hair, they just brushed past her and scratched her clothes. These dodges did not affect her forward speed. The next second, she was in front of the orange hair. Looking at the hard long thorns covered on it, Tsunade punched straight without fear. The small fist hit the hard shell hard with the sound of breaking through the air. Those spikes instantly pierced Tsunade's fist, but they could not stop the progress of the fist. With a burst of shattering sound, she directly smashed a big hole in the round shell. In the surprised eyes of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, a straight fist stained with blood suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he could react, the straight punch hit his fat face hard, and his body turned into a black shadow and flew backwards like a cannonball boom. The body of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost directly crossed the distance between the ring and the auditorium, and was smashed into the auditorium halfway up the mountain. As the dust and stones scattered, his embarrassed figure gradually appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this situation, the bald examiner immediately flashed in front of Tsunade and announced Tsunade wins this match. Tsunade, who had no intention of continuing to pursue the pursuit, didn't care when she saw this. She raised her right hand and turned to look at the audience on the high platform. He raised his head high, looked at the two remaining opponents, and asked loudly who was the next. As Tsunade's slightly provocative question fell, the entire audience fell silent. This result is actually beyond most people's expectations. In terms of appearance, the huge Tsukoyama pufferfish holding the sword Samehada is much stronger than the petite Tsunade. In terms of reputation, because Kagura's monster reputation is too loud, this has also led to the fact that the three people with him have not been famous until now. Compared with the famous 7 ninja swordsmen, Tsunade's current reputation is not worth mentioning. However, it was such a seemingly ordinary girl who finally knocked down the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost so neatly. Everyone was unable to accept this reality for a while. The Ziguishin Pufferfish Ghost, who was smashed into the auditorium seat, pushed away the gravel in front of him with his hands and slowly walked out of the small pit. His face was still calm, and he did not show a trace of unwillingness or loneliness because of being defeated. He patted the dust on his body, then walked back to the stage calmly, and pulled out the big sword shark that was stuck on the ground. Looking at Tsunade, who raised her head high in front of him, he said, "I admit that you were very strong, and I hope I can have the opportunity to compete with you again in the future." After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the ring without waiting for Tsunade to respond. Looking at the calm face of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, Kagura couldn't help but think more highly of this person. In the face of failure, but still able to maintain a stable mentality, such people are the most terrifying enemies. He knew very well that the fact that Tsunade was able to defeat her opponent so easily this time was actually the result of occupying all kinds of favorable circumstances. First of all, if this was not an arena match, with the rule that the one who falls behind loses, this battle would never have concluded so quickly. Although Tsunade relied on her speed and strength, she suppressed her opponent from the beginning, but she actually couldn't completely break through the defense of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. If the venue were changed, this battle might become a protracted battle. In the end, even if Tsunade wants to win, she has to pay a certain price. But it's useless to say anything. What this world values is the results. The bald examiner looked at Tsunade, then looked up at the audience on the high platform before speaking, "Please invite the next contestant to the stage." The remaining heartless duo looked at each other, and finally Murray Jinpachi took a step forward. He held the railing of the high platform with one hand, turned over and stood up. Then he used his strength to jump off the high platform and stood firmly on the ring. Compared with yesterday, his face was much paler. In fact, in yesterday's battle, he was the only one who really used Genjutsu with Kagura's full strength. After all, even the current Kagura's chakra cannot support him in pulling 7 people into deep Genjutsu at the same time. So in the end Murray Jinpachi became the only lucky one. In that illusion, at first he was still enjoying the pleasure of constantly hitting Kagura, but later he discovered that no matter how he attacked, the enemy in front of him could not be knocked down. Those explosions had already blown the Kagura in front of him into a bloody humanoid piece of flesh. But that puddle of flesh and blood that could be used to make dumpling fillings, when he stood up under his attacks again and again, he finally felt a trace of panic. Finally, when he struck with all his strength, an explosion exceeded the limit. The pile of blood clots actually stood up on its peristaltic muscles and smiled at itself. At that moment, he finally collapsed. So although he didn't appear to be injured on the surface, he was actually the one who suffered the most psychological damage. To this day, he doesn't dare to look at Kagura. Looking at the pale opponent in front of her, Tsunade understood something in her heart. After all, as one of the people who is most familiar with Kagura, she has absolute trust in Kagura's Genjutsu. Mori Jinpachi, who stood opposite Tsunade, had long black hair with vertical braids, thick lips, and sharp teeth. His left eye was covered with a black cloth, and his head and neck were wrapped in bandages. As for the huge blasting sword Fei-Emo he carried on his back, Tsunade had already seen its power in yesterday's battle. Seeing the enemy in front of her who had wounded her without any provocation, Tsunade's eyes already had a fighting spirit. As the bald examiner announced the start of the battle, the two figures disappeared instantly. Boom! When the two figures appeared again, they were already facing each other. Mori Jinpachi had already pulled out the explosive sword Momo from behind and held it in front of her. Tsunade on the opposite side still relied on her pair of iron fists to strike straight forward without fear. However, before the two of them faced each other for a few seconds, the blasting sword in Mori Jinpachi's hand suddenly flashed a gleam of light. Tsunade, who had already had some knowledge of this ninja sword, narrowed her eyes, moved her steps slightly, withdrew her fists, and immediately chose to retreat and dodge. Sure enough, as soon as Tsunade left the place, the ninja sword suddenly emitted a burst of bright light. Bang! Just as everyone on the high platform narrowed their eyes due to the dazzling light, a violent spherical explosion unfolded on the ring. Fortunately, Tsunade, who had evaded in advance, escaped the explosion range in time. The explosion caused a dust mist on the stage, but just as Tsunade narrowed her eyes, a figure rushed out of the dust mist. It was none other than Muashi Jinpachi holding the explosive sword Momo High. He waved the huge weapon in his hand and slashed down where Tsunade was standing. Faced with such a situation, Tsunade did not choose to step forward to resist as before, but chose to continue to retreat and dodge. Facts have proved that her choice was right. The huge scroll-like weapon hit the ground, causing another huge explosion. The next battle turned into a chase, but the difference from the previous one was that the roles of the chase were reversed this time. Tsunade was like an agile rabbit, constantly dodging and moving around the ring. Behind her, Mori Jinpachi held his weapon high, chasing her like a hungry wolf. Every time Mori Jinpachi swings his weapon, a violent explosion will occur. Seeing the battle with such explosive sound and shadow effects, the candidates on the stage started talking excitedly. "You are worthy of the title given to you by Mizukage-sama. The attack power of that ninja sword is terrifying." "Well, you are right. It seems that the girl from Konoha is in trouble this time and may lose. Hehe, you were so loud before, so you must have encountered a tough situation this time." "Haha, that's not what you said before. When she knocked her opponent away just now, who said it was lucky that the one she was fighting against was not you? What do you know? This is called this moment, and mine is a timely analysis strategy. How can a stupid young man like you be unable to walk when you see a woman? What do you mean? Do you think we can go down and compete later? Just go. Anyone who doesn't go is a bastard." Compared to the noise over there, Kagura still looked relaxed and content. Looking at the calm Kagura, Toshiro couldn't help but said, "Do you think she can win this time? The battle situation looks very bad now. If this continues, it would be great if she can be defeated with minor injuries in the end." Faced with Toshiro's question, Kagura still answered confidently, "Don't worry, she is stronger than you think." Bang! 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 There were endless explosions, and as the two men chased each other, countless potholes appeared on the ring. Tsunade seemed to be being chased, but there was no trace of panic in her eyes. While she seemed to have narrowly avoided every attack, she was actually observing her opponent's attack methods and power. After cleverly dodging another attack, she suddenly changed the direction of her body. Instead of escaping, she turned around and faced her opponent head-on. Looking at Tsunade, who finally faced him directly for the first time since the battle, Mori Jinpachi had a doubt in his heart. But he didn't think much. He still raised the weapon in his hand and waved it towards Tsunade in front of him. Just when the two figures were about to meet, Tsunade suddenly clenched her hands and hit the ground hard. The effect of her attack was even more powerful than Mori Jinpachi's previous explosion. With a loud noise, the entire venue was enveloped in a burst of smoke. Mori Jinpachi, whose vision was suddenly obscured by dust, did not panic. He immediately stopped and stood there vigilantly sensing his surroundings. Sure enough, there was suddenly an inaudible sound of breaking through the air from his side, and a black figure rushed towards him. But all of this was as Mori Jinpachi had expected. He held the explosive sword Momo in his hand tightly and swung it towards the black shadow. At the same time, he directly activated the explosive talisman above, and two rays of light lit up on the huge scroll. Bang! Bang! Two explosions sounded at the same time in no particular order, and with the burst of light, a violent explosion followed. The strong wind caused by the explosion instantly dispersed the gray fog that filled the entire arena. However, when the gray fog dissipated, the scene in front of him surprised Mori Jinpachi, and he felt his whole body stiffen. The gray fog dissipated, and when he saw the object he hit, Mori Jinpachi felt his blood run cold. Because what he hit was not Tsunade as expected, just a huge stone. Just when he secretly thought something was wrong and wanted to pull away and look back, a delicate little hand, like a scalpel, penetrated his left shoulder without any hindrance. After feeling the pain in the stabbed shoulder, a unique feeling of numbness followed. The numbness quickly spread down his shoulders and throughout his body. Plop! Feeling that his muscles were weak, he could no longer support his body and fell to his knees directly on the ground. He struggled to tilt his head with all his strength, and looked to his left rear with difficulty. The first thing that caught his eye was Tsunade's pretty face. At this time, her right hand was in the shape of a knife, stabbing into his left shoulder like a real sharp knife. A translucent chakra can be vaguely seen around the hand knife, with some subtle blue electric light flashing in it. This is exactly Tsunade's new ninjutsu after fusing the chakra scalpel and Chidori. Use the scalpel to easily cut the enemy's flesh, and then use the subtle control of Chidori to inject electricity into the enemy's body, causing a paralysis effect. Perhaps it was because of Tsunade's talent as a healer. Compared to Chidori's own powerful attack method, Tsunade is more comfortable with this kind of subtle control. At this time, Mori Jinpachi was controlled and unable to move because of this new type of ninjutsu. Looking at the enemy with a hint of fear in his eyes, Tsunade made a fist with her left hand and shook it in front of him. He showed a sweet smile to Muli Jinpachi and said the words that frightened him in the gentlest tone. "If you don't surrender, I'm going to blow your head off." Mori Jinpachi's mouth twitched slightly, but it didn't take him a second to make the right choice. I admit defeat." Hearing this sentence, the two examiners in the audience nodded slightly, and instantly came to the stage and came to the two people. Tsunade had no intention of adding insult to injury. She took the initiative to withdraw her right hand from the opponent's body and took 2 steps back to show her attitude. The long-haired examiner took a closer look at Mori Jinpachi's injuries and nodded to the other examiner, indicating that it was nothing serious. Seeing this, the bald examiner secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this is the future of their village, and it is impossible to say that there is no selfishness at all. Although I will not interfere with the progress of the game, I will try my best to ensure the safety of these people. Looking at Mori Jinpachi, who silently retreated from the ring, he took a breath and announced, "Second match, Tsunade wins." Seeing the girl off the field once again defeating the ace of Kirigakure village, everyone on the stage couldn't help but take a breath. However, as the winner, Tsunade didn't look so excited. She was panting slightly at this time, bowing her body slightly, standing on the stage with her hands on her knees, looking exhausted. Originally, she was seriously injured in yesterday's battle, and her body is not in the best condition today. After experiencing 2 battles at this time, she felt that her physical strength was approaching its limit. Seeing her appearance, the long-haired examiner walked up to her and asked caringly, "Do you want another fight? Or should I replace him with someone else?" Tsunade pursed her lips after hearing this. Just when she was about to continue insisting, a voice suddenly came from the stage. "Examiner, I will appear next in our group." Tsunade stepped back. Tsunade looked up and saw that it was Orochimaru from Class 7 who was speaking. She was about to retort, but Orochimaru shook his head slightly at her and said, "Tsunade, it's okay, you have proven yourself. It would be foolish to persist any longer." Tsunade did not refute but frowned unwillingly, and then walked off the ring obediently. Seeing this, the bald examiner nodded and then added, "A player who actively asks to leave the game after such a victory will be deemed to have been eliminated on his own initiative and will not be able to play again in the future." After a pause, he looked at the people on the high platform and continued, "The next match will be between Orochimaru and Kurisara Kushimaru. But before that, please wait." After saying that, he suddenly formed a seal with his hands and slapped them on the ground. I saw that the arena, which was originally damaged in the previous 2 duels and was full of pits, instantly returned to its original state after a surge on the ground. Seeing this scene, Kagura couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I have to say that apart from the wood style, which can only be used by Senju Hashirama and Yamato, the earth style is the best. If this kind of talent gets a job at Blue Star, I don't know how high a salary he can get in a real estate company. Not knowing what Kagura was thinking while standing on the high platform, the bald examiner on the field took a break and said, "Invite the next 2 duelists to the stage." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 figures easily fell from the stands to the new arena. Looking at the 2 candidates in place, the bald examiner waved his right hand to signal that the duel had officially begun. Kurihara Kushimaru had already taken out his long knife and needle. He leaned down, touched the ground lightly with his left hand, and held the long knife behind him in his right hand. With his slender limbs, he looks like a mantis waiting to attack from a distance. On the other hand, Orochimaru still stood with his hands hanging on his sides, seemingly casually. As for the long knife and needle, Tsunade had just briefly described its characteristics to him, but Orochimaru didn't seem to care too much. Seeing his opponent's relaxed look, Kurumi Kushimaru showed a hint of anger under his mask. Chirp as a faint sound of breaking wind sounded, his body turned into a shadow, and he quickly ran towards Orochimaru. But facing the opponent's surprise attack, Orochimaru seemed to have no precautions and still stood there. Seeing Orochimaru's reaction, Kurimaru Kushimaru had a flash of doubt in his heart, but then he made a decision. The figure flickered slightly, and he who was originally charging straight towards Orochimaru suddenly changed his direction. Countless phantoms flashed around Orochimaru, which were the afterimages of Kurihara Kushimaru moving around him at high speed. Suddenly, as his figure appeared behind Orochimaru, the countless phantoms disappeared. I saw Kurika Kushimaru holding up the long sword with his right hand, and holding a thin silk thread on the handle of the sword with his left hand. He held the silk thread tightly with his left hand and pulled hard. The countless silk threads that originally surrounded Orochimaru suddenly shrank, binding him tightly. Orochimaru, who was bound by countless threads, showed no fear on his face. He stretched out his head to look at the threads on his body and said thoughtfully, "Is this the specialty of your ninja sword? Well, with your agility and physical skills and the special shape of that sword, I probably understand your attack style." Seeing his opponent who was controlled by him but still didn't care, Kurikaru Kushimaru couldn't help but feel a little angry. you pretentious guy." As he spoke, he exerted force and began to tighten the threads. Although the threads attached to the long knife and sewing needle seemed small, in fact, he had done experiments and found that even hard stones could be easily cut. As those threads gradually tightened, he revealed a bloodthirsty smile under the mask. Watching the enemy being cut into pieces by those threads and blood flying everywhere was one of his favorite scenes. But as he slowly exerted force in his hand, he suddenly felt his hand loosen. He saw the Orochimaru in front of him suddenly split into countless small snakes. The small snakes surged and easily got rid of their bonds. Seeing this scene, everyone on the high platform frowned unconsciously, especially those girls, who looked away in horror. There is no way, even Kagura is still not used to this kind of move, let alone other people. Seeing this situation, Kurumi Kushimaru, who was on the field, suddenly felt something bad. But before his body could react, a long figure suddenly appeared from the shadow behind him. Orochimaru's body wrapped around him in an extremely twisted posture. His neck was directly stretched to half a meter in length, allowing his head to move from behind the enemy to the front, staring directly at Kurikaru Kushimaru's masked face. A gloomy smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. Looking at the slightly frightened eyes of his opponent under the mask, he said in a slightly hoarse voice, "So, you like to play with bondage?" When Orochimaru entangles his opponent, the outcome has already been decided. Tangled as if by a giant python, Orochimaru only exerted a slight amount of force, and Kurikaru Kushimaru had already lost his ability to fight. As the referee declared Orochimaru the winner, Class 7 qualified for the first group. It's just that unlike the previous praises and whispers when Tsunade won the victory, there was a dead silence in the stands at this time. Everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. No way, the little snake still crawling around the ring and Orochimaru's twisted figure really made everyone feel like they were watching a horror movie. Especially the stooped back of Kushimaru Kurihara after his defeat. Even through a layer of mask, everyone seemed to be able to see the desperate expression on his face. After all, no matter who is surrounded by the enemy's body like this, he still looks at the enemy stretching his neck and asks face to face, "Do you like bondage?" It is estimated that they will not be in a good mood. Compared with physical injuries, this kind of psychological shadow will probably take more time to recover. As Orochimaru slowly walked back to the stands, everyone along the road subconsciously made way for him. It is estimated that after this scene, Orochimaru's name will be spread in the villages of the other two countries. Well, it's just that the reputation may not be very good. In the stands, only Kagura Jiraiya and others greeted him without any care. Jiraiya held his head behind his hands, curled his lips and said dissatisfied, "Tisk, you are so smart, why didn't I think of asking for help just now? This time I was promoted without playing a single game, which made me feel like I was holding my back." Faced with Jiraiya's complaints, Orochimaru didn't say anything, just stood there and looked at him with a smile. Looking at the polite young man in front of him, Toshiro, who was beside Kagura, couldn't connect him with the pervert in the ring before. No matter how much Jiraiya complained, the result of their promotion would not change in any way. The on-site draw continues. As the square box appeared again, the two teams drawn by the examiner this time were the second Ninja Sword team and the Konoha fighting team. Needless to say, the second Ninja Sword team, the Konoha struggle team, can know the origins of its members just by hearing their names. Although the bald examiner said there were no restrictions on team formation. But in fact, the candidates present still form teams according to the affiliation of each country as the first factor in team formation. In fact, among the 10 teams present, except for Kagura's team, the members of the other 9 teams are all from the same country. And this showdown is between the 3 ninja swordsmen from Kirigakure village and the genin from Konoha. As for the process of this duel, it can only be described as one-sided. I don't know if it's because I was beaten by Tsunade and Kagura and I need to vent my temper. Or maybe the continuous failures gave these people who were hailed as geniuses in the village a sense of urgency. Loquat Juzang, who was the first to appear, directly showed everyone the drama of one wearing 3 at a time. Although in Kagura's eyes, this person's strength seems to be relatively ordinary. But if compared among genin, Loquat Juzo is among the top people in both taijutsu and ninjutsu. Compared with the other 6 ninja swords, the ability of the broken sword and the beheading sword can be said to be the most common one. In addition to being sharp and self-repairing, this knife does not bring much enhancement to its owner's strength. But because of this, Juzang Loquat, who holds the broken sword and the beheading sword, actually has the best strength among the 7. It was this duel that made everyone else feel the difference between the 7 genin who possessed the ninja sword and the ordinary genin. At the same time, they also realized the strength of Tsunade and Orochimaru, who had been able to defeat these ninja swordsmen before. These people are not on the same level as these genins. After Loquat Juzang contributed a wonderful duel for everyone, the next 2 group duels seemed a bit ordinary. Perhaps it was a coincidence that the next 2 group duels were between the group from Kirigakure village and the group from Union village. In the first group showdown, due to their similar strengths, they had to fight for 5 games before deciding the winner. 3 members of both teams came off the field to participate in the battle. All members left without regrets after exhausting everything they had. Although these 5 battles were not outstanding in terms of strength, Kagura and others still watched with gusto. After all, compared to a pure duel of strength, this kind of spirit of doing everything in order to win can resonate more with people. In the end, the team from Union Village was superior and won the final victory. After hearing the announcement of victory, the 3 people who had obviously formed a temporary team hugged each other tightly and cried bitterly on the stage. The people in the stands watching that scene couldn't help but applaud them. The next group showdown is still between Kirigakure and Union Village. But this time, the accident finally happened. In the second individual battle, the candidate from Union Village failed to escape the enemy's attack in time and was cut off by a short sword. Fortunately, the examiner came to the stage in time and the man's life was not in danger. However, the broken arms on the ground also destined that candidate's ninja career to end here. Regarding this result, Toshiro, who was also from Union Village, stood next to Kagura. Although his face was angry, he did not make any unnecessary moves in the end. After all, he knew very well that the existence of those examiners only ensured that the candidates would not lose their lives in the arena. As for the battle between genin, due to the weak abilities of both sides, it is more likely to be unable to withdraw their strength. For that kind of attack, even if the examiners expected it, they could not stop it on stage. After all, if you rush onto the stage to interfere in the game just to avoid injury, then the significance of this exam will no longer exist. But he knew it in his heart, but seeing his companion injured like that still made his mood fluctuate a little. At least Kagura on the side could clearly see that the veins on his hand holding the railing of the stand were prominent, and Kagura was even a little worried whether the small railing would be broken by him. This accident also ignited the emotions of both sides. In the next few battles, it can be clearly seen that the movements of both sides have become larger, and the number of injuries has also increased significantly. But fortunately, something like a broken arm did not happen. This time the two sides also fought fiercely for 5 games before deciding the winner. In the end, Kirigakure was stronger and won the final victory. Seeing this result, the bald examiner in the audience who also came from Kirigakure village couldn't help but smile. Although he strictly abides by the referee's duties here, he definitely still hopes that people in his village can have more qualifications. Especially after the 7 people who were given high hopes by the village failed one after another, this unexpected group should also give Mizuki-sama some comfort. The previous 8 groups of battles are over, and naturally there is no need to draw lots for the remaining 2 groups of duels. Or maybe it was fate. The opponent Kagura and his team faced was a group all from Konoha. Without consulting the 2 temporary players around him, Kagura turned over and jumped onto the ring. He looked up at the 3 people who were also from Konoha and said, "I'm the first to appear here. For the sake of fairness, do you want to consider joining the 3 together?" Hearing Kagura's extremely arrogant words, the 3 genin from Konoha opposite were stunned for a moment, but they didn't feel much anger. After all, they knew in their hearts that Kagura was telling the truth. The 3 of them went together just to make the battle more fair. As genin from Konoha, they are still very aware of the strength of this senior known as the monster. In fact, when they learned that their group was going to face Kagura, they had already given up on the possibility of advancing. But Kagura's proposal gave them another glimmer of hope. But the 3 people did not answer immediately, but turned their attention to the 2 examiners on the field. Seeing the reactions of the 3 people, Kagura also looked at the 2 examiners and said, "This is what I asked for. I am the one who suffers the loss, so it shouldn't be considered a violation of the rules." The 2 examiners looked at each other, and when the long-haired examiner nodded slightly, the bald examiner said in agreement, "If you insist, we have no problem with it. But if you lose, the next game still has to be played according to the normal rules." Regarding the examiner's words, Kagura and the 3 people nodded in agreement. In fact, if the people who are teaming up with Kagura at this moment are those from his 7th class, he even wanted to say that as long as he lost, their group would just admit defeat. But given the current situation, even without asking Toshiro, he knew that the other party would most likely not agree to such a crazy proposal. Seeing that the examiner also agreed with this suggestion, the 3 people stopped being pretentious and jumped over the high platform to the ring at the same time. Looking at the 3 people with different styles in front of him, Kagura showed a smile on his face. In fact, although he didn't know these people, he had probably guessed their backgrounds. Although the 3 of them are all wearing Konoha's most common combat uniforms, they are very different in appearance. First, there was the person in the middle with black hair. The slightly too long hair was combed into a pineapple head and tied back. He has a pair of steady black eyes, with a faint dark circle under his eyes. To his left was a handsome man with long yellow hair. The long hair was combed into a single ponytail and hung loosely behind her back, and her knife-carved facial features were more of a European and American-style face. As for the last person, he was a fat man with a simple face and a body comparable to the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. In addition to the tights, he also wore a simple armor made of iron sheets. Kagura had already seen the ability of the handsome man with long yellow hair during the written examination. It was the person from the Yamanaka clan who used the heart-turn jutsu to cheat. Coupled with the obvious appearance and body style of the other two, these three are obviously Konoha's famous inner, deer, and butterfly combination. The fat man should be a descendant of the Akamaike clan, and the man in the middle is the think tank of the group, a member of the Nara clan. As the examiner's voice announced the start of the battle, the three people immediately dispersed their positions and made a wary fighting stance. The three of them exchanged glances with each other, and then the Nara descendant suddenly formed a mudra. As his handprints changed, the shadow behind him suddenly stretched out and stretched towards Kagura. It is the secret technique of the Nara clan, shadow imitation. The companions on both sides were not idle either. The handsome young man with yellow hair had already completed the hand seals and was waiting for his companions to control the enemy before he could activate ninjutsu immediately. As for the fat man from the Akamaike clan, he has doubled his right hand 5 times, intending to restrict Kagura's movement through attacks. But he just raised that huge right arm, but he was stunned on the spot. Because Kagura, who they had originally expected to dodge, now stood motionless on the spot with no intention of evading. The black shadow successfully connected with Kagura's shadow, and there was a black line connecting the two. Kagura's body began to move uncontrollably, and finally assumed a gesture that was exactly the same as the opponent's. Feeling the restrained feeling in her body, Kagura felt a sense of novelty. Although his body is controlled, his eyes and speech can still be controlled by himself. He looked at the yellow-haired boy not far away who was about to activate ninjutsu, and said to dissuade him, "I suggest you don't use the heart-turn technique on me, otherwise you may get hurt." Hearing Kagura's words, the man was slightly stunned. He was not surprised that Kagura saw the ninjutsu he was going to use, but he couldn't figure out how he could be injured. But the situation at this time couldn't help but make him think too much. As the saying goes, the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. As his last hand seal was completed, the long-contained ninjutsu was finally activated. Heart-turning technique. As he muttered silently, he felt his eyes go dark. When he gained sight again, he found that the surrounding environment was different from what he thought. Heart-turning jutsu is actually a spiritual ninjutsu that allows one's soul to enter the enemy's body. At the same time, it can also force the enemy's spirit to enter a sleep state, thereby achieving the effect of controlling the enemy's body. If it works according to the normal effect, I should have controlled Kagura's body at this time, and there should be 3 people including his own body in his line of sight. But now, let alone the figure, he found that he was not even in the arena. There was darkness all around, and even under his feet was a floor that seemed to be made of obsidian. Ouch! Just when he was wondering whether he had fallen into Kagura's genjutsu, a sound similar to that of a puppy suddenly came from behind him. He looked behind him warily, but saw no one. Ouch! As the cry came again, he looked at his feet. At this time, sitting at his feet was an animal that looked like a fox and a canine. It is pure white all over, and its hair even faintly emits some fluorescence. Its tail was swaying constantly, and it was obviously in an extremely excited state. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he even saw complex emotions such as curiosity, confusion, and excitement in the dog's eyes. He slowly squatted down, but before he could take a closer look, a cat meowed from another direction. He heard the sound and saw a cat that was also pure white but had 2 tails walking leisurely towards him. But when the cat saw the puppy, its original elegant posture disappeared in an instant. Its eyes instantly turned into vertical pupils, its body was arched, and the hair on its body stood on end. The puppy-like creature also made a defensive gesture. It leaned down towards the cat, its tail raised high behind it, and it showed the fangs in its mouth and roared. The moment the 2 unknown creatures confronted each other, the atmosphere of the entire space suddenly changed. Although the real fight between the two did not begin, in an instant, the quiet and peaceful atmosphere was visible. He felt that the cute puppy in front of him exuded an indescribable pressure the next second. His whole body was trembling uncontrollably. This was the instinctive premonition of creatures facing natural enemies. His feet went soft, and he could no longer maintain his body's balance and collapsed on the ground. He didn't know why he was so frightened, even his teeth were chattering up and down unconsciously. Although I wanted to stay away from the white puppy, I found that I couldn't even do this action. As the confrontation between the 2 creatures gradually intensified, the inexplicable pressure became stronger and stronger. Just when he felt like he couldn't hold on any longer, Kagura's voice finally rang in his ears. "I told you not to use that ninjutsu on me, why didn't you listen?" As Kagura's voice came, he turned his head and looked towards the voice as if he had found a savior. At some point, Kagura suddenly stood behind one of them and 2 beasts. With the appearance of Kagura, the 2 little beasts immediately stopped their confrontation. The tsunami-like pressure also disappeared, leaving only the yellow-haired boy slumped on the ground, panting. Kagura sighed helplessly and waved her hands towards the 2-tailed beasts. The 2 little guys seemed to have seen their master and immediately ran towards him, but when they came to his feet, they glared at each other fiercely. Kagura shook her head, bent down and picked up the 2 little guys. The 2 beasts and 1 beast occupied Kagura's chest. At this time, they no longer fought, but gently pressed their heads against Kagura's chin while squinting to enjoy Kagura's embrace. Looking at the two-tailed beasts that he had raised as pets, Kagura couldn't help but have a headache. Now there are only 2 of them, and he can still coax them like this. If all 9 are present in the future, will he have to use Shadow Clone in his body to coax the child? Kagura, who was worrying alone, didn't see the yellow-haired boy beside him, who was staring at him with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Those 2 animals that looked like ancient ferocious beasts a second ago were now as docile as cats and dogs and were held in his arms? I must have not slept well in the forest last night, which caused me to have nightmares today. After coaxing the pets, Kagura finally put the 2 little guys down and patted their butts gently. After receiving the signal, the 2 beasts left here obediently, walking slowly forward while reluctantly looking back at Kagura. After the 2 little ones finally walked away, Kagura turned her attention to the young man lying slumped on the ground in front of her. Looking at the other party's dull expression, Kagura thought for a while and advised, "The ninjutsu of your family is quite special. If you encounter a special case like me, it will become like this special case?" The Yamanaka boy who finally came to his senses looked at Kagura and asked, "What does special case mean? Who are you?" Kagura shook her head and did not answer his question. Sharinan appeared in his eyes, and the yellow-haired boy's eyes gradually became dull as he looked at him. Kagura activated distinguished heavenly gods and muttered, "Hey, it's really troublesome." He had to erase his recent memory. "By the way, I have to give him a subconscious order not to use the mind-turning technique on me in the future." In reality, only 1 second had passed since the yellow-haired boy activated the heart-turn technique. In the surprised eyes of the other 2 companions, the yellow-haired boy had just activated ninjutsu, his body froze, and he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were full of fear and confusion. Looking at Kagura in front of him, he moved the corners of his mouth slightly and said to himself, "No way, you." Hiss, "You. By the way, what happened just now? How could I forget?" Listening to the disjointed words, the 2 companions beside him looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. But Kagura on the opposite side just smiled slightly, raised the index finger of her right hand to her mouth, and shushed softly, as if to remind the other party to keep secrets. The Nara boy standing in the middle looked at Kagura's movements, his eyes even more confused. But before he could think about it, his body suddenly froze. Wrong. Isn't he under the control of his own shadow mimicry? Why can he make moves? When he came back to his senses, he realized that he was doing exactly the same actions as Kagura. Looking at the horrified expression on the opposite side of Pineapple Head, Kagura said, "Your adults never told you. Will the shadow imitation technique be less effective against an enemy whose strength far exceeds one's own?" Kagura said while moving her right shoulder. The pineapple-headed boy opposite him also followed his lead and made the same move. The pineapple-headed boy immediately released his ninjutsu without any hesitation. After all, judging from the current situation, he was not sure whether he controlled Kagura or Kagura controlled him. Seeing the black shadow on the ground disappear, Kagura showed a smile that showed success. The admonition he just said was actually false, just to frighten his opponent. As a secret technique of the famous Nara clan, how could it be so weak? The difficulty of this secret technique is how to smoothly connect to the enemy's shadow. After all, the activation speed of this ninjutsu is not very fast. It is not difficult to avoid it as long as you are prepared. But once you are connected, it is not that simple to get rid of it. You must know that in the original plot, Shikamaru, who had just become a Chunin, used this trick to hold down 9 enemies alone. In fact, those actions just now were made by Kagura after secretly using distinguished heavenly gods on the pineapple-headed boy, causing him to subconsciously do it on his own. It was just that coupled with Kagura's deceptive words, it made him think that he was being controlled by Kagura. After seeing his 2 companions inexplicably defeated by Kagura, the fat man from the Akamike clan finally stopped waiting. To him, those ninjutsu are a bit flashy, and only strength is the most direct way to fight. As he grunted, the huge right hand grew bigger again. At this time, he has used the limit of what he can reach now, the 20 times doubling technique. Looking at the giant-like arms, a trace of envy flashed in Kagura's eyes. When it comes to which ninjutsu he most wanted to draw in the system before, it was neither the Raiznan nor the Flying Thunder God, but the doubling technique in front of him. By the way, the second most important thing in Kagura's heart is the harem technique. After all, it is a magical technique that even its Satsuki Kagaya fell into. Ahem, yes. That's all it really is. This is the ninjutsu that men dream of. Only the idiots of the Akamike clan can only use it on their arms or to double their whole body. Ninjutsu should be used in a greater direction. And what disappoints Kagura is that as the Akamike clan's secret technique, even if the opponent uses the doubling technique directly in front of him, he can't use Sharinan to copy it. Looking at the fat man flying toward him with his giant hand raised high, Kagura only had a look of loneliness on his face. Although he didn't understand why his opponent suddenly became so frustrated, Fatty didn't think too much. The giant's hand was like an Optimus Prime falling from the sky. It seemed to be slow, but in fact it hit Kagura very quickly. The huge impact directly shattered a quarter of the arena, and countless pieces of gravel burst out, even splashing onto the distant auditorium on the high platform. The candidates on the high platform were in a panic, trying to avoid the flying stones. After the stones flew away, a huge dust mist began to fill the entire space. Bang! With a soft sound, the huge arm returned to normal size. The fat man looked nervously at the completely destroyed arena, as if he wanted to see a certain figure through the fog. However, before the dust mist dissipated, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That figure is none other than Kagura. Kagura came to him, suddenly leaned down, and kicked his right foot to the side, hitting his chin. Following his kick, the seemingly heavy fat man was actually kicked into the air. Kagura's figure flashed again and quickly moved behind the fat man in midair. Bandages appeared from the cuffs of his long sleeves at some point. With a slight wave of his hands, the bandages tightly bound his opponent, and his hands also hugged his opponent's body. As he twisted his waist, the two of them suddenly fell toward the ground in a high-speed rotation. This is one of the 2B level skills that Kagura has extracted from the system in recent years, Primary Lotus. In fact, in the official introduction, Primary Lotus is a forbidden technique. But this ninjutsu is difficult for me to rank together with the A-rank Chidori, so I will rank it as a B rank. With Kagura's current strength, there are many simple ways to deal with such an opponent. So why does he still use such flashy moves? That's of course because he's so handsome. For men, this reason is enough. Seeing the whirlwind falling rapidly, the remaining two people on the stage showed despair in their eyes. Judging from the impact of this, the fat man would probably be half disabled if not dead. Just when the whirlwind was about to land, they couldn't bear to close their eyes. However, the expected sound of impact did not come. After a second, they opened their eyes in confusion. At this time, Kagura was standing astride the ring, and the fat man was wrapped into a dumpling by the bandage on his hand. The fat man's head was now less than 10 centimeters away from the ground, and a drop of cold sweat flowed from his forehead and dripped onto the floor. Kagura smiled, untied the bandage, and put the fat man and his hand on the ground. He just wanted to look cool. After all, these were his own people from Konoha, so there was no need to be harsh. The fat man, who felt like he was on the verge of death, sat on the ground and kept panting. The three of them looked at each other, and then said helplessly, "We admit defeat." It can be said that the water Kagura released in this battle can fill the ocean. Naturally, the three people inside could not fail to see this. Since others have given face to him in this way, it seems a bit ignorant to still resist. So even though they still had the ability to continue fighting, they still gave in quickly. With the end of this battle, this fourth assessment finally came to an end. Under the leadership of the long-haired examiner, the failed candidates followed him and left the venue. Toshiro and Uchiha Shiza came down from the high stand and walked to Kagura's side. Toshiro said to Kagura with a smile, "Well, it seems I made the right choice. This time I was successfully promoted thanks to your thighs. I really want to thank you." Looking at the smiling Toshiro, Kagura was disapproving. "Kaido, I don't think you can't advance without me. The reason why I rushed down is just to protect those people. After all." He stared at Toshiro's only exposed eye and continued with a hint, "After all, your ability might hurt them." Hearing this, Toshiro's eyes narrowed. In these several assessments, in order to hide his strength, he firmly believed that he had not revealed his abilities in front of anyone. But listening to Kagura's words, it seems that he knows his true identity? Seeing Toshiro's suddenly solemn expression, Kagura smiled with satisfaction. "Who do you, a half-grown boy like you, play with? As a time traveler, how could I not know your true identity?" Toshiro, that will be the examiner for the ability test of the 4th Reikage combination, Junyu Thunder Plow Hot Knife in the future. Although he doesn't appear in many scenes in the plot, the two ninjutsu he displays are both protective ninjutsu, but Kagura clearly remembers that this guy has the blood inheritance limit of lava style. In the original plot, another person with lava style's blood inheritance limit is Four Tails Jinchuriki Lao Z. The ninjutsu created by its chakra are all related to magma, and are very powerful, with outstanding attack effects. Therefore, Kagura has reason to believe that this seemingly honest and steady Toshiro must also have a powerful aggressive ninjutsu that cannot be underestimated. What he just said, "Your ability could hurt them," was no joke. The two looked at each other, and then shifted their gaze with tacit understanding and evil intentions. Uchiha Jing on the side didn't seem to notice the little movements of the two. She put her hands together nervously and thanked her quietly, "Thank you, brother Kagura. I will work hard in the next games." Kagura didn't respond much to this tribesman who seemed to have his own secret, and just nodded politely. As the losers left, all the promoted players gathered on the stage. Looking at the 15 candidates who finally stayed after passing through many tests, the bald examiner finally showed a gentle smile. He applauded and said, "First of all, congratulations to you for overcoming many difficulties in getting here. I believe everyone has guessed that the Chunin exam is not completely over. You still have a final test. But the good news is that your exam is over today. As he spoke, he pointed with his finger to another door in the opposite direction from the one who just lost the election and said, "You will come out from here with me later, and we will leave here by taking a boat and go to Kirigakure village. And your final exam will be held in Kirigakure village 3 days later." After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the door, and all the candidates followed closely behind him. Tsunade and the other three came to Kagura's side again and started discussing in low voices. "Hey, you still want to go to Kirigakure village? We just killed a group of their Chunin not long ago. Will there be trouble in the past?" Jiraiya spoke first without any worry. Hearing his question, Tsunade and Orochimaru also frowned. Kagura said leisurely, "Don't worry, it's precisely because of this that we will be safer." His words were not arbitrary, but had a certain reasoning behind them. As the organizer of this Chunin exam, it is bound to attract the attention of many forces. In this case, the safety issues of these candidates who have passed the examination become even more prominent. This is just like the Olympic organizers on Blue Star. All actions will be put under a magnifying glass and attract the attention of many people. Especially candidates in special circumstances like Kagura and others will be protected by the top management of Kirigakure village. Nothing can happen to the four of them during this period, at least not until they leave Kirigakure village. Although Kagura did not explain his judgment, the three people who were always accustomed to him taking the lead couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing his words. After all, over the years, Kagura's judgment has basically never made any big mistakes. Looking at Uchiha walking in front of the team, Kagura lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said to the three of them, "You guys go forward, I'm going to ask something." The three of them didn't ask what he was going to ask, they just nodded and walked forward. Kagura looked back and saw the person she was looking for at a glance. He slowed down his pace and slowly came to Tashiro, who was walking at the end. Facing Tashiro's questioning eyes, Kagura took the initiative and asked, "I noticed that you seem to be very wary of that girl named Uchiha Shizu. Can you tell me why?" He is not one of those protagonists in novels who clearly discovers a problem but does not seek the answer, but leaves problems behind for himself. Now that he has discovered the clue, he will directly ask for the reason. Hearing Kagura's question, Tashiro was not too surprised. He compiled his sentences for a moment before speaking. "Kaido, at the end of the last assessment, when everyone lined up to hand in those forehead protectors, I was lined up behind that girl. So I noticed that what she handed over was a blood-stained forehead protector with the Konoha symbol on it." Hearing this, Kagura couldn't help but frown. Seeing that Kagura understood the meaning of his words, Tashiro continued, "And I discovered a detail. Everyone, including you, has some legacy from the battle. I can tell this from clothes or wounds. But that girl, her clothes and appearance were exactly the same as when she first arrived on the island." After saying this, Tashiro stopped talking and quickened his pace to keep up with the large team in front. Kagura behind him was lost in thought. Also Konoha's forehead protector. You know, even the group of 7 ninja swordsmen would deliberately avoid people from Kirigakure village in the forest and choose people from other villages to attack. And this Uchiha Shizu, who seems to be weak and quiet, attacks people in her own village without hesitation. And her neat clothes and appearance showed that her battle in the forest was almost overwhelming without any suspense. Even he himself was inevitably covered in a lot of dust after the battle in the forest. Looking at the back of the clansman girl from a distance, Kagura seemed to see a shadow that could not be seen through. As if feeling Kagura's gaze, Uchiha Shizuo, who was walking, suddenly turned around and met Kagura's gaze. Seeing Kagura's gaze, she showed a shy expression, then immediately turned her head and walked forward as usual. Looking at the extremely ordinary girl, Kagura's intuition told him that this Chunin exam might not be that simple. Following the bald examiner, everyone passed through the door and passed through a secret passage, directly arriving at a small port. At this time, there was already a large ship waiting at the port, and several ninja guards from Kirigakure village could be seen on the ship surrounding it. Arriving at the boarding port, the examiner waved his right hand and said to everyone, "Everyone, please come up." As a country with a unique terrain like many small islands, the Kingdom of Water has its own unique features in shipbuilding technology. Seeing the ship in front of them, which was obviously larger than what they usually see, everyone except Genin, who was originally from Kirigakure village, couldn't help showing expressions of admiration. Well, except Kagura. As a time traveler, he has never seen any kind of ship. This kind of ferry is not as good as the ferry he took in his previous life. The small number of people quickly arrived on the boat. Except for a few people, most people still maintained an excited state, leaning on the edge of the boat and looking at the sea. As the ship moved, they left the small island where they had been fighting for a day and night, and headed towards the largest island in the middle of the sea. But only 10 minutes later, the candidates who were leaning on the side of the boat returned to the deck in disappointment. Because at this time the ship sailed into an area of dense fog. The thick fog made it impossible to see clearly even the places farther on the deck, not to mention the sea view. At this time, Kagura finally realized why the ninja village in the Land of Water was called Kirigakure village. Well, according to this theory, could it be that there are some very high mountains over there in the Kingdom of Thunder? Otherwise, why would it be called Union Village? It's just that I don't know how the ship found the accurate direction in this heavy fog and sailed towards the hidden mist village. However, this journey was not as long as they imagined. As the four Kagura chatted, they had arrived at their destination in just 2 hours. After the ship docked, everyone got off the ship one after another. At this time, the thick fog had long since disappeared. Looking forward along the road to the pier, one could directly see the entrance gate of Wien Village. It has to be said that Konoha has played an exemplary role in many aspects. The other four countries have made many imitations based on Konoha's model, such as the establishment of shadows, the establishment of villages, etc. Like Konoha Village, in front of them was a village surrounded by mountains and walls. There was also a towering huge entrance on the front. Looking at the village gate in front of her, Kagura couldn't help but feel a little excited. Over the years, he has been to the Kingdom of Water a lot due to his missions, but this was his first time entering the Hidden Mist Village. After all, in this world, the ninja villages in various countries are equivalent to the status of their military legions. In a place like this, there will naturally be strong precautions, just ordinary civilians, but they will be very wary of ninjas from other forces. The bald examiner stood in front of everyone and gave his final instructions. The final assessment will be held in 3 days, and someone will take you to the specific location that day. In addition to our Mizukage-sama, Hokage-sama and Reikage-sama will also be here to watch your competition during this assessment. Therefore, these days are also a time for you to rest and adjust. I hope you can perform at your best. As he said that, he suddenly turned his head to look at Kagura and said, "Here, we will have dedicated personnel responsible for your safety. So no matter what happened before, you can rest peacefully in the village. You are welcome to visit the civilian areas and commercial areas. But like some places that are expressly prohibited, I hope everyone can restrain their curiosity and not break in casually. Otherwise, it will not be a good thing for us or for you." Kagura, who was stared at by the examiner's substantial eyes, twitched the muscles on her face several times unconsciously. "No, does this damn bald guy have a grudge against me? Why do you have to stare at me every time you say these things? Do I look like the kind of person who would cause trouble everywhere when he has enough to eat and nothing to do?" In fact, this is not the examiner's intention to target Kagura. In fact, among this group of genin, he is the only one who has the strength to secretly break into the village's secrets. So when I was explaining, I couldn't help but look at Kagura. After knowing the hotel where they would stay for the next few days, everyone could move around freely. It was 12 noon when they arrived at the 4th assessment site today. After that, they had nearly 20 duels. Adding in the travel time, it was almost evening before they knew it. At this time, half of the sun had fallen below the horizon, and on the other side of the horizon, the dark night sky began to gradually occupy the sky. Just when Kagura and others were preparing to discuss the next itinerary, a weak figure approached them. Several people turned around and saw that it was Uchiha Shizu. At this time, she was lowering her head, her 2 index fingers seemed to be stirring each other uneasily, and she softly invited that, "Brother Kagura, can I treat you to dinner tonight? Just think of it as a reward for leading me to the next level." As soon as she finished speaking, Kagura felt a terrifying aura rising behind him. He knew without asking that this was a warning from Tsunade. Turning his head to look, he saw Tsunade looking at him with a smile on her face. It was just the clenched fists and invisible momentum that made Kagura swallow a mouthful of saliva unconsciously. He immediately turned to Uchiha Jing and said, "Well, we are all members of the clan, so don't say thank you or not. It's getting late, and I'm a little tired, so everyone should go back and rest." After saying that, without giving her time to react, she directly pulled everyone towards the village gate. Seeing Kagura running away, Uchiha was also stunned. It's just that she stared at the figure walking further and further away. Her face no longer had that weak look, but was replaced by a playful expression. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised. She looked at Kagura in the distance and murmured, "Funny boy." As soon as their eyes changed, Kagura and the other four had already entered Kirigakure village. Facts have proved that in this world, there is not much difference between so-called countries at all. Except for the differences in the shape of the buildings and the unique landforms, these residential areas and shops are basically the same as Konoha. If there is any obvious difference, it might be that there are more seafood products here. As the four of them walked, they discussed the next itinerary. Jiraiya, needless to say, naturally planned to find the bookstore here. As for Orochimaru, after hearing Tsunade say that she wanted to go shopping and buy clothes, she immediately said that she was a little tired and wanted to go back to the hotel to eat and rest. Seeing his companions walking away from him one by one, Kagura cursed in his heart for his lack of loyalty as he followed Tsunade tiredly. There was no way. He had been going through various battles in the past 2 days, and he basically didn't sleep for long last night. At this time, Kagura felt that if he could be given a bed, he would be able to lie down and fall asleep in the next second. Looking at the excited Tsunade in front of her, Kagura had to sigh. It seems that no matter which world they are in, these women seem to have endless energy when it comes to shopping and buying clothes. Tsunade has obviously gone through many battles, so how can she still look full of energy now? Feeling Kagura's steps slowed down, Tsunade looked back and saw a tired face. She pouted her mouth in dissatisfaction, but as she rolled her eyes, as if she thought of something, she suddenly revealed a sinister smile. She turned around and moved closer to Kagura, pressing herself almost completely against Kagura. He whispered into Kagura's ear, "Don't be so lethargic. Can I try on those clothes for you later?" Kagura brother, some warm air penetrated into Kagura's ears as she spoke, making him feel numb all over his body. Hiss, how could this damn girl learn this trick? But if you say this, then I won't be tired anymore. In fact, Tsunade is not making trouble unreasonably. You must know that she is still wearing that backless dress. If it weren't for Kagura's vest to help cover her up, she might not be able to walk into Kirigakure village so freely now. The two walked on the street for only 5 minutes before they found a women's clothing store. As soon as I walked in, a female salesperson walked over to me. Looking at the two boys and girls, the salesperson's eyes brightened significantly. As an experienced salesperson, she directly took Tsunade to the side and began to introduce the clothes in her store. No matter what world you are in, some things never change. Abandoned, Kagura began to look for a necessary artifact in the clothing store, a chair. Kagura, who was looking around, suddenly had his eyes lit up and walked straight towards a bamboo chair. As soon as I sat down, I found a young man sitting next to me. The two nodded to each other in tacit understanding, then their eyes widened and they began to stay in a daze. On the other side, Tsunade was holding a piece of clothing in her hand, her face flushed with embarrassment. When the salesperson on the side saw her like this, she covered her mouth and smiled softly and said, "Give yourself some courage, I think he will definitely like you wearing this suit." But Tsunade lowered her head and thought for a long time, and finally picked up another item and walked into the fitting room. A few minutes later, Kagura, who was bored, suddenly heard Tsunade's call. He quickly got up and walked towards the fitting room. Just as he came over, Tsunade had already changed her clothes and came out. Looking at Tsunade in front of her, Kagura's eyes gradually opened as wide as a bull's eye, and her entire gaze became straight. Just because Tsunade is currently wearing a black tight-fitting swimsuit with a small circle of lace embellishment on the crotch. Isn't this the famous Shikuzui swimsuit from Sakura Country on Blue Star? Looking at Kagura's eyes that seemed to want to eat her, Tsunade bowed her head in rare shyness. In fact, the store clerk just recommended her another more revealing swimsuit. It's just that Tsunade, who has received a good education from her family since childhood, really finds it difficult to accept the exposed three-point posture. "It took me a lot of courage to put on the suit I was wearing." But she doesn't know that this kind of swimsuit that seems conservative but can actually fully show off her figure is often more attractive to teenagers. Some didn't dare to look directly at Kagura's aggressive eyes, so she lowered her head and asked softly, "Isn't this pretty?" Kagura, who finally came to her senses after hearing the question, swallowed unconsciously, and nervous Kaido, "Looks great." After a pause, he suddenly asked, "But why do you want to buy a swimsuit? Don't you want to buy a combat uniform?" Hearing Kagura's question, Tsunade frowned, raised her head and asked, "Scare? Didn't I just tell you that tomorrow we will take Jiraiya and the others to play on the beach and take a rest?" After hearing this, Kagura vaguely remembered that something like this happened on the road just now. Although the Land of Fire also has a coastline, they who have been living in Konoha village rarely have the opportunity to touch the sea. But this is not the case in the Water Country, which is a huge island country. There are several good beach attractions near Kirigakure village. Tsunade, who had done her homework in advance, naturally would not miss it, so she just excitedly proposed that everyone should go there together tomorrow to relax. Seeing Kagura's suddenly enlightened look, Tsunade naturally knew that this guy didn't pay attention to what she was saying just now. Looking at Tsunade, whose cheeks were already bulging, Kagura felt a little dizzy. Fortunately, Kagura, who has been born in 2 lifetimes, still has some experience in coaxing little girls. An hour later, looking at the shriveled puppy-shaped wallet and several large bags of clothes in her hands, Kagura felt that she would have to work hard to complete tasks to make money after returning. The next morning, Tsunade broke into the room of Jiraiya and Orochimaru while they were still sleeping. Before the two of them were fully awake, Tsunade dragged them to the beach one by one. The beach facilities of this era cannot be compared with those of Kagura on Blue Star, but some necessary facilities are still there. In addition to the necessary changing rooms and bathing rooms, there are even some stalls selling snacks on the beach. There is no pollution in this world, and these beaches truly restore their most ecological side. As ninjas, Kagura and others have indeed not had a chance to relax in recent years. This can be regarded as a rare vacation for the 4 of them. The 4 of them put on their clothes and looked at the beautiful scenery with clear water and young sand in front of them. A trace of comfort flashed in their eyes. Jiraiya, who was still a little sleepy, suddenly shouted and rushed into the sea wearing a pair of big pants. The 3 people on the shore smiled at each other and joined in. 2 hours later, Kagura walked alone along the coastline to a remote place. Not long ago, he left everyone on the pretext of going to the bathroom. Of course, he didn't really want to go to the toilet, but finally couldn't help but escape from Tsunade. Usually, Tsunade liked to stick to Kagura, and would hold his arm from time to time. But usually everyone wears combat uniforms, so Kagura didn't feel much about it. But today was different. Although Tsunade was only wearing a Shikuzui swimsuit, Kagura was also only wearing a pair of large underpants. The key is that Tsunade didn't realize anything was wrong at all, and kept holding Kagura's arm according to her usual habit. The feeling of almost naked close contact made Kagura, whose body was still in the growth stage, unable to hold down the gun. You can't blame him. No matter what his mental age is, Kagura's body is being dominated by strong hormones at this time. These physiological reactions are not something he can control just because he says he can. In desperation, he could only use urine to escape from there, hoping to calm down. But the restlessness was not so easy to suppress, so he walked along the coast and came to a remote corner unknowingly. Unlike the beach just now, the coastline here has obvious changes. The fine white sand disappeared and was replaced by a coast composed of huge rocks. Kagura, who had finally calmed down, suddenly felt another kind of restlessness from deep within her body. Don't get me wrong, this time it was due to the restlessness of the two-tailed beasts in his body. Before he could react, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That huge body, densely packed with sharp teeth, is clearly the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost. He looked at Kagura solemnly and warned, "Further ahead is the forbidden area of Kirigakure village. I hope you won't make it difficult for me." Hearing his warning, Kagura was slightly stunned. Seeing the other party's increasingly solemn look, he knew that maybe the other party had misunderstood something. Kagura quickly raised her hands and explained innocently, "Don't get me wrong, I really didn't mean to explore your secrets intentionally. My partner and I were just relaxing on the nearby beach and I happened to be nearby." Listening to Kagura's explanation, the Watermelon Mountain puffer ghost looked at him suspiciously. However, before he could continue to speak, a monster's roar suddenly came from the distance. Hearing that roar, the face of Zigguashin pufferfish ghost changed. He no longer cared about Kagura, and just said hurriedly, "I hope what you said is true, but then, please get out of here." After saying that, he ignored Kagura and turned around to leave. Looking at the Watermelon Mountain blowfish ghost going away, Kagura reached out and rubbed her chin, thinking deeply. He didn't have the big sword Samehada with him. He was familiar with the plot and knew very well that in fact it was a living knife. And in addition to its special characteristics, there is also an important detail in the plot introduction. Samehada was originally a small fish that followed Three Tails and was responsible for helping Three Tails absorb and consume chakra. It is usually attached to Three Tails' belly, responsible for cleaning up the residue, sucking food from his belly, extracting a large amount of chakra, and then sending the chakra back to his body. Combined with the restlessness of the two-tailed beasts in his body, it is not difficult to guess the owner of the roar just now. Kirigakure actually released Three Tails from the seal so early. Is this planning to find Jinchuriki? You must know that the reason why Senju Hashirama was able to sell the tailed beasts to the countries was precisely because he joined forces with the Uzumaki clan leader and had the ability to seal all these tailed beasts. Those countries got the tailed beasts that had been sealed. After all, if it was a time bomb, who would give money to buy it? So since Kirigakure village will unblock Three Tails, it must have a purpose. Three Tails, this is one of the more memorable tailed beasts in Kagura's impression. It's not about its strength, but because it is one of the many triggers for Obito's darkening in the plot. After all, if it weren't for it, Obito wouldn't have witnessed Nohara Lin's death at the hands of Kakashi, and all subsequent plots wouldn't have happened. Although he wanted to go up and investigate at this time, he also knew very well that even though there was no one around him, he must have Jonin watching him not far away. If I really move forward without knowing what to do, then I'm afraid I will no longer be treated as a guest in Kirigakure village. With a regretful sigh, he finally suppressed his curiosity and started to turn around and return. Not long after he left, a Jonin appeared on a rock. The early morning sunlight shines through the glass of the window onto the table in the room. Throwing darts and kunai were neatly placed on it, reflecting a glimmer of light after being illuminated by the sun. A white hand suddenly appeared and carefully packed up the weapons one by one. As the last dart was put into the hidden pocket of her jacket, Kagura carefully checked her combat uniform again. After the inspection was completed and there were no flaws, Kagura turned his eyes back to the table. There was only one forehead protector left there, the one with the Konoha logo printed on it. He picked up the forehead protector and put it on his head carefully. After finishing dressing up, Kagura opened the door and walked out. In the corridor, the other three companions from Class 7 were already waiting outside. Looking at the excited or calm faces, Kagura happily said, "Let's go." Today is their third day in Kirigakure village, and it is also the day of Chinin's final exam. As soon as I walked downstairs, I saw Toshiro and other candidates also coming downstairs and gathering in front of the hotel. In front of them, there was already a Jonin from Kirigakure village waiting there. After all the candidates were gathered together, the Jonin did not speak, but directly started to walk forward. Kagura and others who were following him followed his steps and walked towards the venue of the final examination. Except for playing on the beach on the first day, they stayed at the hotel to recuperate and adjust. Among them, after Kagura insisted on applying medicine every day, the scars on Tsunade's back were basically completely healed. Apart from some bloody scabs, it was basically no serious problem. But even if they stay in the hotel every day, Kagura and the others already know today's exam venue in advance. That is located in the center of Kirigakure village, a huge building that is shaped like a Blue Star modern stadium. As for the reason why they know, at this time, in addition to Kagura and others, there were many local residents walking out of their homes one after another on the street, heading in the same direction as Kagura and the others. As a rare multinational joint high school entrance examination event, the senior management of Kirigakure village has already notified all residents in advance. After all, since actors from the other two countries have been invited to participate, the scene would not be pretty if there were no audience to enhance the atmosphere. For residents, they can not only watch a wonderful game, but also have the opportunity to watch movies from other countries from a distance, so they are naturally happy to go. The people pouring out from various streets gradually gathered into a torrent and entered the arena in an orderly manner. Kagura and other candidates naturally had a different entrance path than the common people. Under the leadership of Jonin, they passed through a secret passage and came directly to the middle of the arena. As these 15 candidates appeared, a burst of cheers erupted from the audience. "Come on, little guys from Kirigakure village, look at them and see our strength. Work hard. Try your best to show yourself. Tushiro, Lao Z has brought someone to see you. Don't lose too badly. Kagura, I love you." Various cheers sounded around Kagura and others, and the huge enthusiasm made all the candidates feel a little nervous inexplicably. And judging from the content of the speech, it seemed that there were also many audiences from other two countries. Jonin, who was leading the way, looked at the nervous candidates in front of him, and rarely spoke for the first time since he appeared to relax. "Just stand here and wait. You will know how to play the game later." After saying that, he left here alone. Fortunately, Kagura and others did not wait long. After just waiting for a moment, directly in front of them, in a high platform building that was obviously independent of other auditoriums, 3 people, also wearing triangular bucket hats and large cloaks, walked to the high platform one after another. These are special costumes that only actors are qualified to wear, and these 3 are the actors who represent the 3 kingdoms. Mizukage, who was dressed in blue, sat in the middle as the organizer, while Hokage and Reikage, who were dressed in red and yellow, sat on both sides. Behind both Hokage and Mizukage stood a guarding Jonin, and behind Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stood Danzo. The guard behind Mizukage Yagura is covered in a huge hooded cloak, with an umbu mask on his face, making it impossible to see his physical features. As for Reikage, he didn't bring any guards at all. Known as the strongest spear and the strongest shield, he does not think that any guard can protect him, but may become a burden to him. As these film-level warriors representing the highest combat power of each force appeared on the stage, the audience at the scene burst into cheers even louder than before after a brief silence. The loose robe still couldn't hide his petite figure. Mizukage stood up and walked to the front of the stands. As he raised his right arm high, the sounds at the scene gradually subsided. Under the Mizukage hat, Gaji Yagura's purple-red eyes scanned the audience, and finally his eyes rested on the candidate in the middle. A somewhat immature voice, but one that could spread throughout the entire audience came from his mouth. "I announce that the final Chunin exam jointly organized by the 3 kingdoms of Water, Fire, and Thunder will begin now." After saying this, he turned around and returned to his seat. Hearing the brief opening remarks, Kagura was a little uncomfortable. Compared with the speeches made by the so-called leaders on Blue Star in my previous life, this opening was no different from saying nothing. As Mizukage sat down again, a Jonin from Kirigakure village began to announce the rules of the competition to the audience on his behalf. Perhaps due to appearance considerations, the previous bald examiner did not appear. The one who read out the rules was a good-looking female Jonin. But before Kagura could take a closer look at the Jonin's appearance, he was shocked by what he read. The content of this final test is very simple. It is neither 1v1 nor a group match, but a big melee for all 15 candidates. That's right, it's a big melee that determines the outcome. There is no ranking match, and there is no skill. All the genin standing in the arena will attack everyone except themselves indiscriminately. Hokage and Reikage on the stage did not know the content of the final assessment until now. After all, as the organizer of this exam, all exam content and methods are formulated and executed by Kirigakure village. Unless there are issues that will obviously harm the candidates, Konoha and Cloud Hidden Village will not raise any objections. After thinking for a moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly spoke. "Mizukage-sama, is there anything wrong with this arrangement? After all, with a big melee, only one person can successfully become Chunin in the end? This indicator is too low." Although Reikage on the side did not speak, he nodded in agreement. Gaji Yagura did not look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes were still staring at the candidates in the audience, but he responded, "Don't worry, Hokage-sama. The rules only said that a big melee should be used, but it never said that only the one who wins in the end can become a Chunin. In the end, who can pass the assessment and be promoted depends on factors such as their character, strength, and cooperation in battle. So even if you are defeated, you will still be qualified for promotion. Upon hearing this explanation, Hokage and Raikage looked at each other. Seeing Raikage nod slightly, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped talking and chose silence. But his frown did not relax at all, but instead became deeper. What he was worried about was not the candidates in the audience, but something else. The Mizukage in front of me. It didn't feel right to him. Having been a Hokage for several years, he had certainly come into contact with the seemingly young Mizukage-sama before. Although the naturally baby-faced Goju Yagura is a bit arrogant, he is not a cold and unkind person. But this time, the Mizukage in front of him made him feel a little strange. Shaking his head to get rid of this inexplicable uneasiness, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his attention to the field again. Looking at the four familiar figures, a smile appeared on his face. Although it is not stated explicitly, the four members of Class 7 are Konoha's trump cards in this exam. Seeing those dear disciples standing on the field as he expected, he felt a sense of pride and expectation in his heart. Kagura, who was completely unaware of the teacher's gaze, was still shocked by the rules of the melee. The four of them looked at each other, with a hint of panic in their eyes. To be honest, before they came, they had already prepared in their minds the possibility of fighting each other. But they have never considered the situation where only one person can be determined in a melee. In the end, Kagura was the first to come back to his senses. He carefully recalled the rules he had just explained, and seemed to have seen through the question maker's thoughts and comforted to relax. The rules just didn't say that only the last person to fight will be considered as passing the test. I'm afraid the most important thing for promotion is not the result, but what we can reveal during the battle. After hearing Kagura's analysis, the other three slowly calmed down. With Kagura's guidance, they also understood what this so-called process meant. Just when Kagura was about to communicate with them the strategy for the next battle, a long-lost system notification sounded in his mind. Kagura is very familiar with this sound. It is the sound when the system issues a task to him. But what was different from the past was that this time the sound was heard several times. Could it be that several tasks were released at the same time? With doubts, Kagura turned her attention to the mission introduction in her mind. But when he saw the content of the task clearly, his scalp felt numb, and an unprecedented fear enveloped his whole mind. When she saw the task content above, Kagura felt her heart stop and the blood in her body cooled down. This time the system released 3 tasks at once, each of which was more terrifying than the last. Mission 1, help Mizukage Yagura escape from the control of Uchiha Madara. Mission reward, you can randomly draw an S-level ninjutsu and understand it. Mission 2, destroy Uchiha Madara's plan to steal 3 Tails Isabu. Mission reward, you can start 3 Tails Tail Beast training in advance, and immediately increase the current pupil technique progress to 100%. Mission 3, escape from the capture of Uchiha Shizu, possessed by a Fei. Mission reward, you can open the wood-style blood inheritance limit. Seeing the suffocating mission contents above, Kagura even felt a little dizzy for a moment. Uchiha Madara, the ancestor of Uchiha? Why does he appear in this Chunin exam? According to the original plot, the old man should have been hiding behind the scenes until his death, planning some conspiracies, but never appeared in person in front of everyone. And among the plots he is familiar with, there has never been any plot where Uchiha Madara appears so early and snatches the tailed beast. Is it because of my appearance? Thinking of this, Kagura's heart skipped a beat. As a time traveler, he naturally knows the principle of the butterfly effect, but he never thought about how such a weak butterfly could cause such a big change. Quickly suppressing the fear in his heart, he forced himself to focus on the prompts about the task content. Help Mizukage escape Uchiha Madara's control? At this time, Kagura discovered that the third Mizukage here turned out to be Goju Yagura, the fourth Mizukage in the original work. After all, his place is too far away from the stands of those movie-level big shots, and it is such an important occasion, so the movie stars all put on the distinctive formal clothes that represent their status. This made it impossible for Kagura to see the true face of that Mizukage just now. But these are irrelevant. What is important is that this Goju Yagura is actually controlled by Uchiha's people again. In the original work, he was controlled by Obito for half his life, but here he was so easily controlled by Uchiha Madara? This guy probably doesn't have a naturally easy-to-control physique, so how can he be controlled by an Uchiha? As for the second mission, so the purpose of Uchiha Madara controlling Goju Yagura is to take away 3 tails? By the way, at this time he also recalled what happened on the beach 2 days ago, and 3 tails was now unblocked. With those eyes of Madara, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to control the unsealed tailed beast? But what troubled him the most was the last task. That Uchiha Shizu who is full of secrets is actually possessed by a Fei? To explain here, many people may think that a Fei in the original work is Obito, but in fact the real Fei is a white Zetsu. Fei is the one with the most special appearance among the white Zetsu clones, and his appearance is obviously different from other white Zetsu clones. It appears twice in the plot. The first time was when he worked with other white Zetsu to help Obito recover after being rescued by Madara. He often chatted with Obito and liked to ask him questions about poop. Later, when Obito pretended to be a Fei, he also perfectly played this chatty attribute. In the Second Fourth Ninja War, Fei controlled Yamato, who could use wood style to resist the offensive of the Ninja Alliance. So in a real sense, Obito has been pretending to be Fei to organize operations in Akatsuki. This Fei actually wants to capture me? But why is this? At this time, his mind began to race rapidly, recalling something that had happened recently. The memory was fixed on the tournament on that small island a few days ago. Is it because of this? At this moment, Kagura finally recalled that during the final 1-on-3 match, she had used Distinguished Heavenly Gods twice. The first time he used it was in his own body, to erase the memory of the unlucky guy who accidentally entered his body. The second time, it was the Distinguished Heavenly Gods used in order to deceive the Nara descendant into lifting ninjutsu. The second time I used Distinguished Heavenly Gods, it all happened under the eyes of that uchiha. Others may not be able to see through it, but as a Fei, he must be aware of the specialness of his eyes. Therefore, what a Fei wants to capture is not me, but my eyes that can use Distinguished Heavenly Gods. After thinking about this, Kagura was filled with fear and regret. I'm afraid because if it weren't for the system prompt, I might not even know how I died. Regret is due to one's own carelessness. It seems that the good times of these years have made me forget how dangerous this era is, and before I know it, I have lost my original caution. Although Kagura seemed to have thought about a lot of things, in fact, only a minute had passed since he saw the system task. Tsunade and others only felt that Kagura in front of them had just finished analyzing the true meaning of this test and was about to tell them and others about the next strategy when they suddenly froze in place and became motionless. The three of them looked at each other, and finally Tsunade touched Kagura's arm tentatively. Kagura, who was immediately brought back to reality by Tsunade's touch, shuddered. The panic in his eyes had not yet faded away. He swallowed nervously and spoke in a hoarse voice, "Don't pay attention to this Chunin exam anymore. Something terrible will happen later. After the game starts, the four of us will stay together, not to participate in the battle, and to save our energy. Especially that girl from Uchiha, don't mess with her." Having said this, he hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and continued, "If I encounter any danger, leave me alone if necessary. You must protect yourselves." Although it was unclear why Kagura suddenly said these words, the three of them nodded blankly due to their long-standing habit. At this time, Jonin, the woman above, has also finished explaining all the rules. She looked down at all the candidates and finally asked, "Do you have any more questions?" Seeing everyone's silence, she looked back at Master Mizukage on the high platform, and saw that the man nodded towards her with one hand on his chin. She stopped talking nonsense and looked at the candidates below and announced, "In that case, then this final assessment has officially begun." Following her announcement, the 15 candidates present quickly left the place and gathered into small groups in 2s and 3s, wary of each other. Although it was a big melee, it was obvious that the genin belonging to each country unanimously chose to unite the forces of their own villages immediately. After all, even if only one person can win and be promoted in the end, he should first defeat the people from other forces before engaging in internal competition. There were the fewest ninjas in Cloud Hidden Village, only 4, and they all gathered behind Tashiro. There were the largest number of people in Kirigakure village, with 6 people. The 3 members of the ninja swordsmen who were standing at the front were the ones standing at the front. As for Kagura, in addition to the 4 of them, there is also Uchiha Shizu. The seemingly weak girl looked around nervously. Finally, she seemed to have figured out something and slowly approached Kagura and others. But what surprised everyone was that when they saw the girl from Konoha approaching, Kagura and others took a few steps back vigilantly and looked at her with a vigilant gaze. Seeing this situation, her moving steps stopped. The look of astonishment on his face only lasted for less than a few seconds before it was replaced by a playful smile. She looked directly at Kagura, who was facing the front. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and her eyes revealed a dangerous look. At this time, she obviously no longer maintained that weak girl persona, and she said to Kagura, "It seems that you have seen through some things. Interesting. Those eyes of yours are really special." Uchiha Madara appears. Hearing the words of Uchiha Shizu, Kagura and others' expressions became more solemn. The candidates from the other 2 factions also looked at each other in confusion, but no one acted rashly. Uchiha, who was among everyone, seemed not to notice other people's eyes, but still stared at Kagura's pair of Sharingan and said, "Originally, my task was just to monitor the progress of this exam. In addition, if necessary today, I wouldn't mind killing these so-called geniuses here. But your eyes seem a little different from ordinary Sharingan. I believe that if I took off your eyes and presented them to that adult would also be very happy." Listening to what she said, the expressions of all the candidates present changed. Before Kagura could speak, a genin from Hidden Kiri village shouted first, "Ha! Kill us all? Who do you think you are?" As soon as he finished speaking, his figure rushed out of the team over there and ran straight towards Uchiha Shizuo. The leader, Loquat Juzang, stretched out his hand to stop the man, but was still a step too slow. Just when that person rushed behind Uchiha Shizuo like a gust of wind, trying to perform some kind of ninjutsu, he suddenly felt a chill in his abdomen, as if he had been pierced by a sharp ice pick. He stared down in shock and saw that at some point, a strange object like a white branch stretched out from the girl's back and inserted straight into his abdomen. The corners of his mouth trembled slightly, as if he wanted to tell something. However, in an instant, those branches seemed to be given life, spreading crazily in his body. Along with countless spurts of scarlet blood, countless branches as white as bones broke out from his back. His body seemed to be nourished by parasitic trees, and his eyes were empty and lifeless. Countless white strips spread from Uchiha's back like a tide, forming a swirling armor that slowly and tightly wrapped her whole body, leaving only one right eye exposed. Peering through the only hole, it is a three-magatama Sheringan that exudes mysterious light. At this time, she is no longer Uchiha Shizu, but Afe. Afe glanced at the corpse behind him with disgust and complained dissatisfiedly, "You rude guy, don't you know that interrupting someone else's conversation is extremely rude? An uneducated boy like you only deserves to be treated as excrement and become fertilizer to nourish trees." Seeing Afe take down a candidate so easily, everyone was horrified and quickly retreated away from this strange creature. Kagura pursed her lips nervously and said, "If I pretend I didn't see anything, can you let me go and leave? Anyway, I won't be of any help to your next plan, right?" Faced with Kagura's suggestion, the Afe rubbed his chin with one hand as if he was really thinking about it. Within a few seconds, it answered decisively, "No. I have already reported your matter to that adult, and he is also very interested in you." After hearing its answer, Kagura, who had been tense all the time, suddenly relaxed. He stood up straight, the vigilance on his face faded, and instead showed a trace of relaxation and said to Afe, "Since there is no way out, I have no choice. In this case, let us have a good fight." Obviously, Kagura, knowing that she could not escape, had decided to fight to the death. In the stands, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been watching the battle, frowned. Because the distance was too far, he couldn't hear what was being said there. But after the girl killed Genin in Hidden Kiri village with one blow, the strange transformation scene was still visible to them. As a pacifist in Konoha, he obviously felt a little uncomfortable with this situation of candidates dying. He looked at Mizukage aside with dissatisfaction and asked, "Even if a candidate dies, won't your invigilator take any action?" If I read correctly, the one who died was Genin from Hidden Mist village. However, faced with the Hokage's questioning, Gotachibana Yagura looked unconcerned. He still maintained his posture of holding his chin with one hand and sitting cross-legged with his legs. Leisurely Kaido, "Only those who can survive death are qualified to be called ninjas. This is no house game." After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something, and pointed with one hand at Afe off the field. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a playful expression and asked, "Do you know what that is?" Faced with this problem, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only shake his head slowly. Seeing this, Guju Yagura patiently introduced him, "That's Baiju, the biological weapon left behind on the legendary creation tree. It's the best soldier in the war." Seemingly unaware of the frowns on the side of Hokage and Raikage, he asked again, "Then do you know what Baiju set off the court?" Looking at Mizukage, who clearly had something wrong in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo behind him looked at each other, and were secretly on guard. He followed the other person's words and asked, "Oh? What did he say?" After receiving the response, Goju Yagura laughed happily. He turned his head and stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen closely and said, "He said that your disciple has strange eyes, and he wants to take those eyes off and give them to that gentleman." After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something happy, and he burst out laughing. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart suddenly jumped when he heard his words. He naturally knew that they were referring to Kagura's eyes. However, he did not get angry, but continued to ask calmly, "Yeah? Then may I ask who that adult is referring to?" But before Guju Yagura could respond again, a voice suddenly came from directly above them, "He was talking about me." The moment that voice appeared, the entire stand was shrouded in a terrifying pressure. Everyone's expressions changed. They didn't expect that someone could quietly approach someone like them without being discovered. Third Raikage AI, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his eyes angrily, and the figure that was originally sitting rushed towards the roof like a huge lightning bolt. Bang! With a loud noise, he instantly smashed a big hole in the top of the stand. The smoke slowly dissipated, and the owner of the voice gradually revealed his figure. It was a tall figure, wearing a black tight-fitting combat uniform with red laminated armor on the outside. He held a huge flame fan and looked down at the people below. Under a head of thick black hair, half of the face is exposed, revealing an eternal Mangekyo Sheringan with complex patterns. To clarify, Uchiha Madara awakened to the Samsara Eye when he was old. This is also the reason why he arranged for Obito and Nagato to resurrect himself. Seeing that familiar face, the fear sleeping deep in their memories was once again awakened from the hearts of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself didn't notice that there was an unconscious tremor in his voice at this moment. "Who are you?" You are Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were filled with unconcealable trembling, and Third Raikage's expression instantly became horrified. The figure standing above did not show many signs of aging, and stood in front of everyone like a god of war. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind was in confusion. Of course he knew this legendary figure. As an early senior leader of the village, he knew that the establishment of Konoha village was inseparable from this person's efforts. Everyone knows about first Hokage Senju Hashirama, but few people know about Uchiha Madara's contribution during that period. However, didn't this person die in the battle with Lord Hashirama? I once witnessed his body being put into the mountains by second-generation Senju Tobirama. Now that there is no Senju Hashirama in the world, who can stop him? When thoughts emerged crazily in Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind, the proud figure finally focused his attention on him. After thinking for a moment, he remembered the origin of the person in front of him, and he smiled disdainfully. Are you that Sarutobi boy? Is it you who is the Hokage now? Ha, although that guy Tobirama is not lovable, he is pretty good. Why would he let you become a Hokage? Are the cages so weak nowadays? Facing Uchiha Madara's ridicule, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo didn't feel the slightest bit angry. They just stood there with solemn faces, on high alert. At this time, Mizukage Yagura, who was sitting in the middle, suddenly jumped up and came to Uchiha Madara. He lowered his head respectfully and said to Uchiha Madara with great respect, Lord Madara, all plans are in place. Three Tails is currently being raised on the beach in the southeast, waiting for your reception. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara nodded slightly, turned around and prepared to leave. At this time, Third Raikage AI finally plucked up the courage and asked, what exactly is your purpose? Why receive Three Tails? Upon hearing this question, Madara paused slightly, and her abyss-like eyes glanced over. With just one look, Raikage felt as if the person in front of him was not a person, but an invincible beast. Seeing his expression becoming more and more serious, Madara chuckled and said, don't worry, I have no interest in fighting with you. After Hashirama's death, there is no one in this world worthy of my help. Next, let him play with you. Oh, by the way, remember to keep Nine Tails well, I will pick it up personally in the future. After saying that, Madara pointed her index finger at Mizukage Yagura. She said no more, her body gradually became transparent, and she had obviously left this place. As he left, the coercion that had been shrouding the scene finally disappeared. Like drowning people, everyone finally surfaced and exhaled a heavy breath in unison. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Guju Yagura with solemn eyes and asked sternly, you actually got together with Uchiha Madara. What are you planning? As Madara left, Guju Yagura put away his respectful look and returned to his usual indifference. Kaido, you have no idea what that adult is thinking, and I have no obligation to explain it to you. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to say something else, Raikage suddenly spoke, forget it, don't talk nonsense to him. Since they, Kirigakur, don't want the Three Tails, then we do. You rush over there first, I'll quickly subdue him here, and then go over to support you. Although we may not be able to defeat that existence, we can at least hold Three Tails in place. Hearing AI's suggestion, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded non-committally. But Goju Yagura beside him laughed, looked at the two of them jokingly and said, suppress me as soon as possible and rush over? Who gave you confidence? And, having said this, he glanced behind him. Behind him stood a guard covered in clothes. Feeling his eyes, the guard sighed helplessly. A buzzing voice came from under the mask, so troublesome. When this is done, I will ask Uchiha Madara for more money. As soon as he finished speaking, his black robe suddenly exploded, and 5 monsters with masks on their heads and their bodies made of countless black blood vessels rushed out from it. This so-called guard turned out to be the mysterious Kakuzu that Madara found from nowhere. 4 of the 5 monsters suddenly rushed out in 4 different directions like lightning. They stood firmly at the 4 corners of the entire high-rise building, and the tentacle-like blood vessels turned into palms as if they were alive, forming several handprints at an alarming speed. With the completion of the seal, the entire high platform was tightly enveloped by a square purple flame barriers. Later, the 4 monster casters built a small barriers inside to protect themselves like an iron wall. This is the famous 4 purple flame formation. Seeing the purple barriers surrounding them like a dragnet, the 3 people trapped inside instantly understood the enemy's intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen and AI had a tacit understanding and lifted up the obstructive shadow-style robe. Obviously, it would be as difficult for them to even take a step here without defeating the enemy in front of them first. Danzo silently pulled out the long sword on his back, his eyes as sharp as a hawk, staring straight ahead. AI concentrated lightning-style chakra on his whole body, covering his whole body with chakra and lightning, as if he was wearing an invincible armor condensed by lightning. Rays of lightning converged on his right hand like a dragon, forming an indestructible sharp hand knife with his hand. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he directly summoned the monkey demon and transformed it into a golden cudgel, holding it tightly in his hand. On the other side, Gaji Yagura had already taken out a stick-like weapon decorated with green flowers behind him, and looked at the 3 of them as if he was facing an enemy. Beside him, the only remaining clone of Kakuzu had blood vessels all over his body, and the stretchable black lines tightly enveloped the three people below him like a black curtain. The atmosphere of the confrontation between the two sides is like the calm before the storm, becoming more and more solemn. A thrilling shadow-level battle is about to break out. On the other side, in the audience, the changes on the high platform were naturally seen by the ninjas of Kirigakure village. Seeing Master Mizukage, who was somehow trapped in the four purple flame formation, all the ninjas present didn't know what to do. Even if you want to ambush Hokage and Reikage during this exam, Mizukage-sama should inform them in advance, right? Now with such a formation, they can't go inside to provide support. At the critical moment, the bald jonin stood up. He directed the crowd and said, "Everyone, Shinin and below, quickly evacuate the people here." I went there first to observe the situation, and the other jonin immediately went to the village to gather all the jonin who were still in the village and brought them to the scene. If you hear me clearly, please move quickly. After everyone was stunned for a moment, they finally heard his instructions clearly and everyone quickly dispersed. After several flashes, the bald examiner came to the four purple flame formation. Looking at the three film-level bosses confronting each other through the purple flame screen, he felt panic in his heart. "Mizukage-sama, why are you doing this? If we declare war on the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Thunder at the same time, our Kingdom of Water may only be destroyed." In the arena, with the changes in the stands in the distance, and the order of the bald examiner, these candidates who didn't know what was going on could only look around blankly, and around them came the sounds of people fleeing. Only Afei, as if he didn't notice anything strange, was still staring leisurely at Kagura and others in front of him. Looking up at the huge square formation over there, it said, "It seems that Madara-sama's plan has already begun, so I don't have much time left here. So, can you just follow me?" Kagura didn't respond, but a translucent steam suddenly appeared on her body. As the steam surged up, his hair stood up, his face turned an unnatural red color, and several blue electric lights appeared on his body at the same time. He actually directly opened the sixth gate of view, and activated the Chidori flow at the same time. You must know that with his current physique, opening the sixth gate rashly will face huge consequences. This also shows that he regards Afei in front of him as his strongest opponent since time travel, and is ready to fight to the death. Aware of Kagura's movements, the three people around him also made a fighting stance at the same time, standing firmly beside him. Looking at Kagura's firm gaze, a trace of regret flashed in Afei's eyes, and he murmured to himself, "It's a pity." The next second, without seeing any movement from him, the ground suddenly shattered in front of him, and a huge black shadow emerged from the ground. In just a few seconds, the huge black shadow completely appeared in front of everyone. This is a huge Buddha statue with countless giant arms. What is noticeable is that there are 5 small Buddha heads on the big head of the Buddha statue. This is Fei's unique ninjutsu with style wooden golem technique. In the original drama, this technique was actually a ninjutsu that Fei could only use after possessing Yamato, but here it has been modified to meet the needs of the plot. After all, there are too few subordinates suitable for Uchiha Madara in this timeline, so we can't let the big boss fight the protagonist directly now. Afei jumped and stood directly on top of the giant Buddha, looking down at everyone. Looking at the huge Buddha statue tens of meters high in front of me, I felt a sense of oppression. At this time, except for Genin of Kirigakure, who was hesitant because he still didn't know what happened, Toshiro had already arrived at Kagura's side. After all, Reikage and Hokage can be vaguely seen on the high platform and the distance fighting side by side. At least now Konoha is a teammate on his own side. He whispered to Kagura, "Now how to do." Kagura's eyes were fixed on the huge Buddha statue and she spoke, "Kaido, let your weak companions quickly find a place to hide. And if you want to survive, you must fully cooperate with me." Before they could finish speaking, the giant Buddha in front of them suddenly moved. The countless arms slowly lifted up, and then rushed towards them as quickly as lightning. Fortunately, the 5 people gathered at this time were not mediocre. A few black shadows flashed past and disappeared instantly before the arm was smashed down. However, the giant Buddha's agility obviously exceeded everyone's imagination. I saw that as the giant Buddha's eyes moved, the countless arms followed the black shadows and waved rapidly. With loud bangs hitting the ground, countless dust rose up in the arena. Loquat Juzang, who was watching all this from afar, pursed his lips tightly. The companion on the side asked in surprise, "Don't we need to do something?" Loquat Juzang shook his head and looked towards the high platform in the distance. At this time, several shadow-level experts over there were already fighting fiercely, and there were waves of deafening roars. According to Master Mizukage's situation, we should assist the white monster to attack Kagura and others at this time. However, Afei's previous words gave him some other ideas, so he now chose to wait and see. In the middle of the arena, the giant Buddha is like a tireless fighting machine. A full 5 minutes have passed, and the continuous attacks have not changed at all, and they have always maintained a high-frequency hitting speed. This made everyone who kept dodging gradually begin to feel a little powerless. Except for Kagura, who had opened 8 gates Dungia, the speed of the other 4 people had obviously slowed down. Finally, Tsunade's flaw was exposed because she stepped on gravel during a dodge. How could the giant Buddha miss this rare opportunity? Several arms swung at Tsunade from different directions like a gust of wind. Knowing that she had no way to escape, Tsunade also gave up dodging. She held her head in her hands, and all the chakra in her body gathered on her arms. It seemed that she wanted to protect her head and receive the blow forcefully. Just when those giant arms were about to hit her, Kagura, wrapped in strong air waves, finally arrived in front of her. At this time, seeing Kagura standing up in front of him, the giant Buddha made a quick decision and gave up on the others. After a brief pause, countless arms changed their directions at the same time, and smashed towards the two of them like a mountain crushing an egg. Looking at the countless giant fists as big as houses in front of her, Kagura didn't have the slightest fear on her face. He clenched his fists, and veins popped out on his arms. As he roared, Kagura's fists swung forward like a phantom. The lightning-fast punching speed caused his fist to rub violently with the air, igniting blazing flames. The flames bursting out from the fist dyed the entire space red, as bright as the rising sun, and as dazzling as a peacock spreading its wings. This is exactly the kind of physical technique that can only be performed after opening the sixth gate, Chao Peacock. Countless flames were like peacocks spreading their tails, hitting the seemingly invincible countless giant arms. At the moment when the two sides collided, the entire area seemed to have been pressed on the pause button, and the originally noisy battle instantly became silent. But the dead silence didn't last long. Just a second later, on those giant arms that were as thick as towering trees, traces of cracks extended from the front to the end like spider webs. Boom! With an earth-shattering loud noise, the countless giant arms began to collapse from the front like dominoes being pushed down. The countless flames were like floods bursting through embankments, breaking through numerous obstacles and crashing violently into the huge body of the Buddha statue. As deafening explosions sounded one after another, countless wood chips and smoke emerged from the giant Buddha like a volcanic eruption. This powerful attack lasted for nearly 10 seconds, and the entire huge Buddha statue was shrouded in smoke. Kagura was a little exhausted after unleashing this all-out blow. He knelt on one knee, panting, staring at the smoke while anxiously waiting for the final result. However, the dust mist had not dissipated yet, and 5 colorful Madara lights suddenly shone in the dust mist. At this time, Kagura finally remembered something. His eyes were filled with fear, and he shouted loudly, "Toshiro! If you don't take action, we will be finished." Seeing those lights of different colors, Toshiro felt a little uneasy in his heart. He bit his lip and rushed to Kagura without hesitation. After quickly forming the seal, he slapped the ground hard. A towering earth wall rises from the ground like a giant. But it wasn't over yet. His mouth bulged and he spit out a piece of light yellow film towards the earth wall in front. This is a flexible protective film formed by Toshiro converting the chakra in his body into rubber and spraying it out from his mouth. It is also his unique ninjutsu, lava-style Gomobi. He used this technique to reinforce the earth-style wall in front of him, building a solid line of defense for them. As for Jiraiya and Orochimaru, as early as when Kagura shouted that sentence, they rushed towards this side with wit. On the other side, as the smoke dissipated, everyone finally saw clearly the true face of those lights. I saw that the mouths of the 5 small heads on the big head of the Buddha statue had been opened, and the 5 rays of light were the attacks brewing in their mouths. This is another attack method of the giant Buddha, which can spit out ninjutsu with 5 different attributes: fire, thunder, water, earth, and wind. The moment Toshiro completed his defense, the 5 rays of light reached their peak. As the corners of the mouths of the 5 small Buddha statues moved slightly, ninjutsu with 5 attributes spurted out towards the earthen wall in front of Kagura. The 5 attacks merged into a giant stream in mid-air, hitting the small earth wall like a sea tide. Toshiro's lava style is actually a fusion of earth style and fire style. Unlike Four Tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi, who also has lava style, Lao Zi's lava style is more of a fire attribute, so its attack power is stronger. But Toshiro's lava style is more earth style, so the display of ninjutsu should be more defensive. That seemingly insignificant earth wall, when faced with the attack of the torrent of 5 ninjutsu, was like an iron sluice, steadily resisting the impact of the torrent. After nearly half a minute of confrontation, the light gradually faded away. At this time, the protective film on the surface of the earth wall had already disappeared under the impact, and even the earth wall looked pitted. Obviously, if that attack can last for a few more seconds, then this defense may not be able to hold on. However, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the mouths of the 5 small Buddha heads lit up with light again, and they were actually preparing to launch a second attack. Seeing this scene, Toshiro's face showed a trace of despair. He turned to look at Kagura helplessly and said, "Either you show your trump cards, or you take me and run away. I really can't resist this time." He is still just a genin, not a pervert like Kagura. Just 2 seemingly simple ninjutsu had almost exhausted his chakra, and he really couldn't use it a second time in a short time. Kagura ignored him, but turned to the other 3 and nodded. After many years of teaming up, the tacit understanding between them is already needless to say. With just one look, the 3 of them instantly understood what Kagura meant. At that moment, they no longer hesitated. The three of them bit their thumbs at the same time, scratched their thumbs, and then slapped them hard on the ground. With three huge puffs of smoke, three behemoths appeared on the battlefield. At this moment, the name Sunin will appear in this world early. As the three streaks of smoke dissipated, three behemoths appeared on the battlefield. Three seemingly thin figures are standing above the heads of these giant beasts. These three giant beasts are none other than Jireiya's Gamabunta, Orochimaru's Banja, and Tsunade's Katsuyu. Looking at the three companions standing above the psychic beast, Kagura's eyes were full of envy. Sure enough, in terms of the popularity of the appearance, this kind of psychic beast's appearance is still needed. But then he thought of his own egg, and the fiery gaze in his eyes instantly became cold. If you were to appear standing on an egg, then forget it, just go and fight honestly, we won't do these bells and whistles. Kagura complained with jealousy in her heart. On the battlefield, looking at the 10,000 snakes beside him who kept sticking out their tongues, Gamabunta yelled slightly unhappily, Jiraiya, you stinky boy, didn't I tell you not to come out to Lao Zi while the stinky snake is around? Did you turn a deaf ear to my words? Believe it or not, if you summon me next time, I will appear directly on top of your head. After hearing this, Jiraiya lay helplessly on top of its head and explained, brother, everything happens for a reason. Just look at the current situation and then talk about it. After hearing this, Gamabunta noticed the huge Buddha statue in front of him. The huge eyes couldn't help but narrowed, and his arms subconsciously placed on the short sword at his waist. Wanshi beside him was about to speak, but when he heard the prompt and saw the enemy in front of him, he also bent his body in a defensive posture. Tsunade gently stroked Katsuyu below and asked, I'm going to trouble you again. On the other side, after seeing these three summoned objects that were not much smaller than himself, the Buddha was obviously stunned, and the 5 rays of light slowly extinguished. Obviously Afei didn't expect that the 3 people who were obviously just genin could have such a level of psychic beast. It rolled its eyes, and then activated chakra, and the arms on the giant Buddha that had been defeated by Kagura's blow grew back. But if you look carefully, you'll find that the number of arms grown this time is obviously much less than the original ones. This is also a sad place for Afei, as a product left over from the ancient sacred tree, Baiju is actually very fragile. In fact, even in the original plot, if it were not for the support of Senju Hashirama's cell technology in the later period, the 100,000 White Zetsu would not have been able to appear on the battlefield alone during the Fourth Ninja War. As for Afei, although he is a special one, in essence, he is just a White Zetsu. The performance of ninjutsu like this relies more on the chakra of the possessed body for support. And the body it is possessing now, that Uchiha Shizu, is only in her early teens after all, so how much chakra can there be in her body for it to squander? In fact, in its original plan, it could only drive the giant Buddha to perform such a 5 ninjutsu attack once more. It's just the current unexpected situation that made it make temporary changes. Before it could think too much, the 3 giant beasts on the opposite side had already taken action first. The body of the Katsuyu under Tsunade's feet surged, and a stream of green liquid suddenly spurted out from its mouth and shot towards it. Afei quickly controlled the giant Buddha to protect its body with its arms. However, when the liquid touched its arms, a stinging sound was heard. Those liquids were obviously some strong acid secretions. After touching its arms, they corroded those arms at an extremely fast speed. In just a few seconds, the arms that had just grown back were corroded into disgrace. At this moment, a huge black shadow quickly swam over from the ground, and a huge long body wrapped around it like thunder. It was Wanshi, who was watching eagerly from the side, who saw the giant Buddha showing a flaw and rushed over in time. As Wanshi's body gradually shrank, a crunching sound that made people feel toothache came from the giant Buddha. Seeing this, Gamabunta stopped talking nonsense and took out the short sword from his waist. With its jump, the huge body instantly arrived in front of the giant Buddha controlled by 10,000 snakes. With a flash of cold light, it waved the short blade and slashed hard at the giant Buddha's head. It's just that for some reason, the position of the blade slash is deviated to a certain extent. According to its route, it will cut off the heads of the giant Buddha and the 10,000 snakes behind it. Whoosh! With a sharp cutting sound, the giant Buddha's head flew out. Wanshi, who was behind him, seemed to be aware of the danger. Before slashing the short sword towards him, he lowered his head in time to avoid the attack. Cut! When Gamabunta, who was still in the air, saw the scene, he secretly clicked his tongue in displeasure. As it landed, it leisurely inserted the knife back into its sheath as if nothing had happened. Wanshi, who had escaped the disaster, decided not to do anything anymore. It raised its pupils and said fiercely, "Damn toad, did you do this on purpose?" Faced with its question, Gamabunta took a puff of the pipe in one hand and dug out earwax with his little finger in the other hand. Kaido, la la la, you must have evidence when you speak. What do you mean I did it on purpose? Some accidents are inevitable in battles you. After hearing his answer, Wanshi was furious and stood up in anger. However, before they could continue to quarrel, with 2 bang, bang sounds, Gamabunta and Wanshi suddenly disappeared. It was Jiraiya and Orochimaru who were familiar with their characters who lifted the summons in time, otherwise a war would have been inevitable. "It's not over yet," Kagura, who had been standing by the side, shouted, and with the Chidori that had been prepared in his hand, he rushed towards the direction where the giant Buddha's head fell. Bang! As the head fell, Afei fell to the ground in a panic. But before he could stand firm, Kagura's figure like the god of war appeared in its eyes. Facing this obviously unavoidable blow, Afei knew that he had no way to resist. Just when Kagura was about to rush in front of him, it unfolded the swirling armor covering Uchiha Shizu's head. Uchiha Jing's weak and thin face was revealed, and she said with a slight cry, "Brother Kagura, save me." It was Afei who planned to use host to blackmail Kagura at the last moment. But what it didn't expect was that when faced with this scene, Kagura not only did not stop, but its speed actually increased a bit faster. In Afei's disbelieving eyes, Kagura's right hand holding Chidori defeated the pale armor without any hindrance and passed through its chest. Blood continued to flow along the arm, slowly dripping from the palm that penetrated its body. Afei looked at Kagura in front of him in shock and cursed, "Holy shit, are you going to be so heartless?" But when faced with its questioning, Kagura looked like a fool. Not to mention that Lao Ztm doesn't even know this Uchiha Shizun. Even if he did, at this time, who would be deceived by such a trick? "You are almost dead. Why do you do this to me?" Just when he took out the arm stuck in the enemy's chest, he was preparing to directly kill the enemy in front of him with the next blow. A huge, earth-shaking roar of a giant beast came from a distance. This sound immediately stopped everyone present, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. The direction from which the sound came was exactly from the southeast. Hearing the huge roar that seemed to come from the horizon, Kagura's heart suddenly thought of something. That's the southeast, where Three Tails is, so Uchiha Madara has already succeeded? Although he did not hear the previous conversation on the high platform, Kagura, who had long known the location of Three Tails, naturally also knew its location. Sure enough, just a few seconds after the roar, he heard a message from the system announcing that the mission had failed. One thing to say, among the 3 tasks issued by the system, Kagura personally thinks that the one with the most rewards is the task of preventing Uchiha Madara from taking Three Tails away. The reward for opening the Three Tails training system in advance is okay, but the most important thing is the reward that can directly increase the proficiency of the eye technique and enter the next stage. Only he knows how difficult Sharingan's upgrade is. No wonder most of the Uchiha tribesmen in the original book rely on killing their close friends to activate Mangekyo Sharingan by stimulating their brain emotions. But he also knew very well that among the 3 tasks, this one was the most difficult and almost impossible to complete. After all, if you do this mission, it means that the enemy you will face is the Uchiha Madara. He knows his own strength very well. For him now, if he meets Uchiha Madara, it will be the same as delivering food. After thinking about it, Kagura no longer thought about Three Tails things, but turned her attention back to herself. I saw that the big hole in Afei's chest that he had stabbed was no longer bleeding. The white branches from Afei's body had been filled in, acting as flesh and blood. This is also one of the characteristics of Baizetsu. Although this kind of creature has its fragile side, when they possess other people, they can play the role of 1 + 1 greater than 2. This super self-healing ability is one of them. However, this recovery also greatly consumed Afei's energy. At this time, it looked weak and could only barely support itself from falling, and forced itself to stand in front of Kagura. He clenched his fist and unclenched it again, and the newly extinguished thunderlight gathered in the palm of his right hand again. Looking at the bloody face of Uchiha, Kagura had already decided that the next blow would directly crush the enemy's head. This was not because Kagura was cold-blooded and insisted on killing the innocent tribesman, but because he had no choice now. In fact, he tried to use distinguished heavenly gods or Tsukuyomi to control ABI from the beginning, so that he could later find a way to separate it from Uchiha Shizu. But I don't know if it's because Uchiha Shizuya possesses Sharingan, or because of ABI's own characteristics. Kagura's previously invincible genjutsu actually had no effect on Fei. Based on the concept that being kind to the enemy is cruel to oneself, Kagura can only choose to directly kill the enemy in front of her. Under ABI's slightly helpless eyes, Kagura raised her right hand and was about to kill the opponent with Chidori. A tall figure loomed over Kagura. At that moment, Kagura felt like she had fallen into an ice cellar, with the blood all over her body coagulated and unable to move at all. The Chidori in his hand was instantly extinguished. Kagura used all his strength to turn his head and look behind him. An eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with complicated patterns appeared in front of him. That man had long black hair and exuded a ruthless and cold temperament. He was none other than the returning Uchiha Madara. Just one eye that was exposed was like an endless abyss, causing everyone who looked directly at him to be inexplicably frozen. He first looked at Kagura in front of him, and then looked at Afei behind him. After a slight pause, he finally said, "Is this the Uchiha child you're talking about? Well, it's really good. But we don't have time, let's go." With that said, he walked directly past Kagura and lifted the weak Afei with one hand. Just as their bodies gradually faded away and they were about to leave, he turned back to look at Kagura and said, "Son, we will have the opportunity to meet again in the future." After saying that, the two figures completely disappeared into the air. Since Madara appeared, it was like Kagura was immobilized. It wasn't until the person disappeared that he finally collapsed on the ground. He gasped for breath while looking in horror at the direction in which the man disappeared. His instinct told him that if he hadn't thought that he was from Uchiha, he would have turned into a corpse with just a wave of his hand. At this time, the body that had reached its limit also released the 8 Gates armor in time, and he lay helpless on the ground. There is still a huge gap between me and these top experts. Tsunade and others, who had been paying attention to Kagura, finally rushed to his side at this time. Seeing Kagura lying on the ground unable to move, Tsunade shed tears anxiously. They were too far away just now, and they just saw a tall figure suddenly appear, and then suddenly disappear with the man named Afei. I didn't know what happened specifically. When I saw Kagura collapsed, I thought he had suffered some terrible injury. Fortunately, Kagura was just tired at this time and did not lose consciousness. He looked at the crying Tsunade in front of him and comforted him softly. "Don't worry, this is because of the sequelae of turning on the 8 Gates Dungia, and I didn't suffer any fatal injuries. Even Kai in the original plot will fall into a state of paralysis and cannot move after opening the 6th door. What's more, Kagura's body has not reached the point where he can master the 6th gate. At this time, his sequelae are more severe than Kai's. Fortunately, compared to the discomfort of being sore all over his body before, Kagura just lost consciousness due to muscle paralysis at this time, but he did not feel much pain." After hearing Kagura's explanation, Tsunade immediately wiped away her tears, but immediately used a healing technique on him to at least make his numbness dissipate as soon as possible. At this time, Toshiro also brought his group of companions from Cloud Hidden Village to Kagura. Seeing them, Kagura rolled her eyes and said to him, "You and your companions, hold my hand, quickly." Although there were some doubts in their hearts, Toshiro and others still did as he was told. Just as they held Kagura's hand, their expressions changed, because at this time, they could feel that their chakra was being continuously sucked into Kagura's body through the position of shaking hands. This is another B-level ninjutsu that Kagura obtained from the system, chakra. In fact, if the absorption speed of this ninjutsu is too slow, there is also the necessary condition of physical contact. Kagura believes that the value of this ninjutsu far exceeds the B-level positioning. Compared with the star-absorbing technique she knew in her previous life, it is a very practical ninjutsu. Although he didn't seem to use much ninjutsu in this battle, the essence of 8 Gates Dungia is to exude a large amount of chakra by stimulating the body, thereby obtaining physical skills far beyond ordinary. So now, the chakra in his body has been basically exhausted and is in urgent need of replenishment. Of course, there are still 2 tailed beasts in his body. But don't forget, there are still several movie-level people on site. If he really dares to use the energy of those tailed beasts now, let alone how he will explain it to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo after he goes back. Just say that Uchiha Madara, who was obviously collecting tailed beasts, might come back and take him away directly. Therefore, at this time, he can only find people like today to help replenish chakra. Looking at Toshiro's questioning expression, Kagura explained sincerely, "Sorry, could you please act as a power bank? Power bank?" Facing Kagura's explanation, Toshiro felt that he had more doubts. Kagura ignored him, but closed her eyes and began to absorb faster. Because he knew very well that this crisis was not over yet. On the contrary, the biggest crisis has just begun. At this moment, the candidates from Kirigakure village, headed by Loquat Juzang, stood in front of them at some point. Looking at Kagura lying on the ground in front of him, a dangerous look flashed in Loquat Juzang's eyes. Although I don't know exactly what happened in this exam, no matter from the perspective of the exam, or from the perspective of my own Mizukage-sama on the stage, it seems that I and others should take action against these people. But Loquat Juzang has always been a very self-aware person, and his intuition told him that things may not be as simple as they appear on the surface. So when Kagura and others were dueling with Afei, he suppressed everyone's impulse to take action and hid aside to watch coldly. In the end, it wasn't until he saw the powerful Kagura falling to the ground that he came closer and had other ideas. Seeing him approaching, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who had been on guard, immediately stood in front of him. Loquat Juzang frowned. Just when the atmosphere of the confrontation between the two sides became increasingly tense and they were about to take action against each other, Kagura, who had been resting with his eyes closed, spoke up. He opened his Sharingan eyes, looked at the leader, Loquat Juzo, and said, "I advise you to give up your unrealistic thoughts. You should know very well that even if I can't move my body, you can't kill us with my eyes alone. What's more, my companions are not something that the genin around you can resist." After a pause, seeing Loquat Juzang's thoughtful expression, Kagura continued, "You should have noticed that your Mizukage-sama is a little different from usual. Give me some time and I will try to solve this problem. No matter what happens, this is your territory. If your Mizukage-sama is determined to destroy us in the end, wouldn't it be easier to just send Jonin to encircle and suppress us? Why do you need to risk yourself? Hearing this, although Loquat Juzang didn't say anything, he finally chose to lead everyone to slowly retreat from here. 10 minutes later, with the help of Tsunade's healing technique, Kagura felt that the numb muscles gradually regained consciousness. With a little effort, he finally sat up. Beside him, 2 Shiro and 3 genin from Union Village were lying on the ground. These power banks have obviously been sucked dry by him and have lost their mobility. After instructing Tsunade and the others to protect Toshiro and the others, Kagura stood up and looked at the high platform shrouded in purple flames. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and he immediately set off and rushed over there. On the high platform, the battle between these shadow-level warriors seemed smaller than the formation on Kagura's side. In front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, 3 people like them were standing. It's just that these people are more like faded fakes, obviously different from the real person. It is the phantom created by Godokibana Yagura water-style water mirror jutsu. These phantoms can use the same ninjutsu as their opponents and have the same power, making them very tricky. Reikage unhappily broke off a piece of coral from his body, with a trace of anger clearly in his eyes. This is the coral palm of Goju Yagura. Coral will grow on the body parts hit by his palm. This technique is extremely destructive to taijutsu ninjas, but for AI, who has the strongest shield, this kind of attack can't really hurt him. It's just that he, who is irritable by nature, obviously cannot accept this situation of being beaten all the time. He looked at Goju Yagura not far away and said with dissatisfaction, "How about killing him directly?" No, Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him decisively rejected it. In fact, even though Goju Yagura, who has not yet become a Jinchuriki, is at the cage level, his strength is only relatively low. If it were a real fight for their lives, it would be absolutely impossible for him and Kakuzu, who is only 1/5 of his strength, to resist the 3 of them. The reason why the battle is going on till now is because Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others have not shown their true strength to fight at all. After all, Goju Yagura is the Mizukage of Kirigakure village no matter what. If they really kill Mizukage here, then it can be foreseen that the newly peaceful continent will start a second ninja war. But Reikage AI is not a person with well-developed limbs and simple mind. He certainly knows what Sarutobi Hiruzen is worried about. But through the purple flame curtain, he could already see that many jonin from Kirigakure village had gathered outside the barriers. The flame curtain at this time was not so much trapping them as it was protecting them. Although he is very confident in his own strength, there is still a certain gap between him now and the peak strength and the original work that can block 10,000 people with one. If faced with an attack by jonin who had gathered the entire village, he was not sure he would be able to break out of the encirclement. Dang! There was a sound of swords, and after Danzo and the monster transformed by Kakuzu struck each other, they retreated to their side. As the weakest among the 3, he has been responsible for fighting Kakuzu from the beginning of the battle. At this time, he had also begun to pant. He took a deep breath and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "When necessary, you should seize the opportunity to escape by yourself. You cannot die here now." Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally understood the meaning of his words, so he neither nodded nor refused on the spot. On the other side, the Kakuzu wearing a red mask floated next to Goju Yagura. He raised his masked head slightly and looked into the distance to the southeast. Then, a hoarse, inhuman voice came from the mask. "Nearly 20 minutes have passed since that roar. Calculating the time, it seems that Madara should have taken 3 tails away from here. My work is over and it is time to leave." Hearing his words, Goju Yagura nodded in agreement. He looked at the crowd of jonin and Kaido gathered outside the seal. "You go, my people are here too. Don't worry, I will follow the adult's instructions and try my best to keep these people here." "Oh, I don't care about this," Kakuzu said mockingly, and then quickly flew out behind him. Seeing the direction in which the monster was traveling, Sarutobi Hiruzen shrank his eyes and suddenly reminded him, "Everyone, be careful, that monster is about to break the seal." As soon as he finished speaking, the square purple flame curtain started from the top of his head and gradually began to melt. In just a few seconds, the huge 4 purple flame formation disappeared as if it had never appeared. 5 black threads gathered together and reunited into one person. This man was covered in a huge black robe, wearing a tight black hat on his head, and a black mask underneath, completely covering his appearance. The only thing revealed was a pair of green eyes that revealed cruelty and indifference. He glanced at the gathered Kirigakure jonin below, chuckled and said, "Go help your Mizukage-sama." After saying that, he flew straight away into the distance. All the jonin looked at each other, and finally everyone turned their attention to the person gathering at the front, the bald examiner. The bald examiner gritted his teeth and finally ordered, "Go to Mizukage-sama first, and at least ensure Mizukage-sama's safety." After receiving the instruction, everyone nodded and rushed towards the direction of Mizukage Goju Yagura with him. However, just when everyone was about to leave, a blue lightning suddenly passed through the middle of them and rushed towards the battlefield over there at lightning speed. Seeing the familiar blue lightning, the bald examiner narrowed his eyes and murmured, "It's him? But what can he do now?" On the other side, just as the flame curtain melted away, Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly stunned. After a moment, he said to the third-generation Thunder Ninja, "Can you help me resist those Jonin for 30 seconds? I'm in charge of Mizu Cage. Trust me, I have a way to get us out of here safely." Although he didn't know what idea Sarutobi Hiruzen had in mind, AI finally nodded and agreed to his suggestion. The next second, there was a loud thunder all over his body, and he turned into a bolt of lightning and struck the 3 clones made of Citrus Yagura ninjutsu in front of him. Those clones are like fragile mirrors, which will break into pieces if they are struck by AI. After doing this, AI left here. Seeing AI's leaving figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then he said to Danzo next to him, "You and we have to find a way to restrain Gaji Yagura for at least 10 seconds. Although Danzo frowned, he still raised the long sword in his hand for his trust in his old friend. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked calm at this time, was full of doubts in his heart. Just now, when the seal was lifted, a voice came into his eyes. He was familiar with that voice, because it was the voice of his beloved disciple, Kagura. Just as the flames melted away, Kagura's voice came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears. "Sarutobi-sensei, Mizu Cage Yagura was controlled by Uchiha Madara using Genjutsu. Find a way to suppress him. I have a way to release this control." Obviously, Kagura had already arrived outside the seal in advance at this time, ready to help Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others solve the most fundamental problem. In Kagura's view, on the one hand, he can take the opportunity to complete his mission. On the other hand, it is also for myself and others to leave the Kingdom of Water safely. Just when the mission first appeared, Kagura had a question in her mind: why did Uchiha Madara choose such a day to rob the tailed beast? You must know that since the 3 tails has been released from the seal, with Uchiha Madara's ability, he can directly control the tailed beast and take it away without anyone noticing. Why did he have to appear in front of the 3 shadows and tell everyone his purpose before leaving? Madara is not the kind of brainless villain who insists on doing cool things. However, after thinking carefully, he finally figured it out. Uchiha Madara didn't appear incidentally during the process of plundering the tailed beasts. In fact, it should be the other way around. He deliberately chose this time to appear. I deliberately chose this occasion where the 3 countries would jointly take the high school entrance examination and all the Cage would be present. By controlling the organizer Mizu Cage, I took the initiative to attack the Hokage and Reikage of Konoha and Kirigakure village. Anyway, no matter which one of the last 3 shadows dies, it will undoubtedly trigger a new war in this continent that has only been peaceful for a few years. Although it is unknown why Uchiha Madara started collecting these tailed beasts in advance, there is no doubt that the 5 countries in war will make it easier for him to plunder tailed beasts than the 5 countries in peace. You must know that although Madara is very strong, he is only one person after all, and it is impossible for him to push through countries one by one. If he really had this power, he wouldn't need the help of those weird Gadu statues. So in Madara's plan, how to use Mizu Cage to destroy other people on the scene and trigger a huge war is the real thing. Controlling 3 tails to leave is actually just a smooth action. After figuring this out, Mizu Cage Yagura's next behavior can be judged. Once the seal is lifted, he will definitely gather all the power of Kirigakure village to kill the 2 Cage, himself and others here. This was the biggest crisis he faced in the Chunin exam. Helping Gaji Yagura escape from the control of the illusion is the only choice for him to escape from this crisis. Kagura, who had figured this out a long time ago, started to restore his chakra through those people in Tashiro in advance during the period of physical paralysis. After all, he was about to stand in front of these shadow-level powerhouses, and it was impossible to activate the power of the tailed beast in his body. After his body gained some mobility, he rushed directly to the seal. Perhaps it was because he was far away, or perhaps because the Jonin's attention was drawn to the battle on the high platform. Kagura was forced to hide in front of a bunch of Jonin for nearly a few minutes. Just as the flames began to melt away, he immediately sent a message to Sarutobi Hiruzen and activated Chidori. While the group of Jonin were still hesitating, he transformed into lightning and rushed in from among the Jonin. AI, who had just arrived here, looked at the lightning that passed him and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He was also good at lightning style, and with just a glance, he roughly guessed some of the principles of Kagura's Chidori move. If it weren't for the glance when the 2 passed by, AI could clearly see the forehead protector with the Konoha symbol on Kagura's head. With AI's skills, he is sure to be able to directly stop Kagura in that state. Konoha seems to have produced some incredible geniuses. AI General murmured while looking at the Jonin in front of him. At this time, his shirt had already been damaged in the previous battle, revealing muscles as strong as stones. At this time, he had not yet had the embarrassing incident of being injured by his own moves, so there was no scar on his chest, and his body was as perfect as a bodybuilder's. He showed a bloody smile to those Jonin, and said with the corners of his mouth turned up, "Boys, my mission is to stop you for 1 minute. You just stand there obediently and wait for this minute to pass. Or do you want to come directly and compete with me?" As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and the exposed chakra knife drew a straight line on the ground. He pointed to the line on the sole of his foot and continued, "But let me say something ugly up front. Anyone who crosses this line will live or die. I won't hold back on you. I have to say, this Reikage is really an honest person. Obviously Sarutobi Hiruzen only told him to resist for 30 seconds, but he seemed to be afraid that this was not enough time, so he insisted on saying it for 1 minute. The Jonin on the opposite side were frozen in place by his overwhelming aura. But since they can become Jonin, these are ruthless people who have experienced countless life and death battles. The leading bald examiner had a gloomy face and made a decision in just 1 second. Without further ado, he rushed towards Reikage in front of him. Under his leadership, the people behind him rushed forward without hesitation. Looking at the people rushing towards him, Reikage AI excitedly clicked his fingers and muttered, "Damn, I can finally have a good fight this time." On the other side, after looking at each other, Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi stopped, and they rushed towards Mizukage Yagura in front of them, one on the left and the other on the right. Seeing the two men attacking, Goja Yagura still had a calm look on his face. His attention was mainly focused on the direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In his opinion, the only person who could cause harm to him was the Hokage. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen holding the Vidro wishful stick high, he decisively picked up his stick-like weapon and smashed it when the sound of weapons clashing sounded, but to Goja Yagura's surprise, the seemingly ferocious Vidra Ruyi stick did not have the expected huge power. On the contrary, the weapon didn't have much power at all, and he just knocked it away from Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand with just one blow. On the other side, Danzo's attack also came as promised. Facing Danzo's long sword, his response seemed much simpler. He just turned slightly to dodge. At the same time, Goja Yagura's left hand enveloped a green chakra and slapped Danzo fiercely. In the previous battle, Danzo naturally knew that this was the coral palm of Goja Yagura. That's the ninjutsu that causes coral to grow on any part of the body hit by the palm of the hand. However, in the surprised eyes of Goja Yagura, Danzo did not dodge in the face of this blow, and directly resisted it with his chest raised. After forcibly resisting the move of coral palm, Danzo grinned and hugged Goja Yagura with both hands. Before Goja Yagura could react, Danzo took a deep breath and sprayed a high-pressure wind ball at Goja Yagura, who was very close at hand. It is Danzo's ninjutsu, Wind Release, Vacuum Dayama. Facing this sudden blow, Goja Yagura only had time to protect his head with his right hand holding the weapon. But this single blow to the Vacuum Dayama was like a rocket launcher, instantly sending Goja Yagura's entire body flying away. Danzo, who had used this blow, felt uncomfortable. At this time, a huge coral appeared on his chest. The roots of the coral were connected to his flesh and blood. Judging from his painful appearance, this move was definitely not uncomfortable. While Goja Yagura's body was still flying in the air, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly appeared in front of him. At this time, he had already finished forming the seal in his hand, and he sprayed out a violent flame at the person in front of him who was unable to move. It is the secret fire-style ninjutsu passed down from generation to generation by the Sarutobi clan, fire-style, the art of fire. Facing the flames whose temperature could incinerate almost everything, Goja Yagura had no choice but to raise the tall weapon in his hand to block it in front of him. His thin body was instantly submerged by the flames, falling rapidly towards the ground in the direction of the flames. Boom! That ninjutsu was like a curtain of fire, dyeing the entire space red. After being shot down, Goja Yagura curled up into a ball and squatted on the ground, resisting in a panic. Fortunately, this ninjutsu only lasted for a few seconds and then disappeared. Just when Goja Yagura raised his head and was about to launch a counterattack, a cage made of golden hoops suddenly appeared from the ground and trapped him in it. It was ninjutsu, the Vedra prison wall, activated by Hiruzen Sarutobi's psychic beast, the monkey demon. Goja Yagura never thought that Hiruzen Sarutobi's weapons were self-aware. The previous being knocked away was just for the ambush at this moment. Seeing Goja Yagura finally being imprisoned, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo also breathed a sigh of relief silently. There was not much fear on Goja Yagura's face. He looked around, and then said disdainfully, "You don't really think this thing can trap me, do you?" However, before Sarutobi Hiruzen could speak, as a bolt of lightning appeared, a voice came from far to near, "He doesn't need to trap you for long." The figure flashed, and a figure appeared in front of the cage. The visitor was none other than Kagura, who had come all the way. He smiled and nodded to Sarutobi Hiruzen, then looked at the Tangerine Yagura inside and continued, "He only needs to trap you until I arrive, because then I will knock you down." Scare. As if hearing a joke, Goja Yagura looked up and down at Genin in front of him and said contemptuously, "Just you?" "Yes, just me." Facing his contempt, Kagura did not waver at all. The next second, a sentence that seemed familiar to both Danzo and Goja Yagura came out of his mouth, "Look into my eyes." The real Goja Yagura felt desolate in her heart at this time. He used to be proud, and facts have proven that he is indeed worthy of pride. Although he was appointed at a critical moment, he did become Mizukage, the position that represents the highest power in Kirigakure village. Unlike his predecessor, who seemed to be a careless fighting maniac, he is committed to taking Kirigakure village to a new level after becoming Mizukage. so not long after he became Mizukage, he started a series of reforms of his own. Despite the opposition of the village's senior officials, he freed 3 tails from the seal. Although a suitable Jinchuriki has not yet been found, he proved that tailed beasts can be tamed. At least the 3 tails, which looked like a tortoise, had stayed peacefully in the place he had prepared for it since it was liberated, and did not bring disaster to the village. In fact, he has already made a decision in his mind. If he still cannot find a suitable Jinchuriki within 10 years, then he will become a Jinchuriki himself. As an island country far away from the mainland, the water country is both lucky and unfortunate. Fortunately, they can always stay away from war easily. Unfortunately, due to this safe environment, Kirigakure is significantly weaker than other countries in cultivating the next generation. So in order to encourage the young people in the village, he gathered the 7 ninja swords that had been handed down in the village for a long time, and specially selected 7 people from those elite genin as the users of these ninja swords. Giving them the title of 7 ninja swordsmen deliberately increased the prestige of these people in the village. All this is to set an example for the younger generation in the village and inspire these genin to be motivated. Facts have proved that he succeeded. Represented by the 7 ninja swordsmen, this year has obviously produced many young people worth looking forward to. Compared with the lifeless Kirigakure village in previous years, the village has obviously gained a vitality in recent years. In order to give Kirigakure village a greater voice among the nations, after hearing that the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder intended to jointly hold the Chunin exam, he took the initiative to contact the 2 countries and took the initiative to play the role of organizer. In order to make Kirigakure village a success, he did not hesitate to let those 7 people take part in this exam at the same time. But just when all of this was going as he wished, what happened that night directly destroyed all his pride. It was one night a week before the Chunin exam. He had just told the 7 ninja swordsmen to be careful about the exam. After driving away the genin, he came to the beach where 3 tails was. He always felt that he could feel the tailed beast's mood from the screams of 3 tails. So every time after dealing with official duties, he likes to come here to relax. This night, I came to the sea area as usual, but a figure actually appeared on the beach. You know, he had listed this beach as a restricted area early in the morning, and no one except him could come here at all on weekdays. Just when he was holding the weapon cautiously, he was about to open his mouth to warn the person opposite. The figure turned around, and what caught his eye was a Sheringan with complex and gorgeous patterns. "Look into my eyes." With that man's words, he gradually lost himself. At the moment when he completely lost himself, he seemed to know who the person in front of him was. That was the legendary figure that I had always heard about when I was a child, the only one who could compete with the god of ninja, Uchiha Madara. But why is he here? With this last question flashing through his mind, he fell into a deep sleep. After that night, he was possessed by Uchiha Madara. But in fact, the real him is just imprisoned in his own body, and he can clearly see everything his body does. This is not luck, but a kind of torture for him. He watched as he addressed the Madara as my lord. Seeing myself discussing with the enemy how to carry out all the steps in the Chunin exam, so as to kill the Hokage and Raikage who came to visit, and how to lead Kirigakure village to trigger a new round of ninja war on the mainland after killing them. Seeing himself like a puppet, faithfully serving as a pawn in that man's plan, the wolfberry in the body made Yagura feel a chill in his heart. He didn't care whether he could survive in the end. What he cared about was how many innocent people in the entire Kirigakure village would die because of him. Perhaps the only thing that made him lucky was that the seal of 6 Tails Seiken was always in the hands of the village elder Yuanshi. In Kirigakure village, this elder Genshi has the same status as Mizukage. In order not to expose any flaws, Uchiha Madara only planned to plunder 3 tails and temporarily gave up on 6 tails. Just like that, Yagura, the wolfberry in his body, watched as he presided over the opening of the Chunin exam. I witnessed myself respectfully reporting the information to that person, trapping Hokage and Raikage and fighting with them as planned. In the end, looking at the Jonin gathered, he felt nothing but despair. He knew that the next result would be for those 2 shadows to die here. Either he and a group of Jonin paid the price with their lives, but those few escaped. But no matter what, for Kirigakure village, what awaits it is the consequences that are close to destroying the village. However, after the seal was released, the actions of the 3 people made him confused. They actually separated. And after paying a certain price, the Hokage and his guards only wanted to trap him? Just when he was confused, he saw a pair of familiar eyes on the inexplicable young man. "Look into my eyes." Following this familiar sentence, Gaji Yagura felt his eyes flash, and the next second the genin appeared directly in his body. Kagura stood in Guju Yagura's consciousness and looked around curiously. To be honest, this is also the first time he has entered the consciousness of a person controlled by Uchiha Genjutsu. But before he could take a closer look, he noticed the stunned Goju Yagura in front of him. He looked at Kagura, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and asked stammeringly, "You, how did you get in?" Kagura was also stunned when he heard this question. After thinking for a moment, he hesitated and said, you just came in with a whoosh. After hearing this, the veins on Gaji Yagura's head popped out. What a goddamn sound, why didn't you say it was a boom? Taking a deep breath, Goji Yagura barely suppressed his anger and asked again, then what did you come in to do? Hearing this, Kagura instantly became energetic, and of course Kaido, of course it's to let you out. Let me out? How to put it? Goju Yagura looked at him curiously and asked back. Oh, that's easy. As he spoke, Kagura raised his right hand and lightly poked the air in front of him. With his gentle poke, the air in front of him was like a piece of glass, with cracks appearing on it. Before Gaji Yagura could react, the space in front of him was like shattered glass, shattering to the ground instantly. Along with the sound of broken glass falling to the ground, Gaji Yagura's eyes suddenly went dark. Kagura gradually opened her eyes, turned her eyes slightly, and confirmed that she was lying on a hospital bed. Looking at the familiar white roof above, and then turning to look at the familiar scenery outside the window, he was sure that he was lying in Konoha Hospital at this time. For some reason, this ward seemed to be his personal one. Every time he fell down, he would always be sent to this ward. Just as he was trying to sit up, the door to the ward was opened and someone came in from the outside. But this time it wasn't Tsunade as expected, but Jiraiya, who looked bored. Seeing the awakening Kagura, Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, and then a happy expression appeared on his face. Then he stepped back, closed the door, and left the ward. Kagura, oh, huh? Not long after, the door was opened again. This time Jiraiya, Orochimaru and Tsunade rushed in together. Looking at Kagura sitting next to the hospital bed, the corners of Tsunade's eyes were slightly red, and then she rushed over, buried her head on the quilt on Kagura and sobbed softly. Jiraiya and Orochimaru also approached slowly, with caring looks in their eyes. Kagura smiled at the two of them, then raised her hand and gently stroked Tsunade's hair in front of her. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. After a few minutes, Tsunade finally raised her head while rubbing her eyes. In her somewhat choked words, Kagura realized that she had been in a coma for nearly a week this time. His last memory was fixed on the scene of releasing Goju Yagura's control. As the genjutsu was released, he fell directly into a coma. There is no way, his current body cannot support himself to open the sixth gate of 8 gates Dungia. Although Tsunade recovered a certain amount of mobility after a short treatment, it was only the result of her own strength. And although he seemed to be very relaxed in Goju Yagura's body, but you must know that it is the genjutsu control from Uchiha Madara. In order to get rid of this genjutsu, he used all his strength to activate the distinguished heavenly gods before barely breaking the illusion. On the premise that he cannot use the energy of his own tailed beast, he can only use the chakra absorbed from others. But among the 4 genin from Kumoyan village, except for Tashiro, the other 3 have real genin abilities. Even if he absorbs all their energy, their chakra is pitiful. At that time, he had not considered absorbing the chakra of Tsunade and the 3 of them, but don't forget that there were people like Loquat Juzo present at the time. If even the 3 of them fall, then they and the people in Union Village will become fish on the chopping board. So Kagura, who had reached the limit of body, spirit and chakra, fell down directly after completing the genjutsu on Godokibana Yagura, and has been in a coma until now. Because he had been sleeping for too long, Tsunade couldn't stay by his side every day. After the final discussion between the 3 of them, they decided to come over and take care of him at different times every day. It just happened to be the time when Jiraiya came to take care of him. After discovering that Kagura was awake, he immediately exited and found the other 2 companions, so the previous scene happened. After Tsunade's mood gradually stabilized, Kagura also learned about the follow-up of that day from the 3 people. After Kagura said the words "look into my eyes" at the scene, just a few seconds later, Kagura suddenly fell on the spot. After being slightly dazed, Goju Yagura in the cage looked at his hands with disbelief. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo on the side obviously didn't know what happened, and they still looked at the Mizu cage in front of them with vigilance. After Goju Yagura confirmed that she was really free from Uchiha Madara's control, she didn't show much excitement. Looking at the 2 people who were still vigilant in front of him, he simply threw away the weapon in his hand and said, "Well, I have been liberated from control, and there is no point in continuing to fight with you. Can you get me out of here first?" However, upon hearing his words, Sarutobi and Hiruzen looked at each other but did not dare to make any move. Seeing this, Gaji Yagura smiled helplessly and continued, "I have really regained myself. If you continue to drag me on, those jonin from our village may rush over later. Maybe it was too late for me to stop it then. Maybe it was because he felt that what he said was right, or maybe it was because of his trust in Kagura." After Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head and thought for a moment, he decided to unlock the Vajra prison wall. The monkey demon returned to its original form and stood beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking at Goju Yagura in front of him with a wary expression. Seeing this, Gaji Yagura didn't care, raised his legs and walked forward slowly. When passing Kagura's fallen body, he couldn't help but cast a glance at this genin. As if recalling what he had experienced inside his body before, he said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "You, Konoha, have some pretty good futures." After saying this, he walked straight through the two of them and walked towards the Jonin in Kirigakure village not far away. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but have a proud smile on his face after receiving the appreciation. When Go Tachibana Yagura came to the battlefield between Reikage AI and those Jonin, the battle on the scene was in full swing. AI, who had no restrictions, had a heartfelt smile on his face. At his feet lay several immobile Jonin. But even though he had said harsh words before, regardless of life or death, it was obvious that he still held back subconsciously. At least it can be seen from the rising and falling chests of those people that those lying down are at least still alive. Just when he was fighting in full swing, Gojo Yagura's cold voice came from behind him. "All Jonin in the Kirigakure village obey my orders and stop them all." It has to be said that it is the nature of ninjas to obey orders. After Go Tachibana Yagura's quiet voice came out, all the Jonin present immediately stopped attacking. Reikage AI, who just thought he had finished warming up, suddenly realized that there was no one in front of him. He looked around confusedly, and finally saw Gojo Yagura behind him. He narrowed his eyes, and then said as if he suddenly realized that Kid Sarutobi succeeded? "So you are in control." Before he could finish his words, Gojo Yagura interrupted with an unhappy look. "Okay, everything is over. I will give you an explanation later." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to AI, but gave the order to the Jonin. "Okay, please step back and maintain order at the scene." The leading bald examiner was slightly stunned, and finally asked bravely, "Mizuki-sama, are you okay? But we just saw you." Before he could finish his words, Gojo Yagura slapped his shiny bald head angrily. Gojo Yagura said with an unhappy look, "It's none of your business. Can't we just have some of us gesticulating on it on a whim? Why are you always making a fuss there and calling so many people here? You take these people and get out of here, lousy." Obviously, he, who was already arrogant, was controlled by Uchiha Madara using Genjutsu as Mizukage, and he could not say it on the scene no matter what. This is why he just wanted to interrupt Reikage AI. AI Zyron is not an idiot. He noticed something and folded his hands on his chest. He looked at the Gojo Yagura in front of him without saying a word and taught his men a lesson. As a result, this Chunin exam ended in such a farce. As a party to Konoha and Cloud Hidden Village, in the end, after Gojo Yagura took the initiative to offer a lot of compensation, he left the Kingdom of Water with satisfaction. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen and AI didn't dwell too much on the matter of compensation. After all, they knew very well that as Mizukage, Gojo Yagura would probably face a lot of trouble after losing 3 tails. So just like that, Kagura, who was still in a coma, was carried out of the Kingdom of Water. Kagura, who was sitting on the hospital bed and learned the whole story, couldn't help but sigh in relief. In his opinion, the fact that people like him can survive Uchiha Madara's plan is already their greatest victory. Correct. Just when Kagura was feeling emotional, Tsunade next to him suddenly smiled at him and congratulated, "Congratulations on your promotion to Chunin." Following Tsunade's congratulations, Jiraiya and Orochimaru on the side also proudly puffed up their chests. Seeing this, how could Kagura not know that these friends of his had also been promoted to Chunin? A grand Chunin exam turned into a farce in the end, but the evaluation and results should still be there. Just before they left, there was a brief meeting between Reikage, Hokage, and Mizukage. The last 3 decided to make the final selection based on the performance of each candidate when the accident occurred. The 4 of them, Kagura, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, performed extremely well against Fei, and were undoubtedly unanimously recognized by the 3 of them. As for Tashiro, he also played an outstanding role during the war and was finally qualified for promotion. As for the others, in the end, he was defeated without any surprise. Even if Mizukage wanted to take sides this time, there was nothing he could do. From the beginning of the battle to the end, those people from your Kirigakure village actually stood by with their hands folded and watched? You can just pretend to fight Kagura and the others. In the end, Konoha village became the biggest winner, with a total of 4 people promoted to Chunin. Although there is only one Union village, seeing AI's smile before leaving was enough to satisfy him. As for the Kirigakure village as the organizer, they could only swallow the duck eggs bitterly. However, this also caused Gojo Yagura to secretly make a decision in his heart when the results were announced, and to adopt more severe special training for these genin. Especially those 6 ninja swordsmen. He had already thought of a hellish training plan in his mind. At this time, Loquat Juzang and others still don't know what kind of horrible life they will live in the near future just because of their previous misjudgment. Since Kagura's coma this time was only due to physical and mental overdraft, there was no trauma. So the day after he regained consciousness, he was able to be discharged from the hospital smoothly and returned to his home. After bidding farewell to Tsunade and others, Kagura looked at the small house in front of her that was small but made her feel at ease, and her body truly felt relaxed. Since I had been away from home for nearly half a month, the room was already covered with a layer of dust. After putting down her luggage, Kagura thought for a moment, then rolled up her sleeves and started cleaning the room. At this time, Kagura was extremely grateful that his house was not very spacious. After only half an hour, he completed the general cleaning. After wiping the sweat from her head and looking at the obviously brand new house, Kagura felt very happy. He does not have any misophobia, but he is also a person who has certain requirements in life. He did not expect the place where he lived to be spotless, but he wanted to keep it at least minimally tidy. At this time, he looked out the window. It was almost evening, and the sun was beginning to approach the distant horizon. After thinking for a moment, he decided what to eat for dinner tonight and walked out of the house. While walking on the street, greeting acquaintances whom he had not seen for a long time, Kagura walked towards the market with ease. Over the years, he would always insist on cooking his own meals as long as time allowed. On the one hand, it is the deep-rooted philosophy from Blue Star that makes him have an inexplicable rejection of cup noodles. On the other hand, even though he has traveled through time for a long time, he is still not used to the taste here, and still likes the Chinese food in his impression. Because of this, over the years, Tsunade and the other three have regarded his place as another canteen. Every time after completing a mission or training, they would always find various excuses to come over to him for a meal. If he hadn't just been discharged from the hospital today, these three people would be too embarrassed to eat. I'm afraid Kagura would have a headache now about what to cook tonight to satisfy these people's stomachs. This may also be a factor in Tsunade's attachment to him. To capture a person's feelings, you must capture his stomach. This sentence is obviously equally valid for girls. As it was getting late, Kagura quickly bought the ingredients and returned to his home. As night fell, the sound of cooking food also sounded in his living room. He wanted to be lazy tonight, so he chose the easiest hot pot. Of course, it has to be called sukiyaki here. This is perhaps one of the few local delicacies that Kagura is accustomed to eating. Melt the butter in the pot, then put the purchased high-quality beef in the pot and cook for tens of seconds. After pouring the sauce, add the corresponding vegetables. Just cover the pot and wait for 5 minutes before you can open the lid and enjoy your meal. He picked up a large amount of beef and put it into his mouth with satisfaction, feeling the refreshing sensation of the juices exploding in his mouth. Although he was happy, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Compared with this sweet sauce, he missed the spicy hot pot in his previous life even more. After all, this kind of taste is okay if you eat it occasionally, but it is still a bit bland if you eat it for a long time, without the excitement of spicy hot pot. In this way, Kagura enjoys the food alone and feels this wonderful time of her own. Not long after, Kagura burped with satisfaction as she looked at the empty iron pot in front of her. Just when he was lying on the ground ready to rest for a while before cleaning up, there was a knock on the door. Before Kagura could say anything, the man said directly, "Uchiha Kagura, the clan leader invites you to come to the shrine to discuss matters." Hearing this, Kagura frowned. The leader of the Uchiha clan at this time was naturally not the Uchiha Fugaku who was only 7 or 8 years old, but an old man who was unknown in history. I heard that this tribesman was once a tribesman of the same generation as Uchiha Madara. When Uchiha Madara proposed to leave Konoha, he was the representative who expressed the wishes of the tribesmen who wanted peace and led all the tribesmen to stay in the village. After the duel between Uchiha Madara and Senju happened, it was this old man who relied on his wisdom to allow the Uchiha family to still live safely in the village. And unlike Uchiha Fugaku, who would have a strong ethnic consciousness in the future, this patriarch had a more moderate policy towards the management of the clan. He rarely visits or controls Uchiha's people, which is one of the reasons why Kagura didn't feel much restriction from his family after traveling through time. It has to be said that it is precisely because of his policy of doing nothing that the Uchiha clan can still survive in Konoha safely during this sensitive period. After hearing the man's words, Kagura lowered his head and thought for a moment, and instantly guessed many of the clan elders' intentions. He responded softly, "I understand, go now." With that said, he straightened his clothes and opened the door. As expected, there was a member of the Uchiha clan outside the door. The man was wearing a kimono, with the family crest seal like a cattail leaf printed on the back. After looking at Le, he didn't say anything and just led the way forward. Kagura didn't care, closed the door and followed directly behind him. He still knew the location of Uchiha Shrine, but in his impression, it seemed like it was his first time to go there. In fact, due to Kagura's deliberate alienation, he has never been very familiar with the clan members. This is why he wasn't too surprised when he didn't recognize Uchiha Shizuki. After passing through several streets, they arrived at the family's shrine. The man leading the way stopped in front of the door and said to Kagura, "I can't go in without the clan leader's permission, so you can go in by yourself." Kagura nodded, walked through the door and walked in. There were rows of candles on both sides of the dim corridor providing light sources. In the flickering candlelight, Kagura could barely see the Uchiha clan emblem on the wall. Quickly walking through the corridor, Kagura came to a tall room. I saw a series of rectangular wooden signs placed on both sides of the house, and there was a lit incense burner in front of each wooden sign. In the middle, there stood a huge statue wearing armor. Kagura looked at the statue carefully and felt that it looked familiar. After a while, he finally remembered the familiar source. Isn't this statue the image of the Uchiha clan performing Susanoo? Before he could think more, an old voice came from the front. You're here. At this time, Kagura discovered that there was a slightly stooped figure standing under the statue. This man is the current patriarch of Uchiha. Looking at the white-haired appearance of the clan leader, Kagura couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Speaking of which, as someone of the same generation as Uchiha Madara, the age difference between him and Uchiha Madara is not very big, but compared to the old man in front of him, the Uchiha Madara who appeared that day still looked like a middle-aged man in his prime. Maybe it's because of the help from the piece of flesh and blood he got from Senju Hashirama? Speaking of which, if the progress in the original plot is followed, this Uchiha Madara did not die until the Nine Tails incident. According to this calculation, he was actually nearly 80 years old when he died. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't awaken to the samsara eye until his life was close to death, then he wouldn't have designed a series of strategies to take advantage of Obito and Nagato. After thinking about it, Kagura suddenly discovered a loophole. If the original plot is followed, Uchiha Madara only summoned the Gadu statue after awakening the samsara eye. Then Gadu's statue was used as a catalyst to cultivate Hashirama cells to create the white Zetsu produced when Infinite Tsukuyomi was turned on last time. But why does Afei, who is Baiju, appear in front of him now? The last time they met, he witnessed with his own eyes that Uchiha Madara had not awakened the samsara eye. No, all this conflicts with the plot he knows. As Kagura was thinking, he suddenly thought of this fatal change. After taking a deep breath, he could only think of the only possibility, and that was that the Black Zetsu had acted in advance. Only it can help Uchiha Madara create White Zetsu in advance. But why does it act in advance? Now that the entire timeline is changed, can I still wait until the protagonists Naruto and Sasuke come out to save the world? At this moment, Kagura felt truly panicked. For him, his biggest wish after traveling through time is how to survive. But when he learned that the future in which everyone was Tsukuyomi was likely to come early, he only felt a deep sense of powerlessness. In the shrine, the Uchiha clan leader watched Kagura quietly. Although he didn't know why the genius in this clan looked thoughtful, confused and even frightened after entering the shrine. But he didn't disturb Kagura's thinking, he just stayed there quietly and watched the tribesmen. After a long time, Kagura finally gathered her thoughts and returned her attention to reality. No matter what, since the development of things has shifted, the only thing he can do is to prevent the doomsday from happening. There is Heiju on the other side, but isn't there me here too? Since we can guess the other party's purpose, let's not just defeat the boss, but at least slow them down so that Naruto and others can be born smoothly. Thinking of this, he turned his attention back to the patriarch in front of him. It seemed that he was aware of Kagura's change, and then the clan leader spoke. I heard that you met Uchiha Madara during the high school entrance examination. Hearing this, Kagura nodded. Kaido, yes. The old patriarch pondered for a while before continuing. Can you tell me the whole thing in detail? Kagura thought for a while, organized her words, and then began to tell the whole incident. Kagura was not lazy and told the details of the entire incident as detailed as possible. He believed that the old man in front of him must have learned about this incident through other channels, but even so, he had to ask himself again, certainly because he wanted to hear some details that others had not mentioned. For a full 10 minutes, Kagura recounted everything from the beginning of the assessment to the end of helping Guju Yagura release control. During the whole process, the old man opposite was like a still piece of wood, without any movement. After finishing the narration, Kagura licked her dry lips and looked at the old man in front of her. At this time, the patriarch seemed to restart from the pause button, raised his hand to his mouth, and coughed twice. He looked at Kagura with admiration and said with appreciation, "You have a pair of good eyes." Hearing the same praise as Uchiha Madara, Kagura was slightly stunned. The patriarch ignored him, but turned around and looked at the statue behind him again. He seemed to be talking to himself, and seemed to whisper to Kagura, after so many years, Madara's appearance seems to have not changed much. Although we have different philosophies, I have always believed that he is a person who thinks about his people. But what he did this time, cough cough cough. The patriarch did not continue talking, but kept coughing, but Kagura did understand what he meant. Indeed, Uchiha Madara in the early stage was still a qualified patriarch, especially after the death of his biological brother. Because of his brother's last words, protecting his people became his only belief. But all this changed after he asked to leave Konoha, but no one from the clan followed him, and he met the Black Zetsu. Whether it is through conspiracy to control Obito's life, or the Nine Tails incident that he planned resolutely. From the things he planned in his later years, it can be seen that he no longer has much nostalgia for the Uchiha clan. After all, Kagura didn't believe that such a scheming person would not know how much damage his series of actions would cause to the Uchiha clan living in Konoha. You must know that the Nine Tails incident was the main cause of the Uchiha rebellion. As for the Three Tails incident this time, if Kagura didn't exist, it would be impossible. So if the high-level officials of Konoha learned that Uchiha Madara had appeared afterwards, it is conceivable what kind of treatment the Uchiha family would face in the future. The scene suddenly fell into silence. The tribesman pondered for a long time before turning to look at Kagura again and said, "I know very well that your child seems not to have liked being close to the Uchiha clan since you were a child." Hearing these words, Kagura was a little surprised, but her face didn't change much. After all, he knew very well that he had never concealed his feelings of rejection towards Uchiha. As the patriarch, it was impossible for him to be unaware of this. Seeing his appearance, the patriarch continued without any reaction, "I don't want to force you to do anything for the tribe, and of course you have no obligation. After your parents died, you got everything through your own efforts. Knowing this, after you were promoted to Chunin this time, I rejected the clan's proposal to transfer you to the Konoha police force. I knew very well that you didn't want to go there either. But even so, I still hope that in the future of your life, if you see your clan members facing danger, you can try to help them as much as possible." Having said this, he shook his head, then turned around again and no longer looked at Kagura, but finally gave the order to expel the guest. "Okay, let's go." Hearing these words, Kagura was also a little stunned. Before coming here, he had thought that he might face oppression or demands from some people in the clan. After all, an Uchiha genius who is only 12 years old and can unlock Uchiha Madara Genjutsu always seems to have some obligation to do something for the tribe. But he didn't expect that the old patriarch called him over and just asked him to describe the incident, and then let him leave after admonishing him. Although she still had some doubts in her heart, Kagura didn't say anything more. After he saluted the old clan leader in front of him, he turned and left. Just after Kagura left, the figure of the clan leader who looked at the statue still did not move for a long time. He seemed to have been thinking for a long time before he sighed slightly and said to himself, "Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Kagura, the wheel of fate turns again. Where does the future of Uchiha go?" After walking out of the shrine, Kagura looked back at the magnificent building, then looked up at the bright moon in the night sky, and sighed slightly. In the end, he failed to hear the one thing he wanted to know most from the patriarch, which was about Uchiha Shizuo. You know, Uchiha Madara is a person who has openly broken with the entire family, and can even be said to be abandoned by the family. Therefore, what he did in the Water Kingdom can only be regarded as personal behavior at best, and cannot involve the Uchiha clan. But that Uchiha is different. Although he didn't know that tribesman, he did some research after waking up and found that he was indeed an Uchiha tribesman living in Konoha. She is a genin who just graduated last year. Even her teacher does not know exactly when she went to the Land of Water to take the Chunin exam. Although through the testimony of Tsunade and others who had fought with a Fei, Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen should also be able to guess that Uchiha Shiza should be controlled by some kind of creature. However, even if this explanation can convince Konoha's top brass, it cannot easily gain the trust of the other two countries. It can be said that if it is not handled well, Uchiha Shiza may become a new cause of turmoil for the Uchiha clan. After all, as a member of the same clan, it is a natural guess to secretly collude with Uchiha Madara or something. This is why some clan members suggested that Kagura join the Konoha Guard. After all, as the major contributor to this incident, Kagura's participation can alleviate the suspicion of Uchiha among Konoha's top brass and the outside world to a certain extent. But it's obvious that Kagura has no interest in such security-like work. After glancing behind him worriedly, Kagura finally went straight back home. The next day, Kagura, who had just gotten up, received a notice to go to the Hokage building to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kagura, who had expected this for a long time, calmly enjoyed breakfast at home and then walked out of the house calmly. In the Hokage office, looking at the proud disciple in front of him, a hint of complexity flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. To put things into perspective, if it were not for the existence of Kagura, this incident would probably develop in the worst direction. But it was precisely because of the huge ability that Kagura showed this time that he got the attention of Konoha's top brass. After all, it's hard for you to ignore a boy who can unlock Uchiha Madara Genjutsu, especially Danzo. He didn't know if it was because Kagura's performance stimulated him, making him seem to notice traces of certain past events. Since their return to the village, Danzo has been strongly recommending that Kagura be subject to the highest level of scrutiny. If it hadn't been for Sarutobi Hiruzen's obstruction, Kagura might have found herself in a Konoha prison instead of a hospital when she woke up. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he did not blindly trust his disciple. In fact, he believed more in his understanding of these disciples. He knew very well that Kagura was not a bad person, but he was definitely not a good person in the traditional sense. Such a person would never put himself in danger because of someone's plans. Based on this alone, he was certain that there was no relationship between Kagura and Madara. Looking at Kagura's leisurely expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. "Brat, do you know how much saliva Lao Zi has wasted these days because of you? Why do you seem to be completely unaffected?" Kagura was keenly aware of the teacher's unkind gaze, and immediately changed her stance, looking like a good baby. Naturally, Kagura was not the only one who was summoned. All 4 members of Team 7 were standing in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time. Looking at Kagura, who stood up straight again, and then at the other 3 people, a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. He first congratulated everyone. "Congratulations on becoming Chunin. Although for some reasons, your promotion speed is not very fast. But it was the first time in the history of Konoha that everyone in the same class was promoted at the same time in the Chunin exam. Oh, your village has only been established for more than 20 years, what history are you talking about? Listening to Sarutobi-sensei's praise, Kagura below complained disdainfully. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have the ability to read minds, otherwise he would have been pissed off by Kagura sooner or later. After the pleasantries, Sarutobi Hiruzen also talked about business to everyone. He took out a scroll from under the table, handed it to Kagura and said, "This is an S-class mission, but I don't force you to accept it. I hope it is up to you to decide whether to accept this task or not." Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's strange words, Kagura looked at the mission scroll in confusion, but when he saw the client's name, he couldn't help but shrink his eyes, because the client of this mission is none other than the Uchiha clan leader he just met last night. He hurriedly moved towards the mission content, which clearly stated rescue Uchiha Shizu and bring him safely back to Konoha. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side also explained to him, according to reliable reports, after escaping from the Kingdom of Water, Uchiha Shizu and Kakuzu, a suspected escaped nin from Takigakur, appeared at the border of Takano country together. We have reason to believe that the next destination of those two people is Longian village. After looking at Kagura's face, he continued, although I didn't see Uchiha Madara with them, this mission is definitely dangerous even for Kakuzu, an S-class escaped nin. Originally, in my opinion, this task should be performed directly by Jonin, but because of the client's request, he hopes that I can first ask you if you are willing to accept it. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was talking about you, Kagura knew very well that he was actually talking about Kagura herself. At this time, Kagura suddenly recalled what the old man said at the shrine last night. I still hope that in the future of your life, if you see your clan members facing danger, you can try to help them as much as possible. At this moment, he finally understood the meaning of this sentence. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, Kagura did not answer immediately. After he raised his head, he asked about another thing. Sarutobi-sensei, I would like to ask, now that we have become Chunin, will we no longer be able to go out on missions together as Team 7? Upon hearing his question, Tsunade, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were also slightly startled, and then their expressions became lost. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled lightly, and then replied, that's natural. Now that you have become Chunin, you will also be responsible for leading the team in the future. However, if the village encounters an A-level or S-level mission, you will still be asked to form a team to execute it. Hearing this, Tsunade and others seemed to understand something, and looked at Kagura expectantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised by this, and he knew it very well, even though this task was to ask the four of them for their opinions. But in fact, as long as Kagura agrees, the other three will never have any objections. After hearing this, Kagura lowered his head and pondered for a while, then he looked at his three companions and said, how about we finally go on an S-level mission in the name of Team 7? It can also be regarded as the most perfect farewell to our group. Facing Kagura's question, the other three did not answer, but the smiles on their faces clearly gave their answers. Seeing this, Kagura no longer hesitated, put the mission scroll in her arms and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi-sensei, please tell the client. Our 7th class has taken over this task. The reason why Kagura accepted this S-level mission was because of the advice from the clan leader and the reasons he himself said. The most important thing was because of the system prompts that came to his ears when he took over the mission scroll. As the first S-level mission he accepted, he was not surprised by the appearance of system missions, but the reward from this mission really made him a little excited. Mission: help Uchiha Jing escape from a phase control and bring him safely back to Konoha village. Mission reward: you can randomly draw an S-level with style ninjutsu and understand it. This is the first time that Kagura has seen a certain type of ninjutsu reward drawn by naming someone by name, but at this time, he deeply suspected that the system was filling holes. I believe that everyone will not forget the 3 tasks released by the system during the final exam of Chunin. Mission 1: help Mizuke Jagura escape from the control of Uchiha Madara. Mission reward: you can randomly draw an S-level ninjutsu and understand it. Mission 2: destroy Uchiha Madara's plan to steal 3 Tails Isabu. Mission reward: you can start 3 Tails Tail Beast training in advance, and immediately increase the current pupil technique progress to 100%. Mission 3: escape from the capture of Uchiha Shizu, possessed by a Fae. Mission reward: you can open the wood-style blood inheritance limit. In addition to the task of preventing 3 tails from being taken away, Kagura has already obtained the rewards for completing the other 2 tasks. Among them, the mission reward that opened the wood-style blood succession limit made Kagura really feel that the system was playing word games with him. Just last night, after Kagura clicked the button to get the reward with great excitement, he discovered nothing happened. There was neither a bunch of knowledge forced into his brain as he imagined, nor any physical abnormalities occurring. With the wood-style blood limit, he is the same as before he had it. If it weren't for the fact that his physical skills proficiency had increased by 20% in his attributes, Kagura might have thought that he had been deceived and was going to ask the system for an explanation. After Kagura thought carefully, she finally understood what was going on. The system is written to give you the wood-style blood succession limit, but it does not say that it will also give you the related ninjutsu. Therefore, otherwise, he would slowly understand the power of blood in his body, research and develop wood-style ninjutsu by himself. Or he can only rely on the system to directly give him the relevant powerful ninjutsu. Therefore, when she saw the mission reward, Kagura knew that it would be difficult for her to refuse this mission. Of course, in addition to having the wood-style blood succession limit last night, Kagura did not have other gains. That S-level ninjutsu lottery reward allowed him to get the ninjutsu he most hoped for at the moment. I don't know if it was some kind of divine instruction, but what he drew this time was still Sharingan's famous ninjutsu Amaterasu. In this battle, Kagura also felt the lack of aggressive ninjutsu. Among the 3 S-rank ninjutsu I own, Distinguished Heavenly Gods and Tsukuyomi both belong to the genjutsu type. But once faced with a special creature like a Fei, these genjutsu basically lose their effect. Even against Kakuzu, his 2 moves were no longer practical. After all, for an enemy like Kakuzu, unless you can control 5 of his clones at the same time, all your efforts will be in vain. But how could this kind of monster, which had survived from the Warring States period to the present, reveal its flaws so easily? And his only powerful 8 gates armor is a ninjutsu with huge side effects and cannot be used frequently in battles. As for the A-level Chidori, its lethality seems somewhat insufficient on high-end battlefields. Therefore, the arrival of Amaterasu, the ninjutsu, can be said to have greatly filled in Kagura's shortcomings. But unfortunately, when he obtained this ninjutsu, Kagura felt that with his current self, there would be huge risks in releasing this ninjutsu. After all, as the original owner of this ninjutsu, Uchiha Itaki in the original work could only release this ninjutsu after possessing Mangekyo Sharingan. But even so, every time Itaki released Amaterasu, it would put a great burden on his eyes, and even accelerate his blindness. For Kagura, who now only has 3 Megatama Sharingan, this move is destined to be a killing move that can only be used once in battle. Of course, after going through the Chunin exam and the battle with a Fei, Kagura's attributes have changed greatly compared to before going to the Kingdom of Water. I Technique, 3 Megatama Sharingan, progress 80.2%. Physical skills, 6th gate, gate of view, progress 93.1%. Chakra, Jonin level, 90.5% progress. Tailed Beast, 2 tails, fusion degree 80% physique, with style blood inheritance limit. In addition to the fact that the Tailed Beast has not been used, the Tailed Beast's fusion degree increases slowly. Kagura's 3 major attributes have increased to varying degrees. Especially for physical skills, after receiving the bonus of Wood Style's physique, it is about to break through to the 7th gate. The scene returned to Hokage's office. Seeing Kagura and others receiving this S-level mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen also showed a smile. Although he does feel that this mission is very difficult, as a ninja, if he has the intention to retreat in the face of difficulties, it may be difficult to continue to progress in the future. However, he still did not forget to remind Kagura and everyone, although I believe that there is a high probability that Uchiha Madara will not be in Takano country, the S-class escaped Nin Kakuzu is not an opponent that can be easily dealt with. Although I have directly faced this person in previous battles, the information about his abilities revealed in that battle is extremely scarce. You must be careful about this enemy when you go on a mission this time. Remember, your mission is the controlled Uchiha Shizu. Learn to avoid combat when necessary and focus directly on mission objectives. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's advice, the 4 of them nodded in agreement. Kagura is naturally very clear about Kakuzu's abilities. In fact, in his opinion, the strong man, one of the immortal duo, is the most difficult opponent in the Akatsuki organization besides Nagato. After all, Haiden, the other member of the immortal duo, is just difficult to kill. But if you know his attack method, it is actually not difficult to deal with this kind of enemy. Especially in front of him who has 2 genjutsu, Kagura is confident that he can play with him in the palm of his hand. But Kakuzu is a little different. This is an enemy that is both offensive and defensive, and also has a very high combat IQ. If it weren't for the fact that in the original work, he was temporarily stupid and faced the protagonist Naruto, or if he was willing to reserve a heart in advance during the battle, then he would not have died on the battlefield. For such a strong person, Kagura would naturally be very energetic. Now that they have accepted the mission, the 4 of them, Kagura, have to start preparing for the mission. After bidding farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 4 of them returned home skillfully and prepared their luggage. Just an hour later, the 4 of them gathered at the village gate again. Looking at his companions who were well prepared, Kagura took the lead and said without saying anything, let's go to the country of Taki. The country of Taki is a very unique existence. Geographically, it is sandwiched between 4 countries. 2 of these 4 countries are now major countries on the continent, namely the country of fire and the country of earth. As a small country, it has a series of extremely special existences. First of all, it is the only country outside the 5 major countries that can have tailed beasts, and 7 tails Kome exists in this country. In fact, Kagura guessed that the main target of Fei and Kakuzu's appearance in the country of Taki should be the 7 tails Kome. After all, the act of taking away 3 tails from Uchiha Madara, and the existence of Fei, the white Zetsu, can be inferred that the black Zetsu should have induced Uchiha Madara to summon the Gadu statue. No matter what their purpose is, they definitely need the energy of the tailed beasts to achieve it. In addition, many powerful ninjas have appeared in the country of Taki. Take Kakuzu for example. This is a ninja who was contemporary with Senju Hashirama. When Konoha village was first established, he was sent out by the village's senior officials to assassinate Senju Hashirama. Later, he returned to the village and was sentenced to death for failing the mission. The dissatisfied Kakuzu killed all the senior officials and rebelled against the country of Taki. To be honest, this piece of Kagura feels ridiculous. Because he couldn't kill the ninja god, he had to execute the ninjas in his own village. If he really has this strength, why not just push Takigakure to make him the village chief? This is definitely a problem with the IQ of those at the top. In addition, there was another ninja who impressed Kagura who was also from Takigakure. He is the human being among the 6 paths controlled by Nagato. In the original plot, he was a person Jiraiya met in a tavern when he was wandering. He claimed to be from Takigakure village. After being made into a human being, he has the ability to extract the opponent's soul and search the opponent's memory. This special ability impressed Kagura deeply. It can be said that it is such a small country, but it has various special features that other big countries do not have. Since the traces of the mission target have not yet been completely determined, and the mission is very dangerous, Kagura and his team did not rush very fast out of the idea of conserving their physical strength. Starting from Konoha, after a day's journey, they came to a forest. In fact, on this primitive continent, as long as it is out of the scope of villages and towns, it is basically an area covered with dense forests. For people like Kagura who often go on missions, it would be best if they could rush to the town and rest in a hotel. But in fact, most of them can only be repaired in the wild. Looking at the head covered with branches, there is a bright moon with a faint silver light. Kagura and others decided to rest in this forest for one night. Gradually slowing down their pace, they began to look for a suitable camping spot. Generally speaking, it is best if you can find a cave. If not, they usually choose a relatively dry tree or dig a tree hole directly in the trunk. The trees here are different from those on the Blue Star in Kagura's previous life. There are many towering trees that require several people to surround them. Digging a space in this kind of tree that is large enough for several people to rest is quite impressive. But something was different today. Kagura did not follow her companions to check the big trees, but walked towards a piece of flat land. The other 3 people also stopped what they were doing and looked at Kagura with some doubt. Standing on the flat ground, Kagura slightly felt the life force flowing from the trees under his feet. Suddenly, he slapped his hands on the ground. Following his movements, there was a sudden roar on the ground. In the surprised gazes of Tsunade and the other 3, dragons suddenly rolled up from the hard land. Countless tree trunks emerged from the ground and quickly deformed and combined. Finally, a large wooden house appeared out of thin air in front of them. Seeing this magical scene, the 3 of them opened their mouths subconsciously and stood there blankly. Looking at the wooden house in front of him, Kagura nodded with satisfaction. After receiving Wood Style's blood limit, he found that he could inexplicably feel the energy and closeness of the trees when he was in the forest. After recalling some of Yamato's experiences in the original plot, Kagura tried to use Wood Style once. Fortunately, the effect was much better than he imagined, and it was successful after only one use. Looking at the wooden house in front of her, something strange flashed in Tsunade's eyes. She is the most familiar with this kind of ninjutsu. After all, the grandfather Senju Hashirama in her memory often performed similar ninjutsu in front of her. She looked at Kagura in surprise and asked hesitantly, "Why would you?" But halfway through the question, she paused. Kagura looked at her confused look and helped her continue. "You want to ask why I know what style?" Hearing this, Tsunade nodded quickly. Kagura hummed slightly, looked at the 3 of them seriously and said, "Although I cannot explain to you how I obtained this ability, I hope you can trust me. At least my method of obtaining it had nothing to do with Madara or any conspiracy. I also hope that you can help me keep this secret in the future." Kagura knows very well that the Wood Style blood succession limit is different from other blood succession limits. It can be said to be the most precious ability in this world. You must know that anyone from the Uchiha clan has a chance to develop Sharingan. But in the original work, among so many people before and after, only Senju Hashirama and Yamato can use Wood Style. Among them, Yamato was able to obtain this ability because he obtained Senju Hashirama's cells. So in essence, Wood Style is an ability unique to Senju Hashirama, and it is also the basis for his ability to become the god of ninja. Even Uchiha Madara was able to survive until the later stages, and the cultivation of those white Zetsus were all derived from Hashirama's bloodline. If it was Kagura who had just traveled through time, she would definitely not let anyone know this secret. After all, for both Uchiha Madara and the top management of Konoha, this is an ability that can lead to greed. It's just that now, he trusts these companions who get along day and night from the bottom of his heart, and he doesn't want to hide it from them. Looking at Kagura's sincere eyes, Orochimaru and Tsunade were slightly stunned, and then showed a hint of smile. Being smart, they naturally knew the risks of Kagura confessing this ability to them, and at the same time they were happy for Kagura's trust in them. Before Tsunade could speak, Jiraiya on the side spoke first. He held his head behind his hands while striding towards the room and said, "I know you are always mysterious, and we are already used to things like suddenly learning a few ninjutsu. Didn't we also cover for you a genjutsu, the thing you used against Danzo a few years ago? By the way, what's your ninjutsu's name?" Hearing Jiraiya's last question, Kagura was also stunned for a moment. Strictly speaking, this is not a ninjutsu, it's just that he used with style to use the trees in the forest to forcibly change their forms. But I have to give it a ninjutsu name. Kagura tilted her head in thought for a while, and finally blurted out, "Well, maybe it's called wood style. The art of 4 bedrooms and 1 living room." Hearing the name ninjutsu, which was a child's play, the other 3 were also stunned for a moment. Jiraiya looked back at Kagura dissatisfied and said, "I said, even if you don't want to tell me, you don't have to joke like this." But it turned out that Kagura was really not joking. He did not explain, but let everyone into the room. After standing inside and looking around, everyone found that the house really had a layout of 4 bedrooms and 1 living room. Although the furniture in the entire house is made of wood, it is already a pretty good resting place for ninjas like them who are used to surviving in the wild. After the 4 people initially assigned their rooms, everyone came to the wild again. If you ask why, it's because they are preparing to make dinner. After all, that house is all made of trees. If they really light a fire for cooking inside, they will probably be the first ninjas to die in their ninjutsu. Jumping flames licked the roasted meat above it. This was meat that Jiraiya, who was familiar with Kagura's cooking skills, specially brought with him before setting off. It's strange to say that it's obviously just an ordinary barbecue, but for some reason it always becomes particularly attractive after being grilled by Kagura. Jiraiya couldn't help but swallowed as he watched Kagura carefully sprinkle some of his own special seasonings on the grilled meats. He stretched his head to look at the barbecues and asked anxiously, "Not okay yet?" Looking at Jiraiya, who couldn't wait any longer, Kagura smiled and said, "Okay, let's eat." As soon as he finished speaking, an afterimage picked up a skewer of barbecue in front of him faster than Jiraiya. It was Orochimaru who had remained calm. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then quickly picked up another bunch and started gobbling it up. Looking happily at the 2 people enjoying the food in front of her, Kagura carefully put the packet of seasonings into her pocket. You must know that in this world without cumin powder and allspice powder, these substitutes that he found with great difficulty are his most precious possessions. Just after placing his treasure, a bunch of bitten barbecue appeared in front of him. Looking up, it was Tsunade, whose mouth was already stuffed with food, holding the barbecue she had eaten and handed it over. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. Kagura took it naturally and started eating it without any care. As the cold dew gradually rose in the forest, the 4 people entered the wooden house with the extinguished fire in front of them. Arriving in his room, Kagura had just laid down when someone knocked on his door. Before he could get up, the man opened the door and walked in. The person who came was none other than a swaggering Jiraiya. He looked at Kagura and said unceremoniously, "Kagura, my room is missing a desk and chair. Please help me change it." Hearing this, Kagura was stunned for a moment and then felt helpless. Over the years, this guy has read a lot of books, but why does he always look stupid? It seems that the saying that reading can increase wisdom does not apply to him. Of course, it's also possible that this guy doesn't usually read serious books. He formed a mudra with one hand, and after a few seconds he said to Jiraiya, "Okay, you can see it when you go back." Hearing this, Jiraiya didn't wait any longer, waved his hand and left here. Just after he left and Kagura lay down again, there was another knock on the door. It's just that this time the person was obviously more qualified. After knocking on the door, he did not directly gate of opening, but politely waited for a response outside the door. Kagura helplessly sat up again and shouted towards the door, "Please come in." After getting his permission, the person outside opened the door. Kagura took a closer look and saw that it was Orochimaru who came this time. Looking at Orochimaru, who was standing there with a calm expression after coming in, Kagura asked in confusion, "What do you find me for?" After hearing his question, Orochimaru in front of him became a little nervous. He looked down at his toes, crossed his hands and twirled his fingers, hesitating but did not answer. Seeing Orochimaru in this state, Kagura felt a chill down her back. He quickly said, "If you fart, hurry up. Otherwise, get out of here." Hearing Kagura's obviously annoyed tone, Orochimaru spoke anxiously, "I came here to ask if you can give me some of your blood after returning to Konoha this time." "Give you some of my blood?" Kagura repeated doubtfully. After he frowned and thought for a moment, he understood Orochimaru's intention. He asked tentatively, "You want to study with style through my blood?" Orochimaru nodded quickly. He seemed to have thought of something, a flush of excitement rose on his face, and he said in an excited tone, "This is with style. Apart from Lord First Hokage, you are the only one with style. I believe that if you study your blood and cells, you will definitely gain greater gains. Even if I could put your blood into my body, maybe I will also have a chance to get the wood style blood succession limit." As he spoke, his eyes exuded a dangerous look. At this moment, Kagura felt that the way he looked at her was like looking at a rare piece of experimental material. Kagura, who was frightened by Orochimaru's gaze and broke into a cold sweat, quickly interrupted him and said, Okay, I understand. After returning to Konoha, I will give you a jar of blood directly and let you study it slowly. Interrupted by Kagura, Orochimaru finally stopped his terrifying thoughts. In just a moment, he stopped that perverted smile and turned back into the gentle and polite boy. He bowed gratefully to Kagura, and after saying his thanks, he slowly exited the room. After wiping the cold sweat from his head, Kagura lay on the bed. Although under his persistent pull over the years, Orochimaru has shown no signs of darkening for the time being, but Orochimaru's sometimes subconscious nature still makes people around him feel a sense of fear. Before Kagura could think more, there was another knock on the door in the room that had just quieted down. Well, this time you can know who is knocking without gate of opening. After all, apart from him, there are only 3 outsiders here, and only Tsunade has not appeared yet. Without saying anything, Kagura got off the bed, walked to the door and opened it. As the door opened, Kagura's breath was stagnated at the sight before her. Just because the Tsunade in front of her was currently wearing a set of pink one-piece pajamas, the cute bear decoration made the girlish atmosphere even stronger. Kagura swallowed subconsciously and asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "What's wrong with you?" Facing his question, Tsunade in front of her had one hand behind her back and the other hand brushed the hair around her face. She lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Kagura, and said in a mosquito-like voice, "I cannot sleep. So come to you." Kagura took a deep breath, turned slightly to make room, and said cautiously, "Then, why don't you come in and sit down?" Tsunade nodded invisibly, raised her step slightly, and walked in. As the door was slowly closed, the whole world fell into silence. In this silent night, only 2 young and passionate hearts were beating. Like spring streams whispering in the quiet night, only each other can hear them. There was nothing to say all night, until the next morning, when the sunshine passed through the woods. Kagura and the other 4 walked out of the wooden house in high spirits. It must be said that in such an environment, they all got a good rest last night. What, you said that the dog author is trying to jump into a very important description again? First of all, I am a very upright person. Secondly, you should be ashamed of your nastiness. As a person who respects the law on the protection of minors, I will not let things happen that shouldn't happen. In fact, nothing happened last night. After all, there are 2 huge light bulbs in this wooden house. Even Kagura was afraid that Jiraiya would suddenly break into his room again. So after the 2 just whispered some words in the room, Tsunade returned to her room with satisfaction. After clearing the wooden house, Kagura re-identified the direction, and everyone started to set off again. After 3 days of traveling, they finally arrived at the country of Taki. But then Kagura and the others encountered their first problem. That was the ninja from the country of Taki who was supposed to come to meet them, but he disappeared. Except for the 5 major countries, there is no such position as a shadow in ninja villages like Takigakur. Takigakur mainly relies on some senior officials and Jonin as its highest combat power. About 20 years ago, after the crazy Kakuza made up his mind to defect from the village and massacred all the senior officials of Takigakur village at that time, the high-end combat power of Takigakur village temporarily fell apart. Because of this village, which was once so arrogant that it wanted to send people to assassinate Senju Hashirama, suddenly became honest overnight. Although Takigakur village has its unique advantages, it is not too afraid of invasion from other countries in terms of defense. But as a country bordering the 4 countries, it is of course indispensable for diplomatic matters. At least at this stage, it is still nominally a partner of Konoha. This time, the information about the whereabouts of Uchiha Shizu and Kakuzu was actually provided by Takigakur. Perhaps it was to please Konoha, or maybe he was afraid of Kakuzu who had committed massacres, and wanted to use Konoha's hands to eliminate this rebellious ninja. Anyway, Takigakur showed great kindness this time and even arranged for personnel to come to meet Kagura and others in advance. The characteristic of Takano country is its extremely huge waterfall. Rubbing her neck, which was a little sore from raising her head, Kagura couldn't help but sigh at the wonder in front of her. It has to be said that in this world, you will always see many scenery that you could not see in Blue Star in the previous life. For example, for the cliff in front of us, although specific data cannot be obtained, the height is at least 1,000 meters. A waterfall seemed to be hanging directly from the sky, forming a huge water curtain blocking everyone's sight. However, this spectacle only made them sigh for a while, but what happened next made it difficult for everyone. The entrance to Takigakur village is the main secret that allows the village to protect its existence. Outsiders have no way of knowing how to enter the village. That's why Takigakur village sent a representative to respond. But when Kagura and others arrived at the agreed-upon location and waited for a long time but no one showed up, they began to notice something was wrong. As the weak side, Takigakure village should not make such a joke to them, so the only thing that can be determined is that the other party must have had an accident. But the problem is that they don't even know where the entrance to the village is now, and they can't even go in to investigate. This was the first time Kagura had encountered this kind of thing. After some discussion, the four of them decided to stay nearby and observe for 2 days before making any plans. In this way, the four of them waited from dawn to dusk. While they were eating dinner accompanied by the roar of the waterfall not far away, Kagura frowned and noticed something abnormal. The other 3 people noticed something strange about him and instantly heightened their alert. Everyone immediately extinguished the fire in front of them and dispersed to hide in various places. At this time, by the pond where they had originally agreed, a figure crawled out of the water with difficulty. This man seemed to have been seriously injured. He managed to crawl on the ground for a few times and then passed out unconsciously. Seeing this, Kagura made a gesture to the other 3 to continue to be on guard, and then slowly sneaked over to check the situation. Looking at the unknown figure who was obviously in ninja uniform and unconscious, he turned the man over directly. Kagura's heart skipped a beat when she saw the forehead protector wearing the Takigakure village logo on her head. He quickly shouted to the rear, "Tsunade, come here quickly." A quarter of an hour later, everyone had moved far away from the original place and moved into the forest. With a stern expression, Tsunade was treating the ninja from Takigakure village while reporting the person's injuries to Kagura. In fact, there was no need for her to say anything. Looking at the hideous wounds on the man's body, Kagura knew that the man's injuries were serious. Looking at the dying person in front of her, Kagura felt helpless in her eyes. The contacts in other novels can leave some last words before they die, but why are they different here? Fortunately, as the man's rapid breathing gradually became calmer, his injuries were gradually brought under control. After a night of treatment, when the distant sun rose again, the ninja finally opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, there was still a trace of fear in his pupils, and his hands immediately moved towards himself, as if looking for a weapon. At this time, Tsunade's soft voice came over, "Don't be nervous, you are safe now." Perhaps because he was soothed by the gentle voice, the ninja was startled and then looked at Kagura and others. When he saw the Konoha mark forehead protectors on Kagura's and others' foreheads, it seemed that they had finally found reinforcements, and his eyes instantly lit up. Under his trembling words, Kagura and others also knew the whole story. The person in front of them is Chinin from Longian village, and he is the contact person who came to escort them into the village this time. In fact, this Chinin had been waiting here as early as 2 days ago. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the agreed place, it was not Kagura and others waiting for him, but the target of their mission this time. When he saw the appearance of the 2 people wearing a set of black robes, both parties were stunned. When he saw Kakuzu and Uchiha who were exactly the same as those on the wanted poster, his expression changed and he was about to escape from here quickly. But Afei's speed was obviously faster than him. Before he even started to move, he felt a chill on his back. But when he looked back in despair, he could only see a white branch deeply inserted into his back. All the strength in his body was lost with the constant flow of blood, and he fell into the pond next to him. For such a small character, those 2 people naturally had no desire to pursue him. After taking a glance at the blood that was almost scattered all over the floor, the 2 figures gradually disappeared from the spot. Perhaps his life was not meant to be cut off, but this Chinin did not lose consciousness in the water. Fortunately, this was his territory. After enduring the exaggerated injuries on his back and finding a familiar cave underwater, he hid. But he was too seriously injured and finally couldn't resist the feeling of exhaustion and passed out. Until today, after he woke up, he dragged his dying body out of the water and met Kagura and the others. So, it is certain that those 2 people have now entered Takigakure village. After listening to his story, Jiraiya asked him first. The Chinin nodded weakly and replied feebly, "I'm afraid so. Kakuzu-sama was once the jonin of our Takigakure village. He must know how to enter the village." Although she had anticipated this scenario, Kagura's brows still knitted together in worry. If possible, Kagura didn't want to start a fight with those 2 people in Takigakure village. He has a clear understanding of the strength of these people, and he knows that they are far from Kakuzu's opponent now. What's more, there is Afei who is eyeing him next to Kakuzu. Just like the reminder given by Sarutobi Hiruzen before they left, it was within Kagura's original plan. He planned to avoid the battle with Kakuzu as much as possible and target Afei. Just steal the possessed Uchiha Shiza by making false claims or ambushing him. But if they enter a closed venue like Takigakure village, it may be difficult for them to escape afterwards. After all, as a native, Kakuzu is definitely more familiar with the terrain there than they are. Looking at the frowning Kagura, the other 3 remained silent in tacit agreement and did not disturb his thinking. After lowering his head to think for a moment, Kagura, who had made a decision in his heart, looked up at Chinin in front of him and asked, "How do I enter your Takigakure village?" However, when faced with Kagura's question, Chinin, who was leaning against the tree, showed a troubled expression. Seeing the troubled look on Shinin's face, Kagura knew exactly what he was thinking. For outsiders, the entrance to Takigakure village is their biggest secret. Without this layer of secrets, it would be much easier for other countries to attack their villages. In the Chinin's original plan, he was to take Kagura and the others on a detour through several different underwater caves and waterways before reaching their village. Some of the entrances are real or fake, and they would not be able to identify them unless they were from the ninja village. But now, with his severely injured body, it is obvious that he cannot lead Kagura and the others into the village. He can only let them enter the village by telling them the correct route. Seeing the hesitant expression on Shinin's face, Kagura's thoughts moved and she said to herself calmly, speaking of which, Kakuzu and the others have been there for 2 days, and they don't know the situation inside Takigakure village. At the end of the sentence, he did not continue, but paused deliberately. After hearing his words, the Chinin was stunned for a moment, and then his expression became increasingly grim. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and said to Kagura and others, okay, I'll tell you how to enter Takigakure village. Hearing this, Kagura and the 4 of them looked at each other and smiled in tacit understanding. After getting the correct way to enter Takian village, they placed the wounded man before setting off. After bypassing the canopy-like waterfall, they followed the correct instructions and dived in at a waterside. Years of erosion have hidden countless waterways and caves under this pool. Kagura followed the man's instructions and led the 3 people to continuously travel through these caves and waterways. They swam for nearly half an hour, and finally after passing through a narrow and dark underwater passage, as the surrounding light changed, they finally got out of those passages. After diving out of the water and looking at the scenery in front of him, even Kagura couldn't help but be stunned. What appeared in front of them was a huge tree hundreds of meters high. If Kagura hadn't been familiar with the plot, he would have almost thought that this was the legendary creation tree. Obviously, this is the inside of the waterfall cliff in front. It is surrounded by stone walls, and there is a huge circular hole above the head where you can see the blue sky, just like the legendary cave heaven in paradise. And that huge tree occupies nearly half of the space inside. The spreading branches are like a huge protective umbrella, completely hiding this place. No wonder it is said that the location of Takigakure village is very hidden, and it is a place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. From Kagura's point of view, this place is similar to the Peach Blossom Spring story he read in elementary school. After everyone appreciated the wonders in front of them, they also saw the legendary Longian village. Just under the foot of that big tree, rows of human houses are neatly arranged. Without Kagura and the others, they imagined the tragic scene of the village being burned down. The village in front of them still had a peaceful and quiet atmosphere. From afar, Kagura could see several plumes of smoke rising from several houses, and the faint laughter of children playing around could be heard. The 4 of them looked at each other, still maintaining vigilance, and slowly approached from the water. When they came to the water bank and saw the group of playing children, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Quickly jumping out of the water, they approached the village slowly. Not far away, several ninjas from Takigakure village who were patrolling noticed their presence. As the afterimage flashed, they quickly rushed to Kagura. Looking at the strange visitors in front of them, their eyes flashed with surprise. Kagura ignored their warning and said calmly, "We are ninjas from Konoha, coming to you to perform a mission. For some reasons, the people you sent out to guide us were unable to come. I need to meet with your senior management now." The several guards looked at each other in confusion. Finally, under the nod of the leader, one of them quickly ran towards the village. 10 minutes later, inside a certain building, the 4 Kagura sat quietly aside. Opposite them was a jonin from Takigakure named Hakoki. After proving the identities of Kagura and others, they were quickly invited to the village. Hakoki sitting in front of them now is one of the senior officials in Takigakure village. This person has simple short hair, and although his facial features are ordinary, he is very clean. The crow's feet at the corners of his eyes reveal his age, and at the same time, the passage of time also gives him a sense of calmness. After Kagura's simple narration, Yanyu also understood what happened outside. Turning around and asking a subordinate behind him to go outside and pick up the injured Shinin, he frowned and said, "So Kakuzu and Uchiha Shizu, your Konoha defector, have now infiltrated our village." Kagura corrected him unhappily. First of all, that Uchiha Shizu was not defecting. She was just controlled by some kind of creature, and now her actions were not controlled by her own will. In addition, I believe these 2 have definitely come in here. Having said this, he hesitated for a moment, glanced at Yanyu in front of him, and then continued, "According to my understanding, the main target of these 2 people coming here should be the 7 Tails Kome in your village. In fact, I am also very confused. Why did they come in for so long and still not take action? Your place is still peaceful." When Kagura mentioned 7 Tails, Hakoki's pupils in front of him visibly shrank. He did not answer Kagura's question immediately, but after lowering his head and pondering for a moment, he nodded behind him. Following his actions, the guards in the room all retreated out of the room, leaving only the 5 of them. Looking at the boys and girls from Konoha in front of him, Hakoma rubbed his temples with a headache before speaking. "I probably know the reason. Looking at the questioning looks in Kagura and others' eyes, he placed his hand on the table and tapped it a few times before starting to explain. It turns out that the seven tailed beast living in Takigakure village is somewhat different from the tailed beasts from other big countries. It is the same as one tail back then. It was not actually captured and sealed by Senju Hashirama and sold to other countries. This is also the reason why a small country like Taki no Kuni has tailed beasts. According to the plot, one tail was not captured by Hashirama back then, but has always existed in Tsunagakure village. This is why the Kingdom of Wind said in the first Five Shadows conference that they did not want tailed beasts, but only land and money. In fact, it is not so much that Takigakure village owns seven tails, but that seven tails happens to live in their village. For a beetle-like creature, the tree of life behind Takigakure village is its best habitat. Oh, by the way, the so-called tree of life is the tree hundreds of meters high that Kagura and the others were surprised when they came in. This is their name that has been handed down from ancient times. Compared to the brutality of other tailed beasts, the seven tails appears to be much docile. Since the establishment of Takigakure, the two sides have been getting along well. Before Takigakure itself had no ability to capture and seal this tailed beast, they were happy to have such a powerful creature guarding the village. After getting along for a long time, they and the tailed beast reached a tacit understanding of a certain way of getting along. Yanmya said with an ugly face, over the years, we have reached a certain tacit understanding with that tailed beast. Every other month, it will fly down to our altar to accept our sacrifices. Accept the sacrifice. Kagura looked at the man in front of her suspiciously and said questioningly, this is something he has never understood. In fact, there is not much introduction to Takigakure in the original plot, and it only appears in the extra chapter. As for the capture process of seven tails Jinchuriki, it was only briefly mentioned in the original plot, so Kagura really didn't know the specific situation of this tailed beast. Hearing Kagura's question, Hakoki nodded and explained, yes, every other month, it will come down to drink the hero water we collected. It loves this. Heroic water. Hearing this familiar name, Kagura began to recall the memories related to this item. In the extra chapter about Takigakure outside the original work, it was precisely because of this item that attracted the former rebel ninjas of Takigakure to return to the village, which triggered a battle with the protagonist group. Looking at Kagura's thinking look, Hakomo didn't take it seriously. In fact, it is well known on the mainland that Takigakure village has heroic water, but unlike that extra chapter, countries are not interested in this kind of item. This actually makes sense. The function of this item is well understood by all countries. It is a medicine that can stimulate one's own chakra. If I had to use a metaphor, this water is similar to the stimulants on Blue Star. Apart from stimulating the amount of chakra in the drinker in a short period of time, there is not much bonus. However, its side effects are fatal, and users have a high chance of losing their lives after drinking it. Therefore, countries have not shown much interest in this seemingly useless item. Seeing that Kagura and the others did not speak, Hakoki continued the topic and said, in fact, the production of heroic water is closely related to the tree of life. From the roots of that tree, a mysterious liquid is secreted every once in a while. After our ancestors discovered that this liquid had magical effects, the village had the custom of collecting it, and these liquids are the water of heroes. Having said this, he sighed slightly with regret and continued, unfortunately, this hero's water has serious side effects, so even our ninjas in Takigakure village rarely drink it. At this time, Kagura interrupted him curiously and asked, then it can also be given to Seven Tails as a tribute gift? Will there be any side effects after drinking Seven Tails? Hakoki nodded when he heard this Kaido. In fact, after so many years of research, we have a certain understanding of this heroic water. It is essentially a condensation of the powerful vitality of the Tree of Life. After drinking it, human ninjas are stimulated by the powerful vitality, so they have the effect of distributing a large amount of chakra in a short period of time. But for tailed beasts or some special psychic beasts, this concentrated liquid with powerful vitality is the best supplement. So for Seven Tails, this is a rare delicacy. Hearing this, Kagura and others also showed expressions of sudden realization. To put it simply, the human body is too weak, and if it is not replenished, it will lead to death. But for guys with huge bodies like tailed beasts or psychic beasts, this is the most natural nutrient solution. It's just that when Kagura listened to this description, a thought seemed to flash through his mind, but the thought flashed by and he couldn't think about it in detail. Hakoki did not notice Kagura's trance, but continued, since about 100 years ago, Seven Tails has been coming to the altar regularly every other month, and we will put a bottle of hero's water in advance as a sacrifice. The next time of sacrifice is tomorrow. Hearing this, Kagura seemed to have figured out something and understood why the two people did nothing after entering the village. It seems that we will meet the target of this mission tomorrow. On the other side, in a residential building in Longian village, in an ordinary room, a couple was lying on the floor. Although the two men closed their eyes and fell to the ground, there was no trace of injury on their bodies. They seemed to be unconscious rather than dead. Afei used Uchiha Jing's childish face to reveal a trace of ridicule, and said to Kakuzu opposite, "Yeah, I thought the legendary Kakuzu-sama was a cold-blooded and ruthless person. It turns out that you still care about the feelings of fellow countrymen and are not willing to kill you." Listening to Afei's noisy voice, Kakuzu had no expression on his face. Along the way, he had developed a certain tolerance for Afei's nagging, but even so, the irritability in his heart could not be calmed down. If this mission had not required Afei's help, given his character, he might have killed this annoying guy halfway. He took a deep breath before slowly explaining, "Shut your stinky mouth. I didn't kill them just because I was afraid that the smell of blood would cause unnecessary trouble. The 7 tails will arrive at the altar tomorrow, so don't miss it then. Until then, just shut up and stay here." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Afei, closed his eyes and sat on the chair to rest. As a former jonin of Takigakure village, Kakuzu certainly knew the time when the village paid tribute to the 7 tails. This time, the two of them naturally came to capture the tailed beast because they accepted Uchiha Madara's order. But compared to the tailed beasts who became Jinchuriki, this free 7 tails made the two of them a little embarrassed. The reason is simple, because this 7 tails can fly. 7 tails Kome looks like a beetle with 6 wings and a tail. It usually uses the tree of life as its habitat, and its living range is basically in the tree. Its whereabouts are difficult to find. After all, this tree is too big. Coupled with its special attribute of flying, it became even more difficult for the two of them to capture it. Fortunately, Kakuzu, as a native of Takigakure village, knew that the 7 tails would definitely appear during the monthly tribute days. So after calculating the time, the two sneaked into Longian village 2 days in advance and waited. Seeing Kakuzu closing his eyes and looking like he didn't want to pay attention to him, Afei could only find a place to sit down in a daze out of boredom. The scene changed. After discussing with Hikoki, Kagura and others reached an agreement with him. After all, everyone already knows that the target of Kakuzu and others is 7 tails, so obviously these two people will definitely appear on the altar tomorrow. For Kagura and the others, the most important purpose this time is to rescue Uchiha Shizu. Of course, if it can hinder Uchiha Madara's plan, that is what Kagura would like to see. For the Takigakure village, 7 tails is like the village's patron saint, and they naturally don't want it to be taken away easily. So the two sides hit it off and chose to cooperate. After formulating a combat plan, Kagura and others were arranged in a secret residential area. But when he walked out of the conference room, Kagura had 2 more bottles in his hand. This is of course not any mineral water, but the specialty of Takigakure village, Hero's Water. This was something Kagura took the initiative to obtain. He even collected all the money from the 4 people to buy these 2 bottles of liquid. For Yanyu, this is actually not a treasure that cannot be obtained by outsiders. In fact, because of Kakuzu's rebellion 20 years ago, Takigakure village has not been able to return to its original strength until now. The decline in national strength has naturally affected the way they do things. In these years, the country of Taki, which has taken the initiative to lower its profile, has rarely been involved in wars. Under this premise, this heroic water is rarely used. Coupled with its sequelae, Longian village has a lot of inventory over the years. So when Kagura, a partner, proposed to buy it with money, Hikoki agreed after hesitating for a moment. Holding the 2 bottles of liquid excitedly, Kagura immediately hid in the room as soon as they arrived at the residence arranged for them by Hikomu. Of course, he didn't buy these hero waters to drink for himself or to do some strange experiments. But when discussing the battle plan later, he finally caught the thought that flashed through his mind before. According to Hikoki, this liquid is of great benefit to tailed beasts or psychic beasts, but will it have any effect on his summon, the Snow White Egg? You must know that Sarutobi Hiruzen once helped him study the egg and made an inference. Kagura's psychic beast is a very powerful creature, but it is still in its infancy. And precisely because of its power, the time it takes to break out of its shell will be more difficult than that of ordinary psychic beasts. That being the case, if you feed the egg some nutrient solution, will it help it hatch early? Thinking of this, Kagura couldn't wait to pour the 2 bottles of liquid in her hands into a basin. After pouring it out, Kagura truly saw the true face of Hero's Water. This is actually a slightly golden liquid with tiny star-like particles floating in it, which looks really beautiful. No longer hesitating, after a simple channeling, Kagura summoned the egg. After putting the Snow White Egg in, Kagura took a few steps back and observed carefully. To be honest, he was really worried that he might backfire and make the egg stillborn. Under his uneasy gaze, the scene in front of him finally changed. The egg in the water suddenly shook with excitement, and then Kagura could clearly see those star-like particles approaching the egg shell and disappearing. After staring at it for several minutes, Kagura finally breathed a sigh of relief after finally confirming that the egg in front of her was absorbing the energy of the liquid. At this time, he couldn't help but look forward to what would happen after the egg hatched.